What's up, everybody? Happy Tuesday. Junkies back with you on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. In Richmond, you can listen to us on 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're brought to you by Crop Metcalf. They're the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. Looking to be their next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber. Just visit cropmetcalf.com and you can join their team today. We thank you for tuning in this Tuesday morning, December 30th, 2025. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Jason Bishop.
What's up, John Paul Flame?
Surviving the cold.
Yeah, it was brutal last night with those winds. I've got a bunch of Christmas decorations on the front of the house, and I woke up this morning, went to warm up my car, and there was stuff all over the front yard. We have Christmas pillows on our chairs on the front porch. They were in the front yard. We've got big, tall plastic candy canes that we stick in the mulch. They were in the front yard.
You have a candy cane lane?
We've got a candy cane lane. We have a Christmas tree on our front porch. Smaller one, bunch of ornaments in the front yard. It took me like 10 minutes to clean it up. It was not good.
Yeah,
those winds were brutal last night.
It's cold to the point that you think, and I started thinking about this last night.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't imagine if I grew up in like Minneapolis,
I know,
Detroit, where it's colder.
Well, you'd be used
Maine.
to it. Yeah, you'd be used to it though, right?
Yeah, maybe that's the case. Because last night, I was actually thinking about you. So last night, me and my son went to work out pretty late.
Wow.
And I think we went to the gym around 7.
Okay.
So we got out of there around 8:15. It wasn't some super long workout. And just the walk from the car to the parking garage, it's so cold that my son turned to me and goes, "Why don't we move to Florida?"
Hey, there you go.
And he's in college. He's just kind of throwing it out there. But I tell you what, my wife and I used to have a game plan of moving to Puerto Rico to the apartment that got passed down from my mom and dad to me and my brother, but we sold it.
You sold that, right?
But my joke used to be, we can
always buy another one.
It's a 1-bedroom.
Right.
One bedroom, but what else do you need? Like when we're old.
Right.
And just it's nice and warm. But yeah, it's just the winds are brutal.
I don't mind the actual cold because it's 33 degrees or something like that. But with the wind chill, it's probably 19. So I don't mind the actual temp. It's fine. It's wintertime. I'm used to it. The winds are brutal, and that makes it a lot worse.
Yeah, just both of us, we both park about a block away from the station.
Yeah.
And that 1 block walk, I hadn't zipped up my coat, but I was carrying a box in my backpack, and I couldn't. It was brutal.
I like the open road sweaty that you're wearing.
Thank you. Thank you for delivering it from your boy.
Yeah, it's Matt Carlin, my boy, hooked us up.
It's one of my nicer ones.
But
so I was telling you,
there was stuff all over the front yard this morning, and I just told my wife yesterday, I said, let's just, it's only December 30th. I said, today, why don't we just slowly but surely just start taking stuff down, even though we're only 5 days past Christmas. Usually we wait until after New Year's, but I'm just in that mood to start getting stuff down off the walls, take the garland down, the lights in the front yard, start getting it out.
Yeah, I'm going to keep ours up until January 6th. So growing up in my household, I don't think it was a big Italian thing at all, but on my mom's side, January 6th, which is Three Kings Day, is kind of a big day. We would get an extra gift on Three Kings Day. I can't remember exactly how it went down.
Right.
And so we've always kind of kept up the Christmas stuff until January 6th.
We usually do. Yeah, we usually keep it up way past January 1. Not way past, but a week past it. But I'm just in that mood. I don't know. It's been a different Christmas. I haven't been into this Christmas as much as years past, probably because
girls are older.
Girls are older, but we didn't do our family thing on Christmas Day because my daughter was working the Commanders game. So we did it the day after. It was kind of weird. My daughter actually had to work her other job that morning, so she didn't get home until about 4 o'clock. So we didn't do our Christmas gift exchange until December 26th at dinner time. Kind of weird.
So I was telling you last night that I was watching the Monday Night Football game.
Yeah.
So Rams against the Falcons.
I was not. I was watching the Caps.
And that was earlier.
Yeah, but I was already pretty much asleep by the time
that ended.
I watched
poorly.
the pregame stuff, but
that ended poorly. We're gonna have Joe Beninati on the show at 9:45 to talk about the Caps. Now they played a really good team, and with 7 minutes to go, it's 3-3.
Yep.
but they
And
give
then
up a goal
with 6 minutes left.
yeah,
or so.
right around 7 minutes to go.
Yep.
And they lose that game 5-3.
Yep.
But the Monday Night Football game I'm watching, and the favorite for the MVP is Matt Stafford. Going into the game, he has 40 touchdown passes.
It was close, by the way,
yes,
going into the game. Yeah.
but I think the favorite, based on touchdowns, really has a 10 passing touchdown advantage on Drake May entering the game.
Yep.
Was Matt Stafford, and he has an awful first half.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, did he just blow the MVP in the first half?
Uh-huh.
Now, in the second half, they come back because they were down by 21. They come back, and they're knocking on the door of tying the game, and it appears he throws another pick six. It's about, let me look up exactly what it is, but it's about 8 or 9 minutes left in the fourth quarter.
Okay.
And I'm like, oh, well, you throw 2 pick sixes, and you lose a game like that, like I was assuming they were going to lose, which ultimately they did, but it went down differently.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, oh, well, he basically just gave away the MVP. He threw 2 pick sixes like that, and they flashed a stat. I think he is the active NFL leader in pick sixes, and he either tied or passed Brett Favre all time in pick sixes.
Well, he's thrown a lot of passes.
Yeah,
in
he's
his career.
old.
Yeah.
Yes, sure. But the second pick six was not a pick six, and I was kind of falling asleep. I think one of the coaches, blocked a referee. So when there's a pick six, like a throw to the outside, a referee's got to like start sprinting back like quick. Like they turn around, they're running one way, they're sprinting back. He's sprinting back, and he ran into a coach on the Falcons team. So the pick six was taken away, and there was an unsportsmanlike conduct, which was a 15-yard penalty, and it brought the Falcons back to the 43. Now, it was an interception.
Yeah.
So Stafford ended up with 3
interceptions.
interceptions.
Who'd they call the unsportsmanlike on?
On
the
Falcons.
on the sideline?
I think so.
Why was the coach on the field?
He was like right by the sideline, I think.
I don't know how that's an unsportsmanlike.
That's, you know what? Again, I was half falling asleep. If you were watching it,
yeah,
you can maybe explain 1-800-636-1067.
I have to go back and watch the highlight on that.
But when I saw that, I was like, oh. And I was like, Jason could be butts ice before Drake May is getting closer to the MVP just because Stafford's pissing it away. So Stafford ends up with 3 interceptions. He throws a touchdown, though, after that.
Yeah.
So because the Falcons couldn't capitalize on that, didn't score. The Rams get the ball back. They score. Puka gets a touchdown.
Shocker.
But Kirk leads them on a game-winning drive. Zane Gonzalez field goal, and the Rams lose this game.
Yeah. Now, look, it didn't mean much for the Rams because the Rams are already locked into a wild card. They're either going to be the number 5 or the number 6. So it kind of just depends on where they're going to play. Are they going to play at Philly or are they going to play at Chicago? It really didn't mean much. They're still going to have to go on the road. But like you said, going into the game, Stafford was a slight favorite to win the MVP, throws 3 picks. Now, he does have 42 touchdowns. But if you look at all the other metrics, Drake May's leading in most of those categories. He's leading in QBR. He's leading in yards per attempt. He leads the league at 9. 9 yards per attempt leads the league.
I think his completion percentage is better.
Completion percentage leads the league. QBR, like I said, leads the league. He doesn't have as many yards, but he's thrown 80 less passes than Stafford, and of course he doesn't have the touchdown. So
he has 4 rushing touchdowns. So if you look at overall touchdowns, it's a little bit closer.
Yeah, I don't base it based on touchdowns. I just base it on overall numbers and then how good is your team. Drake May is leading a division winner. Well, they're going to be they are a division winner because Buffalo lost, and Stafford is leading a wild card team. So I'm giving it to May. And now he's the overwhelming favorite. I just looked on FanDuel. He's minus 500 now, and Stafford is plus 350.
Now, it was an entertaining end of the game because even after Zane Gonzalez hits his field goal, and it was a 50-yarder, 51-yarder, something like that, Rams got the ball back with about 25 seconds left. Well, the way the NFL kickoff rule is now, if you get a touchback, you're at the 35-yard line. So when you're at the 35, you get 20 yards.
Yep.
Now you're on the opponent's 45-yard line. I know that's a long field goal, but guys are drilling 60-yarders left and right
65-yarders, right.
And
especially in
Stafford
indoors
threw one to Puka on the sideline, covered. and Puka comes down with it, somehow keeps his feet in, and just watching it live, you're like, holy crap, they're going to get a field goal. Like, if you're the Falcons, you're thinking the Rams had no timeouts left.
Mm-hmm.
Just keep them away from the sideline. Keep them in front of you. Tackle them in bounds. Game's going to be over. You're
Right.
not going to have enough time to spike it and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And before that, he had a pass to Tutu Atwell for like 50 yards that almost potential pass interference, potential, huge play. He would have been down like at the 10-yard line. But Puka came down with it. And then when you go to the replay, you see that as he's falling to the ground, the ball came out of his hands just for a split second. And so they ruled it incomplete.
Right.
And ultimately, the Falcons hold on to the win. But
And Puka has 119 catches. I believe that's tied for the league lead with Trey McBride. By the way, Trey
and
McBride.
how many games? Because Puka missed a little bit of time.
Yeah, he's played in 15 games, but he's been in and out in a couple. Yeah, so if he was, he certainly has missed one. So if he didn't miss that game, he certainly would have the lead. But Trey McBride he broke Zach Ertz's record for tight ends catches for a season.
Right.
Zach Ertz had held it for a while at 116, and Trey McBride has 119 catches, so he broke the NFL record for catches for a tight end.
Look, the big story in that game, besides the stuff that we've discussed, is Bijan Robinson goes for 195. And he had a 93-yard touchdown where he just sprints by guys.
Mm-hmm.
And yesterday we were talking about whether the Commanders could go into next season with Bill as their number one. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. I could be convinced both ways.
Right.
But when you have somebody like Bijan, it's just a different level.
Look, he was drafted
and that's why Jeremiah Love will be tempting.
He was drafted number 8 overall, Bijan, in 2023. So he's been in the league 3 years. But if you look at his numbers this year, especially, he's got 1,400, almost 1,500 rushing yards, and he's got 810 receiving yards. All right, so he's got, call it, 2,200 yards, and he's got 11 touchdowns. This guy in 3 years has 35 overall touchdowns. It's kind of sad if you think about it, because the odds, he's only been in the league 3 years. Anything can happen. But how many playoff games have they won in 3 years? I'd have to go back and look.
I would say zippy.
Not many, probably 0, right?
Yeah, I don't even think he's been in the playoffs.
Yeah, and so you're drafting
I don't think he's had a winning record with Atlanta.
Yeah, you're probably right. So you're drafting a stud running back who's putting up crazy numbers. He had 14 rushing touchdowns last year, and he's putting up crazy numbers. But will he ever get to the playoffs, or would he? He'll probably get to the playoffs at some point in his career. But will he ever get to a Super Bowl or an NFC championship? The odds are stacked against him, but he's having an unbelievable year, and he's had some huge games. 195 rushing yards is stupid.
We are packed today. We've got our pal Chris Doering joining us to talk some college football because you've got the quarterfinals this weekend.
No, it's this week, starting tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's a game tomorrow.
I'm sleeping on that.
Yep. Because New Year's Day is Thursday.
That's
so
right.
You've got a New Year's Eve game and 3 games on New Year's Day.
Yeah, my mind was thinking like New
This
Year's
weekend, right?
Eve was Friday, but it's Wednesday.
This is basically our Thursday.
Yes.
Today.
You know what? It should be Open Line Tuesday.
Open Line Tuesday. I'm good with it.
Anyway, Chris Doering's going to join us, 7:20. We've got our pal Will Dawkins to talk some Wizards. They recently won 2 in a row. That streak was snapped last night. They lost to the Suns.
Although Trey Johnson balled out. He had his career high, 24. He played well.
And he did that in like 25 minutes.
Yeah, we'll have to ask Will about that.
So we can talk to Will Dawkins at 8:45. Von Miller from the Commanders will join us coming up at 9:20. And Joe B., who I mentioned to talk some Caps hockey, that's at 9:45. You want to get in touch with us? 1-800-636-1067 is the number. That is the same number for the Junkies text line, sponsored by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. The boys behind the glass are young today. Under 30 crew. Valdez showed up. He got everything going, but he headed back home because apparently he had vomitosis all night.
Yeah, I told him, you got to go home. Go get into bed.
I'm the captain now.
So it's Mike and Benj.
Are you the captain? I always think the captain's the guy on that side.
Well, just 'cause
Are you
he's
guys going
older.
to tap back and forth?
This is
Or
y'all's
is he
show.
a little bit better at the board?
This is y'all's show. This is our episode.
Gotcha.
Good for
Appreciate
you.
it, boys.
Well, how you doing this morning, boys?
I'm doing really good, man. But like you guys said at the start of the show, just extremely cold outside. And just the way my house is built, it's an old school house in Arlington.
Right.
The upstairs just gets freezing.
Yeah.
So it's just
It was a cold night.
very, very cold night. Extra covers and stuff. But
Mhm.
other than that, nonetheless, very excited to have the next couple of days off
How
after
many-
tomorrow.
Yep.
Single guys sleep in your upstairs. Is that where everybody sleeps? Is it like 4 bedrooms? And
4 bedrooms upstairs, and then 1 in the basement.
Oh, that's got to be cold.
So there's 5 dudes in the house.
5 dudes in the house total. They're all my friends that I grew up with. Like I've known all of them since we were probably 10 years old, 9 years old.
Yeah,
Mhm.
well, we met the one guy at the drinking show. It was obvious that, I mean, just by the way that he talked, like he was a Mike Marr clone.
Well, he's
Yeah.
actually not one of my roommates.
Oh, he isn't.
no,
But he
he's
did
not.
talk-
But he is one of your boys.
Yeah, he's one of my best friends.
He did talk like you. It's so
Oh,
funny.
yeah. Boots on the ground.
Yeah, yeah,
All
yeah.
that sort of
I
thing.
mean, he just
got
sounded
coached
like him.
up.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
did.
you
I
did.
did coach him up. Had to hype him up, but yeah, very very excited for New Year's Eve. Ben and I have been talking about it, putting together our plans and stuff. But this is it's a big day for people our age.
Yeah, what are your plans for New Year's Eve?
I'm hosting a little party at my house. I feel
Yeah.
like I've done the whole go out to bars and stuff like that, but the last couple years, just host like 15, 20 people at my house.
Just
and-
chill out.
Yeah, exactly.
Watch the Miami-Ohio State game for a little bit.
Yeah, I'll definitely be sweating that game.
My daughter usually goes out for New Year's Eve, but all of these bars charge. I mean, what do these bars charge?
180
$100
bish.
$200 to get in?
My friends are paying $180 to go to a bar, and I said, "You guys have fun with that."
Yeah, I mean,
I've done that before.
I'm going to try and
Me
talk
in
her
my
out of that.
20s.
I'm going to try and talk her out of that. Just have a house party.
Yeah, but she might want to go out with her girlfriends and just have fun.
Well, I'm sure, but they're going to spend, like Ben said, they're going to spend $200.
Her money.
A lot of it comes out of my pocket, my friends. You don't know about it. Sometimes she overspends and she can only cover so many monthly bills, and so
It's the Bishop welfare
who
system.
covers it? Daddy covers it.
The Bishop welfare system.
Yes, that's what it is.
I need to get on that program.
It's a
I
pain in my butt.
overspent this Christmas.
What do you guys have planned? Because I know JP, years past, you've hosted a New Year's Eve party. You're
Yeah,
not
this
doing
year
it
we're kind of chilling, and to be quite honest, I don't know that we even have plans.
Good.
Like we're just probably going to go out to a nice dinner and just chill at home.
Mhm.
I mean, like I said, last year we had, let's say, 75 people.
Yep.
Maybe it was less than that, but we've done it the last couple years where it's over
You had a
50,
big party, yeah.
not
That's
quite
a lot.
100.
That's a lot.
And we've catered it.
Yep.
And I love the food that we get, but it's like just a whole thing. And then just to have all the liquor set up and the bar set up and the upstairs, the downstairs, the outside.
Yeah.
And outside's not that much, but usually, we get those little torches, the tiki torches,
Yep.
we get the deck set up. And last year we had the music. It was like,
Yeah.
just not going to do it this year. Probably bring it back next
That was a
year.
lot of money you spent last year.
Yeah, and I
'Cause
get
I-
hooked on a lot of stuff.
I know, but I can see why you decided just to chill this year.
I knew you weren't
Just-
cool, JP.
Oh, I'm
Remember we had the conversation yesterday. I said you
Yeah.
guys aren't cool.
Yep.
I'm not
There-
cool at all.
There's the proof.
Yeah.
Lame New Year's.
So
That's
were
right.
you,
When you get to age 55, there's a lot of lame New Year's.
I'm
believe me.
actually looking forward to the lame New Year's
I-
because sometimes you're going to a party. Sometimes you feel the pressure of going to a party. But look, I've got an 8-year-old. This is the reality of having young kids.
Yeah.
When they're kind of like Jason Bishop, when they are sleep deprived, they're ornery,
Mhm.
and like when she stays up till 1 a.m, whether it's for New Year's or a sleepover, next day nightmare.
Mhm.
So I'd like to avoid that at all costs. Now she'll probably want to stay up, and that's fine, but it'll be limited, not something where it's. I mean, last year, by the way, you introed me to the singer
Scott Clark, yeah.
Scott Clark, and he was awesome.
Yeah.
and
He does Sinatra.
Last year
He's
it
about
was-
he's about 30 years old, maybe younger, and he sounds just like Sinatra. He's
Yeah, so I
unbelievable.
hired him, and he was in the middle of the party, and he's doing his thing. It was awesome.
Yep.
And it was not supposed to be a party with any kids, but eventually, like I've got a kid, our best friends have a kid. There were probably 10.
Mm-hmm.
You would have thought that he was legitimately Frank Sinatra with groupies because the little girls who were like 8 to 10 were all on the couch just staring at him like he was a rock star.
Right. He probably loved it too.
But yeah, so
Yeah.
lame,
Well, he is good.
flame, no plans on New Year's.
Chill.
You're going to a party, but you're going to lock your bouncing before midnight.
Oh, 100%. I'm going to go, party starts at 8. I'm going to go right around 8. I might get there at 7:59. I want to be the first one there. I texted my buddy Mike, who's actually in Puerto Rico right now. He's flying back on New Year's Eve just to host this party.
Yeah.
And I texted him. I said, any chance we can have the Miami-Ohio State game on? Starts at 7:30. Can you put it on? He goes, no problem. So I'll be watching that game.
There you go.
Eating some good food, have a bourbon, and then we'll be out probably by 10. I'm guessing 8 to 10 I'll be there. But
here's another interesting thing, and you'll see as you get older. So you're having the house party. You can get hammered. You don't have to go anywhere. Is when I had the party 2 years ago, maybe it was 3 years ago. I remember Drabby was there. But by the end of the night, a lot of people had bounced. And I remember Bikey Bots was there.
Oh, okay.
Left before midnight because some people don't like being on the road after midnight, like the older set of people.
Right.
I remember his wife. I remember him being kind of apologetic. He's like, dude, we're gonna head back. I was like,
My wife wants to leave.
Fine with me.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, my wife doesn't like being on the road after midnight with all the drunks, which I completely understand.
I get it.
And so the party's like really good until about 10:30, 11.
Mm-hmm.
And then all the people that have the kids, even if they didn't bring their kids, a lot of them start bouncing.
They roll
Well,
out.
people like Cakes, he never
He's
stays.
not going to stay till 12.
Yeah, he's like an early party guy.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with being washed. I mean, sometimes you just gotta admit. You just gotta be like,
that's the reality.
But yeah, the two worst nights to be on the road past midnight have to be Thanksgiving Eve and then New Year's Eve.
Right.
So avoid it at all costs.
Two biggest
if you
party
can.
nights.
Yeah, so
Well, you guys will have
just
fun.
chilling.
Benj will be in. There's no way Benj will be out after midnight.
It'll be close to that because I think I'm gonna have to end up swinging the metro to get home. But I got to be here the next day because I'm glutton for punishment. I gotta keep working, right?
Oh, wow.
He's a grinder, man. I
You're
saw
here
your,
on New
I
Year's
saw
Day,
your
wow.
video
On New
the
Year's
other
Day
Yeah.
and the day after.
He put a video up on Instagram, I believe. Maybe it was Twitter, somewhere on social media that I saw, and it was. I might be incorrect on the number of hours, but it was something like 18 straight hours covering DC sports. I love it.
Yeah, it was 18 straight hours.
Yeah, he lives it. He lives it, man.
Yeah. All right, let's get into some sports.
All right.
Junkie
Junkie Sports.
page brought to you by look at this.
Open Road.
There you go.
Love it. Love those people over at Open Road Distilling over in Reston Town Center. Of course, locally crafted in Reston. Over at the distillery, you can get great vodka, great gin, and you can get all their dark liquors, the Eagle Eye Rye whiskey, the Old Fashioned, the Independence Bourbon, all available at ABC stores in Northern Virginia. So check it out. It'll be a great holiday gift, great New Year's gift if you're going to a party. So head on over there to Reston Town Center. Hop in there. Make sure you mention the Junkies sent you and referred you in there. So we talked about the Rams-Falcons. Week 17 is in the books. Can you believe 17 weeks of the NFL gone? Now we've got one more week with some huge matchups. Last night on Monday Night Football, the Rams in kind of a meaningless game. They've already clinched a wild card, playing the Falcons, who, of course, were eliminated a couple weeks ago. And the Falcons win 27-24. Matt Stafford, there's kind of a little side story because Matt Stafford coming into the game was probably a slight favorite over Drake May to win the MVP. He threw 2 touchdowns, so I know he's got 42, but he threw 3 picks. Brings him up to 8 picks. Drake May has 30 passing touchdowns and 8 picks, but Drake May has got some other statistical categories where he's leading the league in. So I think
And his team has a better record, which usually factors into the equation.
team has a better record. They're going to be the 2 seed, but they've already won their division. The Rams are going to be a wild card at 11-5, possibly 11-6. So
Who's your MIVIP?
Drake May.
You're a Drake May guy. Put
Yeah.
this up as our Junkies poll of the day, sponsored by Surfside. Use the code JUNKS, JUNKS, at store.statesidevodka.com, and you get 25% off select merch like tees, hats, hoodies, and more. Use that code JUNKS at store.statesidevodka.com. I put up 3 choices, actually. Well,
Okay.
4 if you count other.
Okay.
So who's your MVP? Stafford and May. I threw in Christian McCaffrey.
I like that.
McCaffrey, I don't think he's going to get to 1,000 yards receiving,
No.
but he's going to be very close to 1,000 yards receiving to go along with over 1,000 yards rushing. Now, his rushing stats this year, I don't even think he's averaging 4 yards a carry.
Just slightly
But
under.
he's such a focal point when you watch the 49ers and you see how involved he is in the offense. I think you got to throw him in there
I
as
agree.
the third candidate. And then there's other.
Yeah.
And when I checked, now it's only been up for a couple of minutes. I just put this up right at the end of the break, maybe right at the beginning of this segment. I think May was winning early. And surprisingly, McCaffrey had more votes than Stafford.
Okay.
So you can vote at Junks Radio or give us a call 1-800-636-1067.
Open line Tuesday.
I would still lean Stafford because to me, statistically, it's
You
just
love
a-
the 42 touchdowns. I get it.
It's
a great year.
It's because he's gonna end up with 44, 45 touchdowns.
Well, that's if he plays next week. I don't know why he'd
That's
play.
true.
I mean, you're going to see a lot of starters. There's 3 huge games.
But do they care about seeding?
Um,
You know what I mean?
I
Like,
don't think they do. I mean,
do you
if
care
they
about the
f-
opponent?
if they're either going to play at Philadelphia or possibly now they could play at Tampa or at Carolina. So
See,
you're playing in warm weather.
I think it matters.
So if they stay, I'd have to do the math. But if they stayed at 5,
Wouldn't you want to avoid Philly if you can?
yeah. So you want to avoid the 6 seed then because Philly would be the 3, and then Tampa or Carolina would be the 4. So
I'd much rather play.
I'd have to go and look at all
like
the matchups
if-
and the odds.
Right, but if I'm the Rams
Mhm.
and I can face, let's say Tampa,
Yeah.
because Tampa has home game. Let's say Tampa comes through. This is a team that doesn't even have a winning record.
Yeah.
I'd much rather face them.
But you could
So-
they play Arizona. The Rams play Arizona at home next week. You could almost beat Arizona with all your backups.
Yeah.
So
Look, I wouldn't sweat
mean,
them
Garoppolo
losing
could
the
probably
last
beat
couple
them.
games because they had 2 tackles out, I think, yesterday. Key defensive player who was out,
mhm.
and no Devontae Adams.
Yeah. Well, look, I don't know how Sean McVay will view this possibility in this matchup and the seeding scenario. Jim Harbaugh has already said he's not playing Justin Herbert because Herbert's hand's been bothering him, so he's going to sit him out. He's probably going to sit out a bunch of starters. So there's going to be some teams and some coaches that decide it's just not worth it. I'm not sure about McVay, but even if Stafford does play and he throws a couple more touchdowns and he's in that mid-40s, that's a great year. It's a great year. But Drake May is in his 2nd year in the NFL. Think about that. I mean, last year, Jaden Daniels was the better quarterback. He was.
Yeah, not even close.
Yeah. This year, for obvious reasons, it's been Drake May because Daniels has been out. But I think even if Daniels played, it's hard to top what Drake May's been doing.
No, and then the
In his
turnaround
2nd year.
and the turnaround with Mike Vrabel at coach.
Yeah.
And this is why I actually think Commanders fans should be optimistic about next year.
Mhm.
You can have a turnaround in the NFL so quickly. We saw it last year with the Commanders. You saw it with the Texans the year before. You're seeing it with the Patriots and even other teams this year.
Mhm.
I think the Patriots won 4 games last year with Mayo as coach, and I think they won 4 games the year before.
Right.
So 4 wins, and then they make the jump to
And they're
where
going to get to 14
they could get to 14 wins this year.
and possibly more if they win one in the playoffs. Yeah.
So kudos to Vrabel, and obviously he's developed. He would have developed, in my opinion, he would have developed even if OJ Mayo had still been the coach and they were still a bad team. He's going to get better.
He would have, but he's got much better guys around him. Josh McDaniels, great OC. Vrabel, awesome coach. Better offensive line because they went out and drafted Will Campbell. So they got a stud left tackle.
Remember at the time
And
of the
think
draft,
about it. If he had Puka and Devontae.
Yeah.
I mean, Drake May's not throwing to Puka and Devontae.
No, he's
He's got Diggs. All right,
yeah,
but he's not. Those
no, he's
those
throwing
guys
to
aren't.
Butte and guys like that.
Yeah.
Remember at the draft too, he was like the youngest one.
Yeah, he's
I
young.
mean, Bo Nix is. I mean, Jaden just turned 25.
Yeah.
I think Bo Nix is 25.
Yeah, they played a lot more college
May's a
football.
kid.
He is a kid, and all of his teammates. If you listen to his teammates and his coaches talk about him, they say he's much older than his age because he's just he plays like a veteran. He's great in the locker room like a veteran, and he's in year 2.
He had the pedigree.
Just
too.
having a great year.
He had the pedigree of the athletic background, right? His dad was a quarterback.
His brother
His
played college
brother-
hoops for
yeah.
Carolina. But a lot of these guys have it in their blood. But anyway, so this weekend is just a massive weekend for three particular matchups. And we talked about it yesterday. Saturday, it's going to be Carolina at Tampa. The winner is in the playoffs, hosting a game because they'll win their division. The loser is out. Current odds right now, Tampa's a 2.5-point favorite. The total's 43.5. Baker Mayfield has been really, really bad the last 2 months.
I think he's got 8 touchdowns, 8 picks in the last couple of months.
And he's just been really, really bad in the last 7 or 8 games. So is he going to break that streak and play really well? We'll see. Now, look, Carolina wasn't very good this past week against Seattle either. Their total passing yards numbers, I believe, was under 130. So they were really bad. And then, speaking of Seattle and San Francisco are going to play at San Francisco. That's the 8 o'clock game. Both these games are ESPN on Saturday. So Saturday, think about it. You've got 2 huge NFL games, both deciding either seeding or a playoff spot, and both on ESPN, 4:30 and 8 o'clock. And then, of course, on Sunday night, you've got Pittsburgh and Baltimore at Pittsburgh, and that's going to be for the AFC North. Winner is in, loser is out. So you've got some huge matchups this weekend. Now, there are a lot of games that don't mean anything. There's going to be a lot of starting quarterbacks that just don't play, as well as other starters. We just talked about a few. But you've got 3 huge matchups.
Yep. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. It's Bish Bucks and JP hanging out on an open line Tuesday. You know what? Let's open them up. 1-800-636-1067. Your chance to steer the show. We're talking about who you believe should be the MVP of the league. Bish Bucks clearly a May guy, but of course, when we did our draft boards and we had to go through all the prospects 2 years ago, you had Drake May number 1. So you've been heavily invested in Drake May. You've had Drake May shares.
He should have been drafted by 2 other teams.
Yeah.
And he wasn't. New England got lucky.
1-800-636-1067. We're the Junkies. Be right back.
All right, here's your no-huddle money play. Northwest Federal Credit Union, the official credit union of the Washington Commanders. They want to put $200 in your pocket, free money, when you open your first ever checking account with them and you meet some easy qualifications. No trick plays, no fourth downs, just a fast drive to free cash. Get in the game at nwfcu.org. That's nwfcu.org/score200. Take command of your money this season. Federally insured by NCUA. Membership eligibility required. All right.
Welcome back.
So we talked about this a few weeks ago. You were here, and it was about a house in Ashburn that was in a contest, a national contest that was filmed on ABC. I can't remember. I think it was called the Great Light Contest or Great Christmas Light Contest.
Yeah.
And it was on ABC.
We had the guy on the show.
We had
and
the guy on the
his
show.
wife Facebook messaged me.
Okay. All right. Mike Horn was the guy's name.
Yes.
The owner of the house.
The wife was upset with us for a day
Oh, she was?
because I believe EB called Mike a loser.
Right.
And then she was upset
was
because
pissed.
the kids listen or people listen that talk to the kids or something like that.
I
They
got
were
you.
they were dubbed losers.
I got you. I'm not sure how old the kids are. But when we had Mike Horn on, and he won the contest, so he won $50,000. He beat two other houses, came down to 3 houses. The other 2 were in California, and he won the contest, 50 G's.
And also he got unlimited ADs.
Tons of ADs, right? And Mike Horn called the show, and I told him that I had been by his house because he's had these lights up for a couple of years. I think this was the 3rd year. But I told him that I drove by there last year, and there were like 12 or 15 cars that were on his street. All right, he's on a cul-de-sac, so you have to go down and turn around. And
How far
It's
away
got-
from your house?
it's probably 7 minutes.
Okay.
So it gets a little tight if there's because there's cars parked on the street as well. But he called in and said, you know what? It's not that bad. There aren't that many cars that come out there. And I said, really? Okay. Well, when I was there, it wasn't too bad, but it was still to the point where I had to, had to brake and I had to go down to the cul-de-sac and turn around. It took me a few seconds to get out of there. My daughter hadn't seen the house. So after dinner on Friday night, we went by his house. It was like trying to get into a Commander's game.
It was like Field of Dreams.
It really was. Okay.
course.
And I went a couple
Because
weeks.
he got the TV attention dollars.
He got it.
And the junkies.
And the junkies attention dollars. But I went by a couple weeks ago and it was crazy. He was out. Mike Horn was out in the middle of the street directing traffic. Okay. And I met him because he recognized me. I was walking up to his house. It was nuts. But I went on Friday. It was 10 times worse. You wouldn't believe how many cars were out on the main road waiting to get in. There must have been 100, 150 cars trying to get into this cul-de-sac.
And when you actually pull up to the house, how long do you stay looking at the lights?
Well, I did.
Like a minute?
I pulled off to the side of the street and let my wife and daughter out, and they walked about a block. I said, I'm not, because he couldn't park. So I had to double park. There was a big no parking sign out there that construction or, the police use. They had a big no parking sign with, lit up no parking sign on his street. So they didn't want anybody parking down there. And then in this front yard, there must have been 75 people just out on his front lawn taking pictures. You wouldn't have believed it. I can't even describe it. There were so many people at this guy's house, and I was just thinking to myself, his neighbors have to be distraught.
I would think
because
so.
There's no, if let's just say a neighbor down the street, further down the cul-de-sac, had to get out and go to dinner or go to a friend's house or go shopping. They couldn't get out. They could not get out of their house and go down the street.
He tried to downplay it on this show.
He
And
downplayed it.
maybe before the ABC television show, not as many people knew about it.
Right.
But this year,
Yeah.
his house completely blew up.
It did.
Used to be word of mouth, I'm
Right.
sure. Like a lot of people in Ashburn
Now-
knew and would drive by. Like growing
Now
up,
it's all on
I
social
remember
media.
there was a house in Bowie
Yeah.
that was not that far from me that I would drive by and go, oh, that's pretty amazing. Like
Mhm.
they had it lit up, not to that level.
Yeah.
But once you get the notoriety on TV and national TV and the junkies,
Yeah.
more and more people are going to check it out.
Yeah. Now, and I'm sure this is going to
And
get
now
back.
there's pressure. When does he take his stuff down?
He already did.
Oh, he did.
I believe he took it down on the 27th.
Now he had to
I
have
don't know if-
help because he had
Oh,
that
I don't know
whole
if
LED
I don't know.
display on the roof like solar panels.
Yeah. I don't know if he actually took the stuff down off the house, but he turned the lights off, I think. I think it was 2 days after Christmas. Now, I don't know if that was an
you were talking
HOA
about
agreement
The
or.
wind knocking around your ornaments and you
Yeah.
thinking about putting stuff away.
Yeah.
Like that guy, though, it's almost like he can't put stuff away because of now the pressure that you got to let all these donks see your house.
True, but I think he either put it out on social media or maybe the HOA made a statement that the lights are off because the traffic in the neighborhood was getting outrageous. So maybe the neighbors were complaining. So I don't know exactly how long it's going to take him to get all those ornaments down and all those, lights.
Well, didn't he tell
But
us
he-
he starts in October?
It's got to take a while. Yeah, so it's got to take a while to get them down too. But I'm just telling you, I couldn't believe it. Mike Marr, you wouldn't have believed how many people were in this neighborhood. People walking around, and it's kind of dark. It's a neighborhood. There's no street lights,
Oh, you don't have street lights there?
not in that neighborhood. So you're driving, and people are just walking across the street in front of your car. Almost hit like 10 people.
Now let me
That
ask
would-
you guys. So he won $50,000. Do you think, like out of courtesy, should maybe he give like each of his neighbors a couple $100 or like a Christmas gift or a bottle or something, just for all the distraction that it caused
I
over the
think
last
he
couple
should.
weeks?
I think at the least, yes, he should.
I don't think you have cash. That seems tacky.
Yeah, maybe a gift. It's fine. I don't know how many houses are on that street, but there were a lot.
I think when he was on our show, he claimed that the neighbors were all cool with it.
There's no way they're cool with it now.
Yeah, I think internally they're probably bitter. It might not be to remember that we did a story maybe 4 or 5
And by the
months
way, this
ago.
is going to get back to Mike Horn. So
Yeah.
if you live on that on that street or in that neighborhood, give us a call. Or if Mike Horn's listening, call us. I couldn't believe how many people were out there.
1-800-636-1067. I think it was maybe 3, 4, 5 months ago.
Mhm.
We did the story about the one house where they built an addition and it was just super tacky,
Yeah, I was away that week, but it
And
was
there was no
three-story.
HOA.
Yeah,
right? And it was like a
was
regular
was it in
Cape
Arlington
Cod
or
house.
Fairfax or something?
It was in Virginia.
Yeah.
And they just put this monstrous addition.
Yeah,
Like, the neighbors are upset.
yeah, right.
But what can you do?
I mean, nothing.
It's kind of the same case here, right? If I had a next door neighbor, I would say in my neighborhood, we're not an outside lights house. I just didn't grow up that way and I haven't done it.
Right.
Maybe just minimal.
We've got some minimal amount.
we,
yeah.
we've got a little spotlight on the wreath and we've
That's
done
what we have.
candles.
I've got garland around my front door and lights on it.
yeah,
We have
but
a little Christmas tree out there.
but I would say
Nothing crazy.
probably 50% of the houses, maybe not 50%. Let's go under 50%. 40% of the houses decorate.
Yeah.
If I had a neighbor do that, I would be bitter.
Well, and
Because I'm sorry, it's definitely going to affect your sleep. Like it's lit up too much, unless they have it turning off at like 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. or something.
I'm sure they do. They don't leave it on all night. But I got to think that next year, there's no way he's going to have those lights on next year. To that
He
extent,
already won the contest.
He already won the contest. But this is year
But
3.
now it's kind of like the pressure. Like people are looking at him to do it.
I
It's
would
kinda
love to know
like look,
how he's
honestly,
thinking about
it's a little
this.
bit like my New Year's party.
Yeah, you're
Like
right.
there was a little bit of a pressure to keep it going. But I've done it like 5 years in a row, and a lot of people come every year.
Mhm.
Well, it's not. I'm not sending out an invite. This is
I should have I should have taken a picture of the main road, which is Ashburn Village Road, I believe, of how many people were parking out there on a main road and walking all the way into the neighborhood. It was nuts. So it'll get back to Mike. So if you want to give us a call, or if you're a neighbor, give us a call. I got to think that they have to have some sort of a regulation or an agreement for next year where they don't have those lights on for as long as they did. Maybe you have it on for a week, but there's just too many people. Too many people in the neighborhood.
I don't know. I think he's got pressure to deliver now.
Well, we'll see.
He's got to be the guy.
We will see.
Because if he doesn't do it, there's going to be a lot of people who are going to be like, hey, Mike, what happened?
I
No
bet you.
Christmas lights.
I bet you the neighbors would be fine with it.
1-800-636-1067 is the number if you want to chime in. Coming up next at 7 o'clock, we hit the Skins right here on the Junkies. What's up, donks? You know me, JP. I've had a lot of injuries over the years. Weekend warrior. Injuries happen. Maybe you're dealing with back spasms, bone pain, joint pain. They can slow you down as you get older. That's why I trust Vantastat. Whether you need urgent advice after an injury, help understanding symptoms, or just want a connection to over 400 plus CAO orthopedic specialists, Vantastat is there for you. The Urgent Ortho Helpline is open 365 days a year. So don't wait. Call 844-VANTA-365. Seriously, I've seen how much of a difference it can make.
We're brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Commanders getting set for the season finale Sunday in Philly. Marcus Mariota status is still uncertain. Hand and quad injuries, did not participate in a light walkthrough Monday. Dan Quinn said Josh Johnson would get the start again this weekend if Mariota cannot play. Monday Night Football, Falcons blew a 21-0 lead, but get a late Zane Gonzalez field goal to beat the Rams 27-24. Bijan Robinson had a big night, 195 rushing with a TD catch and a touchdown run. NBA Wizards had a 2-game winning streak snap, falling to Phoenix 115-101. The big NBA news, though, last night was in Miami. Nuggets star Nikola Jokic injured his left knee In a loss to the Heat, he'll have an MRI later today. And hockey, the Capitals on the road last night, they were beaten by Florida 5-3. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Welcome back. Chunky's come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're brought to you by friends at Crop Metcalf. They're the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. It's Bish and JP hanging out here on the day before New Year's Eve.
Yes, sir.
We've been dubbed lame by the boys behind the glass.
I'll take it.
Your boy Benj, I think you're the only one that calls him Benj, and
Yeah.
Mike Moore, as you call him.
I call him
You
Mike
like
Moore.
messing around with people's names.
Yes, I do.
Who else do you mess around with, like names wise? Is that like strictly like at the station? Or
No, I
you
do it.
that.
I do it with my buddies too. Yeah, I just mess with their names. Like I got a buddy's name's Peter. His last name's Scorby. I call him Scooby Doo.
Okay, well
like
that's a nickname,
Well, yeah.
but you're the only guy that does that.
Oh, yeah. I don't think anybody else calls him Scooby. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. But I just like to mess with people. And I call Mike Moore because someone else, I think, called him Mike Moore
Somebody botched his name.
Yes.
A caller,
and called him Mike
and then
Moore.
you run with it.
So I
since.
ran with it. So he's Mike Moore to me now.
I like Benj. I do like
I'm
it.
surprised more people don't call him Benj because he was born Benjamin,
Yep.
right? But everyone calls him Ben.
Some
Short.
some people call me on Twitter Benj now because of you, Bish.
Yeah.
Anything's better than unfunny Ben. What
Yeah,
an awful name.
I've never
He's
called
trying
you
to
that.
run away from that.
I've never called you Unfunny Ben. That's
I,
just
I don't know. I'm probably never gonna forgive EB for that.
Yeah. Well, you're Benj to me.
Love it.
We've got Chris Doring joining us coming up in 15 minutes. We'll preview all the college football games, which you are correct.
Yeah.
Are tomorrow. See, I'm just not like
One's tomorrow.
like tomorrow like is kind of like our weekend, right?
Yeah. Correct.
Because we're off Thursday
Tomorrow
and
is
Friday.
our Friday night.
So I was like kind of thinking it was the weekend, but it's actually tomorrow.
Correct. And it's a Wednesday, but it's like our Friday.
Yes. So we will talk about that with Chris
And
Doring.
by the way, who doesn't like having 3-day weeks? It's beautiful.
it's not bad.
It's not bad.
It's not bad. So we'll talk to Chris Doring coming up in 15 minutes. Later in the show, we've got Will Dawkins, Wizards GM. They've won 2 of their last 3. He'll join us at 8:45. Von Miller from the Commanders will join us at 9:20, and Joe B to talk some Caps at the end of the show at 9:45. But at 7 o'clock, time to hit the skins,
All
which
right.
is cooked up by our friends at Oseyo Korean Barbecue in the Lansdowne Town Center. Authentic Korean flavors, bold marinades, and premium cuts grilled right at your table. It's a dining experience. It's as fun as it is delicious. Perfect for date night or dinner with the family. Oseyo means come on in.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll start with something that I know you guys tackled last week. I wasn't here. I don't know what your opinion on it was, and I'll give you my opinion. I think it's a joke that Sam Hartman's not starting at quarterback, that they're going with a guy who's, in my opinion, not part of their future. What is the point of playing Josh Johnson at quarterback?
Well, Sam Hartman's not part of their future either.
That's a good point. It's a good counter.
No, the controversy last week was the fact that Sam Hartman was the 3rd string quarterback on the practice squad, and they went out and
They got Driscoll.
They plucked Jeff Driscoll from, was he with Arizona on their practice squad? Maybe I can't remember, but he was on another practice squad. They plucked him and they made him active, and they made him the number 2. So he leapfrogged Sam Hartman, and we asked why. So if Josh Johnson is the number 2 anyway. Okay, why go out and pluck Jeff Driscoll over Sam Hartman if Sam Hartman was your emergency quarterback? And we came to the conclusion that Cliff and DQ, they just don't think Sam Hartman's good enough to play in a live NFL game.
Who do
But
you
the
want to
question
see,
is-
though? Who do you want to see? If he's on your roster, who do you want to see at quarterback? And we can open this up to callers. 1-800-636-1067. So Quinn spoke yesterday
Mhm.
and said, I mean, it looks like it's going to be Josh Johnson, right?
It is going to be Josh.
Mariota has stitches on his hand.
He's not going to play.
They don't maybe they're tanking. Maybe they want to lose. They don't want to put Mariota out there. Not that Mariota's good. Like, the guy won one game, I think, as a starter this year.
Yeah.
So it's not like Mariota's some
mean,
dragon slayer.
If the Eagles play their starters, Mariota wasn't beating them either.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so I understand that.
Mhm.
But to me, if it's to tell the truth Monday, the truth is, yeah, they think Sam Hartman sucks.
Correct.
But still, like, as a fan, he's a young guy who
Mhm.
theoretically has potential. I'd still like to see him. Let me see what this guy can do. I've seen Josh Johnson.
Yeah.
I've seen Marcus Mariota. Like, as a fan, I want to see Sam Hartman. I want to see something out of him besides, like, his hair flowing in training camp.
All right. Well, he wasn't good in the preseason. You saw him in the preseason. He wasn't very good. So they obviously think that Josh Johnson, who's been with 15 different teams and he's a veteran, is going to play better, especially against a good team, than Sam Hartman.
I'm sure based on experience,
But
he'd play better. But I would still want to see if there was any potential in Sam Hartman.
Okay.
I'm not going to make a judgment on, I mean, how many passes does he have in the preseason?
I don't know. It's not many.
Couple
But
dozen, maybe?
He wasn't very good.
Right. But he's still the young guy.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to see if he's worth keeping around.
Well, Cliff and DQ don't want to see it. But the question is,
I have no interest.
They have no interest. And the question is, why is he still on the practice squad? Why would you go pluck another guy off a practice squad and leapfrog him and make him the number 2, as opposed to taking your number 3 on the practice squad and making him the number 2 behind Josh Johnson? I just think that they know what he can do and what he can't do, and Josh Johnson can do a lot more.
Look.
But Commanders fans, and I want to throw this out to Commanders fans, the Eagles still haven't decided how many of their starters are going to play. Okay, so the Eagles can't go any lower than the number 3 seed in the NFC brackets. But they do have a shot at getting to the number 2 seed. So if they beat the Commanders and the Bears lose to the Lions on Sunday, Philadelphia would get the number 2 seed. And the reason that's big is because at the number 2 seed, you would guarantee a home game in the wild card round and a home game in the divisional round, possibly in the NFC Championship. All right, so you could possibly host for 3 playoff games, as opposed to the number 3 seed would only guarantee 1 home game in Philadelphia. So they may play their starters because if they can get to the number 2 seed, if the Bears lose, that would be huge going down the road, because they would not have to play as many road games. So Sirianni may play the starters, and which would make it a lot tougher for the Commanders to win.
Ultimately, it doesn't matter. But just as a fan,
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to see what Sam Hartman could do.
All right, well, you're not going to see
And
it.
it's a joke.
You're not
In
going to
my
see it.
mind, it's a joke that he's been on the roster, whether it's
He's not going to.
practice squad or whatever the heck whatever they dub him.
Yeah.
All right, he's been around.
Mhm.
To bring in Jeff Driscoll, like I said, joke.
Yep.
To me, to play Josh Johnson, your third string quarterback behind, obviously JD and Mariota, over Sam Hartman, I just don't understand the point. Like Josh Johnson, except for, you made a great point. Your very salient point is, well, Sam Hartman's not part of the future either.
Yeah, and they know what he can do. They know he's not ready for it. And the reason they went out and got Jeff Driscoll, Kingsbury said it to the media, they felt better with Driscoll because Driscoll has played against more live defenses in the NFL as a starter.
But why even have him around then?
I know. That's the question we asked all the Commander fans. They didn't know either.
Let's go to Scott in Silver Spring. Happy New Year, Scott.
Hey, Happy New Year's, guys.
What's up, bud?
Not too much, man. I mean, if you have any faith or hope at all in Hartman, you got to play Hartman.
Uh-huh.
But I also get it. I mean, for the sake of the other 52 guys that are going to be playing, you have to try to win, and whoever gives you the best chance to win, I think you have to play, even though it doesn't matter at this point. But I mean, we've seen Johnson, we've seen that show, we've seen it, we saw it years ago. I mean, what's the point? I'd rather see Driscoll than Johnson if you're not going to play Hartman.
And Johnson, by the way, I might be wrong on this.
Are you?
But I think I heard a stat.
Keep him on for a
that
second.
Johnson's played in 10 games, something like that, over the course of his career.
Yeah.
You know how many he's won?
Probably 0.
I think 1.
1 or 9. Okay. So, Scott, as a fan, do you want to see them win, or do you still hope that they lose to possibly help their draft stock in the draft order?
Well, because it's Philly, and I'm starting to hate Philly just as much as I hate Dallas.
Yeah.
And because of that, going for two, I don't care if we win or not, but I hope the boys come out and lay some wood on them. I mean, I really hope there's some hard hits. I don't want to see anybody get hurt, but I would like to see a point made. I don't think they're going to give up on Dan either way. I think they'll play hard, but I just want to see some hard football.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you're going to see hard football. It's just a matter of whether Philadelphia plays their starters, because if they do play their starters and they want to win the game, they're going to kill Washington.
Oh, Sirianni's a jerk, man. He's going to play the starters.
He might. If he thinks it's better for them in the playoff seeding, yes, I would agree.
Yeah.
And the Bears play at the same time. So the Bears-Lions play at 4:25. Washington and Philly play at 4:25. So it's not like Sirianni's going to know the result because they're playing at the same time. And I don't know if Ben Johnson's going to play his starters, because they might be locked into their seed as a division winner. So Detroit might win that game, and if Philly wins, they go to the number 2 seed.
So Josh Johnson started and played in a lot more of his career. So I don't know the exact stat I heard. Maybe it was in his last 10 games he's won one, because I saw something online like 20 and 25. All right, let's go to Sabah real quick. I was having a little online back and forth with Sabah. I don't know what happened last week. She's upset. Apparently, she tried calling into the show, and they didn't put her through. She wants to talk about name change.
I don't remember this.
Then she's upset that I said that online, that it was a tired topic.
Yes.
So, Sabah, I'm giving you the floor here for 30 seconds to a minute. What's up, Sabah?
Hey, guys. Thanks, JP. Bush, nice to listen to you guys. Yes, I called in on the Wednesday. I think it was the other guy, Cakes. He did open line. And I talked to the same gentleman that I talked to when I just answered. I think, is that Mike Marr? The younger one. I think that's him. He's the one that said, we're not taking calls about the name. So that was who said it to me.
Okay.
And he didn't seem happy that I want to talk about the name this time either. But I get it. He didn't live it like I lived it. And Eric Bickle, we lived it, and Kevin Sheehan and Annapolis, we lived the heyday of the Redskins, and the younger people have not lived it. And so I understand, and I respectfully disagree with that, but I understand their view on it. Now, first of all, I do agree with you. I think Sam Hartman should absolutely play. I think they may be hiding him because they don't want someone else plucking him. That could be it. But anyway, that's another topic. About the Redskins, the way it was ripped away from us was constant media pressure. The Florios of the world, the Wises, and the Peter Kings, and the Jim Nances or whatever that guy. Those people, they just kept at it when they had no business talking about it. Now it's my team, it's our team, it's the fans' team, and I know JP, you're not really a fan. I got that, but the Pickles out there, the rest of us, we care about this name. And I know you guys don't want to give up your freebies that you get. I got that. I understand what's happening. But
what does that have to do with freebies? Has nothing to do with freebies.
You get sweet tickets. Your kids get going all the games at those owners box. They get all the free everything. Come on now. Let's be real. You guys have no interest in really talking about the name because you don't want to upset the locker room. You don't want to upset access. And I understand you're in a difficult position.
That's a misperception. You're incorrect there.
Okay, fine. If I'm incorrect, then talk about it. Because you will have callers call every day about it. We want our name back.
I gave you an answer online. I'll give it to you here. First of all, the front office, they've said repeatedly, they have no interest in changing the name.
And so we said repeatedly, we're not changing the name, and it changed, didn't we? The front office repeatedly said, we're not changing it, and it changed. I don't care what people say. How many people say he's not tradable? We're not trading him. We're not trading him. They trade him. How many people say, I'm not leaving. I'm coaching here. Saban, I'm not leaving Miami Dolphins. And what did he do? He went to Alabama.
Sabah, why are you so angry on New Year's week?
She's passionate about the name change.
And by the way, she is wrong. There's no way that the Commanders are hiding Sam Hartman because they're afraid other teams are going to pluck. You're from another planet if you think that.
It was me that didn't put her through last week, not Mike Marr. And the reason we had a real topic that people were calling in. I'm not derailing the segment with a call about the name that's been gone for 5 years.
Yeah, I'm tired.
It's not that hard.
I'm tired of talking about it too. Although it is Open Line Tuesday, you can talk about whatever you want if you really do.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. But coming up next, we're going to talk some college football.
Yep, CD.
There's not just one big game. There are 4 big games coming up. We'll talk to Chris Doering, of course, from the SEC Network, former Washington Redskins wide receiver.
Correct.
We'll get his take on the games coming up. Don't go anywhere. We're the Junkies on the Fan. What's up, dogs? JP from the Junkies here. If you're a weekend warrior like myself, play different sports, whether it's tennis, pickleball, golf, you might have injuries. I've had a bunch of knee surgeries. Not good. Well, if you're dealing with pain, joint pain, different injuries that can slow you down, you got to get with Vantastat. Whether you need urgent advice after an injury, help understanding symptoms, or just want a connection to over 400 plus CAO orthopedic specialists, Vantastat is there for you. The urgent ortho helpline is open 365 days a year. Don't wait. Call 844-VANTA-365. Seriously, I've seen how much of a difference it can make. Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. There's a topic that I sent last night via email.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if we can talk about it. You know what we're going to talk about during the break to see, because the language,
I'm guessing
the rules.
I heard what you
but
said.
it'll be
I'm
fun
guessing.
to talk about.
Okay. All right. Well,
It's a good list out there.
All right.
So we may have that topic coming up later in the show if we're allowed to talk about it.
Okay.
But I do know we can talk college football.
Yes, sir.
Join us right now on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude's the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. It's our pal Chris Doring, studio analyst and host for the SEC Network. What's up, CD?
CD.
Morning. How we doing, boys?
CD, how was the so CD and his family rented a big beach house in Augustine. I believe it's St. Augustine, Florida, correct?
Yeah,
Yeah.
man. It was good.
How was it?
It was good, but also chaotic, man. I got a 5-year-old niece and a 3-year-old nephew, so fun to see Christmas through the younger kids' eyes again, but also chaotic with trying to manage that whole situation. So it was good, man. 3 days with the fam, perfect.
Yeah. Was the house right on the beach?
It was right on the intercoastal, man,
Oh,
which is actually
right.
kind of better because you get the whole boating vibe out the back. You get the sunset, man. It was perfect.
Yeah. I'm jealous. I mean, it was 55 mile per hour gusts up here in the DMV yesterday. Wind chill about 19 degrees this morning.
That's a little. I'm in Charlotte right now. We got our show on TV this morning, so it was. It's a little chilly here, but I'm heading to Pasadena. I don't know if you guys saw the weather forecast out in LA there for the Rose Bowl, but not typical Rose Bowl weather, man. 61 degrees, 100% chance of rain,
Oh.
10-mile-an-hour winds. So not looking forward to that.
Oh, I didn't see that. All right, so you're going to the Rose Bowl. Have you ever been to the Rose Bowl before?
Yeah, this will be my third trip to the Rose Bowl. My first trip was the OU Georgia semifinal game that went to overtime, where Sony Michel scored the touchdown in the first overtime period, and then was there for Michigan Alabama, which went to overtime, and Michigan went Michigan's way. I think there's 4 overtime games in the history of the college football playoff. I've been to 2 of them at the Rose Bowl, and then one last year at the Arizona State Texas game. So I'm hoping for another good one here this week.
Okay, so I know you're an SEC guy, and you know all the SEC teams like the back of your hand. But how much have you actually seen Indiana play?
I have not seen Indiana play a ton during the season. Obviously, I watched them on TV, but diving into the tape, really impressed with what I've seen from Indiana and the physicality with which Curt Cignetti has brought to this team in just a couple years is remarkable. The way they play, the way they run the football, really impressed. The offensive line, probably better in run blocking than they are pass blocking. And then defensively, man, they got some dudes that can win in one-on-one situations up front. They're one of the least blitzing teams in the country, meaning they only bring 4 or less typically, but yet still one of the most disruptive. They do it with guys that can win in one-on-one situations. They do it with some different disguises where they force the quarterback to clutch and not necessarily sure what he's seeing, and then they also bring pressure from all over the place. So it's going to be a challenge for this offensive line for Alabama that's had a hard time with pass protection the last month of the season.
What was really kind of surprising to me, and not sure how much of the game you saw, but when in the Big Ten championship, to hold Ohio State to 10 points, all right, and to hold Ohio State to 4 for 12 on third down, they got to saying a bunch, and no one could get to saying all year. That was kind of the most shocking thing. I'm not surprised they won the game, but how they won it, how IU beat Ohio State that way and kind of dominated their offense, that was surprising to me. And I'm not sure how Alabama is going to game plan for this, because they got talent too, but Ohio State has NFL players all over their offense.
Yeah, it was surprising to me as well. But I also think, let's be honest, I mean, with Ohio State, what have we seen from them in competition throughout the year? We saw them play Texas the first week of the season, and that was with Arch Manning being taking over the full-time starting job for the first time, a bunch of young players on offense, including an offensive line that wasn't very good.
Mm-hmm.
Then you go the majority of the season where they're not really playing any top-tier competition. They play Michigan, and it's kind of a down year for Michigan a little bit, but
Right.
so that's kind of the thing that I don't know about. It's hard to compare wins across the board. I do respect what I see from Indiana on tape, but at the same time, the talent differential, what they'll play against Alabama on terms of 4 and 5 star players is different. Alabama has 13 320-pound players or more. Indiana doesn't have a single one. So in terms of the line of scrimmage, that's a big difference.
It's kind of crazy. If you would have told me, I don't know, 5 years ago that Indiana was going to be a 7-point favorite over Alabama in a quarterfinal college football playoff game, I would have laughed at you. I can't believe they're 7-point favorites. I get it. I mean, they're number 1 in the country, and Bama came in as a 9 seed. But, all right, so who do you like in the game?
To give that some context, though,
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking about Alabama's the 3rd most winningest program in FBS history all time.
Right.
Coming into the season, IU was the losingest team in the history of FBS. They changed it with this undefeated season they've been on. Their 2nd losingest right now. But, yeah, to think IU being a full touchdown point favorite would be a possibility. It's just hard to fathom.
That's crazy. All right, so if it does rain, you say it's a 100% chance of rain?
That's what it says as of right now. The forecast calls for 100% rain during the game.
All right, so who does that favor? Does that help Bama? Does it hurt them? Who do you like?
I mean, I think it definitely hurts Bama. Bama hadn't been able to run the football a lick all season, and so you're talking about a very one-dimensional team that's dependent on Ty Simpson pushing the ball down the field. I think the best group of players on this Alabama team is their wide receiving core and tight end. Cuevas being back is huge for them. But I think that's the question is can Alabama, one, find something to take the pressure off of Ty Simpson figuratively in terms of being able to run the football, or maybe at least use the short passing game to try to help get the ball out quickly, and two, can they find a way to pass protect? The offensive line has been inconsistent. The running backs have been poor in pass protection. So I think you look at like I said, the number, they're not bringing a whole lot more than 4 typically, but they're doing it from all over the place. They're bringing a bunch of guys to the line of scrimmage. Guys are dropping out, bringing overload protection. So it's going to be a challenge for this offensive line and running back crew when it comes to protecting Ty Simpson.
How good is Ty Simpson? He's kind of projected.
He's going to be
I've seen him
8
projected
pick.
as a top 10 pick, but then I've also seen him as a late first-round pick.
Yeah, it's funny because, there was a point in the middle of the season. Remember, Alabama went on that historic run. In 4 successive weeks, they beat 4 ranked opponents, and we're thinking Ty Simpson is the favorite to be the Heisman Trophy winner.
Right.
Then, the things kind of wheels fell off a little bit back in the beginning of November. LSU in the win, in the Tide's win over LSU, kind of showed everybody the blueprint for how you affect Ty Simpson, for how you beat Alabama, and that's what they were doing with some of the blitzes, getting one-on-one with running backs against the defense's best blitzer, Harold Perkins. And then after that, Oklahoma did it. You saw Auburn do it. Certainly Georgia did it in the SEC championship game. So this is going to be something that they're going to have to figure out. Jam Miller is supposedly back, one of their running backs, 100%. So he has not been great in pass protection, but he's probably the better runner. So that'll be something to keep your eye on. But to answer your question, I think Ty Simpson, when protected, is one of the best in the country. Go back to that Georgia game the first time when they played in Athens. They converted, I want to say, 8 of 10 third down tries in the first half, and it wasn't even short third downs. We're talking about 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9. They're able to protect him. He can find the guy downfield when you give him time. He can also scramble and make plays with his legs. He's good outside the pocket. So I definitely think this is a throwback to the old days where you recruit a guy who's a 5-star player, comes in, sits, waits his turn, gets his opportunity, and takes advantage of it. So yeah. I'm cheering for the kid. I'm cheering for him in the game, and I'm cheering for him in life because I think he's a good leader. He's put in his time, and he's a good quarterback when you give him some protection and give him some balance in your offense.
Seems like a good kid, yeah. All right, so I guess we're rooting for Bama. All right, let's start with or get to the second game, which is going to be the New Year's Eve game. Are you going to be out in L.A. in time to see the Cotton Bowl, Miami, Ohio State, tomorrow night?
My flight gets in, I think, what time? At I think I get in at 4:30 Pacific time, so I'll be there pretty close
right around
when the kickoff's occurring.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So what Miami did to Texas A&M and getting to Marcel Reed 7 times was unbelievable. I mean, Miami, they're just loaded with freaks of nature on the defensive line. Ruben Bain is just a freak of nature. The kid Akeem Mesidor, freak of nature. They got 2 DBs who are really good. They can get to the quarterback. They just have a ton of talent defensively. Ohio State's a 9.5-point favorite over Miami, which is kind
Seems
of
like a lot, doesn't it? I mean,
yeah. And you were just talking about Ohio State, how they really didn't play anybody. Should they be giving Miami almost 10 points?
Yeah, I think it feels like a lot, but then at the same time, one of those too good to be true things typically is the case when you look at some of those weird Vegas lines. I'll say, to your point, I watched Miami play Florida, my alma mater, early in the season. They were very disruptive up front. They owned the line of scrimmage. They're incredibly physical. And then things kind of fell off a little bit for them in that run where they lost back-to-back games.
Right.
They lost to Louisville and lost to SMU. And then they put things back together. And I think the thing that stood out to me the most, you mentioned 7 sacks. 6 of them came in the second half against Texas A&M on the road in College Station in a hostile environment. The defense looked like one of the old Miami defenses that we were seeing back in the 80s. They were fast. They were physical. They were getting downhill. The linebackers and safeties are coming up and delivering violent blows to ball carriers. They can win in one-on-one situations up front, too. So I think this is going to be a real challenge, not only for the Ohio State offensive line, who had some challenges with Indiana's front 7, but also for Julian Sand, because we haven't seen him under duress a ton. And you mentioned it didn't really click on all cylinders in the game against Indiana. So I think that's something to keep your eye on, is how he reacts in this kind of ball game when he's going to see the pressure that he'll see from the defense from Miami.
All right. This game I know you know a lot about. All right. This is the Sugar Bowl. It's going to be Ole Miss and Georgia. Lane's gone, although a bunch of the coaches that are going to join him at LSU are still going to be there for this game. When they played in the regular season, neither team could stop each other. Gunnar Stockton was unbelievable in this game. He had 5 touchdowns, including a rushing touchdown. But Georgia couldn't stop Ole Miss. Every time Georgia scored, Ole Miss answered. And I think Ole Miss had the lead for a lot of this game until the fourth quarter. This is a 6.5-point number. Georgia Lane 6.5. Do you think Lane Kiffin not being there hurts this team?
Yeah, let's talk about a few things. First and foremost, you're right. In that ball game, Ole Miss scored touchdowns on their first 5 possessions of the game. We're talking about long, sustained drives. I think they had 2 65-yard drives and 3 75-yard drives. But most of them, 4 of those 5, were 10-play or more drives where they just marched down the field, something you don't typically see against the Georgia defense. And then you get to the fourth quarter, and Georgia completely dominates. They get 2 3-and-outs to start the quarter, and they possess the ball for 13 minutes and 7 seconds, mostly by being able to line up and run the ball when Ole Miss knew they were going to run it and could do nothing about it. I mean, you're right. Ole Miss had a 9-point lead heading into the fourth quarter, and that final 15-minute period completely flipped from what the 3 previous had. We're going to talk to Kirby Smart this morning on our show, so I'm anxious to kind of talk to him about what happened there. But to your point, the Lane Kiffin factor, everybody wants to know, how much of an impact that'll have. I think you saw, at least for a game, against Tulane, I mean, it was pretty much the same outcome as you saw the first matchup between Ole Miss and Tulane, where Trinidad Chambliss was fabulous. They were able to go up and down the field on them. I think the more important factor, maybe than even Lane Kiffin being on the sideline, is that they did get Charlie Weiss Jr., the offensive coordinator and play caller, back. He did go with Lane Kiffin to LSU, but he's been allowed to come back. He's been working with Ole Miss the last couple of weeks in their preparation for Bull Run, called the plays against Tulane. So I do think that they will be okay offensively without Lane Kiffin there. But I also think Georgia's a much different team than they were the first time. You've seen the defense, the defense get a lot better. They've been able to create a lot more pressure up front than they had earlier in the season. I mean, at one point, I think in November, you're talking about the the Georgia defense being second to last in sacks, which is not something you
Wow.
typically see from a Bulldog
That
defense.
is surprising.
Yeah, they've been able to get more pressure. They've been able to run the ball a lot more. And I think that fourth quarter, what you saw was a really physical output from Georgia in running the ball. The offensive line up front just manhandled Ole Miss. That's going to be the biggest question for me is can the defensive side of the ball elevate their physicality to match what Georgia's going to bring offensively?
Okay. All right. Before we let you go, I just want to get your take, and I'm sure you've talked about this on your show, but I haven't heard you. Are you a fan of the 12-team playoff, including the group of 5 teams? Or do you want to see the committee just rank the best 12 teams, whether or not you're a conference champion or not?
Yeah, I mean, I love the idea of, the equivalent of the NCAA basketball tournament where the little guy gets a chance to play. I do like the aspect of having that route. Now, with that being said, I don't like Notre Dame sitting at home. I don't like Texas sitting at home. I don't like Vanderbilt sitting at home. I don't like BYU sitting at home. I think for those 4 teams would have been much more competitive than what you saw from JMU, what you saw from Tulane. So I do think it's going to take care of itself. We're going to expand to 16 teams here soon, and I think at that point we're maybe not as worried about it. But the fact that we're missing some of those teams that I think could not only win a game but could win the entire tournament, not having a chance while JMU and Tulane play and knowing they're not going to be competitive is tough to watch.
Okay. All right. Real quick, didn't ask you about Oregon, Texas Tech. Texas Tech loaded defensively. I mean, these 2 linebackers, Rodriguez and Roberts, are just beasts. They spent so much money on their team, talking about NIL. I don't know how they got all these guys to Lubbock, Texas, but money talks.
Money talks. It's a new era of college football, right?
Yeah,
and to think about being able to do it really quickly.
Yep.
Joey McGuire has done a great job as their coach, investing the type of money they have in their roster has made them, very competitive on the national landscape. And I do like, too, what Dan Lanning said about Texas Tech should have the chance to host this game as the higher seeded team rather than playing in the second round on a neutral site game. I think the teams that have the buys, and again, the expansion is going to probably take care of this, but the teams that have a bye should have a chance to host
home team,
a playoff game. I mean, the atmosphere is crazy. I was there for Tulane Ole Miss last week in Oxford. It was awesome. Last year I was at Tennessee and Ohio State in Columbus. It was awesome. So these teams that earn the right to have a bye also should have a chance to host a home game.
Yeah. So you think they'll change that down the road?
I mean, I think it's going to change. You're going to see the field expand to 16, and I think you'll see the top 8 teams get a chance to host playoff games.
Love it. Hey, safe travels out to L.A., buddy. Hopefully the weather
Appreciate
stays
you
dry,
guys.
man. And
All right, man.
Have a great time. All right?
Thanks, y'all.
All right.
Chris Doering
Doering.
from the SEC Network. Going to be talking to Kirby Smart a little bit later in the show.
Very cool, man.
In his show.
On his show. Yep.
But on our show, we're going to talk to Will Dawkins, the Wizards GM. They won 2 in a row recently. Did lose last night to the Suns. We got Von Miller from the Commanders joining us. That's at 9:20. And Joe Beninati talks some Caps at 9:45. That's all right here on the Junkies. The largest fireworks store on the East Coast is now open just in time for New Year's Eve. It's Guerrilla Fireworks, featuring a massive selection of firecrackers, rockets, mortars, artillery shells, can't say that word, Roman candles, fountains, and more. No need to drive to Pennsylvania or south of the border. Guerrilla Fireworks is just 30 minutes from the DMV in Charlestown, West Virginia, 1 mile from Hollywood Casino. Celebrate the new year with huge savings. The entire store, buy one, get one free. Plus, buy one, get 2 free specials. Don't wait. Ring in the new year with a bang. Guerrilla Fireworks. Light up your sky this year, this New Year's Eve. All right, let me give you a little behind-the-scenes story. So I sent in a topic which is kind of racy.
Okay.
The boys behind the glass, we now have Benj and Mike Marr because Valdez was throwing up.
He wasn't
He
feeling
actually
good.
came in, but he went back home. He's
Correct.
probably under the covers right now.
I told him to
being
go
better.
home. I said,
Yeah,
bro,
yeah.
just go home.
There's no reason.
Yeah.
But these guys are afraid that they don't know the censorship rules,
Uh-huh.
and nobody trusts us because we'll say stuff, and then people are like, oh, you can't say that on the air anymore.
Right.
So that is tabled. But I also sent in this topic about turf.
Okay.
So let me just
Artificial
take
turf.
a step back.
Yeah.
I moved into my house 4 or 5 years ago,
Mm-hmm.
and I inherited a guy. Mike Marr was asking me. I inherited a guy who was doing the lawn for a while, Joe, super nice guy, and I intended to cut my own lawn, but I didn't have the heart to like get rid of him. He was an older guy, super nice,
Mm-hmm.
and so he did my lawn for like the first year or two, but then it went away because he couldn't. He like lived far away. I don't even remember exactly what was going on. His mother was sick, or anyway. I started doing the lawn myself, and I would not classify my guy as like classify myself as an obsessed guy with the lawn.
Yeah.
But it does bother me that my lawn has issues.
Right.
All right. My house is set up in a way where basically the front yard, which is the biggest part that you see, is in shade all the time because the sun comes from directly behind the house. So like it gets very little sunlight.
Okay.
So that makes it tough. I also have 4 monster trees, which somebody told me sucks up the nitrogen.
Okay.
All right. My grass is not green. Like
Yeah.
some of my neighbors, like across the street, now they have the advantage because they're getting the sun.
Yeah.
Their houses are not blocking out the sun the way they're set up, have green grass. Mine appears kind of yellow, and it ricks me a little bit. All right.
Without the sun, I would think that if the sun doesn't hit it, it would stay greener longer.
I don't know.
I mean,
I'm telling you that my grass, in my opinion, looks nubby. Now, there's times of the year in April, May, June, it'll look good, and people across the street go, hey, your lawn looks good. But if you get up on top of it, there's a lot of issues with the lawn.
all right. Do you have
I-
it treated regularly? Fertilized?
I did, but I didn't find that it was helping,
Do you,
so I quit.
do you water it?
On occasion, yes.
Okay. On occasion. Do you have irrigation?
Do not.
Okay.
Now, the larger issue is the ground underneath it, the soil,
Mhm.
is almost clay-like.
Okay.
It's very hard. So I've aerated it a bunch of times, seeded it a bunch of times, and nothing new seems to grow.
Okay. So you
So
have
to get
issues
to the
with your
topic
front
at
lawn.
hand, though,
Yeah.
is I saw this story which kind of relates to that about artificial turf.
Yep.
And apparently there is a trend. Now, I have not seen this in my neighborhood, but there is a trend in certain parts of the country
Oh yeah.
where homeowners are turning to turf in their front lawn.
Yep.
And I saw this picture of a neighborhood where you can see, and I'll show you the picture here. I'll just turn around my computer, where you see some homes with kind of yellowish grass, and then you
Yeah.
see a lawn which is turf.
And it looks great.
And- Okay, that's the question. Do you think it looks great? Because apparently a lot of people are upset at this trend towards turf
Yeah.
being in front lawns because it looks fake
Mm-hmm.
and it just stands out compared to everybody else's lawn.
I think in the
How would you feel about that? Like we were talking about having a neighbor with the crazy lights.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And being upset if it caused traffic. How would you feel if your next door neighbor all of a sudden just tore up all their grass and put down turf?
I don't mind it as much as some people. Some HOAs don't allow you to put it in the front yard. They'll allow you to put it in the backyard so you don't see it. But as far as the turf versus grass, I have a problem with my neighbors who don't take care of their yards. So if they had turf and it always looked green as opposed to the way they currently treat it, which they don't, and they let the weeds grow and they don't water it and they let it grow out, it just looks awful. It makes the neighborhood look worse. So the artificial turf would make their house look better and make the neighborhood look better. If you're going to take care of your lawn, okay, then I don't have a problem with you not going turf. But a lot of people don't take care of their lawns, and they look yellow because they don't take care of their lawns. I take care of mine. I've got an irrigation. I have it fertilized. I have it seeded. My guy does a great job.
You've got a guy.
My guy Nelson. Now, it costs me a lot of money. Artificial turf, would be cheaper over the course of a year because you don't have to seed it, you don't have to cut it, you don't have to water it. You just lay it. Now, if you have a pet and it poops on the artificial turf, it's harder to clean it. So it would have to be deep cleaned a couple times a year. But as far as it's much cheaper, I think it looks fine. I probably wouldn't have it in my front yard. I would have it in my back. If I ever had a pool in my backyard, I would have turf all around it. I think it would look great.
So to be honest, my wife is mostly
look
brought
at
it
this.
up for
Look at
the
this, Mike. Look how
backyard.
nice that looks with that pool. Doesn't it look awesome?
It does look pretty silly. It looks like it's in like Miami or somewhere in Florida, though.
Yeah, it probably is. I just think it looks good if it's well kept and if it's installed correctly. It looks really good.
1-800-636-1067 here on Open Line Tuesday. How do you feel about turf replacing grass in a neighborhood?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I would legitimately consider it, but here's what happened with my lawn, and this is boring, but I think it got diseased this year. And there was a part of the lawn where it kept spreading and spreading and spreading.
Mm-hmm.
And like my lawn right now looks yellowish, reddish in spots.
Yeah,
Almost like reddish.
send me a picture today.
All right.
I could have a guy come out there and really hook you, but we can talk about that later. Like I said, I just have problems with my neighbors, and believe me, I've got a bunch of them that don't care about the way their lawn looks.
See, I take care of the lawn, like in terms of like
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
think you're
the best
different.
at trimming it,
Yeah.
but I mow the lawn. I keep it nice.
Yeah.
It's not like out of control.
Yeah.
And it's not like weeds everywhere.
Mhm.
It doesn't like
It doesn't
pop.
pop.
It definitely does
pop.
not pop.
Yeah.
It's okay.
I think my lawn pops, especially in
But your front lawn's not big.
It's
Like,
not
you have a
big.
very small.
I've got a small front yard, but I think it looks as good as any yard in the neighborhood
But if I
because
put
I
turf,
take care of it.
First of all, I have a pretty big side yard.
Yeah.
And the front yard's substantial.
Yeah.
It would cost a lot of money to put in the turf, but it would stand out.
Yeah, I don't know how much that costs.
It would stand out.
Someone would have to call or text and tell us how much turf costs per square yard or foot, whatever the cost would be.
I mean, if you do it right. I mean,
Yeah.
I imagine. Like,
But it's low
there's
maintenance. But JP, it's low maintenance. You wouldn't have to water it. You wouldn't have to seed it. I think you would save money over the course of however long you own the house. I do. I think you would make out on having turf versus
Now,
grass.
ultimately, I don't care. But wouldn't you just get joned on too?
What?
If you're the only one to, I mean, is there anybody in your neighborhood
That has turf?
on your cul-de-sac
No.
that has turf?
No.
There's probably nobody.
No. Now I don't know about backyards, but I don't think
No,
so.
backyards is fine. Nobody's
Yeah.
seeing your backyard.
No, front yards. I don't think my HOA would allow front yard turf. Honestly, they might say it's okay in the backyard, but I don't think they would allow front yards to have turf.
It would be great for kicking around the soccer ball. Like we kick around the soccer ball a decent amount.
Yeah.
In the front yard and side yard.
Yeah.
Turf would be kind of silly.
I've got a buddy who does have. Now it's not my neighborhood; it's another neighborhood. It's probably 10 minutes away, but he does have turf front and back. Now he's got a very small
now
front
what's
yard,
next to
and it's
him?
fenced in. It's fenced in.
Okay.
What do you mean? What's next to him?
Like does his next door neighbor have
Oh,
regular
yeah.
grass?
Oh, yeah, the
So
other
it's
houses-
like turf, and there's just this dividing line.
Yeah, but he's got it fenced in, so you can't really see it unless you go into his yard.
Okay.
So you can't see it from the street.
A big con about it though is like on a 100-degree day, you wouldn't be able to walk on the turf because the plastic in it traps the heat.
True.
So your dog wouldn't be able to walk on it at least comfortably, or neither would a human.
You're probably right. You're
'Cause-
probably right.
Yeah, because like there's a lot of
That'd
days.
be one of the negatives.
Yeah, I mean that would be a big negative though because for three
Although,
or four,
why
three or
would you
four
want to?
months-
Why would you want to walk even if you had natural grass while you're walking outside if it's 100 degrees on your grass?
Well, I'm saying if you got to let your dog outside or something.
Okay, well, put some flip flops on.
All right, we can take some calls on this next. Phone number is 1-800-636-1067. How do you feel about throwing turf on your grass if you live in a neighborhood in a single-family home?
Okay.
800-636-1067. We're the Junkies. Be right back. Hey, it's JP for Dr. Sean Kumra and Elegant Smiles Dental Care in Alexandria. For years, I was hesitant about going to the dentist, but now I got my guy. I found the right guy. Dr. Kumra is a local guy. He went to JMU, University of Maryland Dental School, and he's been helping patients smile since 2005. At Elegant Smiles, you experience dentistry with a touch of elegance. That's right. Dr. Kumra and his talented team make it easy. They cater to your schedule. They've got extended hours, even emergency weekend appointments, and they can erase all that dental fear. I had a great experience. You will too. Book your appointment today at elegantsmilesdds.com or you call 703-750-1099.
We're brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. Final Monday night football game of the season last night in Atlanta. Falcons blew a 21-0 halftime lead, needed a late field goal from Zane Gonzalez to beat the LA Rams 27-24. Meanwhile, the Commanders getting set for their season finale Sunday in Philadelphia. Marcus Mariota's status is uncertain for Sunday. He did not participate in a light walkthrough on Monday, and Dan Quinn said Josh Johnson would start again at quarterback if Mariota can't play. Hockey Capitals on the road last night. They lost again, beaten by Florida 5-3. Caps have now dropped 4 of 5 and 7 of their last 9. Wizards had a 2-game winning streak snap, falling to Phoenix 115-101. And Nuggets star Nikola Jokic injured his left knee last night in a loss at Miami. He'll have an MRI later on today. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network and brought to you by our friends at Crop Metcalf. They are the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. Looking to be their next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber. Visit cropmetcalf.com to join their team. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Jason Bishop. Still to come on the program, we got Will Dawkins from the Wizards.
Yep.
Always like talking to Will, the GM. Wizards actually won 2 straight games before losing last night.
Mm-hmm.
Von Miller from the Commanders joins us at 9:20. And Joe Beninati, voice of the Capitals, at 9:45. They lost last night 5-3 to Florida.
Mm-hmm.
It was 3-3 with about 7 minutes to go. Gave up a goal, and it didn't go their way. Willie had 2 goals.
Yeah, he did. Scored both in the first period, didn't he?
So we will talk to Joe B at 9:45. We're talking about this trend, supposedly in this article I saw, this trend of people replacing their grass in neighborhoods with turf.
Yep.
And a lot of people in those neighborhoods are upset. They don't like the turf because it really stands out. Now, the counter would be, well, it pops and it looks good, if you believe that. You have a buddy who sent you a text that apparently does this.
Yeah, he installs it. Yeah. I mean, he works for like a garden center, and that's what they do. They install turf or artificial turf in front yards, backyards. They do it all the time. He says it's about $25 a square foot.
Yeah, I've never
Sounds
really
pretty cheap. I don't know.
seriously thought about it other than the backyard. And I've got kind of a small backyard, but I wouldn't do it on the front yard. I just think it would look.
I probably wouldn't either.
I kind of agree with people that think it looks a little bit obnoxious, but
Yeah.
maybe I'm wrong. Let's go to the phones. 1-800-636-1067. Mike's in Accokeek, and he says he's got turf in his yard.
Mike.
What's up, Mike?
What's up?
Hey, good morning, John. Good morning, Just Had. What's up, Best? Hey, JP.
How you doing?
Hey, I'm good. So this you might like this. I'm the only one in my whole community that have a pool in the yard.
Okay.
Nobody in my community we don't even have a community pool. So I have a pool in my yard. So we did the grass for a little bit for a while, and then my wife kept looking at it. She was like, you know what? I don't like it. I want turf.
Yep.
So I was like, all right, cool. Got the turf, and it's a game changer, to be honest. Like, it looks so good around the pool.
Mm-hmm.
Patio furniture looks so much better. It pops so much better. Now, but the only thing that I will
But
say,
that's
every
backyard,
now
I'm
and then,
guessing, right? That's in
Yeah.
your backyard.
the backyard, yeah. I haven't since then. The backyard. Now, the only thing that I will say that every now and then you do have to pull the weeds because sometimes, because you got to remember when they do the turf, they pull the grass up, lay the rocks up there. Every now and then you get some grass, you get some little weeds that come between it.
Oh, really?
You got to pull the weeds out and everything like that. That's about it. But other than that, it's beautiful. No maintenance, no nothing like that at all.
Right.
And I think I paid $8,000 just to have the backyard done. I thought about the front yard, but nobody. It was like, you know what? It looked kind of odd for you to be the only one on the block on my cul-de-sac to have turf. But it's like you said, it's low maintenance. I don't have to do nothing to it. Every now and then, just make sure you check for the weeds and stuff like that.
Yep.
Other than that, it's great.
Yeah. I would agree. Around a pool, I think it would look fresh. I think it would
Yeah,
just
so when
pop.
you said it, I was like, I got to call in.
Yeah. No, good stuff, man. Appreciate it.
Hey, does your whole
Yeah.
neighborhood come over to your house to jump into your pool
Yeah.
since you have no
So
neighborhood pool?
no, with the JP, so everybody comes past and be like, can I see how your pool is? Can I see how your pool is?
Uh-huh.
And I'm like, sure. But no, I don't let the whole community come and jump in the pool. Nah.
Yeah, you should rent it out.
Hey, just out of curiosity, how much did it cost to install your pool?
Okay, so, around the COVID time, everybody was getting the pools.
Okay.
I went with this company called Catalina. Catalina closed down at the time. So Catalina, somebody else picked up the contract. I ended up paying $90,000 for the pool. Matter of fact, it's a heated pool and a jacuzzi that flows over into the pool.
Okay.
So it's a heated
That's
pool.
That's a baller pool.
That's a baller pool, and that's a great price. Believe me,
Yeah.
that's a great
yeah,
price.
$90,000 because now when Catalina closed down,
Now
I
that would be
a
$150. That would be $150 now. I
Yeah.
bet. Yeah.
That's without all the other stuff because they don't tell you about the irrigation system that you got to have. They don't tell you about the heating and all the electric, the wire and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they start off at $150, and that's without the jacuzzi.
Yeah. All right, man.
Yeah.
Appreciate the time.
Hey, we got
Thank
to have
you.
a pool
Man,
party
thanks a
at
lot.
Mike's place.
All right.
Yeah, Mike. That sounds like it's a baller house.
800-636-1067 if you want to chime in. Let's head out to Kathy in Maryland. Hey, Kathy, you're on with the Junkies. Happy New Year.
Hey guys, Happy New Year. I just turned on the TV and saw you talking about this issue, and I have to say, I think it's obnoxious.
Ooh. Okay.
I think a lot of
we
people
have-
feel that way.
Yeah, no, you know what? Do some work. Get your yard done.
Yeah.
Take care of it. We have one family on a circle that has done it in both the front and the back, completely against HOA guidelines.
Uh-huh.
It's not fair to everybody else. It's artificial. It looks artificial.
Uh-huh.
Completely obnoxious.
Well, here's the problem I have with some of my neighbors. They don't take care of the yards, and it looks worse than having an artificial turf yard. Do you have neighbors that don't take care of the yards?
Not right around me.
Okay.
No,
All
I
right.
think we're all pretty good about it.
All right, good.
I think most of our neighbors have a service.
Okay.
We actually take care of ours ourselves.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I have a piece of artificial turf off of our deck because we have dogs that just run off the deck
Yeah.
and tear up the grass.
Gotcha.
But that's backyard.
But that's backyard. You
Right.
can't see that. But the rest of the yard is grass and mud.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
fine.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
I
as
think
long
if-
as people take care of their yards, I'm fine with that. I am.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I have neighbors, Kathy, that they don't care what their house looks like. They don't care what the front yard looks like, and they let weeds grow. And I've even put notes in their mailbox.
Really.
You get really upset about
Yeah,
that
because
stuff.
it makes the neighborhood look trashy. It looks terrible.
Correct.
And I'm saying
Correct.
these people don't care at all. There's weeds growing. They let the weeds grow up to 3-4 feet. I mean, they're just idiots.
Yeah.
And they don't understand what that does to the rest of the neighborhood. So I have a problem with those people, and I'd rather have turf in those yards than weeds, honestly.
See,
Well-
I care, but not to the extent that you care.
I do care.
But look,
yeah.
my dad was
Thanks, Kath.
super into the lawn. My dad had a substantial vegetable garden in the backyard.
Mhm.
He enjoyed being out there. And when I was a teenager, or whenever I started mowing the lawn, he
Mhm.
used to be on me, and it used to rick me
Right.
because I'd mow the lawn on a Monday, and on Friday he was asking me to mow again. I'm like, "What are you talking about?"
Yeah.
And then right across the street was EB, and like he would mow like 6 strips of grass
Right.
in his front lawn. So maybe 1/3 of the front lawn, and would stop.
Yep.
And then it was like different levels of grass because he wouldn't finish it.
Right.
It looked
would
trifling.
grow. It would
And
grow
then
back. Yeah.
Cakes was down the street. Now he had a small kind of hill on his front lawn, but they mowed it like every 2 weeks. I
Mhm.
mean, it would be ridiculously long
Mhm.
where the grass is, past your ankle.
Right.
So I grew up with that, and I think psychologically, once we got the single family home, it's like almost like a connection with my dad that I like to mow the lawn. It's like I even though I hated it as a kid that my dad would be yelling at me because sometimes he'd be like, "Let me do it later."
Yeah.
I just want to, when I'm 12 years old, play with EB, play basketball or something. And you're like, "No, you're mowing the lawn now." I enjoy doing it, and I feel like a failure because this year it just turned bad. But I wouldn't I would not do turf. It does look obnoxious. The only way it would look good.
I don't think it looks obnoxious.
The only way it would look good, no, in your front yard.
Okay.
The only way I think it would look good is if your neighbors were in cahoots with you and
And
like
everybody had it.
right?
Yeah.
But if everybody's got regular grass and you just put turf
It
in
would
the
look
front
different.
lawn,
It would look different.
it'd look terrible. Let's go to Jack in Springfield. Jack, you're on with the Junks.
Hey guys, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
So I have turf in my backyard, and I put turf back there because I could not. I put zoysia, everything else. I dumped a lot of money into it. It's on a slope, and I also have a German Shepherd, and it was the best move I ever made. It looks beautiful. It's like almost like a golf course, light green.
Yep.
Shout out to my company, Eastern Lawn in Northern Virginia, Merritt, my boy. They did an incredible job, and my neighbors love it. They think it looks great. It's not, of course, in the front yard. I get it, but it's zero maintenance. The dog doesn't even do his business on it. He goes to the gravel on the
It's too
outside
nice.
because it's all landscaped.
Good. Yeah.
So
Well,
I
that's
mean,
cool that your neighbors like it, because that's a huge plus. I got to tell you that my next door neighbor for years had the worst yard in the neighborhood. Now he moved about a year ago, and the new neighbor came in, and they've completely changed the lawn and the front lawn and the
Look
landscape.
at that twinkle in your eyes. You love it.
It looks great. But before,
can I text you guys a picture of it so you can see the difference? or-
yeah. Stay on hold, and
You
we'll
can
get you.
tweet us at Junks Radio.
But my old neighbor, they didn't care about the yard, and it looked
Yeah.
terrible. Weeds growing everywhere, grass was growing high. They didn't care. And then my new neighbor came in. He took care of it. Makes the neighborhood look so much better. I love it.
I mean, it's especially good for areas that are very tough to landscape. You landscape it right, put a retaining wall with the turf, and of course, the shepherd. The lawn kept getting ruined.
Yeah.
So there's no mud, no dirt, no nothing back there now.
Good. Yeah, send us a picture of it, buddy.
All right, we'll do.
Thanks, sir.
Thanks.
All right, let's go to Chris, who's in St. Croix.
All right.
Chris, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, boys? Happy New Year.
Happy
Just
New
calling
Year.
to rub Bish's nose in the fact that I'm wearing shorts and a T-shirt and it's 81 degrees.
Do you live down there or you just vacation?
We moved down here in April.
Oh, wow.
That's awesome.
That is
We
great.
We used to live on Oak Creek Golf Course in Upper Marlboro, so not far from your hood.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
What did you retire, or what are you doing in St. Croix?
I'm the guy who is the general manager of the zip line, remember?
Oh, that's right.
I've talked to
Okay.
you.
Okay.
I've talked to you a bunch
Yeah.
of times. Yeah. So just calling in to say hi, Happy New Year. Hadn't talked to you in a minute, and rub your nose in the fact that it's sunny. And I don't see a single cloud in the sky.
Yeah.
So,
All right,
Yeah,
brother.
you are rubbing it in. I'm sure.
all right. Happy New Year's, boys. Have a good one.
We had 50-mile-per-hour gusts this morning and 19 degrees wind chill.
I don't think I've been to St. Croix, but I
I've never
did.
been to St. Croix.
I did one cruise.
Mhm.
Jess and I went on a cruise, and I remember we started in Miami, and I think we hit Puerto Rico first, and then the way it is, we went to 4 different islands, I think it was 4 different islands, and I just remember St. Thomas. I think when we stopped there, I was kind of sleeping on it. Like we went to get breakfast, and I wasn't in a rush to be the first one off the boat, so I'm gonna get my breakfast. And I just looked out, and the water was so nice.
Mhm.
It looked
Crystal
so
blue.
different level.
Mhm.
I was like, "This is unbelievable."
I know. Well, that's why we go to the Bahamas all the time, because it looks different.
Yeah, yeah. What are we doing? Dealing with these winds
I
and
know.
cold.
It's crazy. Got to pay the bills, man.
I head over there. We both park at Homewood Suites. I head over there. That guy he's like huddled
Oh, he
in
was hating
his little
life.
office with his little heater.
Yeah, I know. That's right, because it's cold in there.
That's my small talk. I'm like, stay warm.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, can't he just go into the lobby and just stay warm in there?
you would think, but he doesn't.
He doesn't. Maybe he's not supposed to.
Probably not supposed
Maybe
to.
he
They
is.
have like a wheelchair set up.
I know. I
For
saw
some
that.
reason, there's a wheelchair. They sit in the wheelchair. They got the little heater. He's got his beanie on, his coat,
Mm-hmm.
and he's got to be the valet.
I mean, I
all
feel
day.
so bad for those guys. He's there overnight. He's there probably from 11 last night until 7 this morning. I mean,
So
no one.
what? See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow comes in a little later.
No, he comes in late. I'm talking about the guy we saw this morning.
Right.
He's been there all night.
Yeah. Well, the guy this morning is the manager, I think.
Is he? Well, he's not parking cars at 3 in the morning. So what's
But
he
you know
doing?
what? See you tomorrow always looks happy.
He's a happy
I
guy.
don't know his name. Do you know his name?
And he's told me before, but I forget.
Yeah.
No, he always smiles.
Yeah. He's super happy.
Happy
but
dude.
cold.
See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow.
But St. Croix would be nice. So, yeah, thanks for rubbing it in, Mr. Zipline.
Yep.
So I haven't connected Chris.
So let's get into some. You got the blitz prepared for next
Yeah,
segment?
let's do a little Junkies Blitz. We'll get back into the NFL. Then we're packed. Von Miller at 9:20. We got Will Dawkins from the Wizards at 8:45. And Joe Beninati, voice of the Caps, at 9:45. All right here on the Junkies.
There's a guy on hold.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. Will Dawkins, Wizards GM, is going to join us coming up in about 20-25 minutes. Von Miller from the Commanders at 9:20. Joe Beninati, voice of the Caps, at 9:45. Checking in on our Junkies poll of the day. Who should win NFL MVP? We started talking about this earlier because Stafford threw 3 interceptions last night, including a pick 6. Another one which looked like it could have been a pick 6. The guy stepped out of bounds, but also there was an unsportsmanlike conduct because the referee was blocked by a Falcons coach.
Okay.
Drake May's at 46%.
Okay.
Stafford, 28%. Christian McCaffrey, 22%. And 4% other. I don't know who the other would be. Josh Allen, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know who else is in the serious running for MVP. But
I don't
definitely,
know. Maybe a James Cook.
Definitely Stafford took a step back.
Yeah.
Last night. So opening the door for Drake May. So you can vote at Junks Radio if you like, or give us a call at 1-800-636-1067. Time now, though, for the Junkies Blitz. Brought to you by Offenbacher's. Football season's here, and cooler nights are calling. Score big with the hot tub and fire pit, warmth, comfort, and the perfect game day vibe. Let Offenbacher's help you upgrade your backyard today. And don't forget, Offenbacher's now carries indoor and outdoor saunas. So I'm going to start with something kind of silly, but I saw this story on thespun.com.
The Spun?
And it wasn't something that I noticed watching it. It's one of the websites I check out.
Okay.
And it had to do with Tom Brady's appearance. So I know you're not on social media. I just put this picture up. Follow us on Instagram, Sports Junkies Radio. So this is what Tom Brady looked like in the booth this week.
Yeah.
Look how weird he looks.
Well, look at the eyebrows.
His eyebrows are like shooting straight up.
Well, he's had some
and
work
then
done, yeah.
his face has gotten like, it's great to have, like I have a terrible jawline. It's great to have a nice jawline, right? But it's out of control. Like what's going on? Is he addicted to like Botox or plastic surgery?
I don't know. He's had something
If
done.
you haven't seen the picture, you can follow us again on Instagram, Sports Junkies Radio. I put that in the stories, or on Twitter. Follow us on Twitter at Junks Radio.
Now, he doesn't look that bad when you're watching. That's a still photo.
This looks like an evil picture, right? Like
yeah, I mean, it's a still photo, so they just, they took one particular still photo out of probably a billion of them.
So he must be doing Botox because he's
got something going on.
Like
yeah.
I can't tell with your hat, but most guys our age, now he's younger than us by a decade.
Yeah.
Most guys have wrinkles in the forehead.
Yeah, I got a receding hairline and everything. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the hairline is one thing. It's just, it just looks weird, right? He looks weird.
Yeah, they just picked the bad photo. I mean, when you're watching him he doesn't look that bad when you're watching him.
No, but
you can tell he's got something done with his eyebrows.
I think a lot of people were noticing it watching him.
Okay.
Like it is a social media discussion about Tom Brady's appearance.
Okay.
And people the headline on this story, see, this is why I clicked on it. The headline was, Tom Brady's appearance sparks concern on Fox on Sunday.
Where would the concern be? I mean, he's had work done. The guy's, his late 40s. We probably should have work done.
Somebody tweeted, my biggest takeaway from this Eagles-Bills game is Tom Brady's Botox has him looking like a Temu Jim Carrey.
Do you think, speaking of former quarterbacks who are now calling games, do you think Drew Brees is pretty good? I think he's pretty good.
Yeah, I thought he's all right.
I think he's pretty good. I mean, I think he describes the game. He points things out that you probably
I'm
wouldn't be able to see.
I was watching one game.
And I do think Tom Brady's gotten better since last year. I think he was more uncomfortable last year.
Yeah, Brady's better.
Mm-hmm.
Brady's better. If you want to chime in, 800-636-1067. Without knowing the announcer, like just popping on a game, or maybe it was Red Zone or something, and it was Matt Ryan on the call.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like he sounds like Kurt Warner.
Sounds like Kurt Warner? Okay.
For a while, I thought it was Kurt Warner doing the game.
I haven't thought about that.
And it was Matt Ryan, I think.
Did you see Matt Ryan apparently is going to join the Falcons front office?
Yeah, I'm sure the GM's happy about that. They're just putting Matt Ryan in there.
Yeah. I don't know if they talked about it on CBS before the game, because he does the pregame with James Brown and all those, and Nate Burleson and Bill Cowher. But that was the report that he was going to join the Falcons front office next year.
So I thought this was a funny story that we can kind of relate to, not on this level, of course.
Mm-hmm.
But Kendrick Bourne is a wide receiver for the San Francisco 49ers.
Mm-hmm.
And he hit an incentive, a $500,000 incentive in week 16, which is great, right? And he was happy about it. But the reason why he said he was happy about it is because he said he had an expensive wife.
Oh, really? Is
He
that what he
threw
said?
his wife under the bus. He said his wife is expensive. He made $500,000 by surpassing 500 receiving yards.
Mm-hmm.
And he told Melissa Stark said, he told me he was so excited to celebrate with his teammates, he forgot to keep the ball. He's so happy to have gotten it. So he's glad it's over with because he never wants to create a distraction, but it was perfect timing right before Christmas because he said, quote, my wife Vanessa is expensive.
Mm-hmm.
So she was just as happy as I was. But here's the thing. Now, Kendrick Bourne's an NFL player, can do whatever he wants. I'm sure he's made a lot of money.
Yeah.
Now, he's not Justin Jefferson.
He's been in the league 10
Been in
years.
the league for a long time. For Valentine's Day, there's a picture. He bought his wife a Rolls Royce.
Yeah, but what is that's stupid.
So
I mean,
is she expensive or
demanded
you're
it.
expensive?
Yeah,
You
you're
know what I
you're
mean?
an overspender.
Like you're the one that's buying.
You're bad with your money.
You're buying your wife for Valentine's Day a Rolls Royce.
Well, maybe he's correct. She's expensive, but you can cut down on the expenses by not buying
How
Rolls
about
Royces.
a dozen flowers, take her to a nice dinner.
Take her a nice
and
dinner. Take her on a trip in the off
Buy her a
season.
purse. Right, take her to a trip.
Buy her a Louis Vuitton bag.
Buy a Rolls Royce.
How much are Rolls? $500,000?
I mean, I've never really looked into it.
$250? Check out a Rolls Royce, a 2026 Rolls. How much of that is, Mike? I guess it's in the,
I'm gonna throw in this. I'm gonna say used Rolls Royce.
I mean, it's got to be in the 200
You can
range.
get one right now, 65 miles on it, just under $1 million.
Oh, wow.
That bonus
So I was
is-
close when I said
That
$500,000.
bonus is gone.
Yep. I wonder what his bonus was.
Hey, you got a $500,000 bonus.
Oh,
How about
it was
this?
$500,000?
You
Okay.
can get a used 2024 Rolls Royce Spectre. I put for sale near me.
Mm-hmm.
Cool, $473,000.
So dumb.
Oh, I see one here. That's reasonable. $359,000.
There's no way Von Miller would spend that much money on a car. I want to ask him about that too.
Oh, I don't know.
I think he's got a fat truck. I don't know.
I think he's generally responsible now, but you don't think he's ever had just a ridiculous purchase?
I want to ask him.
I bet you he's had a stupid
Let's
purchase.
bring up Kendrick Bourne and we'll ask him.
So anyway, I
Most
thought that was
expensive
interesting.
car, Von, you've ever purchased. I want to find out what it is.
All right, so just a couple tidbits about this week. You mentioned this earlier. The Chargers aren't taking any chances with Justin Herbert. They're shutting him down. Backup quarterback is Jason Bishop.
Oh, it's Trey.
Trey Lance. You get to see a little Trey Lance this weekend.
And I think Harbaugh said he's not going to play a bunch of his starters.
Yeah.
So, and it makes sense. I mean,
And Herbert was sacked 5 times in
Yep.
the loss to the Texans. He's got the injured hand.
Yep.
He still put them in position when they had 2 kicks that were missed in that game, right? They could have won that game, the Chargers game.
Yeah, but he's been under duress for most of the year. His offensive line can't block anybody. He's been sacked a bunch, pressured a bunch, and he's really favoring that hand. So it makes sense they're going to give him an extra week off. But I don't like their chances in the playoffs because of that hand. He just doesn't look right.
Sticking with quarterbacks, Josh Allen came up just short of leading the Bills on that comeback against the Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently he's aggravated a lingering injury. In the process, he was seen limping off the field.
Right.
Bit hobbled. Now they're saying that it's not a big deal, but he keeps having X-rays on his ankle.
Yep.
He continuously has these X-rays. They say the foot is fine, the ankle is fine, but people have noted it's a second straight game that he's left the game and finished the game and then gone straight to the X-ray room.
Yeah. I noticed that both weeks. I saw him go off the field, and he was, like you said, he was limping. And I guarantee you that's why they went for 2 in the Philly game. They just didn't want to go to overtime. They wanted to get him off the field. He was banged up. You could see it. You could see it in his face. So I think that makes sense. He's not going to play this week. And Herbert and Allen just got to get healthier for the playoffs.
Sticking kind of with quarterback news. So Jackson Dart, this has had a pretty good rookie campaign, right, for the New York Giants.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, they started the year with Russell Wilson, and he was just such a complete dud. Jackson Dart takes over, the rookie, and exciting. Some games have been, so-so, but what he's done is he's run for 9 touchdowns.
Yes.
9 rushing touchdowns.
Yes.
And there's been a little controversy about him running so much. He's been in the tent, the blue tent, 5 times this year, checked for concussions.
Yep.
And Danny Cannell, former NFL quarterback, former Florida State quarterback, now he's on CBS Sports HQ.
He also does stuff on Sirius.
He said, I don't know if Jackson Dart is the long-term answer for the Giants. When I think of a first-round pick, I think of somebody that you should picture for 10 to 12 years is going to be your guy. I still haven't seen development as a passer. He's still running the football, and they're designing runs for him. But I want to see him take that next step as a passer. Right? That's what Cannell said. Well, apparently, Jackson Dart's dad, Brandon, heard about this and had a direct reply for Danny Cannell. He said, bro, eat a fat one. So Brandon Dart sticking up for his son. And I have seen a lot. Look, this is relatable to Jaden Daniels in Washington. I have seen a lot of discussion about his style of play.
Yeah.
Now, what Cannell says, what Dart has said, some people have said, is this a red flag? Is this the way you run? And what Dart kind of said is, hey, that's what they said about me in the SEC. That's what all these schools said about me. I'm running too much. They're going to try and get me. I think he had to respond to Hard Knocks. So Hard Knocks had a clip where Dan Quinn, before the Giants game, and I'm paraphrasing, said, hey, Jackson Dart is a running back.
Yeah.
You got to hit him.
Get to him. Yep.
And so Dart, somebody asked him about that, say, hey, explained, hey, Dan Quinn on Hard Knocks said this. And his response was, that's what they said in the SEC.
Right.
But I do think it's a concern.
But it just takes one big hit. And, you saw Tua. Now, Tua wasn't a runner, but he was in the SEC, and he got hit in the SEC. I mean, he was at Bama, so they protected him pretty well. But once he got to the NFL, he's not a running quarterback. He was getting pounded because he's a smaller guy, and that's affected him. It's affected his play, and he's been benched. So I think it's an issue. I mean, I don't think they're going to go out and draft a quarterback, and they'll probably have the number 2 pick, 2 or 3. But
if they had one,
if they had one, do they take Mendoza, who's 6'5", 225, big arm?
You might think about it and say, let them compete, and then let's say Mendoza beats him out, then you trade Jackson Dart. I'm sure.
Yeah.
Some people would want Jackson Dart.
I don't think they're going to draft a quarterback, but Vegas needs a quarterback. The Jets need a quarterback. I think Cleveland needs a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know what they're going to do in the first round. I've seen a bunch of mock drafts where they're taking non-quarterbacks, but there's no way they want Shedeur Sanders, who's thrown 10 picks in 7 games this year, as their number 1 coming into next year. And there's a few other teams that have to look at their quarterback situation and go, all right, what's our future? What's our future in Miami? Are you that happy with Baker Mayfield? If Baker Mayfield plays horrible again and they don't win their division and they're not in the playoffs, what's Tampa doing? They're probably going to have a new coach.
I think you stick with. Baker at the beginning of the year.
I'm sure they will.
15 touchdowns, 2 picks. Since then, 8-8. Right?
Yeah, he's been bad.
Let's go to Johnny in Richmond's been on hold for a while. I think he wanted to chime in on a long topic. What's up, Johnny?
I'd hold up on that question about that Rolls Royce. His accountant might have told him, family. That's a family car. You get a bigger deduction, and you better buy something as expensive as you can, because if you don't, you're going to be paying a lot of taxes. But I called to tell you about the cold.
Paying a lot of taxes.
The colder it is.
What are you going to pay for the car?
The single guy. Pardon?
What are you going to pay for the car if you're going to buy an expensive Rolls Royce? What are those monthly payments?
Well, it's a deduction for him. Whatever the monthly payments are, I bet his accountant probably said, listen,
I don't know, man.
You might want to take this advice.
We don't know how much money he's got in the bank, but go ahead.
Right. But anyway, I was calling about when the cold winds blow, the single guys have a better chance of getting the girls to take advantage of them and snuggle up for the winter. But I tell all the boys in Richmond, don't get too excited, because they're going to let your butt go for their two boyfriends in the summer.
All right, I'm
I
lost.
mean, it is open line Tuesday, but
Yeah.
didn't make any sense.
He's all over the place.
He wants single guys to cuddle up with their booze
Yeah.
because it's cold.
All right.
Good luck. All right, let's talk some Wizards hoops.
All right. Will
They
Dawkins.
won 2 in a row. I was at the game on Friday when they won. Then they backed that up with the win. Now, they lost last night, but they've been playing better basketball. The young prospects showing out. Trey Johnson was in the starting lineup yesterday and put up some points. So we will talk to their GM, Will Dawkins, next here on the Junkies.
It's your boy Bish here from my guy Josh Cochran. He's the GM and his crew over at Buyer Subaru in Alexandria with one of those deals where you're going to actually feel great about during the holidays. Now during Subaru's Share the Love event, you can buy or lease a new Subaru from Buyer, and Subaru is going to donate $250 to the charity of your choice. Buyer's doing it even better. They're going to ship an additional $50 to your charity and another hunch straight to Senior Services of Alexandria, helping local seniors right here in our backyard. Josh and the Buyer Subaru team, they're collecting new blankets at the dealership as well, which are going directly to Alexandria seniors to help them stay warm this winter. You can bring in a new blanket. Josh is going to knock $500 off any new Subaru or $250 off any pre-owned ride. As far as some of these big, great deals during the holidays, Buyer's got you covered. Now you can get into a new 2025 Subaru Crosstrek, 1.9% APR for 72 months. That's a great deal. Or you can lease one for just $279 a month. Or 1.9% APR for 48 months on a new 2025 Forester. Head on over to Buyer Subaru in Alexandria. Make sure you tell them Bish sent you over there. Ask for Josh Cochran, or you can check him out online, buyersubaru.com.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. Scheduled to join us here in moments is the GM of the Washington Wizards, our pal Will Dawkins.
Yep.
I got a side bet with you. We'll mention it after.
Okay.
I got a side bet with you about this interview.
Yeah.
I love having Will on.
I love
program.
Will.
He's very cool and
Are we supposed to call him or is he calling us?
drafted a bunch of young players, and I believe our pal Will Dawkins joins us now on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. What's going on, Will?
Hey, Will.
Good morning, fellas. Good morning. How we doing?
How was your Christmas?
Oh, thank you. It was awesome. We were able to celebrate it with just my wife and kids the first actual day, and then my wife's family's coming in next, but my mom and sisters came in. So
cool.
They're having 3 Christmases, it feels like. They're spoiled.
Now, what time did the kids get up Christmas morning?
So my son is the oldest. He got up at around 6:50, if I can recall, and came in the room and wanted to wake up his other sisters, but somehow I convinced him to go back for a little longer. So we got up around 8 and let the girls sleep in.
Not bad. Not
bad.
Let's talk about this little win streak. I went to the game on Friday night against the Raptors.
Nice.
Your young guys are showing out. I will say that. It was a good game by Keyshawn, good game by Bub, I thought. Trey obviously had a great game last night. Talk about what you're seeing from your guys.
Yeah, that game was one of the more complete games where we had a lot of people chime in and compete on both ends, one of our better complete wins. I think I would say with our guys, especially the young guys, we're seeing the early growing pains start to turn into a little bit of growth. We're a young team, so obviously we have a lot more growing to do, and nothing's really linear, but the guys are kind of figuring out, like I told you guys, we break it up in 10-game increments very often, and the jumps that we've seen offensively, defensively, skillfully as a team in those 10-game increments has been pretty impressive for us, and that's what we're looking to continue to do.
It seems like every time that I've talked to you, I've talked about Bub. I'm a Bub guy, all right?
Yep.
What have you seen from him specifically? He is getting more time, so more opportunity, but I think Bub is showing that this guy could be a starting point guard in this league.
Yeah, I think when Bub got off to the start that he got off to, people wanted him to just pick up where he left off last year, and the team is different, the league is different, they know him. But credit to Bub for staying with it. He's someone that if you look at just the month of December, as a sophomore player, he's top 10 in everything, points, assists, rebounds, first and three-point makes. So he's starting to figure out how to be comfortable playing with the players on the floor. Him and Marvin have a really good thing going on right now. But Bub is growing, and he's growing positively, and he's playing well right now.
Well, I was definitely surprised that Alex, he played 25 minutes. He only took 5 shots, so he finished with 2 points. He had been putting up some really good numbers over the last few games. Well, what was going on last night?
Yeah, I think with Alex, the year he's had has been, like you guys said, pretty impressive. He's been up there with some of the all-star numbers that you've seen, the guys that they come in, and he competed the night before against Jaren Jackson. And it was the first time we let him play a back-to-back since he came back from his injury. He just didn't have it last night. He'll be the first one to tell you that. But overall on the year, I think he's had a dominant year where I think it's 17, 8, and 2 blocks. Him and Wemby are the only 2 guys that are averaging things like that. So for him, we expect a better effort than we did last night. But if you take the season as a whole, he's been really good, dominant on the defensive end, and really impressive on offense. So we'll find a way. They did a lot of switching last night to kind of take him away and force our guards to beat them, and that's what they do with their physicality. So we'll take a look at the film, get him a little bit more options at the rim and things like that. But again, he's under that minute cap, and it's been pretty strict to make sure we keep him healthy.
Explain to me this minute restriction thing, right? So like Trey Johnson's a baby. Why is he at 25 minutes? Like he could play all day.
Because he's a baby. I think you answered the question with the question. We got to protect our guys and their bodies, and it's his first time really going into the NBA. He came into the league with an injury, had to monitor it through summer league, and saw it creep back up again last month. So we're going to be cautious. We're going to put our players first. The reps and the minutes, they add up and they all matter. So at the end of the year, hopefully it'll be lifted by then and he'll be playing a little bit more freely. But he's doing a really good job of picking his spots, being ready, and being aggressive on both ends when he's on the floor. So that's the main thing, to keep these guys healthy and give them as many reps as possible.
Hey, it's kind of different. I want to see him play too. I wanted to get your take on the NBA commissioner Adam Silver talking about anti-tanking, and I'm not sure if this is already set in stone, but I know there are a bunch of sources, especially from ESPN, that were talking about Adam Silver's anti-tanking rules, and apparently they're not going to let teams pick in the top 4 in back-to-back years. They're going to limit pick protections to either top 4 or 14 and higher. No longer allowing a team, like I said, to draft in the top 4 back-to-back seasons. Is this something that you guys think about and talk about? Because I know you're trying to build something, and certainly trying to build something through the draft. And you got a young team, and you're not going to win a ton of games this year. I'm not saying you're tanking, but you're not going to win a ton of games. So does this kind of hurt your proposed plan of going, building for the future going forward?
Yeah, we are where we are, I think, is a good way to say what you're saying. I wouldn't say that's technically directly from Adam Silver. Like you said, I think that's a lot of sources speaking right now. The league is always looking at ways to improve competitive balance. They put together competition committees with really smart people who have been in the league for a long time. But we haven't gotten any information like that yet. It's still really early in the process. I would say eventually they come up with ideas and they send feedback to teams, and then traditionally we all vote on it and we adjust it accordingly. But we just got to make sure we're solving a problem that needs to be solved. And regardless of what it is, it's unlikely that anything like that, those changes would take effect in year one. It would take some time to adapt their strategies and new rules and put them in place. So it's a conversation that it's going on. It's going to continue to go on, but nothing set in stone. Those are just some ideas that I think got leaked outside.
Gotcha. All right. So we briefly talked about Trey in the minutes, but last night he was really, really good. In 25 minutes, he had 24 points, career high. Not bad,
Let
right?
it fly.
Yeah.
Not bad at all.
Hit 9 buckets, 5
Imagine
threes.
if you played him 40 minutes.
Yeah, you would have had 35.
Might not have been able to play tomorrow.
All right, but just talk about.
He's a kid. Of course he could.
Just talk about Trey in the last few games. His numbers have been really impressive.
Yeah, I think Trey even spoke on it last night in his presser. His focus has gotten better. He's been able to watch more film and see how people are guarding him and see where he can get his space. He's obviously an elite shooter. Coming out of college, we knew he'd be able to do that, but shooting 40% from 3 to start your career is a very, very high number. But I think he's showing a little bit more of his complete game, too. That Memphis game, which again was one of our more complete games, I think he had 4 assists. When you really look at the rookies who are making threes and getting to the free throw line, it's really him and Khan, and that's kind of what you expected coming out of the draft. So he's getting more confident. I think Coach Keefe is doing a really good job drawing plays for him out of timeout to really maximize the time that he's on the floor. But again, Trey's a workaholic. He's going to beat himself into the ground if you let him, so we do have to protect him. But we're very happy with where he's at and expect him to continue growing.
Yeah, in the month of December, Will, he's played, I think, 9 games. He's shooting 48% from the floor, 42.2% from 3, averaging about 13 a game.
Yeah, and I think he's like 94 or something from the free throw line. So we got to find a way to get him to get there too. But he's taken those strides, and we feel pretty confident he's going to continue to grow.
CJ's been the leading scorer on the team. Started off the year kind of slow, but he's picked it up. I don't know if you can say this or not, but is your phone ringing off the hook on teams inquiring about CJ?
He ain't going to answer that.
I would say that we're having conversations with a lot of teams as you get closer to the deadline. Most guys start becoming trade eligible from the summer contracts on 12/15. So that's when your phones start picking up. But we have a lot of talented players that people call on, and we have a lot of dialogue with teams going on. But I would say CJ's been great for us, not just on the court, but off the court, and really a leadership role. You guys know the type of professional that he is, and taking Bub under his wing, Keyshawn, a lot of our wings, but also helping Alex and getting him in places where he can be more efficient. So he's an everyday guy. He's a wizard. He fits in the locker room, and obviously he's been producing as long as he's been in the league, and he's going to continue to do that at a high level.
Have you had any of his wine?
I have. He is very kind, and his wife and my wife have had multiple conversations, so we got a shipment to the house. It's downstairs in the basement, so I would advise everyone to try it. It's pretty good.
Oh, that's sweet.
I would love it.
Hey, well, Happy New Year, Will. You got any
Yep.
plans for New Year's Eve?
They play Milwaukee on New Year's Eve.
We do play Milwaukee. I'm going to go watch a couple college games and try to see if I can make it back before the ball drops. But Coach Thompson wanted me to make sure he said hello to you guys and that he misses you guys after last week. I told him you guys checked in on him.
Oh, we love Coach Thompson. Tell him we said hello. Happy New Year to him, too.
Hope you guys had a happy holiday and happy New Year to you guys as well.
All right, buddy.
All right.
Take care. Thanks for calling in.
Thanks.
Lost my side bet, by the way.
Yeah,
But
the side bet was
you steered him. I just noticed a trend when he comes on. He likes to kind of throw in something from the show
that we've talked about.
that we've talked about. He's done that on 2 or 3 occasions.
Mhm.
It's kind of a way of him like connecting with us. And he didn't do it, but because you steered him towards Christmas.
I did. But because I thought he would have said it already. I think he would have come out
Yeah,
of the
but we
gate.
said hello.
Yeah.
And then you went right into Christmas. So
Yeah.
I don't think it was truly fair, but you win the side bet.
I won
Although
the
I
side.
don't think we
didn't put any money on it.
We didn't put any money on it.
Yeah, your
All
dollar
right, still
safe.
to come on the show, we got Von Miller coming up in the next hour from the Washington Commanders. We'll talk about the final game for Von and what his plans are for the offseason. And Joe Beninati, voice of the Caps, at 9:45. Don't go anywhere.
A lot of football news Monday, starting with the Commanders' Marcus Mariota status uncertain for the season finale in Philly. Dan Quinn said Josh Johnson would start again at quarterback if Mariota can't play. Monday Night Football, Falcons blew a 21-0 halftime lead but get a late field goal to beat the LA Rams 27-24. Lamar Jackson's status to be determined for Sunday night's win and get in game in Pittsburgh. Andy Reid said he'll be back as a head coach in Kansas City next season. And the LA Chargers going to rest their starter quarterback Justin Herbert, sitting out Sunday's game in Denver. Wizards had a 2-game winning streak snapped last night by Phoenix, 115-101. Nuggets superstar Nikola Jokic injured his left knee in last night's loss at Miami. He'll have an MRI later on today. And hockey, the Capitals lost another one on the road last night. Caps were beaten by Florida 5-3. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're brought to you by Crop Metcalf, the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. Looking to be their next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber, just visit cropmetcalf.com to join their team. Remember, if you listen to the show, you can always grab a podcast via Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to your podcasts. And our guy Mike Marr puts up some videos every day on our YouTube page. Follow, subscribe, like. It's the 106.7 The Fan page, and you click on the Junkies, and you can catch what you missed or check it out again. Earlier in the program, we talked some college football with our pal Chris Doering, former Redskins receiver.
He'll be going out to the Rose Bowl.
Just heard from Will Dawkins. I lost a bet. But the bet was I thought he was going to bring up the turf.
Artificial turf.
Because a lot of times his move is he brings up something from a previous topic on the show, usually non-sports related.
Right.
And so I thought that was going to happen. Didn't happen.
He loves talking about non-sports, non-Wizards. He loves talking about just regular life.
Because they are tanking.
Of course.
But you can't say you're tanking.
I know.
And
that's why they're playing their best players 25 minutes.
It's actually farcical that you have. Is he 18 or 19?
I think he's 19. You talking about Trey?
Trey Johnson.
I think he's 19.
So
is he 19, Benj?
Yep, 19.
Yeah.
So he's 19 years old. He plays 25 minutes, and they take him out of the game because of an injury a month ago and an injury in the offseason. And then when I said, well, what would have happened? You know, you were like, he scored 24 points or 24 points in 25 minutes. What would have happened? I said, what would happen if he played 40 minutes? You're like, well, he scored 35. And he's like, oh, well, he wouldn't have been able to play the next game.
Right.
Like, that's farcical. When you were 19, how many straight basketball games could you play? Just, you know.
Well, it's a little different. I mean,
right, but like when you were playing summer league or what, I mean, whatever you did before. But the year between, basically, Trey Johnson's basically like the year between you played at University of Richmond and then you went to JUCO ball in California.
Yeah, I'm 19.
You're probably playing
1989. It was 19.
You'd probably be on court for 3 hours playing pickup games.
I could play a long time.
Of course.
Yeah.
So it's kind of farcical that a guy who plays 25 minutes.
But the NBA, I will say the NBA is a grind because these kids played 35 games in college.
I understand that.
And he played 1 year college. So now you're going from 35 to playing, 70 or 75.
I get it. You're playing against more physical guys.
And they're
it's
longer,
next level
longer
and all
games.
that stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. You got a million commercial. Like, there's no way he's tired the next day.
He could play more than 25 minutes. Yes. I agree.
Yes.
They're just delicate with the injuries. They've been like that with everybody. Keyshawn's kind of experiencing the same thing right now with his hip flexor. It went from a soreness thing to a strain. So we looked for an update on that. Didn't get yesterday. Same thing with Sard. They're just very delicate with it because if the wins and losses don't really matter, why would you risk anyone having any kind of long-term serious ailment from something like this?
Because they don't want the wins. They do matter. The wins.
That's also part of it.
The wins do matter because they don't want them.
I don't want to win too many.
If you're playing Sarr and Trey Johnson, Cooper Flagg is playing 36, 38, 40 minutes. Right? He's playing a lot of minutes.
Yeah, they want to win.
They want to win, so they're certainly not tanking. They're playing their best player.
No, they
as
now
much as
have,
they can.
because they won 2 in a row, they have a better record than Indiana.
The Wiz?
Yeah.
Yeah.
which is incredible because Indiana was in the NBA Finals last year in Game 7.
I know.
I know they lost Halliburton, but that drop-off is incredible. So I wanted to bring up something. I didn't know if you guys brought this up last week.
We did
It's
not.
kind of bubbled up in the world of college basketball. But there's a guy who's playing for Baylor now that was drafted 2 years ago in the NBA draft. He wasn't like the 60th pick. He was the 31st pick, so just outside the first round. African center.
Yeah, James Nanji or Inaji?
Yeah.
Something like
I'm
that.
not great with the pronunciation of his name. I mean, Naji.
Yeah,
I mean,
call him
that's how I
Naji.
pronounce it. So he didn't play in a regular season NBA game, but he was drafted. He played summer league, and according to things that I've read, for the last 4 or 5 years, he's played in Europe, like professional basketball. And then Baylor brought him in to play. Like, what is going on with college basketball? And this is not a one-time thing. Like, I read this article on CBS Sports that, and I forget which team it is, but all of a sudden in the midseason, they brought in a 6'11" Russian center.
That was BYU or Oklahoma, one of the two. A few teams have done it. Louisville's done it. Oklahoma's done it. BYU's done it. Santa Clara's done it. There's
Like, personally, and
6 or 7
I
teams
think-
have done this.
I think you kind of agree with me. You can state your case about the transfer portal. I think it's kind of out of control. You know, I went to the Georgetown, Maryland game with my son, and I didn't know any of the players.
You didn't recognize
I
one
mean,
player.
the whole half, I'm just like, oh, my God, he's on his third team. He's on his fourth team.
Yep.
Like, I knew the point. I knew Mac
Yep.
from Georgetown. I didn't know any of the Maryland guys.
No, they're all new.
All new guys.
Yep.
And so, like, that's one thing. But then if you're going to start bringing in pros, and I heard this happen in other sports too. Like, they need to have some rules.
Does this happen in soccer?
I don't
Or
follow
hockey,
college
maybe?
soccer,
Hockey?
but yes, I've heard that it's happened in other sports.
Yeah. I don't know what the loophole is, why they
Well, I think the loophole is if you didn't play, I guess, in the NBA. So you played summer league.
But you can
NBA.
play summer league, but you can still come back and play college ball if you've played summer league. I don't get that. I don't get it. And I think the transfer portal, the NCAA needs to come down hard on it. There needs to be a ruler. There just needs to be someone or a committee that says, these are the rules that help the teams. They're allowing these guys to transfer every single year and play that next year if they want. I think they really should have a rule where if you transfer the first time, you can play the next year. If you decide to transfer a second time, you've got to sit out. And I guarantee you that's going to eliminate the multiple transfers.
So BYU apparently has 3 guys that they brought in the offseason from other professional ranks. So prior to that, you know, there were players from other countries.
Yeah.
But they were collegiate students.
Yeah.
And part of the program.
When did this
like
kid?
now,
When
it's
did
like,
this kid come in for Baylor? He came in mid-season, correct?
I don't know. I think Izzo, Tom Izzo,
Tom Izzo was
and
pissed.
Hurley have like kind of really brought
Danny
it to
Hurley.
light.
Danny Hurley, yeah. Yeah, Danny Hurley said when he first saw it, he thought it was a joke. He thought it was, fake. And then he realized, oh, well, there's some sort of a loophole where this kid can come in. The NCAA has lost all control. They've got nothing. They've got no control on NAL. They got no control on portal. They've screwed up the dates on portal to allow kids to enter the first portal in December, early December in college football. It doesn't make any sense. There should be one portal date, and that should be in, February or March. You can't allow these kids to come in December. And the reason they do that is because they want them to come in for the spring semester.
So apparently Najee was never paid outside of his summer league and travel per diems during his brief time in the NBA pipeline. But for 5 years, he was playing EuroLeague basketball.
Yeah, it's out of control.
I mean, eventually these college guys, like, all right, so he's 5 years playing in Europe, hadn't made a check. Eventually, you probably be able to bring in guys who've been playing for 10 years or
Yeah.
15 years.
I mean, unless
You're going to have college teams.
unless they get a handle.
like, right? Unless there's some sort of age
Rule.
Rule.
Yeah.
Why couldn't you just bring in some, 34-year-old who's played in Europe the whole time?
Yeah. Did you guys ask Coach Larinaga and Coach Skin when they were in studio about the transfer portal in general?
A little bit.
Because Tony Skinn's got all transfers.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
can't remember. I don't want to say something that he said
Okay.
off air.
Yeah.
But
I
I think
mean-
we ended up discussing it on air, if I recall.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be nuts. And I
mean, Skinner
look, I've
was
got
basically saying that it would be a success if he keeps 3 to 4 guys.
yeah.
Like that's the thinking, for a mid-major school like that. The thinking is, well, if we develop these players and we can keep 3 or 4,
For how
that's good.
to,
because
until
every-
they graduate,
Or maybe
or
even
just
for
for
next
2
year,
years.
because then you got to replenish.
Maybe just for 2 years.
And then you got to bring in,
You gotta
because
bring-
they're in the transfer portal game too.
Of course.
They're bringing in all.
And
the
they
transfers.
brought a bunch of guys in, and I've got friends who are college hoops coaches. I talk to Dwayne Simpkins all the time at AU, Kenny Blakeney, Rod Balanos, who are at Howard, Chris Caputo at GW. I talk to these guys about this, and they say it's 12 months a year.
Yeah,
it's every day for 12 months. You can't take a break because with the portal, you've got to be on these kids. You've got to be tracking who's entering. You've got to go find out what school, who their agent is, what schools they're interested in, how much money they want. It's a 12-month-a-year job.
But I wonder, let's say Will Riley, who's on the Wizards, okay, who's drafted and has been like a two-way player.
Mm-hmm.
He's playing for the big club, but also playing for the G League. I wonder if players will declare for the NBA draft, and let's say you're a Will Riley type, and then you realize, you know what, I'm not going to get PT. I might not even be on the big club. They might put me in G League. Let me just go back to college.
Mm-hmm.
Will that start happening?
I thought there was a rule that they instituted about that.
But I mean, if this guy played summer league on an NBA roster,
I thought there had to be a date after they were drafted to decide if, all right, I'm going to stay in the draft and stay with the team or go back to college. I thought they instituted that a couple of years ago. Could be wrong.
Wouldn't similar rules apply? Because remember back in the day, if you declared for the NBA draft out of college basketball, if you signed an agent, you couldn't go back to school, even if you
Right.
didn't get drafted. So wouldn't a similar rule kind of apply? If you got drafted to a team, there's no way you could go back.
I don't know, because now these guys have agents in college for the NIL money.
Yeah, they do.
I just want to know when LeBron's going to go play for Maryland.
That's funny.
That could happen now.
Players can only enter the draft twice during their careers. So when a player decides to make the jump, there's a little bit of wiggle room. If a player goes undrafted during the process, they're still allowed to return to school.
Hey, do you think, Jason? All right, so you played at DeMatha when you guys were number 6 in the country. You were a starter.
Finished number 6.
I don't know your numbers in high
We were
school.
number 2 at one point.
I don't know your numbers. I would say you probably averaged 10 or 11 points a game.
Yeah, it's probably around 10.
I'm just guessing.
Yeah.
So
we had Gerard Mustaf who averaged
no, you had-
25 a game.
Right. You had a great
And
team.
it's a 32-minute game. So
I saw you play a couple games. I saw you play the game against Kenny Anderson.
Archbishop Malloy.
I can't remember which other game, but I think I went to 2 games your senior year.
Mhm.
Whatever. But you were a great shooter. I mean, that was your strength.
Right.
You're 6'5", 6'6".
Yep.
And you could stroke it. You ever think had you had injuries and different things, but you knew you weren't going to be a professional basketball player, so you
Right.
probably didn't work on it as hard as you could have.
Right.
But if you were making money and you had that monetary incentive,
Would've
you
been
might have been a hell of
different story.
Yeah.
It would have been a different story. No, I think about that all the time. I talk to the guys I played in high school with about how different it was back then. And the guys that, the Kenny Blakeneys of the world, Kenny Blakeney was a sick athlete. I mean, sick.
Right.
And he was a sophomore when I was a senior, but so he didn't start. And he got a few minutes. And then his junior and senior year is when he started. And he went to Duke.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of guys who go to Duke don't transfer out, but he would have been making a lot of money at Duke or wherever he decided to go.
For sure. And there probably would have been a market for Jason Bishop.
Yeah, I mean, smaller schools.
I need a shooter.
Yeah, $50,000.
I need a shooter.
Yeah, $75,000.
Yeah,
some of these Ivy League kids are making, a couple $100,000. So
Crazy.
It just kind of depends on your strength and how bad these teams want you. But you're right; it's a totally different world. NCAA's got to get a handle on it because it's just completely out of control, especially with the portal.
What'd you average at JUCO?
Probably like 13 or 14.
Who was the leading scorer? Wasn't you?
Eric Chin, who was from Columbus, Ohio.
Is he money?
He was just an athlete, scary athlete. And he's no longer with us, by the way.
Oh, wow.
And Lance Williams was our point guard. He was really good. He ended up going to Cal Baptist. He transferred out and played at Cal Baptist for a couple of years. So we had some good players, but our coach was a ding dong because he scheduled too many games. Right? There's a rule in JUCO, you can only schedule a certain amount of games. He's overscheduled, so we were not eligible for the playoffs for postseason. He called.
I've never heard that.
Oh yeah, he called us in into the locker room. He said, "Guys, I got to tell you, I feel horrible about this, but I scheduled too many games. We were really good. We were 26-8, 28-8, something like that. We were going to go to the postseason. He scheduled too many games. We were eliminated.
And that was the end of your college career?
That was it. I mean,
Because then you went to Salisbury.
I could have played at Salisbury, but
Yeah.
they practiced at 6 a.m. I was out on that.
Plus, it was Division III. I feel like you
It was
thought it was
D3.
beneath you.
No, I mean, I wanted
People
to play.
ask me all the time, why didn't Jason play at Salisbury? I was like, I think he didn't feel like it, and he was a Division I guy, and all of a sudden he was
no,
in
the
Division
main
III
reason,
school.
I would have played because Andre Foreman was there. Andre Foreman was a great D3 player. He could have played anywhere in the country. Could have played at Duke, Carolina, Texas, anywhere. Decided he wanted to stay close to home because he was from Salisbury or Ocean City. But they had a great team, but they practiced at 6 a.m.
Right. The irony.
There was just no way. Right. There was no way I'm getting up at 5, as a college player, and going to practice before classes.
All right, you got a question for Vaughn based on the Kendrick Bourne discussion.
Yeah, well, we'll bring that
Kendrick
up.
Bourne bought his wife a Rolls Royce for Valentine's Day, and we were like, "That's absurd."
Yep.
And your question is, has Vaughn ever made a similar
I'm
purchase?
going to ask
like
him
that?
what the most expensive car he ever purchased was.
All right, Von Miller from your Washington Commanders joins us next here on the Junkies. Welcome back. Joining us right now, Commanders edge rusher Von Miller. You can listen to Von's podcast Free Range on the Odyssey app or download it wherever you get your podcast. Von's brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. What's going on, Von?
Howdy, how's it going?
Howdy.
Is it windy out your way last night?
Hell yeah, it was.
Yes. Yeah, it was pretty windy. The wind's crazy right now.
I know. You live in Leesburg. I live in Ashburn, so I'm like, 10 minutes from you. And I was telling JP, I said, man, I had so many Christmas decorations that were in my front yard because they just blew off my front porch. And it took me like 15 minutes this morning to clean it all up. It was a pain in my ass.
Yeah, it's pretty windy.
Hey, do you know who Kendrick Bourne is? You know Kendrick Bourne, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So there was a story that Kendrick Bourne, he hit an incentive because he went over 500 receiving yards this year.
Got $500,000 for it.
He got $500,000, and he bought his wife a Rolls Royce. All right, I'm guessing Rolls Royces are minimum $300,000 or $400,000. I guess the real nice ones are $1 million. I think that's stupid, by the way. I mean, I don't care what your wife wants. Don't buy her a $500,000 car. But we were talking about you, and I know you've got nice cars. And I told JP, I said, he's got a really nice, real SUV, but I don't think he's ever purchased something like a Rolls Royce. And he said, I'm not sure. What's the most expensive car you've ever purchased?
Yeah, I'm not really a car guy.
Okay.
But I did have a Lamborghini Aventador back in 2019.
What does that cost?
Man, I think it was 600 back then.
All right, you were right, JP.
I mean, he bought a $600,000 car.
You were
Here's
right.
my question: when you have a car like a Lamborghini, all right, you're not supposed to drive it 150 miles an hour, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when you have a Lamborghini, you're going to want to take it to very high speeds. What did you do about that? Did you find like a place where you could race it around, or?
I mean, this is in 2019, but I did take it up. I did drive it pretty fast. So I got it pretty fast. I took it up a little bit. I had it in Miami when I was in Miami in 2019, and I ran it pretty good.
Yeah. Hey, I wanted to ask you about.
Did you get nervous driving it really good? See, he doesn't want to say how fast.
Yeah, you don't have to say that.
When I was a teenager, I took my Oldsmobile Cutlass Supreme, which was like a 1980.
Yeah.
And I took it to 100 on Route 50. And I remember getting nervous about that.
You should have been nervous.
I was mostly nervous that I was going to get pulled over.
Why did you drive at 100?
I just wanted to see. I wanted to get it to 100 to see what it felt like.
So dumb.
Yes, it was dumb. I was 17.
Taking a Cutlass 100. Hey, I wanted to ask you, Von, about the DK Metcalf situation. I know you saw it with the fan. Apparently, Jay Glazer did some research, and he talked to the security team for the Seattle Seahawks. And DK Metcalf, he knew exactly who this guy was, and this fan was making derogatory and I think racial remarks to him when he was a Seattle Seahawk. So he knew this fan. He knew him. And other fans around him corroborated the story. So what was your take on that and your take on a 2-game suspension? If this guy had been making racial remarks to DK Metcalf in the past, I'd want to punch him too.
Yeah, I mean, that's always tough, whenever, when they try your integrity like that. But I just feel like you empower the guys whenever you walk over there. Like, there'd be another thing if the fan jumped over the rail and walked,
right
onto the field and up to you.
Mm-hmm.
I think you empower him whenever it's the other way around. Whenever I reverse it and I acknowledge him, when I play in the game, it's, you hear fans say all type of crazy stuff, but like 95% of the time I just act like I don't even hear it, and it's like it's powerless like that. But DK's a great player, and we all come from different backgrounds, and whenever you
whenever you try your pride or your ego like that, or you test your integrity, it happens. And but I'm not a fan of empowering, the fans like that.
When you were younger, did you ever? I mean, as a veteran, you've learned to stay away from it. When you were younger, were you ever involved with anything like that?
Nope, never in my 15 years.
Smart. Yeah.
All right, so Vaughn.
By the way, that hurt Pittsburgh because I don't know if you didn't watch the game, I'm sure, but Pittsburgh, they needed another downfield threat, and Aaron Rodgers, he couldn't throw to any of these other receivers. He needed DK Metcalf out there, and he's not going to have him there again against Baltimore on Sunday night for the division. So that suspension could cost them a playoff spot.
Yeah, two-game suspension. That was tough though. Like one, take the money, 1 game suspension. I think, it was only 2 games left in the season too. I think the NFL was strategic and taking DK away in that manner though. But it definitely hurt him for sure.
Yeah.
Talking to Von Miller, who leads the Commanders with 8 sacks this season in his 16 games, 5 tackles for loss. How would you assess your season so far?
I think the most important thing at the very top of it is wins and losses.
Mm-hmm.
The outcome of the games is definitely not what we wanted. Me individually, I think as a team as well, this is definitely not what we wanted. And we came from last year. We won. We went to the NFC Championship. We won 11 games. It was so much hype and enthusiasm coming into this season. So this is definitely not the season that we wanted as a whole. I think me personally, 8 sacks is crazy. I always set pretty high expectations for myself, and 8 sacks at 36 years old is pretty cool. So
yeah,
in seasons like this where you can't get the top priority, then you got to settle for the second priority. And I think sacks, a season like this is pretty cool. I would want to have them both. I want to have 10 sacks and we win 12 games this season and go into the playoffs. But
yeah,
I learned a long time ago if you want to make God laugh, start making plans, and I just take it however it comes.
What do you think's going to happen in the off season, just regarding you personally?
Oh well, I really don't know. It's not like I'm not 24 years old. I can't
I know you don't want to retire though.
Yeah, I can't make any demands on where I want to play or who I want to play for.
Right.
So I don't I just got to go with whatever the market is. I want to be back. I want to, be back with the Commanders. I still, believe in this team. I think just having one player back, just these last couple of games with Terry, just having Terry back, just that one player.
Yeah.
It's not even Jaden or any of the other guys.
Right.
That's not any of the guys on defense. It's not. That's not D. Wise or any of the guys that we had injured. Just having Terry back on the field, it's a totally different game. So just imagine if we could get Terry, Jaden back, guys on defense back.
Yeah.
Bring some more guys in, and through free agency. The draft, we're going to have a pretty high draft pick. So just think what type of team we'll be with all of that and the type of motivation that we have after, a season like this. This team is going to be ready to roll next year. And, I want to be a part of it, but like I said, I can't make any demands, or I just got to go with the market. Wherever the market takes me, that's where I'm going. I'm definitely playing next year, though.
Well, someone's going to want you because you put up 8 sacks and limited snap count.
So wherever the market takes me, that's where I'm going. I want to be back here. I want to be a Commander, though.
Okay.
So you've said on this show that you couldn't see yourself going to coaching down the road, but you could see yourself being a front office personnel guy, that you kind of fancy yourself a personnel guy.
Yeah.
So this is more kind of a fan question. So last year, the Commanders drafted Johnny Newton with the 2nd round, and there was a lot of hype. He had some injuries in college, but he was Big Ten Defensive Player of the Year. But we hadn't seen him do much until this 3-sack game. So give me kind of your personnel scouting report on Johnny Newton, because now fans are excited again about Johnny.
It's a lot of things that you really gonna see as a fan. Johnny's been making plays all year, and his his effort to the ball. That's one thing that you can't coach. He plays behind D-Payne. He plays behind other guys. He's in the rotation. But having D-Payne didn't play this last game, and it was Johnny's game all game. Just go, Johnny. Just go, Johnny. Just go, Johnny. And I think that's the type of game that he can produce. But as far as he's been making plays all season long. They might not show up on the stat sheet, but he's been making effort plays all season long. I think the Chargers game was an incredible game for him. Sometimes we turn on the film and we turn the film and we watch games from like last year. When he still has his dreads and stuff, and I think his number was different last year, and I'm like, who's that guy? Who's that guy? This guy.
Right.
And that's Johnny. He's been making plays this whole time, but the sack is definitely the most. The sack, tackle for loss, like force bump, those type of plays are definitely the type of plays that grabs fans' attention, and he had a lot of them versus the Cowboys this week.
By the way, I just learned this on Wikipedia, and Vaughn, maybe you can ask him about this. He has 4 brothers. Johnny Newton.
Okay.
Right? Okay. His real name is Jerzon.
Okay.
Right. His brothers, Jerquan, Jerwan, Jershwan, and I might be missing one, but they all have the same type of name.
They all
Jervon.
sound like, they all sound alike. Did you know that, Vaughn?
No, I didn't know that. I definitely.
Yeah. Jerzon, Jervon,
definitely-
Jerquan, Jerwan, and Jershawn. They all got Jer
Yeah,
at the
definitely.
beginning.
They all got Jer.
Yeah, I definitely poke fun at him whenever I see
Yeah,
him.
you got something to talk about today when you see him. Hey, what's your take on the 17 games? I know you've been asked this a bunch of times, I'm sure, but I've never asked you this. Your take on the 17-game schedule and the possibility that Roger Goodell and the NFL moves the regular season to 18 games.
I've been playing football my whole entire life, so I love playing football. I think it's ways to make that happen. There's pros and cons with both. I think you add another bye week in there.
Mm-hmm.
You give us 2 bye weeks. You get 2 bye weeks, 18-game season. I think that can be done. I think every 9 games you get a bye week. That's not. I don't think that's that bad.
So you're okay with that?
Yeah, you give us another bye week, then I can definitely play 18 games if you give us 2 bye weeks.
Yeah.
And then the way they space it out with the Thursday night games and it's ways to make it happen. I love playing football, and you put the money in there too, and you stretch it out to 18 games. There's ways to make it happen for the players too and the owners. I think it's a fair discussion to be made on both ends. Now, if you give us 18-game season and you only got 1 bye week and you gotta go,
that's too hard. Yeah,
you gotta go a 16-game stretch. Like that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I think, but if you can throw in 2 bye weeks, space in those Thursday night games and a cool way to build some rest in there too. Those Thursday night, Monday night. Those Thursday night, Monday night stretches.
Yeah.
I think it's a way for it to happen for the players and the owners.
Had you ever played on Christmas before?
No, that was my first time playing on Christmas. I had played on Thanksgiving before.
Yeah, right.
But that was my first time playing on Christmas.
Were your kids with you the next day?
Yeah, they were with me. We had to stay in the hotel the night before the game, but yeah, they were in town.
Okay. Hey, just in terms of the NFC going forward, I think the playoffs are going to be wide open. I mean, AFC and NFC, I can't really pick a team where I say, all right, they're a surefire Super Bowl team. In the NFC, just in particular, is there a team that you think is pretty strong that you would consider a favorite to win out, or do you think it's pretty wide open?
Oh, the playoffs are so crazy. Yeah, it's just it's so wide open. You see the Rams lose yesterday, and they were like, my favorite. And then you see the Seattle Seahawks, like, continue to be strong and play well.
Yep.
But for my pick, I would have to go with the Seattle Seahawks. I would like to see the Seattle Seahawks versus the Buffalo Bills in the Super Bowl. I think that'd be a cool one, in my opinion.
What do you think of Drake May?
I think Drake can play too. I think, that division over there, I mean, they've already beaten the Buffalo Bills one time, and they had them in the second game. I think they were up 21-0 in that game too,
Right.
and they allowed them to come back. So,
yeah,
the playoffs are different. So I think, Drake May and the New England Patriots can do it as well. I think the Denver Broncos still got a strong team. I think that loss to the Jacksonville Jaguars it wakes a team up like that. Like you realize, like, hey, like we won 10 games in a row or 9 games in a row, whatever it may be, but we can still be beaten. Like we gotta play a certain way to get it done. I think those could be wake up calls for teams like that. So Buffalo Bills, Denver Broncos, New England Patriots. I think the Rams, Seattle Seahawks.
Sleeping on the Niners.
Niners, McCaffrey.
I think the 49ers.
McCaffrey's a beast.
I think the 49ers.
Yep.
I think the 49ers can do it too. I think the 49ers are definitely hungry. They've been, to 2 Super Bowls before and lost. So I think those type of losses can wake a team up as well. So I think those 3 teams on both sides are teams, in my opinion. If I can't go with the Commanders, those are the teams that I got to pick.
Gotcha.
You guys have been eliminated, just so you know. You can't go with the Commanders.
You can't go with you boys.
All right, Von. Of course, people can check out your podcast, Free Range, on the Odyssey app. Download it wherever you get your podcasts. And he's brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice. Hey, 2 sacks, you get to 10. That would be sweet.
Yep.
Yeah, that would be sweet, man. That would be sweet.
Well, get after Hurts if they're playing. I'm not sure if the Eagles are going to play their starters, but get after him or get after McKee.
I appreciate you guys.
Hey, it was great talking to you this year, man. I'm not sure what our schedule is with you going forward, but it was really cool.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I appreciate you guys for having me, man. This was really cool.
All right, that's Von Miller,
All right.
up to 8
Stay
sacks.
healthy, buddy.
Leads the team in sacks. Sadly.
Yep.
8 sacks, the leader. Second is 5.5, which I think is still a tie between Dorrance Armstrong, who hasn't
played in months.
In what, 2 months?
Right.
When's the last time Dorrance Armstrong?
It's been a while.
Second leading sack guy at 5.5, and I think maybe Jacob Martin has 5.5 sacks.
They need to increase that number next
All right,
year.
coming up next, we're going to talk a little puck. Caps lost last night 5-3. Joe Beninati, voice of the Caps, joins us here on the Junkies. Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. Join us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, is our pal Joe Beninati, Caps play-by-play voice for Monumental Sports. And Joe B., you don't know this, but the last time you came in studio with Locker, we took a picture, and that's on our wall up here, just outside the studio.
Yeah.
Very good. It's always good to be back on TV with you.
Hey, thanks for joining us. What time did you get in last night from Florida?
We did pretty well. The pilot stepped on it. By the time we got home, I'd say I got to my place just before 2 a.m.
Wow.
We'll give Locker an extra 45 minutes.
Yep.
And most of the guys living in the area, I would say probably in that 2:15 range.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
That's not bad. And thanks for joining us on an early morning after getting in so late. But I watched a little bit of the game last night. Obviously got off to a good start, and Willie looked great. And but they lose 5-3, and I don't know, they've lost 4 out of 5, and they're in a little bit of a rough stretch here. And I'm wondering, we've played half the season. All right, I can't believe we played pretty much half the season already. Are you concerned right now?
No, because I'm seeing a lot of the top teams do the same things, Bish. There was a stretch there where Washington went 10-1-1, and now they've cooled off. I want to say it's only 3 wins maybe in the last 10. And I've seen a bunch of really good teams play the same way. I just think this is the kind of year where it's just going to come down to the very last final days of the season with regard to who makes the playoffs and where they are with regard to seeding. But the Eastern Conference, especially the Metro, you just look at it, everybody's above 500 for now. That will change.
Yeah.
But everybody is within an arm's length of each other. It's when you get the hot streak, do you get it at the right time? Do you play the right way? And I thought it was there for Washington last night against a 2-time defending Cup champion. You have the lead in the third period. You're not able to anchor it down. What's that expression? Those other guys are on scholarship too. They're pretty good, and they pushed through. And the Caps defensively made some bad reads in the third period that they'd love to have back, and they will be better the next time they see him.
So overall, like the last 3 weeks, there was a little period of time where this team was just scorching hot, right?
They were scoring a ton of goals.
And they moved up to the top of the standings, and then they've kind of slid back. And, we talk to Coach Carberry every week, and he talks about something. From your perspective, what was the difference in play, or what has been the difference in play where they did kind of slide back a little bit?
Finishing ability, JP. It sounds so easy. Last season, the Caps were, I believe, the best shooting team in the NHL. And shooting percentage is not a big hockey stat. It's not a big analytic. But the Caps led the league in shooting percentage, which meant they didn't need 1,000 shots to score the goals that you'd like to get. This season, I've seen an ebb and a flow. At the outset of the year, they needed 10 shots to score the 1 goal. In the hot streak time, all of a sudden that shooting percentage, the finishing ability goes up, the passing is better, the entries into the zone are cleaner, the power play starts to produce, boom. And all of a sudden now, okay, the Caps are a really good defensive team, and they have an excellent goaltending tandem. If they get offense, if they play well 5-on-5, they win. And now we're in a stretch where the finishing ability is off just a tad. And again, these things are cyclical. This team has enough talent to compete and play well in the Metro, and they will as we move forward. It's a very taxing schedule.
Yeah.
That sounds like an excuse. It's an excuse for everyone. In an Olympic year, everything is compressed, and you're playing every other day,
Yeah.
and the guys have to find a way to bear down and finish those chances around the goal.
Yeah, I was going to ask you if you thought that was a factor, just the condensed schedule, playing every other day, sometimes back-to-back.
Jason, you just said it. It's amazing. The game with the Rangers tomorrow is game 40.
I know.
It feels like we just started.
I know.
It feels like we just started, and it's not going to let up. It's relentless in the month of January. It's literally every other day. You get to the Olympic break, and waiting to see how hard it is coming home from the Olympic break. It's a tough thing. The players and I know the NHL want to be a part of the Olympics. It's fantastic to see best on best in February, and I hope it goes really well and there are no injuries to consider. But, wow, you do demand a lot from teams when you're playing. Every week it's 3 games, 4 nights, 4 games, 6 nights, 5 games, 8 nights. It's a lot to ask. These athletes are amazing with what they do.
Yeah, they're playing in 2 different cities. They're playing here against the Rangers on New Year's Eve. Then they got to get on a plane, go to Ottawa, and play the next day.
Yes, exactly. Then come home and see Chicago, then take a day and get ready for Anaheim, and then it's just it never stops. And that's why I say they're the best athletes on the planet, to play the physical game that they play and to play it at the level that they do, and the demands that are heaped upon them because of the schedule. Again, I don't want to keep blaming schedules. Everybody's got it.
Yeah,
everybody's got it. Now you got to figure out a way to embrace it and be the best out of it.
How big is Leno returning back to the lineup for this team?
Huge, JP. Speed factor is wonderful with that young man. His scoring ability, I mean, he's the national goal scoring leader in college, and you could see that for a reason. He's the leader of the World Junior team for Team USA, back-to-back gold medalists. You can see why he has those offensive instincts. It's speed, it's power on the interior. He puts himself in some tough places, and he was hit hard in an Anaheim game, and he missed a few weeks because of it. But that's the kind of talent that you need. That's the kind of those are the places you need to be willing to go to score goals in the NHL. He does it. It's natural for him. And I think, again, we talked about finishing ability. Ryan's going to hone in on what it takes to put goals away against NHL netminders the way he did against amateurs. It takes some time, but he's getting there.
Joe B, it's always fun talking to you. Get some rest. Are you a nap guy?
Say that again?
Are you a nap guy?
Yeah, do you like
No, I won't be nap. There's no time to nap, JP, today. I'm doing homework already on the Rangers. I'm doing homework already on Chicago. No naps today.
All right. It's going to be weird playing a 12:30 game on a Wednesday.
Yeah, back-to-back day games during the week.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, guys, I don't even know what day it is. Please
Right.
don't ask me what day it is. It's that kind of year.
Okay.
Tuesday, December 30th, Joe B.
Thank you so much.
All right. Hey, thanks for calling in. Appreciate it. Have a good New Year's, whatever. I know you
Guys,
gotta-
my pleasure. Same to you and your families. Anytime.
Yeah. All right, buddy. Thank you,
Joe
Joe B.
Beninati. Yeah, I mean,
Oh.
Cap's a little bit of a lull. They've lost 3 out of the last 4 games.
Yeah, and like 6 of 8, 7 of 9, something like that. Yeah, they got to put something together
But
here.
just before that, they were on that ridiculous hot streak. It's such a long season.
Need
and
another
like you
one.
said, the game's condensed. So,
Need another one.
all right, we got to get out of here. For Bish Bucks, I'm JP. We'll see you tomorrow. Coming up next on The Fan, it's our pals, B. Mitch and Finley. Don't go anywhere.
time do you go to the dentist?
I had to be at the dentist before the end of the year. So I guess my dental insurance gives me 2 cleanings a year.
What time?
8. No cavities. Booyah! I have a running wager with a woman I'm related to by marriage in a cavity count. Dominating. The dentist, not bad. Honestly, I was in and out of there in like 20 minutes. When you floss, baby, your teeth are gravy. It's not, dental care is not that complicated. It's based on flossing.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff, you floss, dude? Jeff, no idea what planet I'm on.
I got those little.
Jeff's eating
You
chips.
ever see the reach floss?
No, what's that?
It's a, so because you get in the back into the
Yeah,
heart.
yeah.
Easy or easy. Get back to.
I like the little swords.
That's not so. It's with. I think it's reach. Yeah, and it's about that long, and the little thing goes on the end, and you can just from anywhere. Just,
Yes, I do floss, and I have the travel pack in my car, and I got a water flosser.
Damn.
That's a new game right there.
Jeff's taking his dental care seriously. Proud of you.
Those don't get it inside, in between the teeth and in the gums as good as you think, though.
Yeah, Jeff.
I always use the flosser.
Oh yeah, I got the real ones too, but I'd be having to turn the setting down because that thing will rip your gums.
Oh, it will.
I got an email last night from White Brian. Has White Brian been around at all? Was he here yesterday and maybe I missed him?
White Brian got more vacation time than anybody I know.
He's taking care of his dog.
Yeah, sure. He doesn't even have a dog. White Brian sent me an email last night. Kinlaw bet. If Javon Kinlaw has 9 sacks on the season after Sunday's game, Rooster owes B. Mitch 3 fried lobster tails. Now, this email went to me, B,
When do we make this bet?
Landfill, and
I
Jeff.
don't remember making this bet.
Well, you know how, so I have a Gmail account, and you know how Google provides like the AI-generated automatic replies? I think they sum this up well. The 3 automatic generated replies to this email, which really makes no sense, are thanks for the tip, LOL, or what? What is he saying here? If Kinlaw has 9 sacks on the season after Sunday's game, Rooster owes B. Mitch 3 fried lobster tails. I don't know that Kinlaw has a sack on the season. So did Rooster say Kinlaw was going to have 9 sacks and you took the under? Is that how this shook out?
I don't know what he said. I don't remember this.
I wonder how many drinks was White Brian in when he sent that text.
Doug, Kinlaw's at 0 sacks. So the way I understand this, I think you should feel pretty good about Rooster owing you 3 fried lobster tails.
No, it said if Kinlaw has 9, which it seems like I say he was going to have 9.
Then why would, so you owe Rooster lobster tails unless he gets
I don't
to
remember
9?
betting nobody nothing about nothing.
Did this email make any sense to you guys last night?
I looked at it and kept going.
I just don't know where it came from. And my thing is, White Brian don't talk when he's here. Why does he always send stuff when he's not here?
This was a 9:30 White Brian email.
Is this a spam email to test us?
I replied with the auto-generated what question mark.
I didn't reply. I kept moving.
Landfill, do you have the slightest idea what this random White Brian lobster tail Javon Kinlaw email is about?
I think he might have gotten a fight with the Hurricane again.
Does Rooster perhaps have any idea what this is about?
Probably not.
Rooster doesn't know anything about anything.
If Rooster comes in here, let's assume Rooster's coming in today. I don't know that he is or isn't. If he comes in, B, and says, maybe this will happen next week, that you owe him 3 fried lobster tails, what's your reply going to be?
What the hell are you talking about?
Like, the only way this bet gets paid off, I'm guessing, from Brian's side, is audio proof. We work in an audio medium. If this bet actually happened, somewhere it should be documented. Correct?
I think the Roost is supposed to come in today.
All right, maybe we'll find out. I kind of doubt it, honestly, but maybe White Brian, when he wakes up from his drunken stupor, can provide us a little more information. What the hell did I thought something happened yesterday while I was off, and White Brian was actually working, and you and Rooster made a weird bet or something. Right? If he wasn't here, I can't imagine you talked a whole lot of Javon Kinlaw having 9 sacks this weekend.
No.
That'd be a pretty remarkable number. I don't think any NFL player's ever had 9 sacks in a game.
Never.
Now, they didn't keep stats in the Mean Joe Green era, so maybe he had it, but I doubt it. Brian, what we do know, we know very little, frankly. Dan Quinn spoke yesterday. We know that Jaden Daniels will not be the quarterback this weekend.
Yeah, we know that.
I kind of think it's going to be Josh again. Where do you lean?
Josh?
I thought he played pretty well.
Yeah.
They lost that game to Dallas because of defensive miscues. It wasn't. I mean, Johnson went for about 200 yards, no touchdowns, no picks. He didn't turn it over. They ran the ball pretty well. Defensively, they just couldn't get off the field. Dallas
100%.
doubled them up. It was 87 offensive plays to 41.
Yeah.
TOP was almost 40-20. It was 38-44 to 21-16. Like, you're just not going to win.
You got to get off the field, man.
And
if you don't get off the field, it's going to be problems.
Nikki Jobvala had a really good column this morning in The Athletic. I like just the headline on this. Forget a recalibration. Remember, Dan Quinn famously said they need to recalibrate. Forget a recalibration. The Commanders need to get back to basics. Dan Quinn, in his press conference yesterday, admitted that Quan Martin basically got benched because of the Kevontae Turpin 86-yard touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
He had his lowest snap count total since he was a rookie. Remember back when Ron wouldn't play him? Dan Quinn said there had been a big mistake in the game regarding coverage, so there were more consequences to that. I'd also like to say I love Quan and I believe him, and that's not so unusual when a difficult play happens that you change and they have to come stand on the sideline for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
If we're going to start benching people for mistakes, feels a little too late. And it's something you've said for a while this season. Like, if you keep putting the same guys out there, you're telling them it's okay.
Yeah. But you got to start somewhere. Maybe this is the way that they're going. Like we keep saying, they got to change up some things that they did this year. You got to change up some stuff. Maybe this is the beginning of that.
It's crazy because we're at this point in the season where you've got a team that's 4-12.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, hell, I think they probably lost 10 of the last 11. So they beat the Chargers on October 5th. Then it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 straight losses. Then you win 1, and then you've lost 2 more. So they lost 8 in a row. They've now gone 1-10 in their last 11 games. And the conversation isn't around massive changes. I think for Dan Quinn and Adam Peters, they should be really thankful that there's not more pressure on their jobs.
I don't think the conversation has to be around massive changes. They need to know that there needs to be some massive changes. Like, at this point of the season, I don't know who's sitting up here expecting something totally different. I've been thinking this for the last 5 to 7 weeks. They are in a position right now where it's going to be hard as hell to get out of this position with so many people hurt and just don't seem like things are flowing in the proper way. I don't know who's expecting them to go out there and all of a sudden be playing like they played last year. I'm not.
I don't think, for me, that's not the expectation at all.
And the way I look at it, Jay, this season is done.
Been done.
And like I said, they got stuff to play for. I also am not looking for something to drastically change right now. But once this season is over, I expect to start to see that everything, the mechanical aspect of this team starts to churn and things start to get into motion where what we see from the ending to the beginning of what's going to start up when the camps come around, we need to see some different stuff, different people, different styles of people, types of people.
This is crazy. I'm reading from Nikki's article this morning in The Athletic. Washington swing from a 4-13 team in 2023 to a 12-5 contender in 24, and back to being a 4-12 club this season is among the more volatile 3-year stretches for any NFL team in recent years. The last team to improve by 8 wins in one season, then fall by at least 8 losses the following season, was the Carolina Panthers from 2014 to 2016. I think that's when Carolina went to that Super Bowl. Cam got hurt and kind of just fell apart. I'm reading. There are multiple layers that Quinn and general manager Adam Peters will have to peel back. For a regime that began its rebuild recalibration by preaching play style, rediscovering the fundamentals of it is step one. And that's something I've been saying now for the better part of a month is like tackling needs to be more of a priority than trying to generate turnovers. Just get the guy on the ground.
Yeah, that needs to get better. This is tackle football, bro. And look, if I were them, I'll start up a little fine thing. If you throw a forearm and you don't wrap up, you getting fined. If I see another forearm tackle, I'm gonna have a problem. There's too many of those.
Like when you watch that Texans defense and you see the way their DBs play in run support.
Mm-hmm.
I understand people are looking to make strong tackles. And in the NFL, you gotta make big hits to get guys down on the ground. Hell, did you watch Philly Buffalo this weekend?
A little bit.
The way Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell, I mean, those are
the kid number 31 last night. He was bringing it. Listen, man, you don't have to make big hits. If you wrap up and hold on, that person is gonna probably go down. You know what I mean? But if you just run over and bump a guy, they're not falling all the time. These guys are too damn strong for that to happen. So, as I told you from the beginning of the season, I got tired of seeing defensive backs trying to tackle, but they never hit the ground. How do you tackle somebody that you got to knock them down, but you don't fall down? I've seen too many times dudes are standing on both feet when the guy's on the ground. They're like trying to push him down. That's not tackling. That's shoving.
There's so much wrong with Washington this season. You don't get to this record and this situation without really, I mean, just a number of indictments across the board. But man, they got serious questions. It is remarkable the rise and fall of this organization. And when people ask me like, oh, dude, they're so far off for 2026.
I don't think
they
so.
Might be.
See,
if you get Jaden back playing excellent, that changes
Let me
everything.
hit you with a little something. So I went back because I've been looking at the 49ers, and I try to compare things with the 49ers. 49ers 2017 was 6-10. 2018, 4-12. 2019, they were 13-3. Okay, NFC champ, whatever. They go to the Super Bowl appearance. They come back the next year. They were 6-10. Then they jump right back to 10-7, 13-4, 12-5. Then they fell off the next year and then came back this year. So the whole thing of it is you can switch up this stuff, but you gotta build something. Because like I've been making the example that the 49ers are the team you gotta look at. Like all the injuries, but they still perform. People look at and try to compare Washington. Washington hadn't had long enough to build the team. Kyle Shanahan got there 2017, right?
Yeah.
It's 2025 now.
Maybe 18.
They should
17.
be able to win because they built something now. Washington got away from what their building was from last year to this year. Get back to the building. Because what you are seeing with the 49ers and teams like that, that's been 6, 7, 8 years of building. We can't expect them to be where those other teams are after just 2 years. This is their third year going into it next year. So what we saw something happen last year, and we all got ahead of ourselves, even them.
Yeah.
So you got to get back to what you say you were going to do. Build this damn thing right.
Speaking of building, we're going to talk a little Wizards basketball coming up at 11. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Hey, it's JP Finley. You've heard me talk about my friends over at Better Services. Better's done tremendous work for me and my family, getting us all new appliances, helping us through every step of our house water damage process, and they can take great care of you. Whatever you need done. Say you need new appliances, go check out their showroom in Kensington, Maryland. They've got all the brands, all the styles you're looking for. They can offer next day or maybe even same day delivery, and they'll haul away your old appliances. Maybe you're thinking about a renovation. Talk to Better Services. They can do your kitchen, they can do your bathroom, get it done quick, on time, and on budget. Or if you just need some handyman work. I actually got a text Merlin today. I need a little handyman work done around the house, and Better Services can help with that too. Check them out online at betterservices.com. That's BETTAR. Or follow them on Facebook. Better Services. They can take care of you. You better get better. B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. A lot going on in the world. College football about to get hot here. I think the first playoff game's tomorrow night. Then obviously there's going to be a lot of games New Year's Day. We're in this extra weird college football space where the other bowl games really don't matter. You know what I mean? Like, because now we got so many of these playoff games, but like tomorrow, Michigan, Texas is a big game.
Yeah.
But you don't know who the hell's going to play. I don't even know who's coaching Michigan. Does Whittingham take over right away?
Probably not. Probably one of the coaches that was on the staff will take over.
But the big one starts tomorrow night. Miami, Ohio State, rematch of that famous title game from many, many years ago. Then New Year's Day, you got just a whammy of a lineup. Oregon, Texas Tech, Bama, Indiana, Ole Miss, Georgia. College football's got to figure something out because these games now go like the last college football game, like the title game, I think it's like January 25th.
Mm-hmm.
They got to tighten that up, man. The time is just, it stretches too far. And I think the numbers last year reflected that. Like by the title game, the rating, so the title game is January 19th. Mm-hmm. That's probably the Monday of MLK weekend, is my guess. Like, remember when they all lied that this was, you couldn't do that for the students or whatever? Well, now they're playing.
They never gave a damn about. They never gave a damn about the students. To be honest with you, they were just trying to figure out a way to make the most money they can.
Right. Maybe we'll do brackets tomorrow before they start because at this point it's just a straight bracket. Who's going to play what? We can pick our national champions. Landfill, let's plan on that. Maybe we can put a $5 on.
See, that's what you're saying right now. How these kids have to play much longer after the season is over. What has the NCAA and colleges been treating them like anyway? Like they wasn't just playing students. They were
right.
They were beyond students. Right. And now they were getting paid, and everybody want to complain about them getting paid. They're getting paid for what they've been doing. The bowl games and all that extra stuff is extra. Okay? This college football thing, it generates a lot of money for somebody. So let's just stop with that BS about, oh, man, the adults set this stuff up. Why they didn't make any rules? Now that the guys are leaving after 1 year and signing deals and going to another school, don't coaches do that still?
Yeah.
So what the hell is the complaint? I mean, let's understand. If you did not
What do you think, though, about the NBA kid that wants to come back to college basketball?
I think that's the thing. The NCAA is saying, oh, yeah, they could do that. No, once you play pro, you are not eligible no more. I want to hear the fact that he had some years left. You know what I mean? If you left and went to the pros, you are no longer eligible to play college basketball. Point blank.
That seems like a simple one, but apparently that kid's coming back.
Man, see, that's because the adults are screwing it up once again.
So I read something. This is a conspiracy theory, but obviously it is such a mess, and the NCAA is basically useless at this point.
Yeah.
Like they're not in charge.
They're trying to get control again.
Well, they're trying to let it go so sideways and fall off such
Congress,
a cliff.
I heard that story
that
too.
people will be like, all right, we got to put the NCAA back in charge.
Yeah. Say, I heard that someone said that last night about Congress. They want Congress to come in and do. Let me tell you one thing. The NCAA is the Antichrist. They need to get the hell away. They've been screwing up stuff. They were sending guys, making guys ineligible for receiving a T-shirt, big hit shirt. But Brian Bosworth never got nothing when he had a $2,500 a month apartment, driving a Corvette, and was spending $2,000-$3,000 a month in grocery when he was in college. And I'm talking about back in the 80s. Give me a break. The NCAA is full of crap, man.
Correct. When we return, we're going to talk to Chase Hughes. The Wiz are playing some decent basketball. What's gotten into the Washington Wizards? Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch Finley.
Brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. One more week to go. Commanders finish up in Philly on Sunday, 4:25 kickoff. Up in the city of brotherly love, Marcus Mariota uncertain. Dan Quinn said Josh Johnson would start again if Mariota can't play. And center Tyler Biadasz, who suffered knee and ankle injuries Christmas Day, unlikely to play as well. Today, also, running back Bill Krosky-Merritt was named a nominee for NFL Rookie of the Week. Wizards had a 2-game winning streak snap last night, falling to Phoenix. Capitals on the road. They dropped 4-5 now, beaten by Florida 5-3. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete with 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland. Stop by one near you today, or for more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Scott Merle Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. I don't know what happened. I can't hear anything. You hear me, B?
Yeah.
All right, good. I want to talk a little Wiz basketball. We haven't checked in on the Wizards in a little while. And you can say a lot of different things, but it is an entertaining product. They're playing pretty well. Helping us make sense of all things Washington Wizards is our friend Mr. Chase Hughes from Monumental Sports Network, covers the Wiz for Monumental. Chase, what's up, bud? Happy Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays.
Yeah, same to you. Thanks for having me on.
For sure, dude. How much did the Wiz didn't play Christmas Day, I assume? How much have you had to work over this holiday stretch? I know you got little ones at home.
Yeah, it was basically right after Christmas. They had 3 games in 4 days. It's kind of a catch-22 about covering the NBA. If you cover a good team, a marquee team, you're going to work on Christmas. If you cover a team that's not great and rebuilding like the Wizards are, then you don't have to work on Christmas. So I definitely didn't take that for granted. My daughter's 5, and she had a great Christmas. I hope the same for your girls.
Yeah, that's great, man. All right, so
that don't work in the NFL though. We had to work for Christmas.
Yeah,
I know. I did not envy you.
So it's weird, we kind of say the Wiz are playing better. They've won two of their last 3. They won 2 in a row. Well, where do you think this team is over the last 2 weeks, maybe a month?
Much better than they were in the first month of the season. In November, there was definitely a long stretch of time where it looked like they could challenge the worst record in NBA history. But over these last 8 to 10 games, they've been playing much better. They've won 2 out of their last 3. Thought they had a chance at a 3-game winning streak last night. They fell short against the Phoenix Suns, but they're 3-3 in their last 6 games. And I think the biggest difference, honestly, has just been turnovers. In the month of November, they were the worst team in the NBA protecting the ball. And in December, they've been above average. And over these last 8 games, they've been 3rd or 4th in the league in turnover percentage. So I think they're just getting a lot better at not making mistakes, not just giving the ball away. As we know, that turnover differential is a big deal in every sport. And the way Brian Keefe has explained it is, they had a lot of new players, a lot of lineup changes in the first month of the season. Now they've got a little more continuity, and it's paying off. They're protecting the ball much better.
What has been the biggest improvement you've seen? Because, JP just stated, this is entertaining basketball that they're having and they're playing. So what has been the biggest overall improvement?
I would say that for entertainment value, it'd be 2 things. Just playing more competitive basketball. I think it's not a great product when you're watching a team just cough the ball up all the time and just fall on their face and just give the other team fast break opportunities. But then also Trey Johnson, he's been good all year, but since coming back from the injury, I think he's been really fun to watch. He's been an excellent 3-point shooter from day one. That's why the Wizards drafted him. But now he's starting to expand his range. He's regularly hitting shots from 30 feet out. So I think fans are getting really excited about that. Last night, he came out and had a career-high 24 points, made 5 threes. So I think fans can get really excited about him. He's, I think, really been the biggest standout on the offensive end lately.
All right, so I think everybody has approached this Wiz season, and honestly probably next year's Wiz season, with an understanding of what the organization's trying to do. And I think, for me anyway, seeing obviously there's the OKC model and how good they are, but seeing how good the Pistons are, like there are reasons for me to really buy into the long-term difficult rebuild. But all of a sudden, the Wiz don't even have the worst record in the East. The Pacers have fewer wins than they do. What is the deal with, like, don't they have to be fifth worst or something? Like, otherwise they lose the pick? What is that situation with the Knicks protected pick or whatever?
Yeah, so I mean, it is an important factor to this season. There's no denying it. This is the final year of protections related to the first-round pick. They initially sent to Houston along with John Wall to get Russell Westbrook. And now that pick is owned by the New York Knicks, and it's top 8 protected. So basically the way it works is if the Wizards got the 9th pick or worse this year, they got to give it to the New York Knicks. Not ideal if you're rebuilding and placing a lot of importance on drafting and developing players. So it would be enormous if they could keep that pick. And to ensure that they do keep it, they would have to have one of the 4 worst records in the league. So they got a little bit of breathing room. You know, last year, the New Orleans Pelicans had the 4th worst record in the league, and they won 22 games. The Wizards have won 15 and then 18 the previous 2 years. So they could stand to probably improve their record a little bit and still be, you know, safely in that territory. But, you know, even if they had the 5th worst record, the odds of losing the pick, while they would be non-zero, it's still only about 2%. So I wouldn't worry too much about that at this point. I think the Wizards will be just fine keeping that draft.
Chase, when it comes to the ping pong balls and the Wiz, I worry.
I worry all
unless
the
it's a
time.
non-zero. I only want 0.
Sure, right. You want to ensure that you keep it, but also you don't have to like fret over them having the worst record in the league, because with the way the lottery odds are set up, the team with the worst record doesn't get the number 1 pick anymore. You know, the percentage is much lower than it used to be. And in fact, you know, last year the Wizards had the 2nd worst record. They fell to 6th. The Jazz had the worst record. They fell to 5th. So I think just as long as you're picking somewhere in the top 5, especially this year with this draft, it's unusually deep at the top. I think the Wizards would be just fine, again, as long as they can keep that pick.
With all the talk about, you know, tanking and all that stuff in the NBA, and then you put these clauses in that say you got this protected pick, isn't that kind of like, you know, going against each other? Because if I got a protected pick and I can't have a good and a certain record, then they're going to make me go out and try to lose games, right?
That's why the league is taking a close look at that. I'm sure you heard the news recently that they're reevaluating the provisions that they have to discourage tanking. And actually, the thing they're focused on more than anything this time is not a team like the Wizards that is rebuilding, but it's some of these teams that have pick protections realize that, oh, our season's not going as well as we want. Let's tank the final 30 games of the year and try to keep that draft pick.
Mm-hmm.
You saw the Sixers do that last year, and the Dallas Mavericks a few years ago did the same thing, and the league's trying to eradicate that. So, you know, pick protections have become, honestly, so confusing. It's really, really hard to follow and sometimes explain. You know, the Wizards right now, their pick protection is pretty simple. A lot of these are very complex, and the league is trying to get rid of that because they don't like that kind of tanking.
What's crazy is, and I was at the Gaylord National over the weekend. We're talking with our friend Chase Hughes from Monumental Sports Network. You can give him a follow at Chase DC Sports. Chase covers the Wizards for Monumental. I was at the Gaylord National over the weekend with my wife and daughters, and we went to the ice exhibit. I think perhaps walking around in 0 degrees led to my cold coming back. What do you know? But, dude, it feels way more subdued locally because the Wiz have been so bad for a while. The amount of kids walking around wearing NBA jerseys is just astonishing.
Mm-hmm.
And there were a ton of Philly people there to watch the Eagles game, which was not great as far as I was concerned. But the NBA, I feel like, exists in these 2 different worlds almost, where dudes, I feel like regular sports fans from like 30 to 50, just like regular guys, are like, man, I don't know about the NBA. Like, I'll tune in for the playoffs, but the regular season's such a difficult product to watch. Whereas kids, I don't think care, and they just love it. Like, you're at games night after night after night. Like, what do you notice in that capacity?
Well, I mean, I think it's no secret that this area loves basketball, and we always think about high school and college, you know, Maryland, Georgetown, DeMatha, Gonzaga, all the great schools in the area. But this area also loves the NBA. And I think that shows up in a few different forms. One is, when stars come to town, the arena is packed. But also, if you look at NBA Finals ratings, DC's always up there among the cities that watches the biggest games in the NBA. Same with Richmond, same with Baltimore. So it's the whole area. And I think for all those reasons, people within the organization, Michael Winger, Will Dawkins, in their introductory press conference, they said this. Everyone recognizes that the fan base is a sleeping giant. There's a lot of people who love the NBA here. There hasn't been a winning team. There haven't been too many eras with stars that people are attracted to like they were with Gilbert Arenas and John Wall. And people just wonder, I mean, myself included, what would happen if the Wizards had a true contender with a true superstar? And I think that's what Michael Winger and Will Dawkins are trying to create here.
Well, I tell you, when they used to promote the stars of the other teams, they had sold out houses. If you get your own stars here, it'll be off the chain.
I agree with you. Like when the Gill teams were rocking, when those teams were really good, going to Wiz games was some of the most fun things to do. And even like the Wall Beal teams, I don't think were as good, but those were fun. How far away, honestly, like of these young guys? I know there was some push maybe to get various guys into the All-Star game. I don't think that's going to happen, but maybe they get into the Rising Stars, whatever that game four-team thing is. But like of these really young guys between Keyshawn and Sarr and Trey Johnson, like who do you really believe has the potential to be like a star?
Well, those are the three guys I would list first and foremost. I think it's really between Keyshawn George and Alex Sarr. And I go back and forth on it. I mean, I think Keyshawn George is the best player on the team. I think he's the best combination of offense and defense, and he's super efficient. But he's also a little bit older. He just turned 22. Alex Sarr is 2 years younger than him, and it's kind of neck and neck. Like one night you might think that one guy's the better player, and then the next night you might think it's the other guy. So I guess factoring in age, I might say Alex Sarr, but I think Keyshawn George, what he's done is very legitimate. And, just because he is a little bit older doesn't mean his ceiling is any lower. He's one of these guys who had like a super late growth spurt, wasn't on D1 radars until the last second, wasn't on NBA draft radars until the last second. And I just really like his demeanor. He's got great feel for the game, and he's maybe the most competitive guy in that locker room. Like, they obviously lose a lot of games, and every single time he's affected by it. And he's just got sort of this edge about him, being around him, you pick up on that. You guys are, B-Mitch, you were a professional athlete. You guys know there's a lot of competitive people in professional sports, but some there's just like a natural edge to them, and he's got it.
Oh, yeah.
Brian has that. When you're
so do you, JP?
In only very, very microscopic areas. When you talk about Sarr, like how impressive, like Keyshawn's game, we kind of get, right? Like he's a wing, he can shoot. There's a lot that he can do. When you talk about Sarr, where can his game go? Like who's a comp for him? What's the ceiling for that dude?
The two best comps, they were stated before the draft, I think it remains, are Evan Mobley of the Cleveland Cavaliers and Jaren Jackson Jr. of the Memphis Grizzlies. We just saw Jackson a couple nights ago go up against Sarr. Both Mobley and Jackson are about the same size as Alex Sarr. They're both multiple-time All-Stars, and they've also both won Defensive Player of the Year. And if you look at Alex Sarr's numbers compared to them offensively, he's a little bit further along, and he's blocking more shots than those guys were, early in their careers. They became some of the best shot blockers in the league. So I think Alex Sarr is very much on the track to be one of those guys, to be an all-star, to make the all-defensive team. But it's kind of interesting. You're seeing with both Mobley and Jackson, they're 4 or 5 years, or Jackson at least is 4 or 5 years older than Sarr. They're kind of reaching that point where it's like, okay, they could be the second best player on a contending team. Can they make the leap, to become a top 10 player in the league? It's a really tough threshold to break through. And I could see Alex Sarr, a few years from now, us discussing like, okay, can this guy break into the top 15 of the league? But he's not there yet, but he's well on his way.
What about Trey? I know he missed a bunch of time. Now he's back. He's a fun guy to watch. You had a thing on your Twitter handle about the deep threes he's hitting. What is he? You got him at 50% on threes from 30 feet or more.
Damn.
That's just such a ridiculous stat.
Keep shooting
It's
those.
unreal.
Tell him keep shooting those.
I know. He said is basically as long as he could see the rim, he'll take the shot. And they're going in. I mean, the 3-point shooting we knew was going to be a big selling point for him. He lit it up from every range on the court last year at Texas. And that's been as advertised. I think he's the most talented offensive player they've drafted since Bradley Beal in 2012. But he's a better shooter than Brad was at this age, which is crazy because Bradley Beal was a great shooter, right? Ended up setting all kinds of records for this team. I think Trey Johnson, what we're seeing, especially over the last few weeks, is the next evolution for him. He's taking and making threes. Teams are starting to try to close out on those, and he's making them pay in two different ways. One is just stepping out further and making shots from 30 feet away, as we just discussed. And then next is, grabbing the ball and putting it on the floor and getting past the first line of defense. And he's improving in the mid-range. I think that's going to be important, finishing around the rim. And then also, if you look at, drives per game on this team, he's improving his quantity of drives per game, but he's not passing too often on those drives compared to his teammates. I think that's another way he can keep the defense guessing is, get into the middle of the defense, and you don't know if he's going to try to finish around the rim or pass to one of his teammates on the three-point line.
Dude, so I'm looking at the highlight video you posted. Looks like a cool TikTok you made of him talking with some of these shots.
Yeah.
One of these, he's pulling up from the Wizards logo at half court. You're there, and the deal. What is Brian Keefe? What is the coach? What's his reaction when he sees his guy pull up from half court like that?
I think he's one of the few players that Brian Keefe is cool with doing it. He said last night, someone asked him about that, and he said that, Trey Johnson is the type of shooter where you got to start guarding him as soon as he crosses the half court line. And he mentioned Corey Kispert as another guy like that. So I think those two probably have the green light to shoot from that range. We saw Jordan Poole do it a lot the last couple of years. But right now on this current roster, I think it's just Trey and Corey.
Yeah, if he can shoot like Steph, shoot it.
I mean, Jordan Poole gave himself the
if
green
he's
light at all times.
50% from outside of 30, shoot more. Because most people are not 50% inside it.
Hey, some guys have that kind of range.
Hell.
I mean, you mentioned Steph. Trae Young can do it. There's certain players, Damian Lillard, of course. And I think the guy who started it, we've already mentioned, was Gilbert Arenas.
Yeah, you're right, because Gil started pulling up really far. I mean, Steph changed basketball in a way that, George Mikan did. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I took my daughter, they didn't have practice last night, so there was just an open gym, and a couple of the kids went, and a couple of the girls' older brothers were there. So the girls were on one side, the boys were on the other side. And this one kid was a fifth grader, kind of tall. He plays, I think he plays some pretty legit hoops, but he's in fifth grade. And this is an elementary school gym, so, it's not as – this kid's shooting 3 feet beyond the three-point line. And it's not like a chuck. It was his –
He's shooting it.
It was I mean, it's just crazy to see how much –
Some people have it early, Jay.
I mean, basketball's just changed so wildly.
Everybody shoot threes now.
I've heard about that. Yeah, Steph has changed youth basketball, and I think Kevin Durant has too, because once he came on the scene – you don't see anyone who wants to be a traditional big man anymore.
No.
They all want to cross you up and shoot threes.
Does anybody play with their back to the basket anymore?
Not many.
And it's crazy.
Most big men are there for defense.
And Sawyer shoots
what's the
threes.
dude? Gobert, his offensive game is horrible.
There's not many of those either. Honestly, these big Jokic is a unicorn, obviously. What's up with his knee from last night, Chase?
I haven't seen the MRI results, but it does seem pretty ominous. So not only is he having a great year, but so are the Nuggets. So hopefully he gets a clean bill of health.
Yeah, that sucks, just because he's so much fun to watch.
Oh, he is.
Yo,
and doesn't leave the floor very often, but he can play wear you out, dog. Yeah.
What do you think of what Derek Queen's doing with the Pelicans? Granted, they're terrible, but
I love it. I mean, I'm a Terps fan just like you. And I remember last year going to see him play against Rutgers in College Park. And Rutgers had 2 top 5 picks, Dylan Harper, who went second, and Ace Bailey, who went fifth. Derek Queen was the best player on the court. His offensive feel, especially at his size, is extremely special. I was pretty stunned that he fell as far as he did in the draft. Obviously, I was very surprised at what the Pelicans traded to get him. an unprotected first-round pick in addition to another first. But I think he's got future All-Star written all over him. I think he is probably – I think the range would be like an Antoine Jameson on the low end and maybe an Alperen Şengün on the high end. Şengün is, a top 10 to 15 player in the league right now.
With the Rockets,
I think
right?
Derek Queen could be that good. I think his footwork and his feel as a ball handler makes it so no big man can stay in front of him. He's a sensational offensive player.
He's a dude I honestly thought would be a better pro than he just with the pace and space
100%.
game. So the Pels come to town January 9th. Am I seeing that right? The Commander season's been over for some time. With this Wiz team, we're not expecting a playoff berth or anything, but are there any games you kind of have highlighted that should be like just fun nights at Cap One for fans to kind of enjoy?
Well, that's a good question. I know, the Timberwolves are coming to town soon. They've got Anthony Edwards. He's always really fun to watch. I mean, pretty much must see.
Yes.
If you're a Terps fan, the Pelicans would be a game to watch. And then just looking ahead to late January, normally I would circle that Nuggets game. Jokic, is probably the best player in the world right now, but hopefully whatever injury he has doesn't preclude him from playing in that game.
For sure. Chase, what's the podcast, dude? I know you guys are getting some really good guests, and it's growing like crazy.
Yeah, I appreciate you asking. So it's called Off the Bench. We release every Wednesday on YouTube and wherever you get your podcast. And we have had some impeccable timing because we just sat down with Trey Johnson, a long interview with him, fun interview, and that comes out tomorrow. So we got him, and then he had a career night. And so hopefully people are even more interested in hearing what he has to say.
Used to call that the podcast bump back in the Redskins talk days, man.
Right.
It works. All right, brother. Well, I appreciate you making time for us, dude. How is the locker room? I know I've covered some bad teams, and the locker room gets depressing, but it seems like there's maybe a different vibe with this collection of young guys with different expectations.
They say they feel like they're on the AAU circuit.
Yeah, right. Well, I think morale is good. I think these guys get along really well. I think they know the deal of the season. But when you ask me about the locker room, the first thing that comes to mind is just the way they've renovated it. I don't know if you guys have seen pictures or videos of this locker room. It's incredible. I don't know how it compares to – I know the Commanders did a renovation themselves, but these guys are living all right. I mean, this locker room is enormous and, super nice. So I think that's definitely lifted morale as well.
All right, buddy. Thanks for the time, man.
All right, Chase. Be cool, brother.
Absolutely. Happy New Year.
You too. That's our guy, Chase Hughes, covers the Wiz. Give him a follow at Chase DC Sports. Sure looks like the NFL MVP award is wrapped up. Who's it going to be? Nobody go anywhere.
Brought to you by the largest fireworks store on the East Coast, Gorilla Fireworks. Checking the line for the season finale for the Commanders in Philly, dropping a little bit. Eagles now a 7-point favorite for the 4:25 kickoff at the Link on Sunday to close out the season. Today, running back Bill Krosky-Merritt was a nominee for NFL Rookie of the Week. He, of course, had a big game Christmas Day, ran for 105 and a pair of touchdowns against Dallas. That NBA news the guys were just talking about, Nuggets star Nikola Jokic, injured left knee last night, their loss to Miami. According to Serbian media, Jokic appears to have avoided serious injury. They're saying it's a hyperextended knee. We should get results officially for the MRI later on today. The largest fireworks store on the East Coast is now open, Gorilla Fireworks in Charlestown. Gorilla Fireworks has mortars, artillery shells, repeaters, fountains, and more. Everything is buy one, get one free with buy one, get two free specials. This New Year's Eve, light up the night with Gorilla Fireworks. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Breaking news on 106.7 The Fan. Jeff Walker scheduled to run a 5K on New Year's Day.
I'm going to ride my bike right behind him. See what he's doing.
I think he'll be fine, honestly. He's skinny, man.
He's skinny. That don't mean he's in shape.
But I do think...
See, Jeff talks himself up a little bit more than what he normally is.
I run a mile every day.
I ain't worried about that.
Now you're tripling.
Now you're going to run the mile. When have you ever run a 3 mile?
I haven't. The most I've ran is 2.
That's where the problem is right there.
It's got to be sub 30, dude.
It ain't going to be sub 30.
I'm going to push for that.
I'll put money it won't be sub 30.
I'll push for that. What you running it in, B?
My fastest 28.
You ain't running that now.
I ain't running now. I don't run no more. Jeff, I got paid to run, dude.
Coming at B for athletic achievement is probably a mistake.
Nah, he talking about I'm a bet money is sub 30.
I would bet money because
I didn't even have a time in mind.
You yap about doing it all the time. I know what I'm going to do, though. I'm going to bust that ass when you get on the bike.
29:45 is fine. Just got to be sub 30. All right? Landfill tweeted out this morning the B. Mitch Finley AAA poll question of the day. Of course, AAA poll question of the day brought to you by AAA. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders. Who should be the NFL MVP? It seems like a 2-horse race, Drake May and Matt Stafford, and it seems like after the weekend's events, Drake May has kind of run away with this thing. If you look at Vegas favorites, Drake May is now -400 to win. Matt Stafford +300. Stafford probably had his worst performance of the season against Atlanta, throwing
Still got 12
picks.
touchdowns more passing.
Stafford has 42 touchdowns to 8 interceptions. And
Drake has 30 touchdowns passing and 8 interceptions. Then he has maybe 6 or 7 more rushing.
I think the Rams have played an exceptionally harder schedule, but the Rams also probably have more players. Like, when you're throwing to Puka and Devontae Adams.
When Puka and Adams were hurt, he was still getting touchdowns. And it's not like it stopped when they went out there.
So you think it should still be Stafford?
I think we can't just dismiss what he's done.
I agree. I think Drake has been really good. He was really good, this past week. I'll tell you one thing that could really complicate things for the Patriots. And the Patriots are trying to be the 1 seed. I guess they need a Denver loss to get to the 1 seed, just because there's a tiebreaker stuff there. Both teams are 13-3. I wonder if Jacksonville could get into the 1 seed. They're only a game behind. This is like legit breaking news, not Jeff running a 5K. Boston 25 looks to be the local Fox affiliate up there. I don't know what affiliate they are. They just broke some news, though, about Steph Diggs that is alarming. Patriots star Stephon Diggs facing strangulation assault charges. Reading now from the article, and this just came out within the last 10 minutes. New England Patriots star Stephon Diggs is facing serious criminal charges, Boston 25 News has learned. Diggs is charged with felony strangulation or suffocation and misdemeanor assault and battery charges stemming from an incident on Tuesday, December 2nd, a day after the Patriots thrashed the New York Giants. Diggs' attorneys appeared in court in Dedham, Massachusetts, I guess a town up there, on Tuesday, seeking to have the police report impounded, arguing that the details should remain sealed. The Patriots have not commented on the situation. Dude, if this thing goes to court, I don't know how this all works. You can tell me what this means. The veteran wide receiver is scheduled to be arraigned on Friday, January 23rd, just 2 days before the AFC Championship game is scheduled to be played. That's no bueno.
Yeah.
Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it goes away. Maybe it's something, and there's big trouble.
Got a lot of stuff going on.
So you think it should still be Stafford?
I don't know who it should be. I just think that we can't just dismiss Stafford for what he's done.
Agree with that. Am I crazy to wonder? It's obviously just become a quarterback award. And I think as the Colts have fallen apart, Jonathan Taylor kind of comes out of that conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Trevor Lawrence has been phenomenal.
Yep. 6 touchdown game.
What about, maybe this is going to get laughed at, what about Sam Darnold?
He threw 4 interceptions in one game, I think it was.
Yeah, but he's been really good.
I think his defense is better than what you think.
I know a dude who's been really good. Caleb Williams.
He's not at the MVP right now, though.
I that's my thing where I land with Drake. I think Drake May will probably win it. And I think it's pretty easy to make the case for him because Stafford was having such a phenomenal season that it was going to be him, but they have really slowed down these last couple games.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't know that there's any other candidate that like screams it should be them. Purdy's been really good when he's played, but he's missed so much time. The numbers aren't going to stack up. You know, the Rams could end up being the 6th seed by Sunday evening. I don't know that it's not Bo Nix, right? I mean, Denver's been winning, not in spite of
you gotta
him.
look at the whole thing about that's where I get lost, where you got to look at the overall aspect of what's happening too, because the team wins the game, not the quarterback. Quarterback does his production, whatever he does, but he don't win the games all the time. That damn team wins it, and I think you got to look at their defense with the Patriots as well. They played some damn good ball this year too.
Totally.
So it's not just on the quarterback.
The Patriots have played well. They've also played, just a remarkably easy schedule. That AFC East is embarrassing. Their strength of schedule, New England, 0.38.
Does that not make a difference to anybody?
I don't know. Whereas if you look at the Rams, 0.55. So the teams the Rams have played and largely beat are generally over 500. New England by a mile, not close to that. Wonder who has the top strength of schedule in the league. That's why I think Washington stands to move up in the draft order if one of these other teams loses. Who would be your vote if you had to vote today? Stafford?
42 touchdowns, bro. That's a lot of damn touchdowns passing, bro.
He's been great. So you're voting Stafford?
I would.
Jeffrey, who are you voting for MVP of the National Football League?
I think I'm going to have to go with Stafford, too. Just looking at these games and watching the Patriots play, too, to me, it seemed like a lot of their wins are based off their defense getting that ball back to Drake. And I just think the Rams have played the harder schedule.
They definitely have. Stafford's got 12 more touchdown throws than Drake May. Stafford has 9 more than the second leading touchdown thrower in the NFL, in Jared Goff. Fewer interceptions, and that's with the 3 over the last night. Landfill, what about you? Stafford, May, other?
I think I go with Drake May. He kind of absolutely annihilated the Jets.
The Jets.
He did though. I mean, you're not.
Everybody is 13-3. Every quarterback against the Jets is 13-3. They thrown 30-something touchdowns, no interceptions. Everybody acknowledges
The Jets don't have an interception on the year.
No, it's the the quarterbacks played against them, they didn't throw no interceptions.
That's crazy.
32-3. I mean, 13-3, 30-something touchdowns.
Drake's averaging 72% completion. I mean, he's been really, really good. The MVP is cool. I also think Stafford will get votes as kind of like a career appreciation MVP, and whether or not that should be the
well
case
this year. It ain't no career appreciation. That dude's played well this year.
Coming up at noon, Barstool Nate joins us. Next, we're going to run through the Football Hall of Fame finalists have been announced. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Thanks, everybody, hanging with us on the YouTube stream or on Monumental Sports Network. Appreciate y'all.
Oh, we up now? There we go. Yeah, wow.
Oh, Jeff remembered to press the button.
Just making sure.
Shout out to Jeff. Sure looks like Drake's going to win MVP. We'll see. They got one game left, but I don't think the last game will make that much of a determination. I think Coach of the Year is actually...
That's open. There's a lot of people out there.
So Vrabel is the leader.
Vrabel.
Kyle Shanahan.
Kyle, most of my man over in
Seattle.
Denver.
Sean Payton.
Seattle.
So the odds makers have it. Vrabel is the favorite at minus 150. Then Kyle at plus 160. Then Mike McDonald with the Seahawks at plus 650.
Mm-hmm.
Seattle probably going to be the 1 seed.
Mm-hmm.
And they're doing it with Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
I know that the Niners have had a ton of injuries, and they might be the 1 seed too. But, I do not think McDonald gets enough discussion and credit.
Yeah.
They are good.
They are. They're very good. That also their offensive coordinator is very good to be working out that stuff as well.
Kubiak probably.
So
I would expect Kubiak gets a head coaching job.
I wonder, like every year we talk about Coach of the Year, you automatically go with the head coach. Just say your head coach is a defensive-minded guy, but the offense is really one that changed the whole team around. Why does that head coach have to get it?
Well, interesting you say that. There is now, and maybe this has been for a few years, but I'm seeing it now. There is an NFL Assistant Coach of the Year award. I believe that's actually named after Richie Pettibone. I could be wrong on that.
Really?
But I think that's what it's called, is the Richie Pettibone Assistant Coach of the Year award. So that, B, you might be more interested in. McDaniels, the Patriots OC, is minus 150. Vic Fangio, the Eagles D coordinator, plus 275. Then Clint Kubiak, to your point, is 4-1. Vance Joseph, Broncos DC, I believe, plus 450. I guess because they haven't been good enough. I don't know how the hell Brian Flores isn't on there. Joe Brady at 9-1. Jeff Hafley, the Packers D coordinator, 14-1. Robert Saleh, Niners D coordinator, 28-1. Dennis Allen, 33-1, and Jesse Minter, 33-1. Who would be your assistant coach of the year? McDaniels, to me, deserves some real credit getting the best out of Drake.
McDaniels has been around forever. He knows how to get the best out of people.
He's a damn good coordinator. I'm not a good head coach.
I'm going to go with somebody that's going to be over there with Darnold and keep that going.
Clint Kubiak?
Yeah.
Fangio's excellent too, man. I mean, that Eagles D is
Yeah, but
tough.
he's loaded.
Loaded.
It ain't like he's making some bums play.
Agree with that.
When we make a coach great, give him some great players.
Right. Yeah, I actually heard, I think Rooster of all people, screaming about this the other day. How people, when a team is really good, love giving the coach the credit. What do you figure? 75, 80, 90% of the team's performance is dictated on the players?
I would say this, though. When you have a lot of damn good players, you got a lot of hell of egos. And if that coach could keep those guys in check and make sure that everybody still understand, everybody got to do their job, you got that. Just because the players are good don't mean the coach does nothing. But when you got a lot of damn good players, that coach's job is a lot easier than what it is if he have some bums out there.
For sure.
If I have great players and I got to just keep their mental psyche right, it's a lot easier than having bad players. I got to get them to play and get their mental psyche right.
A lot goes into it.
Yeah.
So we now have the finalists for the NFL Hall of Fame have been announced. And I'm curious kind of where you land on this, B. We got a bunch of players. Willie Anderson, tackle for the Bengals for a long time. Drew Brees, quarterback, obviously Chargers and then the Saints. I think Brees is a first ballot guy. Jari Evans was a guard for the Saints for a while, then the Packers. Larry Fitzgerald played 16 seasons with the Cardinals.
Yeah.
I think Larry Fitz is probably, although weirdly wide receivers don't get first ballot, so that's one to watch. Frank Gore, I find to be an interesting one. His numbers are
Frank
phenomenal.
Gore numbers are great.
His numbers are great, but was Frank Gore ever a top 3 NFL running back in his time? Was he ever like one of the best? He had incredible
The thing
longevity.
about Frank was so steady.
Yeah.
So the thing about Frank, like, listen, Terrell Davis is in, Frank gets in. Like, people look at if a guy has a great year or not, this, that. When you're top 5 every year, you a top dude, yeah. You got, I mean, longevity makes a difference too.
Sure. Torrey Holt, wide receiver for the Rams during those Greatest Show on Turf days. Not the longest career, 10 years. I don't know if Torrey gets in. Luke Kuechly's an interesting one because he's undoubtedly a Hall of Famer to me. He was just excellent, but he only played 7 seasons. He ended up retiring with concussion. I don't know the right term. I think he had sustained enough concussions that he didn't want to play anymore and keep risking it. Where are you on Eli?
Man, Eli got 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah.
And he beat the Patriots both times.
15 years in the league.
His brother has how many Super Bowls?
2.
Yeah. Eli's a Hall of Famer.
Well, to me, one of the craziest things with Peyton is an all-time absolute great quarterback. He was a first ballot Hall of Famer, no doubt. But of Peyton's 2 Super Bowls, only one of them was because of him. The other, he just was along for the ride.
He was in the wagon. They were pulling him.
People forget he was benched that year.
Yeah.
The Von Miller Super Bowl. To me, this is a guy that should be in. Terrell Suggs was nasty on the Ravens. Yeah. He should get in. I don't know that he will. Adam Vinatieri.
Why isn't he there already?
I made some of the most clutch kicks.
People can say what they want about how great Tom is. Tom got rings because of Adam and his defense also. Every Super Bowl that they won, Tom didn't lead the way. Sometimes he was along for the ride as well.
Vinatieri's a 4-time Super Bowl champ. I think he won 3 with the Patriots early, and then I think he was on the Colts when Peyton got his first Super Bowl. I don't know, man. So Vinatieri's there, then Reggie Wayne. I'm sure the numbers are there to support it, but how much of that was playing with Marvin Harrison and Peyton Manning? Kevin Williams, D-tackle, that was very good. Played a lot of his career for the Vikings. Is Jason Witten a Hall of Famer to you?
I would think so.
About Darren Woodson?
Woody,
couple Super Bowls.
Couple Super Bowls, and Woody would. He'd make you think twice about crossing the middle.
He could play, man.
You know.
I imagine you and he had some battles in the NFC East days.
And man, we're good friends, man. We're cool with each other.
I think Marshall Yanda should definitely get in. He was one of the best offensive linemen throughout his career. Might be kind of difficult for him to get in. It's that's the modern era. You've also got the seniors category and then like this other category they created just because owners want to get in. So try to read 3 here. So that's 15 finalists. Included on the list are 4 players, Willie Anderson, Torrey Holt, Luke Kuechly, and Adam Vinatieri, who advanced to this stage automatically due to each candidate reaching the final 7 from last year. So from this 15, they're going to cut it to 7. And then I guess...
So you say if the 4 of them automatically go forward?
If you make the final 7 the year before, I think you automatically get through to the 15 the next year.
Oh.
It's a hard process. Selection committee may elect up to 5 modern era players this year. Each must get a minimum positive vote of 80% for election. 5 others. You've got seniors category finalists Kenny Anderson, Roger Craig, and L.C. Greenwood, along with the coach finalist Bill Belichick and contributor finalist Robert Kraft, are also candidates for the class
I
of
think
26.
Belichick and Kraft going in together.
I mean, that's hysterical.
And then Roger Craig. Roger should have been in that, though.
I agree with that. So a maximum of 3 can go in for the seniors, the coaches, and the contributors. Listen to how much they skewed this to try to get these owners in. Of the 3 others, the seniors, the coaches, and the contributors, voting on these 5 is conducted separately as its own group from the modern era players. A minimum of 1 person and a maximum of 3 from these combined categories may be elected under the Hall's current bylaws. So there's a minimum of taking at least one of these dudes.
They're taking 2 or 3 this year. Watch.
They could probably get 3 in Craig Belichick. Belichick deserves to go in, undoubtedly.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
You think Kraft deserves to go in?
He hired him.
Yeah.
He owned the team. He paid all those players. I mean, and you look at the business aspect of this league, Kraft had a lot to do with it.
Sure. When we come back, Barstool Nate joins the program.
Final week of football is coming up. Commanders 7-point underdog for the season finale, 4:25 p.m. Sunday afternoon in Philadelphia. Earlier today, running back Bill Krosky-Merritt was named a nominee for NFL Rookie of the Week, ran for $105 and a pair of touchdowns Christmas Day against Dallas. As far as the game Sunday's concerned, Marcus Mariota's status uncertain, did not participate in a walkthrough Monday. Dan Quinn said Josh Johnson would start if Mariota can't play. Big NBA news, it appears Nuggets star Nikola Jokic has avoided a serious injury. Hurt last night in Miami. Reports are now saying Jokic has a hyperextended left knee and will be out at least 4 weeks. Wizards had a 2-game winning streak snap, lost to Phoenix last night, 115-111. Caps lost on the road at Florida, 5-3. And this is December 30th. It is Tiger Woods' birthday. Tiger turns 50 today. He's now eligible to play in the Champions Tour. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Always lovely. High noon in the District of Columbia. Shout out to the folks hanging out in the YouTube chat or watching us on Monumental Sports Network.
Yeah, I'm trying to top of my head. I'm talking about how many snaps I got on the back of my hat.
How many is
There you go, Bammers.
2? 3?
No, there's 4 of them buttoned up, but 3 left.
Joining us now via the Rude guest hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. Our friend, Mr. Barstool Nate. What up, Nate Dogg? How you doing?
Beamus, you have a normal-sized head. Don't let the haters get to you.
I'm not worried about that, dog.
Him and Dave Butts traded helmets.
I just had to prove to him,
Yeah, your head is completely normal.
They have hit me with, I probably need an extender.
I have that many. How many do you have? About the same?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. His head's totally normal. Nate, we've been kicking around a little bit this morning after Stafford's performance last night. Seems like Drake May is going to win this MVP award. Where do you stand on the Drake May, Matt Stafford, who should be the MVP?
Yeah, it's kind of wild, right? But I think it has to be Drake May. The only argument you can make against Drake May is strength of schedule, and the Patriots have, one win against a team over 500. But that's not Drake May's fault. You play who's across from you on the field, and he has shown up and balled out in every single game this year. And then Stafford last night, he kind of throws up a dud. So it's hard to say Drake May's not the MVP. It's kind of bizarre. I didn't see it coming. We knew Drake May was good. I didn't know he was this good, and I think it's well deserved. I think you can look around the league and. At the running back position, I think Jonathan Taylor was the early favorite when he was just putting up a ton of yards and touchdowns. But the Colts, just imploded, and they have a grandfather playing quarterback. Derrick Henry quietly just putting up an unreal season in Baltimore. But, the Patriots are, in first place and, are poised to make a run. And then you have Myles Garrett, who should set the sack record, but he plays in Cleveland. So it's kind of just like –
it's kind of like a default, so we got to give it to somebody, and nobody has necessarily ran away with it. You know what I mean?
But the thing is, Drake May hasn't done anything not to deserve it. It's
right.
Just like
I agree with that.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's by default sounds like he doesn't deserve it, which I think isn't fair to him. But you're not wrong either. It's like every other good player plays on the worst team in the league. So yeah, congrats to Drake May. I think it's kind of a no-brainer at this point. Just 4,200 yards, 30 touchdowns, 8 interceptions, first in QBR. Good for Drake May.
Well, I also think it was kind of Stafford's to lose. Like if you go back a month ago, 6 weeks ago, I imagine Stafford was kind of maybe not a heavy favorite, but definitely a favorite, at least in the eyes.
He was still the favorite,
throwing 3 picks last night from Stafford, I think hurts. Them losing 2 in a row, them losing that game in Seattle. It's hard to ignore, though, just how much more productive Stafford's been in the red zone and the touchdown throws. I don't have a lot of opinion. Like, if it goes to Drake, I think I understand it. Certainly, he's had a great season. I wonder how many voters will go to Stafford as like a career appreciation vote, because he probably won't get a chance to win another one. I mean, hell, who knows? Maybe wins one next year. But he is going to be 38 in February, and maybe got cloned this offseason to fix his back troubles or whatever.
Well,
you know?
honestly, his dog got
I feel
cloned, right?
bad.
Yeah.
I
No,
feel
that was
bad
Brady.
for the running backs. I feel bad for Jonathan Taylor and Derrick Henry. 18 touchdowns and 1,600 yards for Jonathan Taylor, 16 touchdowns and 1,500 yards for Derrick Henry with a game remaining. They've put up incredible seasons, and it's basically a quarterback award. And Drake May, I think, has been the most consistently good quarterback this season. So
They're not going to give it to a
goes
running back, man. They just need to make that thing. They should make a quarterback award and another position award. 'Cause
So the
other position would never get the favorite, never get the
benefit
bulk
of the
of it. Yeah, the
doubt,
benefit of
yeah.
the doubt, right.
Well, dude, to further that point, I mean, Christian McCaffrey's had an incredible season, and especially with
all-time season.
all the injuries the Niners have had, he's been the one steady hand. They've
Mm-hmm.
made this Offensive Player of the Year award now, but that almost always goes to receivers. I think Chase
Yeah.
won it last year. If you look at the favorites this year, it's Jackson Smith and Jigba is a significant favorite, even though McCaffrey, I mean, with all the ups and downs the Niners have had, McCaffrey, I don't believe, has missed a game, and he's been excellent throughout. He's not talked about either.
Yeah, he has 2,000 total yards, and he's third in the league in carries. They're just pounding the rock with him, and he's the leading receiver, obviously. McCaffrey, another great running back who isn't going to win the award this
Think
year.
about that. 2,000 total yards from scrimmage, 17 touchdowns on a team that could be the 1 seed, and he's not even in the conversation.
Yeah, that's
Not even
but
talked
that's how
about.
it's always been. I mean, like we put so much, we help it out. The league, first of all, look at the quarterback, and then the media, we promote the quarterback more than anybody out there. And I just think when you look at some of these teams, it's easy when you don't have a lot of people getting doubled. Christian McCaffrey is the one that they're trying to worry about. And when you look at Brock Purdy, he's throwing the guys one-on-one for most times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So the last non-quarterback winner, you got to go back almost 15 years. That was Adrian Peterson in 2012, where I think he went for 2,000. Prior to that, it was LaDainian in 2006. There was a stretch where it used to be it used to kind of either be a running back or a quarterback award, and now it's just all quarterbacks all the time.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I also, Nate,
Because the league want to promote the league by the quarterback.
you're not wrong.
Yeah.
Talking with our friend Barstool Nate here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. There's a very good chance, the Vegas favorites right now, that Drake May wins MVP, that Mike Vrabel wins Coach of the Year, and that Josh McDaniels wins Assistant Coach of the Year. Now, maybe I'm too much of a degen, but all that does is make me really excited to bet against the Patriots once we get to the playoffs. That's just like such a one-sided thing. You know what I mean? And how they're viewed.
Yeah, I would give Coach of the Year to Liam Cohen down in Jacksonville.
I think
to
that's fair.
turn that team around, who had 4 wins last season.
Yeah,
and I'll say it. I wrote Trevor Lawrence off. He just struggled nonstop to be accurate and to make the correct throws. And if you turn on the Jags game at any time last year, you would just be like, why is he still starting? He couldn't figure his way out of a paper bag last year. And now the Jags are 12-4, winning the AFC South, and just look unstoppable. So I think you just have to give all the credit to, just getting a really good young head coach in there and righting the ship. Vrabel will get votes, but again, I think strength of schedule might work against him in New England. And I kind of agree with you, JP. It's easy to bet against the team that didn't play anybody in the regular season, but there's nothing that says the Patriots can't continue it because they've just looked so solid all season. But they also, again, they haven't played anybody.
This is the first year where Trevor Lawrence has looked like he did in the early years in college.
Right.
They had the 1 year, but he's been running way more, I think, which is really helpful.
He's been accurate with the ball. He just seemed to be having fun now.
Well, and think about they drafted Travis Hunter so high, and he's been shut down for the year.
Yeah.
Imagine if that offense also had Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
Dude, I think Mike McDonald should be getting a lot more conversation for Coach of the Year. That Seattle team is nasty, dude. And they're doing it with Sam Darnold.
Yeah, and out in Denver, just a great job by Peyton. Just 13-3 Denver Broncos. A lot of good coaches this year. A lot of good teams this year. I've really enjoyed this NFL season, minus the Commanders. It's just been fun to watch. Just a bunch of good teams. You still got the Bills going 11-5, and nobody talks about them. So it should be a really exciting playoff season.
It should. It should. Unfortunately, though, in Washington, it's not. And now they've got this Week 18 finale in Philly. It feels like it's going to be Josh Johnson playing quarterback again. Maybe there's some question who all the Eagles are playing. I mean, Philly's coming off of what is really an impressive team win in Buffalo. Meanwhile, Jalen Hurts.
13-12?
Jalen Hurts, their quarterback, didn't have a completion in the second half.
Yeah, he had three second half like that this year.
Yeah. I don't know what to make of Philly, dude. And I don't know that we're going to see much of that get tested this week because I don't know who's playing for them or what. I know there's seeding on the I don't know.
But does it really make a difference who starts for Washington this week?
No, it does not. Josh Johnson could get the start. Sam Hartman could get the start. I could get the start. It doesn't
I don't
make a
think Sam
difference,
Hartman
Demas.
getting the start.
I don't think so either. But I'm just saying, it could be anybody. It could be you, me, JP, Sam Hartman. It doesn't make a difference. Let's get out of this season. The season has been just catastrophically bad every way you look at it. I don't think I saw some stat, correct me if I'm wrong, as of last week, we had used 85 of the 90 possible roster slots that you're allotted for the full season. Just so many injuries, so many guys on IR. It's just been just bad after bad after bad, every week getting worse. Get us out of this season, and let's just do it again next year, but with healthy guys, with a healthy Jaden, with Terry not being held out by Buddy Baker. Just let's get all our ducks in a row, and let's just get back to what we loved last year.
Yeah, dude. I think, unfortunately, that's kind of been all you could hope for Washington for over a month now. I mean, really, since that Vikings game was such a disaster. I do think, a lot of people want to point out the sky is falling and there's not a ton of draft capital, and all that's correct, right? You could spend a lot in free agency. We'll see if they choose to go that path, but they have that option. For me, though, a lot of it
young
is
free agents.
Not the old ones. They got to get younger. They got to get faster. But I also think if you get Jaden back healthy and he's dominant like he was last year, it changes everything immediately. You know what I mean? That's the type of player he is, and I feel like too many fans have kind of forgotten that, and I just like to repopulate that he's the reason why everything looks so transformationally different last year.
Yeah, and you have to remember, a good quarterback in this league changes everything so quickly. You look at what Joe Burrow was able to do in Cincinnati. They were bad forever. I think they had 2 wins the year before Joe Burrow comes in, and then he takes them to the Super Bowl. A good quarterback that we have in Jaden makes a bad roster better, and he makes everybody around him better. Without Jaden, this team was a really bad roster this year because they're still building it. They had to sign slow veterans to plug the gaps, just so they could field an actual NFL team, and it's all falling apart in front of our eyes. And it happens, and we have a lot of salary cap, and we have a new draft class that'll come in. I think, what do we have, 5 picks? I think that's more than enough. We would prefer to have more picks, but 5 new guys in a whole free agency, and everybody, developing from this season, probably a new defensive coordinator. There's no reason to be doom and gloom about a team that went to the NFC Championship last season and how good Jaden was last season. I think Jaden should have got way more MVP votes last season. He was so good, and people can't forget that. So, yeah, I don't think it's sky is falling. I do think this team can still be good. And I think Dan Quinn is, he'll be coaching his ass off because he has to, because he's lost a lot of faith in a lot of fans, and probably the front office is scratching their head, wondering if
probably
Dan Quinn should be
ownership too, dude.
Yeah, and so there's a lot to play for next season, but everybody will come back healthy. We will get younger. We will get faster. We will have a new DC. And next season is a huge, 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 sliding door season for this franchise. Which way are we going to go? Is Jaden the answer? Is Dan Quinn a sustainable head coach in this league? We're going to find out a lot next season.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, with DQ, a lot of the questions with AP, frankly. A lot of the questions like, all right, man, you guys, the first year, you guys bought a bunch of scratch-off lottery tickets, and they all hit between 100 to 500 to 1,000 bucks.
And this year it did what it normally does. You don't hit.
Right. And so I think they have to reassess some of how they were built it and need to nail a couple draft picks, especially you're talking, I don't know, what's this going to be, a top 5, top 7 pick? That's an opportunity for a true blue chipper, somebody that could turn things around, ideally. I did want to get Caps in before we have to let you go. Caps lose last night to Florida, kind of roller coaster up and down still. They've got the Rangers for an early one tomorrow at Cap One. I imagine that should be a pretty fun game to attend, but they just got smoked by the Rangers. You tend to remain ever the optimist with the Washington Capitals. How you feeling right now?
It's been a bad stretch. let's we got to be honest. This team is not looking great right now. I think we've lost 4 out of the last 5 and 7 out of the last 10. It has been bumpy to say the least. A lot of Caps Twitter wants to make a trade for a center. You can't really deny that this team could use more scoring up front. At the beginning of the season, I couldn't help but sing the praises of how good this team looked. Then we went on a stretch of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 straight wins. And now it's kind of, to call this a lull would be understating it, but I do still think this team is very good. I think a piece is missing. I think we need a top 6 center, and I think our GM will be on the horn trying to find this guy that can really just plug up the offense up front. With losing Dubois has really hurt this team. He kind of was like the glue guy that this team seemed to run around, and now without him, stuff has fallen apart. I can't say I'm thrilled with how the Caps have been playing overall, but it's a long season. We're still 20-14, still third in the Metro. I think the best hockey is yet to come.
I know he had PLD had a significant injury. Could he be back in March or so?
I think that's the plan. Is he'll be back in the spring, but you can't.
That's a long way.
Yeah, exactly. You have to make sure you're winning games until he comes back. And right now, I think the Caps could really use a additional scoring threat up front to really shore up the offense, because the defense is great, the goaltending is great, but it's just everything's falling apart at the wrong time right now. We're losing games 5-1, 5-0, 5-2, 7-3. Can't have that.
Nope. Yeah, dude, they're giving up touchdowns at an alarming rate. I wonder, and you would know better than me, how much do you think the condensed schedule is impacting Washington? Just as a more veteran team, they're playing every other night, and these guys
I thought about
kill
that
themselves.
too. I generally think it all evens out across the league because everybody's playing it.
Yeah.
But when you have Carlson as your top defenseman and Ovi as your second top goal scorer behind Tom Wilson, it definitely catches up to them. And hockey doesn't really do load management like the NBA, so I do think we have some tired legs out there. So it's definitely not. It's not great, but I do think, every team is playing the same schedule. Maybe the younger teams have a little bit of a leg up, but they also have less experience than we do. So I think there's a give and take there.
Nate Dogg, thank you for the time, dude. Have a happy New Year.
You too, guys. Miss you guys.
All right. That's our boy, Barstool Nate. Give him a follow at Barstool Nate. Going to open these phone lines up here. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. What have we learned about this Commanders team this season? It hasn't been pretty, but that doesn't mean you can't learn anything. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's Brian and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Ruud. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds, plus you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
Man, with that Ruud system, that wind has been crazy the last 24 hours. They're saying 50-mile-an-hour gusts. My house stayed nice and cozy. It's because Ruud controls the temperature and gives you perfect balance of comfort and performance in your home. Plus, B, you can save a bunch of money. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Check out rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't rude,
it ain't right.
Brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. There have not been many bright spots for the Commanders in what's been a disappointing season. One of them, though, has been running back Bill Krosky-Merritt. He is a nominee for NFL Rookie of the Week, an award he won earlier this season. Krosky-Merritt ran for $105 and a pair of touchdowns Christmas Day against Dallas. Big news in the NBA. Nuggets star Nikola Jokic banged up last night in Miami, an injured knee. We have some news on that, though, today. Jokic reportedly avoiding a serious injury. He has reportedly a hyperextended left knee and is out at least 4 weeks. Other news, Andy Reid says he plans to return as Chiefs head coach next season, and the Chargers going to rest quarterback Justin Herbert Sunday. He'll set out their game against Denver. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000, 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. If you missed any of our interview with Barstool Nate, get on the Odyssey app, hit rewind, check out the podcast. Wherever you get it, check it out. White Brian may or may not be posting it to YouTube. Lord knows. Just got to talk to Roger Dodger for a minute in the kitchen.
You did?
That was a wild ride.
Roger boy.
He wants to light some fireworks off for New Year's Eve. I told him to go for it.
Go for it, Roger.
And my full support. We did hit these phones, though. 4-12, 1 game left. Washington, a significant underdog against Philadelphia Eagles. First back-to-back division winners in the NFC East since Beamish was playing. 20 years since that's happened. The Eagles are going back-to-back.
Long damn time ago, man. Wow.
What have we learned? I'll start. And I don't know that this was a surprise, but they definitely need more team speed. I remember having a conversation last spring about needing another vertical threat at wideout. And that was before all the Terry drama and then subsequent holdout and everything else had happened. They had already traded for Debo, and I was excited about Debo, but you need more vertical speed. And I think that remains a need.
Uh-huh.
You know, you lose Diami, you lose OZ. You add Lane, who showed a ton of promise as a punt returner.
Yep.
Showed some promise as a receiver, but you got to have speed. I think you can argue that on both sides of the ball. I think this year there were a lot of times where a lack of speed was an issue.
I just think what I learned from them is that they aren't ready to be able to overcome some of the rigors of the NFL. And whether it's speed or not, they don't have the talent to be able to overcome, let's say 5 people getting hurt, 6 people getting hurt. They had people in the teens this year, 20s.
Yeah.
They don't have that foundation yet. And that comes from the first year, like you said, they hit, they roll all 7-11s. Last year they rolled snake eyes and 3s, because and when people got hurt, the guy behind him wasn't close enough to that talent. So and then that makes a world of difference.
Let's hit these phones. Eli's in D.C. What's up, Elijah?
What's going on, fellas? Thanks for taking my call.
What's up, man?
I think we've learned that we need to completely raise the level of our floor to even get a solid analysis or good baseline of our team. And I'll give you a quick example. I've been thinking, if Frankie Louvu and Bobby Wagner was on Philly team, how much different would they look as competitors? Which means just with the guys around them. Mm-hmm. So sometimes I think we are evaluating guys without having the proper – this is a team sport, and we're not looking at individual matchups. What they need is a sideline-to-sideline missile at linebacker, because what that could do is now that makes Frankie, he can be your pass rush guy. That makes Bobby Wagner, if you want to mix him in on those 3 linebackers, I think they should run with 3 linebackers. Bobby is I like Bobby splitting the gaps and getting into the backfield. He can still do that for you. Frankie Louvu can do that. And you also just need a sideline to side to just clean up all of the trash from behind those guys that they can't get to. So if you get like a Caleb Downs in the first round, go get you a sideline to sideline missile at linebacker, and then third down, maybe a pass rusher like a dog. You just need to completely up the level of the floor so you can hide your talent better. Because our blue chip talent is being exposed and kind of like exited. You can kind of put them out of the game plan. You can kind of coach them out of the game plan as teams are preparing for Washington. So I just need them to raise the level so teams have to prepare for more people on the team. I need more guys' names going in Sharpie on the board. And if we can do that, I think we can not have Jaden have to do so much. We have to remember this was 30 years of not doing things correctly. So you can't just do this in 1 year. So you have a few injuries here and a few bad calls, a few things, and guys not developing correctly, and you can kind of be right back at where you've been. So just keep raising the floor, get faster. Y'all just called it. We have to get better team speed, vertical, get them a number 2, get them a tight end, and you just go all in on this defense. And we just got to play with intensity and edge and leverage. That's it, man. These guys, we just got to play with some leverage, man, and we be cool. We're going to be right back. So look at the games. Look at every good guy that we have on our team and kind of just, for your mind, put them on another squad before you think about how good or how bad they are. And they'll probably pop like crazy off the screen because they have the proper help they need at certain positions. Everybody's not going to be blue chip, but you got to draft, man. So let's do it.
Appreciate it, Eli. Thanks for the call, dude. Lot. Let's go to Mike in Fort Washington. Mike, what have we learned this year?
Well, we learned that first of all, I'd like to say a shout out to JP and B. Mitch. B. Mitch, I work at Suitland High School. I saw you at one of the Commanders games. Our girls flag football team still talk about you to this day, man. They got a really big over the summer.
That was cool.
So
that was cool.
But what I would like to say is that I think, I agree with B. Mitch. The cover is there. I was looking at all these playoff games, all these players making plays, and this rookie and that rookie, and they're high on this guy, they're high on that guy. And I'm like, I was telling my wife, I'm like, damn, what is it? Dude, we have nobody. I said, babe, you can go out there and play. But so I just think that, I think we learned that we have to go through the process. We have to trust the process, respect the process, and just grin and bear it. Go through it, albeit it may not be what we want, how we want, when we want, but the process is the process, and that's just it. That's all I got.
Appreciate you, Mike. Thanks, dude. We'll keep these phones going. Eventually, I'm asking Landfill what he's learned, and I feel it'll be overwhelming. Let's go to Big G in Sterling. What's up, G?
Hey, how y'all gentlemen doing today?
We're good, brother.
What I've learned about my team this year, that we got to be more patient. I was one of them guys that wanted them to do what they did, and it didn't work. Oh, well, so it didn't work. This year over with. Now, what we need to do is start over again. Or get guys that we need. You know what I mean? Build up our team. Build up our guys some more. Because I think we have a good team. I don't think our team that bad, but we just struck out this year. That's all I need to say. Thank y'all very much for taking my call.
All right, man.
Thanks,
Appreciate
bud.
you.
Jeffrey, what have you learned this season watching these Commanders? You're at every home game. You've been watching.
One thing, what I've learned, it's not one thing. It's a couple things. I learned we are a step ahead. We're a step ahead of the bad teams, and we're 2 steps behind the good teams. What I mean by that, without backups, we could go beat teams like the Raiders. But when it comes to playing a good team, if everyone is not healthy, it's either going to be a blowout or a tough loss at the end. I learned that. And back to what the guy said on the phone just now, we got to be more patient. A lot of people looked at last season and thought we were fully back, but they you know how they say women lie, men lie, numbers don't lie, but numbers are deceitful, because you can have a 12-5 season if most of your teams you've been beating were trash. And now we turn around, we have this. We just got to have a little bit more patience, and I believe the front office will make it happen.
Yep. Hips also don't lie, Jeff.
So, yeah, I made it. So, Dave and I yesterday were talking about that, and I was like, you got to be more patient. So this guy, why the hell we got to be patient? Nobody's patient with the 49ers, so that's why I knew all those stats. I had sent the guy the last 11 years where they didn't see the playoffs for 6 years. You know, they were patient. And what the 49ers are doing right now didn't happen yesterday, last year. It's been going on for the last 8 to 10 years. So you're going to get that type of thing where you see this year how it was because they didn't have everything they needed in place.
Let's see. Our guy Los is in Severna Park. What's up, Los?
What's up, gentlemen? Happy early New Year and
too,
happy late Christmas.
What's up, brother?
So what I learned two things. Number one, scouting. I think we're behind in scouting because, like that previous caller said, I'm just looking at all these other rookies. I'm just like, why can't we play like that? And the only thing that we have when it comes to scouting, and which I think that we did a good job in, is Bill, 7th rounder, which leads to my other big complaint. If a running back is on fire, why take him out? Why are we a team that uses 3 to 4 running backs a game when I see other teams using one running back, maybe 2? Like Lions have 2, Ravens have 1, maybe 2, Packers have 1. Why do we need 4? Let Bill cook. That's what I learned. Let him cook next season. Get one running back from a draft that can catch if you need help, but let Bill cook. That's my take on it. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Appreciate you, man. I wonder, there's going to be a lot of conversation about Kingsbury getting a head coaching offer. I wonder what ends up happening there, kind of what changes.
Listen, you're going to, if you don't have a Derrick Henry, a Bijan Robinson, and Bijan, they usually good. What's the guy with Bijan? He is always
Algier.
Algier is always in the game. You're not using one running back anymore. And people might want to understand that Bill was what he was at the end of this season because he had the chance to learn a little bit more, look at some stuff. And, yeah, there were games he could have ran more. There was games when C-Rod was cooking. He could have ran more. They have to get out of that mindset of that in the third quarter we have to adjust something. No, you don't. You can run the person, but you're not going to see him running 30 times. Now, I can afford to see him run more than 11, but we're not going to see a 30-carry guy on this football team. Not many of them in the league anymore.
No, they really aren't. We're going to continue your phone calls when we return. Sam Cosmi joins us at 1. D. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Appreciate everybody watching us on Monumental Sports Network. Wearing a hat. Hope you don't mind. Right now, we got these phone lines open. What have we learned this year? The key to life is learning in victory or defeat. It's trying to glean some information. And if you're willing to learn from defeats, you've learned a lot this year. Let's go to our guy, Jupe, DMWV. Jupe, what'd you learn this year from the Commanders?
Fellas, first, we got the YouTube chat, got this running joke. Hey, B. Mitch, is one time at band camp, I seen you punch a horse, and it started doing an electricide to a 50 Cent song. But outside of that, what I learned this year, out of the QBs from last year's draft class, none of them outside of Timothy Daniels has had to play Superman for their team besides him. If you look at all those other QBs, they got way better supporting cast. If you put Timothy Daniels on teams like the Falcons, the Pats, the Broncos, even the Bears, imagine what he could have done or would be doing right now. That's all I got for y'all.
All right, I appreciate it. I don't understand the need to still be comparing last year's quarterback draft class.
It's never going to stop.
I guess not.
That's going to go until they all leave the league.
Like, last year, Chicago folks were real mad about Jaden's success. This year, I'm sure Chicago folks are talking with their chests fully puffed out.
But that's how it's going to go. They'll never change it.
Let's go down to the 757. What up, Paulie?
Big bro.
What's up, man?
JP, my Caucasian brother from another mother, man. How you guys doing, man?
Good, buddy. Happy holidays to you.
Happy holidays to you, man. I'm going to say what I learned about this team this year was they had no identity. You know, there was no defense identity. We wasn't an attacking defense or was we a read and react defense or heavy man or zone. I mean, we just going through the motions. And I can say the same thing about the offense, man. We had no real identity. I mean, I never watched the game and felt like I knew where we was trying to attack a team at, whether it was offense or defense. I mean, it just you know, we out there going through the motions. So I think they need to find out what type of defense they want to be, and they need to find out what type of offense they really want to be. And you got to play the young players. That's another thing I found out this year is year two of the regime, they still kind of reluctant to play, outside of their first-round picks, they kind of reluctant to play the other guys. And I think that's how you improve team speed is with youth. So I think, they need to make their mind up about our identity, and they need to just make a commitment to these younger guys. That's how you flip the roster over, and that's how you get team speed, man. So I'll take that off, man. I love you guys, man. Happy holidays.
All right, bro. Appreciate you,
Paulie. I definitely think defensively they lacked an identity because, I mean, what would you even say it was? Good defenses or bad defenses, if you're a blitz-heavy D, at least you know what they are.
Yeah.
If you're a zone-heavy D that bend, don't break, okay, at least you know what they are. Washington was like none of the above.
No, I just – the pass rush messed everything up.
Right.
If you're running zone –
some of that's injury-driven.
If you're running zone, you got to damn well have a bad pass rush. If you're running man, you still have to have a pass rush because you got to put some blitzing on it and make the quarterback have to be perfect with it. But a lot of quarterbacks were like, it was 7-on-7, bro.
That stretch when Quinn finally fired Witt, that was just so bad that it's hard to rebound from that for any team, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
Aaron is in Suitland. What's up, Aaron?
Hey, brothers. Thank you so much. Happy holidays. Thanks for taking my phone call. Hey, man, one of the things that I learned is that Quinn needs to examine himself. I just want you guys to think about, all the points that we gave up during the preseason, right? And then I kind of carried over into the regular season. We never addressed the situations with the linebackers, even to the point of Rivera. So when Rivera was here, when Quinn came in, then, we got the two linebackers that we have now. Everyone knows that, our middle can't cover really for a long period of time, but he still can play at a high level in terms of tackling. One of the things that we should have done with him, if he's on the field, blitz more with him. Or guess what? Get him off the field and put some of the younger players, in there. When we look at the draft, at linebacker, we draft a Cahill, which he's undrafted. I'm sorry, I apologize. He was an undrafted linebacker, but he just happened to play really well during the preseason. So now he's on the special teams. And then we talk about Madrano from UCLA. I mean, this kid, his thing was he was a freak of nature, a great athlete, good speed, but took bad angles, didn't know how to tackle, undersized, and so on and so forth. So I just think that one of the problems, or one of the things that I learned is on the defensive side, we just need to buy in on who we are. Witt is gone, or whatever the case may be, but Quinn has to take on responsibility being a linebacker. Well, I don't know if he was a linebacker, but being a defensive coach, right? He had to have seen these things prior to us seeing these things. I think also when we went on the offensive side, we went on as wide receiver Terry, Debo, Noah Brown, Lane, and McCaffrey. Well, we already know that Debo and Brown had injury problems. Why would we just go in with 5 receivers? Then as the general manager, I think that we drafted really, really well. We were very fortunate with Connell and Amos and Lane and Bill and, Madrano, who didn't play much. But the other 4 guys started a lot of times or a lot of games. So I think one of the things that we need to do that I've learned is, DQ, he needs to be more responsible for his decision making.
All right, man. Appreciate the call, Aaron. All right, last call on this. Our guy Disco is on the line. What's up, Disco?
Hey, good afternoon. How y'all doing today?
We're good, dude. How are you?
Hey, man, I hope y'all Christmas went well. So, look, what I learned, the season started off, this team, how you started the season is how the season went. Training camp was disjointed. Offense didn't click. Terry's absence mattered. I don't care what anybody says. Camp was pretty soft. Some players practiced, some players didn't. That's number one. I also think we learned that we still don't know about quite a few players. We don't really know what Mikey Sanders still is. We don't really know what Ben Sinnott is. We don't really know what Johnny Newton is, because we have backups playing as starters. So if you go out and get a pass rusher, whether it be an edge or somebody on the interior, then all of a sudden Jacob Martin is a guy you bring back that could be a nice rotational piece. And guys like I forget the D tackle that we Javon Kinlaw. So I also think what we learned is that Adam Peters has a lot of work to do. And I also think, and I hate to say this, and I made this remark, and people are not going to agree with me. I think, and I heard Greg Olsen say that the Laramie Tunsil deal, although he's a great blue chip player, was a win now player, because boy, could you use those draft picks. And so that's all I got.
Appreciate the call, Disco. Thank you, man. I think Tunsil might be able to be both, but I understand the sentiment there.
Yeah, I mean, he's good enough to go win now, but he still has enough in the tank where he can win for the next 3-4 years with you.
Sam Cosby joins us next.
Brought to you by the largest fireworks store on the East Coast, Guerrilla Fireworks. Commanders getting set for the season finale in Philly. Eagles are a 7-point favorite for Week 18 Sunday. Earlier today, running back Bill Krosky-Barrett was nominated again for NFL Rookie of the Week, ran for $105 and a pair of touchdowns Christmas Day against Dallas. He has won the award 3 times already this season. Also in football, quarterback Drew Brees, former Cardinals receiver Larry Fitzgerald, former Cowboy tight end Jason Witten, former Giants QB Eli Manning, all among the list of finalists for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. NBA news, it appears Nuggets star Nikola Jokic avoided a serious knee injury last night in Miami. Reports say he has a hyperextended left knee and is out at least 4 weeks. The largest fireworks store in the East Coast is now open, Guerrilla Fireworks in Charlestown. Guerrilla Fireworks has mortars, artillery shells, repeaters, fountains, and more. Everything is buy one, get one free with buy one, get 2 free specials. This New Year's Eve, light up the night with Guerrilla Fireworks. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Bow, bow, now, now, now. B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Appreciate everybody hanging with us on Monumental Sports Network or the YouTube page. We are very excited right now to get to the Rude Guest Hotline. Talk to our boy, Mr. Sam Cosmi, a new proud papa of young son Tate. What's up, man? How are you?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, man.
How's everything
How you
going
doing?
with the little one? Yeah.
Are you sleeping?
Yeah, no, not at all. I think most have gotten this 4 hours. But I think my body's getting kind of used to that, which is fine. That's to be expected.
So when was he born? How did everything go? How's mom?
Yeah, mom's doing great. He was born the day after Christmas that night at 1:46. He water broke. Around like 7:30, Christmas Day.
Oh wow!
And it was pretty quick. It was a quick turnaround, and we didn't know what his timing was because we were supposed to get induced that Monday. He said, "Nah, I'm gonna make a early showing."
Mhm.
So
Love that.
Yeah.
So a Christmas Day baby, huh? That's awesome.
Day after.
Yeah.
So born on the 26th or the 25th?
The 26th.
Okay.
So the whole process kind of started the 25th that night, but yeah, he lasted till that almost 2 a.m.
Started making noise on Christmas Day.
Definitely.
Dude, so here is my question for you then. My youngest daughter is born January 8th. So we have to pack up Christmas at our house pretty quick so that we turn the page to her birthday. Now you got some time before my man Tate's going to be really cognizant of this. But that's going to be a bit of a juggling act to have Christmas and then his birthday.
Yeah, I to be honest, I haven't put any thought into that. But I figured that's for later.
You got time
to deal with. Yeah,
you got plenty of time. Yeah. Does your mother-in-law come up to help in this time, or is it just the 4 of you? What are you guys doing?
Yeah, so she was here for a little bit. She just recently left, but she'll be back in about a week and a half. I have my little sister here, who nannies. She's a stud, so she's helping out for that week and a half that my mother-in-law can't be here. But we're having help, especially this early couple weeks.
That's great.
Just
cool to have family members.
Yeah, need that.
It's awesome.
Yeah,
it's awesome.
How's big sister handling little brother?
Unfazed, really. she's in her own little world still. She interacts with him here and there, but it's still she's the queen of the house. So she's really unfazed. So it's nice.
All right, that's great, man. I'm really happy for you and your family. What a great kind of Christmas present to cap it all off. Right, and most important, everybody's happy and healthy, and you probably won't get much sleep till Easter.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, that's in the calendar already, so we're working on it.
What this week for you, where you're not playing? I don't know where you are in the recovery from the concussion stuff. What does this week look like for you, especially when you have a new baby in the house?
Well, like I'm just helping the guys that have any questions about, just because I just played them. Any questions about the guys personnel-wise, but from a schematic standpoint, coaches obviously deal with that. But for me, it's pretty much still trying to get through concussion protocol right now, feeling a lot better. And then, normally I take the first couple weeks to recover after the season. But that kind of started, I kind of take that as I started up earlier so I can start training because I really want to get a head start for next season.
It makes sense. As you kind of look at this game in Philly, for young guys or even like veterans, the reality of veteran players, guys you're close with, Wiley, Allegretti, guys that are going to be on the field this week, they're putting tape out there for what may or may not happen come free agency in March. Like, what is the approach for everybody in Ashburn going into this game?
Yeah, it's interesting to me because you see a lot of these games around the league, and I think the interesting one I saw most was like the Giants and the Raiders and like tanking and all this, that, and other. And like, it's. I think you have to understand that like regardless of the situations, like us players, our main objective is to win the football game, and put a good product on the field. If it's not for that team, it's for 31 other teams. So no one's going out there and going to play bad intentionally, and we're essentially paid to entertain and win football games. And that's our job. No one's going to sit there and be like, I'm just going to not play this game and play poorly. Like that's not crossing our minds.
And especially at your position. I mean, offensive lineman, defensive lineman, they gotta be ready to go because if you don't, the guy across from you wants to go, you will see that the person's not playing.
Yeah. We got to be locked in.
Yeah. Every
play. There's no. You take your foot off the gas. One play, you'll embarrass yourself. And you don't want to do that. You can spiral out of control and do that. It's not you got to be locked in. You got to be focused and treat every game like it's another opportunity to showcase what you're all about. So that's a mentality you have to have.
Well, dude, I think about last Sunday's game against the Cowboys, or I guess it wasn't Sunday, last Thursday, the Christmas Day game against the Cowboys, and I don't know what, if anything, the situation was for the Cowboys defensive back. But like Deebo Samuel reminded that Cowboys DB, you better be playing hard through the whistle every play when he blasted that dude and his helmet fell off. That's why I think the notion and the conversation surrounding tanking and stuff is so silly when it comes to the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, the perfect example right there, like you got to buckle your chin strap every play, and if you don't, you're gonna get your helmet blown off. So it's a high level game every single play, regardless of the situation, because that guy across from you is trying to, we always say take money out of your pocket, like you're trying to take money out of his pocket, So that's how from that business aspect of things. So. You got to put your best foot forward each and every play, each and every snap.
Sam, I've always looked at it, and then when I talk with Jay a lot, I let him know I think football and hockey is hard as hell to go out there and do. Like, so in basketball, if you are a certain player, the coach just bench you. And if the best player is sitting down, you're probably not going to win the game. In baseball, if you're the pitcher, you can you can throw some strange pitches or strike out. But football and hockey, hell, you end up in the hospital if you go out there and be BSing around.
It's a physical sport, and you're correct all the way. I mean, if you don't put your best foot forward, you're going to get embarrassed, or worse, get yourself hurt or get someone else hurt.
True.
Yeah, it's a physical demanding sport. Talking with our friend Sam Cosmi on our weekly Paisanos Players Chat. You can give Sam a follow at Sam Cosmi on Instagram. That's where I learned of the birth of their new little baby boy. Sam, I'm curious, man. I mean, this season, unfortunately, you've had more time off than I think you ever would have expected. How much of the rest of the league do you watch? Maybe not this past weekend with a new baby in the house, but just in general.
I mean, I keep up here and there with stuff, kind of see how teams are doing, and you know, kind of, it's very interesting. It's been an interesting season in general for a lot of teams. A lot of teams have shown. I never thought the Bears would be what they are right now. You know, it's kind of funny because it's like I look at that game from last year when we beat them and we went on a streak, and then they went on a streak the opposite way. It kind of flip-flopped this year.
It's crazy.
Really, really crazy. But yeah, I keep up a little bit. Obviously, I like to see where everybody's at. But yeah, that's for the most part.
It is wild to think because when you guys played the Bears, it's mid-October, it's Monday Night Football. You're coming back from LA, 3-2, coming off the best win of the year against the Chargers. And with 2 minutes to play in that Bears game, it looked like you were about to be 4-2 headed to Dallas. And,
yeah,
you know, pro football could change in a hurry. And we saw it then. And then, you know, Jaden gets hurt against Dallas and things just kind of spiraled from there. When did you come back? It was right around there, wasn't it?
It was Dallas.
That's what I thought. Wow, yeah. It's remarkable. And you mentioned the Bears. The Patriots have played at a really high level. Do you pay attention at all to, like, there's a big MVP debate going on? Who should win MVP between Drake May and Matt Stafford?
I mean, I've also seen, I mean, this is just, I'll look at it, that the Patriots have had the easiest
strength of schedule.
I guess strength of set schedule. I'm not saying anything. I'm not trying to take away anything from that. But I've also seen, like, statistically that Matthew Stafford, I think, has more touchdowns. Same interceptions, but more touchdowns, a little bit more yards. I mean, that guy has been so incredibly consistent, though, and has not been shown, I think, the love that he should have been shown over his career.
Yeah.
So, I mean, don't get me wrong. I think both quarterbacks are great quarterbacks, but I think Stafford has had a better season.
I tend to agree with you. We'll see how the voters end up shaking out.
Yeah.
Talking with our friend Sam Cosmi here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Sam joining us for his weekly Paisanos Players Chat. Dude, I'm curious, as a proud Longhorn alum, you've got Michigan, Texas tomorrow in the, I think it's the Citrus Bowl. Now, normally you get Michigan and Texas on the field. That is two true college football blue bloods. But, like, in the era of the college football playoff and neither of these teams got in, you can make a case that Texas should have gotten in, but they didn't. Like, what is that? How juiced up are you for that bowl game? What does that bowl game do for Texas fans?
I don't know. I really don't. I mean, you just kind of see what you get for next. It's the same thing. Kind of see what you get for next season. You know, I think with the NIL, this is me personally, I think with the NIL stuff now, it's kind of almost pointless. Just because, I mean, these guys are getting paid so much money now that, like, the only thing that matters is the championship game, which is, you know, that's the thing. And, you know, punch your ticket into the top 12. You know, if you don't, it's like, you know, again, you got to put tape on and do the whole thing where it's like physical sport type thing. But, like, you got to play for yourself in that instance. I just don't. I mean, these guys are making so much money that, like, reclining chairs not the coolest thing in the world anymore.
Right, like the bowl gift presents.
Yeah. When I was going through that, I couldn't wait to get to a bowl game.
Yes,
because getting those gifts were so cool because we couldn't afford that type of stuff. You know, like there was none of that. So for me, getting to a bowl game, like a nice bowl game, meant better gifts. You know, that was a cool thing for me. But I just don't. I couldn't see. I mean, you guys got kids making millions of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars. I mean, they can buy a reclining chair, no problem.
Sam, in NCAA, so they are now allowing in basketball. They're allowing the dude who was in the pros,
an NBA player, come
back and play college because they say he had some more eligibility left. How would that be if somebody played football for 2, 3 years, 4 years? They got a year left and they go back and play football.
If a person were had to do that, which is crazy, first and foremost. But if that individual, I personally think, because the level I've seen guys that I'm like, man, I didn't think that he was that good in college, playing the NFL and make leaps over that 1 year. I mean, they would be so much more dominant going back to college. It would be night and day. It'd be night and day. I'm telling you, it would.
And it shouldn't be legal.
No.
Yeah, you got 17-year-olds and 18-year-olds out there.
Yeah, I mean, you can put a case for, Philip Rivers wanted to come back. If he had more eligibility, would he come back to the college? You know what I'm saying? So, you think he would? I don't know. Well, probably.
Dude, I mean, that's crazy. Like, so I just looked this up. If I have this right or not, let me know. It looks like your last 2 years at Texas, you guys played in back-to-back Alamo Bowl games. Is that right?
Yeah. Yep.
What was the best gift from the Alamo Bowl?
Oh, what did I get from?
Was that your reclining chair?
I got a Yeti cooler. That's what I remember.
Those are legit.
Yeah, and they're not cheap.
No, they weren't cheap. I think my parents still have it in the garage. They use it all the time, especially in the summer. So I still have that thing. And I think one of the years I did get a reclining chair that's at my grandparents' house now.
That's awesome. Were you on the team that played Georgia in the Sugar Bowl?
Yes. Yeah.
I imagine the Sugar Bowl's got some good gifts.
That was oh man, what did I get for that one? I think they didn't have anything where you picked. They gave you like AirPods, a watch, some AirPods, headphones, a watch, and something else. I forgot. They didn't let you like pick your gift or like have you going, because what they used to do is like you go in a room and they have like you have a point system, so you can put all your points in like a big gift or like smaller gifts and combine them. So for that game, I think they just like had already stuff picked out for us that was nice. I mean, I loved my AirPods and headphones, so I was good with that.
I think that Sugar Bowl was also when Sam Ellinger, after the win, got on the microphone and said, "We're back." I remember that.
And then we weren't back. Yeah.
Funny how that shakes out.
Yeah.
Will you watch the college football playoff over these next couple days?
Yeah, I think so. I think we'll have it in the background. I'll keep up with it and see what goes on. But I'm just happy Oklahoma and A&M are out of it.
I imagine.
So I told you guys that I think either last week or the week before that. That's the only thing I wanted, and it came true. So I'm happy about that.
There you go. Will there be any chance
rivalries?
You stay up till midnight on New Year's Eve, or purposefully stay up till midnight?
Purposely, no. Probably, yeah. I probably will, or I'll fall asleep at like try 9:30 and still wake up at 12,
right?
To help or do something like that. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what the little man has in store for us.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations, man. Really happy
yeah.
for you and your family, and try to get some rest when you can.
I will. Appreciate you guys.
Thanks for the time.
Take care, man.
Yeah, you too.
That is our friend Sam Cosmi joining us on the Rude Guest Hotline for his weekly Paisanos Players Chat. Sam's been great about that all season. We really appreciate it. The Paisanos Player Chat is fed by our friends at Paisanos. Today and every Tuesday are Community Tuesdays from Paisanos. Nurses, teachers, active duty, military, and vets and first responders all get 25% off your order with the promo code COMMUNITY. It's Paisanos' way of giving back to the individuals who give so much to others. Paisanos, it's not just pizza, but something for everyone. Order now at paisanospizza.com.
At 4-12, hard to find something that's been a positive for the Commanders this season. One, though, has been the play of running back Bill Krosky-Merritt, who's a nominee again for NFL Rookie of the Week, ran for 105 yards and a pair of TDs on Christmas Day against Dallas. Krosky-Merritt's won that award 3 times already this season. This weekend, Commanders a 7-point underdog in Philadelphia. Still to be determined. The draft position right now, 7th overall, would be the Commanders spot. Also, the final 2 opponents for next year will be determined. Third-place teams in the NFC South and the NFC North. NBA news today, Nuggets star Nikola Jokic has avoided a serious knee injury. Hurt last night in Miami. Reports say Joker has a hyperextended left knee and is out at least 4 weeks. Last night, the Wizards had their 2-game winning streak snapped. They fell to Phoenix 115-101. Caps lost on the road at Florida 5-3. Caps have now lost 4, 5, and 7 of their last 9. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Scott Merle Forsey on the Fan.
All right, B. Breaking news out of Dallas.
Right.
Cowboys have cut Trayvon Diggs.
Wow.
If he goes unclaimed, he'll be a free agent. They're taking a little bit of a dead money hit. They'll get a dead cap of $12 million next year and about $6 million in 26. I guess it's $12 million this year and then 26 next year, but they'll save a bunch of money on the cap against
26
it.
million next year?
No. I'm sorry. $6 million in 26.
Okay.
I don't know what happened there. There was obviously some really weird speculation when he had the concussion and everything else. There's obviously a tie to Dan Quinn with Trayvon Diggs. He played his best football when Dan Quinn was the DC down there.
Mm-hmm.
Is that somebody you expect Washington to be interested in? He's from DC.
From DC. But I don't know. I think the injuries and then you look at the play as of late hadn't been great. I think they're in a position right now where they have to be careful just jumping with familiarity. They got to jump with guys that are playing their best ball now.
I think we've seen a lot of that, and that shouldn't be the case.
Yeah.
Jeff, would you want Trayvon Diggs in town?
If he's not a problem to the locker room or to the team, why not? He's not bad.
He's been injured, and then...
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. He has been injured. Nah, I'm good.
Listen, in 2021, he was incredible.
Yeah,
he had 11 interceptions.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
All-pro player. In the last 3 years, he hasn't finished a complete season. In 2 of the last 3, he's played less than 7 starts. So... And I don't know Trayvon Diggs personally whatsoever. I do know he's bigger than I ever expected. I saw him
tall.
Yeah. I mean, he's every bit of 6'2". He's listed at 6'2". I don't think for Trayvon or for Steph, kind of the coming home aspect has really appealed to them. And this is a dude that week 1 next week will be turning 28.
Mm-hmm.
I think you nailed that, B, that familiarity shouldn't be the first thing that brings you to somebody at this point. Still, that's big news out of Dallas. I mean, that's a guy that was considered a huge part of that
can
organization.
Play. That's what you want.
Yeah, dude. Guys that can play regardless if their name has a ton of value. Landfill, you want him to sign Trayvon Diggs?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the secondary is pretty banged up, so I feel like, and even when they're healthy, they're bad. I feel like you should just throw things against the wall, see if anything sticks at this point.
It's interesting to do it now when they could have just released him in the offseason, no problem.
Yeah. But that's doing him a solid by letting him out there free. But the thing I would ask this question, though, do you think the decision makers are in a situation now where they can just take a shot at just because somebody, I know him and he was good. He has injuries since then, too. I think they're in a position now where they tried it with a level of people. We had Marshawn, who was injured a lot. He ended up being injured here. Trayvon could come here and never get injured at all, but then he could come in and he could be injured all the time. How does that look?
Yeah, and there appears to be.
So I wouldn't want to make those. I wouldn't want to be the person making the decision.
There appears to be stuff there. Now I don't know what it is, but like whatever happened with this concussion, like I don't know. For me, it's a no thanks. Apparently, according to Josina, Diggs was released for several reasons in things that he did or didn't do that wasn't beneficial to the direction the team was going. What a day for the Diggs family.
Yeah.
You got Trayvon gets cut in Dallas, and Steph has charges.
Some issues
brought up. Now, Steph Diggs' attorney put out a statement. If you've been listening to the program earlier today, it was reported out of Boston that Steph Diggs has been charged with strangulation and assault. From his attorney, Stephon Diggs categorically denies these allegations. They are unsubstantiated, uncorroborated, and were never investigated because they did not occur. The timing and motivation for making the allegations is crystal clear. They are the direct result of an employee-employer financial dispute that was not resolved to the employee's satisfaction. Stephon looks forward to establishing the truth in a court of law. It's an employee-employer situation with charges of strangulation?
Yeah.
Well, and to Jeff's credit, he said something pretty interesting. And none of us are lawyers, right?
No.
But
I damn sure not one.
I am not. Left-handed.
I've hired some.
Yeah, I married one. But if that was we believe anyway, if this was an altercation with a woman, that there probably is domestic charges, and that's not the case. So that immediately just seemed kind of interesting. And now if you're saying it's an employee-employer relationship, and that's coming from his attorney, clearly whoever's charging this is working for Steph. Otherwise, the lawyer's
was
not
working
say,
for him,
right?
Because like I read something where it said that they were trying to, whatever that thing where they were trying to keep him from having it public, the records and all that, because they were working on a financial deal or whatever the thing is. But we'll see. I don't know.
Well, you and I know enough players, right? Who is working for players? A lot of these guys, fans may not realize this. A lot of these guys have their own like photographer / content creator people,
security people.
Sometimes
you have people that are cooking for you.
A lot of people
You may have
chefs.
a guy who does your what you call them? Hair, your barber, all that type of stuff.
What? All right. If I'm going to strangle somebody that works for me, that's either a really bad fade. If I got a chef, I told you no onions. How many times do I have to tell you no onions? Still, strangulation seems kind of.
I think you should just back out of this one right here, Jay.
Jeff, what would require you to strangle one of your employees?
Only if they stealing from me. If you stealing, you getting beat up. I'm sorry. I'm not calling the police.
That's a legit one. If somebody's in your home.
But you know what, though, Jeff? Let me just help you out a little bit. Yesterday, you came to me and you made a comment to me, and you said you've grown a lot.
Yes.
You just took 18 steps back with that one.
No.
Hold on, do you catch somebody stealing from you? What are you doing?
Hey, let me finish. No. You go beat him up, guess what? You're going to owe him more than he stole from you. So, no. You found him, you got your proof, you turn it in, and you get him. Because if you whip him, because when somebody steals from you, you ain't gonna just hit him. You're gonna whip him.
Well,
and you're gonna get fined. You're gonna get sued like hell.
Well, a guy was breaking in my car. Well, he was a teenager, and when I punched him in the back, he was like, ah. I was like, oh, this a kid. I yanked that little boy in my house. I grabbed my belt and I whipped his butt. Now every time he see me, he be like, "What's up, OG?" Because I told him, I said, "Bro, I'm not gonna call the police because you gonna get this whooping. This will stop you from breaking in people's cars." And now
how many times have you had to beat people up for breaking into your car? Didn't that happen at a gas station once too?
No, at the gas station they tried to take my car.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Bro, the thing is, it's
I ain't gonna
not
lie,
even.
Jeff.
Your car is a magnet for trouble.
I wish I could just have somebody, a producer, following us, and just all the stories Jeff do, put them out there. Tales from Jeff, bro. I guarantee we'd be top sellers.
Yeah, I got a lot of stories, bro. But
Ooh,
nah,
bruh.
that's the only way. That's the only way I'm putting my hands on it. Don't steal from me. We all work hard for our stuff. If you need more pay, ask me. I'll think about it, but don't steal from me.
I'm with you, dog.
Landfill, what would it
Just
take
be careful hitting them.
for
beating
you
them up.
to strangle an employee? And have you ever wanted to strangle Jeff?
I mean, I'm borderline about to strangle Jeff every day.
If he's there, so you can grab him.
I don't know that you're catching skinny Jeff. Old fat Jeff, you might have caught, but skinny Jeff looks quick.
Yeah, I mean, it's mostly that I'm not going to get out of this chair. That's the reason why he hasn't been strangled yet.
What if you had a chef, Landfill? You were very wealthy. You had a private chef.
Yeah, absolutely.
What would it require for you to strangle said chef?
Trying to feed me raw tomatoes. They're
Don't like
disgusting.
Raw tomatoes. Okay.
Man, Calvin Landfill to be a raw tomato hater.
Why raw tomatoes? I mean, damn.
Because like cooked tomatoes are fine. Like tomato
Cooked
sauce
tomatoes
is delicious.
are the worst thing in the world.
You don't like spaghetti sauce?
Nah, spaghetti sauce, but like when you just got the tomatoes that are just cooked a little bit, they call them stewed
I
tomatoes.
like those.
Oh, that's not, nah, bro.
How do you feel about sun-dried tomatoes?
Nah, keep that too.
It's a weird taste.
It's weird.
Yeah, I can't do sun-dried tomatoes.
It's a weird taste. It's like oddly sweet almost. I don't even know how to describe it. All right, I feel like we really accomplished a lot here.
No, we didn't.
Um,
All we did was just Jeff going to jail if something happens. That's what we figured out.
Jeff also told us he beat up a kid, then brought him into his house.
He spanked him.
And spanked him. B likes to tell me not everything should go to the air. Jeff, that might have been one of them, man. Keep that in the pocket.
Hey. He ain't gonna break in no more cars on that street.
All right, we know of one successful robbery of your car. Your car was stolen for like a month?
Yes.
How many times has your car been almost stolen?
Just twice. The one at the gas station when I told y'all the little boys tried to put the BB gun on me, and this guy out front of my house. This how I know I got old. I love watching my Ring camera. Like it pop up. I'm like, oh, who's that?
My suggestion, as it's been for some time, Jeff, time to move.
Yes, it is.
Get
2026. I am.
Get an apartment in McLean. Get an apartment in Arlington. Like there are places where your car is not under constant duress.
Yeah, I'm gone. No more hood for me.
Not to mention,
Let me just hit y'all with a little something. The hood can find you wherever you at. Some people just got bad luck.
They not messing with Virginia though.
That's not true. See, I've been living in Virginia since 1990, April of 1990. I don't know how good they are if not hitting the damn news cycle. I know stuff goes on all the time. Fairfax, Loudoun, all that stuff, but it never ends up on the damn news. But you can just yell on the corner in D.C. and it's damn sure front is on the first thing in the news. So whatever they got, the politicians that's stopping the news people from carrying all this stuff in Virginia, you might want to get those in D.C., Maryland, because I hear stuff all the time over there that never hits the damn news cycle.
I don't know, but Landfill, how long have you lived in Virginia? Your whole life? I bet Landfill's car's never been stolen. Just saying. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
Brian.
Yo.
Article from Business Insider just dropped.
What does it say?
About Floyd Mayweather. Money Mayweather, as he calls himself, was indeed a winner in the ring, ending his pro career in 2017 with a 50-0 record. He scored more than $1 billion in boxing paydays, making him the 10th highest paid athlete of all time. Since his retirement, he's fashioned himself as a business mogul whose successes keep him with Bugatti cars, Richard Mille watches, Gucci clothing, and opulent mansions. I'm financially set, and I want to let everybody know this, he said in 2021. Every property I have is paid for. My jet is paid for. All my cars is paid for. I own billion-dollar buildings. Everything is no longer paid for. Mayweather took out millions in mortgages on his homes last year, a Business Insider review shows. He also faced a string of lawsuits and liens that says he owes money for a Mercedes Maybach G-Wagon, jet fuel, and garbage collection at his Las Vegas mansion. I don't know with Floyd. What you always say is he's always posting the big wins on his gambling. But when you're gambling, that means there's big losses too. That dude lived an opulent lifestyle.
Yeah, I went to the Mirage, this hotel Mirage, yeah?
Yep.
Went to the Mirage one night, and there was 2 Bugattis and a Lamb outside. I was like, damn, some nice cars. They say, oh, all those Floyds. Like, why you need 3 cars at one damn place, dog? You know? But hey, you live life. And then I know some people out there, I heard some stories, so I can understand some of the things where you're hearing about suits and this, that, and the other.
Yeah. I don't know. Good luck, Money Mayweather. His Trayvon Diggs thing is going to be interesting. I can't imagine you call him on Tuesday of this week. You could just claim him, suit him up on Sunday.
Did he have to pick up that contract?
I think everybody's going to wait till he clears waivers.
Yeah.
Would be my guess. If you wanted
That's
to
a
sign
lot
him.
of money.
It's a lot of money, dude. And seems to be stuff there. I don't know. It's a no for me, but I don't know. Landfill and Jeff were kind of interested. Here's what I do know. I don't know if y'all made bets yesterday, but
I don't think we did.
All right, maybe we'll make some today. We got one more show before the end of the year. Let's make some bets.
Holla. Gather around, gather around.
Tell you, this doesn't make a ton of sense.
What?
Jerry says on Sunday in New York, they're going to start Dak, but he's probably not going to play the whole game. Why start him?
Maybe you need to get some yards
for an
do
incentive
something.
or something.
Maybe. You know, I'm just saying, I don't know.
All right, we got college football today starting in 9 minutes. Coastal Carolina against Louisiana Tech. 5:30, you got a SEC Big Ten battle. Tennessee against Illinois. Ooh, tonight, I always love the Holiday Bowl, man. USC TCU. Any of those games do much for you, Brian?
I'm going to pick one of them. I'm just trying to find where the hell all that stuff at.
We got Association tonight. It looks like 4 NBA games tonight. Caps lost last night. They do not play tonight. Probably a ton of college hoops, if I had to guess. Vermont's playing Princeton right now, if that interests you. Howard playing Northwestern at 5 o'clock. Anybody got something they like for this afternoon?
Detroit, -2.5.
Lakers.
Detroit
Give me
basketball.
Detroit.
Jeffrey?
Give me Chelsea.
Jeff going to the footy.
Give me Chelsea.
Give me Chelsea or give me death. I don't know anything. And I have very much not been betting these college games. I'm going to take Illinois +3, fighting Brett Bielema's.
Who they playing?
Tennessee. I think Tennessee's better, but I think with these opt-outs and everything, I don't know anything. I don't think anybody knows anything. Tomorrow, though, we get the college football playoff. Can't wait for that. Brian and I will be in Ashburn tomorrow. Short show tomorrow, and then we got Caps hockey at 12:30 or something, which should be awesome. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Chase Hughes. Thank you to Barstool Nate. Thank you to proud new dad Sam Cosme.
2 little kids in that family. Very, very great holiday blessings for them. Thanks to everybody that called. It was a good day on the phones. Maybe we'll open the phone lines up again tomorrow.
Of course.
Landfill, we'll do the New Year's Eve stuff tomorrow. That'll be fun. Something tells me Jeff has the craziest plans, and I don't know about the rest of us. Good luck to White Brian, wherever he is on the planet. Danny and Zabe coming up next, I think.
Yeah.
I saw Zabe. Danny and Zabe coming your way next. Thanks for listening. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
Brought to you by AeroVironment, built for defense, built for D.C. Rookie running back Bill Krosky-Merritt's had a really nice first season in D.C., and he is a nominee again for NFL Rookie of the Week. 105 and a couple of touchdowns against Dallas on Christmas Day. Krosky-Merritt's won the award 3 times already this season. Quarterback Drew Brees, wide receiver Larry Fitzgerald, former Giants QB Eli Manning on a list of 15 names on a list of finalists for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. They'll be announced Super Bowl week, early February, for the inductees for 2026. Also today, Cowboys released defensive back Trayvon Diggs. And NBA, it appears Nikola Jokic avoided a serious injury. Hurt last night in Miami. Reports today saying the Joker has a hyperextended left knee. He'll be out 4 weeks. AV is built for DC, built to innovate at the speed of intelligence, built to deploy solutions that give our warfighters the edge, built for now to defend our future when the mission matters most. DC turns to AV. Visit avinc.com to learn more. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Greetings and salutations, D.C., Maryland, Virginia, points beyond via the Odyssey app. Good to hang out with you guys today. It's the Grant and Danny radio program. Steve Zabin sitting in for GP today. What's up, Zabe?
Hello, Danny. I think this is the first time you and I got to play some tennis together.
In person. We've done it remote down the line a couple of times. We've had a long distance relationship before.
I know I definitely had you and Grant on my podcast. That was fun, a little lunch cast. But I don't remember the down the line.
We did one of those. I think you may have still been in Wisconsin for some reason. But it was a similar situation to this.
But that's like a hit. That's not like doing.
No, we did the show.
We did the show.
We did a show. Yeah.
Okay.
We did a full-blown show. It's more memorable to me than to you, which is a great way to start.
It comes off as insulting. Don't take it that way.
You and I did a show together? I don't remember.
Who are you again?
Well, speaking of not remembering this, there's no way you'd remember this, but I do. I was going to bring this up later. Years ago, before I'm anybody, not that I'm anybody now, but I'm just a schlub, just trying to find a way to earn a living. I'm working as a temp. I'm working as a painter, not like an artist, but like, hey, you need Craigslist, $100, make this wall purple,
paint
whatever,
your
right?
room, yeah.
Mover, doing everything I possibly can. On vacation in the Outer Banks with my wife.
You ran into me out there?
2 straight days at a coffee shop next to the Tropical Smoothie Cafe right there on... When you come over the bypass, come over the bridge.
Yeah.
And you're going to take a left or a right.
I was not getting coffee. I had to be getting donuts.
You were getting donuts
bagels.
2 straight days, and you were doing something on your computer, and I obviously knew who you were, and I didn't really want to make a big scene about it.
Hold on a second. I have to interrupt here saying, Dear Lord, please make it that I was not a rude old to Danny in that situation. Thank you, Lord. Amen.
And you were
okay. Go ahead.
And you were very kind.
Oh God! Thank God.
Thank God. You made small talk, and I'm like, I wouldn't make small talk to me, but you did. So you recognized me because I had seen it the day before. I was trying to do something.
What year was this?
This
approximately?
is 2007, maybe.
Okay.
2007.
And you were not doing the show yet with Grant.
I wasn't doing anything. I mean, I'm making ones of dollars a year. Yeah. And I go and I was doing something where I had to like send somebody something, and it was like before the days where that was easy. It was just a holy war to try to send a video, like a demo to somebody to do something, or trying to get a gig, whatever I could. And you looked at me and you're like, dude, how are you in this same place the same time 2 straight days? That's weird. It's weird that I'm here, but it's even weirder that you're here.
So you were trying to use their Wi-Fi?
Yes.
Yeah, because that was when Wi-Fi was precious. Like, ooh, I hear there's a coffee shop.
There's a cafe with Wi-Fi.
Right, they have Wi-Fi. They do?
They do?
How much is it?
I know, $13.99, no problem. Yeah.
Yes.
And you go, back again for more, huh? I said, yeah. And that was our conversation. I didn't have a good response.
Dude.
I've regretted it since, but I ran into you in the Outer Banks in 2007.
It is frightening that I remember zero of this.
Well, why would you?
Well, because a lot of people remember things, Danny.
You didn't know who I was. If you don't know who I was and we ran into each other, that'd have been something.
But still, you should have had a vague memory of, I saw a guy with a laptop 2 times and whatever. But a lot of things I forgot. I forget all the things that I have said on the air over the years. And I have listeners remind me saying, there was that one time you went on that rant about this, this, and this, and it was so funny. And I remember you did. And I'm like, I don't remember any of that.
Yeah, that sounds like a great point I made that time.
I'm like, wow, you sure that was me? That was funny. Like, I don't think that could have been me. That had to be somebody else.
Well, what I don't love is when I forget. I mean, you try to be accountable for what you say. And I mean that. It's something I actually take great pride in. I love being able to call balls and strikes, saying I was right about this, wrong about that. I think it's important. You keep a record of these things.
I respect that, yes.
And Grant doesn't care as much. I do, and I think that's fine. Different personalities, different strokes. There's a show about it, yada, yada, yada. Point of the dude's story is, when I forget that I had the complete opposite stance on something, and the listener doesn't, and they've got the Encyclopedia Britannica, like, you were firmly against that 6 months ago, and now you like it. I'm like, yeah, that's because of the new, look over there.
I too believe that you should be the most honest broker you can be and try to call balls and strikes on what is right and what is wrong. But that is very much out of favor. And it's certainly not the way to advance yourself in today's environment. And, the guys getting paid the most money are the ones that happily say, yeah, I never revisit a bad old take.
It's a very convenient way to live, by the way.
Well,
if you don't have to be accountable for anything you say at any point in time, you can offer the craziest take in the world and just move on to the next one. Right. I can't live that way. I wish I could.
Neither can I.
I wish I had shame. Yeah.
I find it to be so seethingly insincere that I don't feel good about myself just pretending like I didn't say that. So usually my worst ever takes, I lean into and I wear proudly, like a Technicolor Dreamcoat at times of stupid. Like the time that I asked Darryl Green on the first day of Redskins training camp if they had already looked at film on the Rams, who were coming off their Super Bowl season. This is 99, 2000. I said, have you looked at the Rams yet? Like week 7's opponent. And Darryl Green, Hall of Famer, laughed in my face. And I was like, yeah, that was a dumb question.
Whoopsie daisy. Did you get the
why
joke?
Why would I ask that? I said Patrick Ramsey was a young Brett Favre at one time. Idiot opinion. I said that RG3, Danny, was, quote, unnaturally mature for his age, and that couldn't have been more untrue than anything. In fact, I got snowed by the RG3 act.
Oh, same. I was smitten.
Were you smitten?
I said on air. Now, granted, here's my only caveat. It's not defensible, this comment and this stance. Aaron Rodgers, you remember when he was actually getting a lot of concussions?
Yeah.
I know you
got one against us here at FedEx. I was at that game.
Now he went on to multiple MVPs after that great career, Hall of Famer, one of the greatest of all time. But he's in his prime, but he's been concussed a couple of times. That's the only caveat I'll offer. Somebody said, because I was so smitten with RG3 that we had it.
Would you trade Rodgers for RG3? And he said, hell no.
And I go, no, of course not. Because Rodgers is injury prone is a statement that I said out loud on the radio. And everybody around here wouldn't let me forget about it. Listeners wouldn't let me forget. And I shouldn't be bringing it up now, but it's one of my all-time worst ones. I mean, I got a list. I got a pantheon.
Yeah.
I got different levels of the Hall of Fame of bad takes. That's my all-timer right there.
Yeah, well, you and I will get along just fine because I'm the same way. I mean, we're all right 50% of the time in sports. And to pretend like we're an expert, like my opinions, we're all just have opinions.
Yeah.
And these games are completely unpredictable. Look at last night.
That's where I want to start,
Yeah.
So let me lay out the show for you super quick. All right, we'll start with last night. I got a conversation I want to have with you and listeners here in a moment about Cliff Kingsbury. It's kind of lost in the sauce a little bit because of how bad the defense has been. It's like when you got one kid, if you got two kids, one kid's getting Fs. You're very concerned about that, and you should be. Well, the other kid's getting Cs. And that doesn't mean you're not as concerned, but he's still pulling C's.
You should still be concerned about the C kid.
Yeah, we got to focus on the C kid for a second. I want to talk about that. You turned me on to this. I wasn't aware of the depths of this, and I've been doing some reading about this Lamar Ravens dramatics. I generally assume it is the noise where he misses a practice every other week because like his tummy hurts or something. This may be more serious than that.
It appears to be coming to a full head this week, that it's all culminating, and whether he plays or not is going to define a lot of what they decide to do with Harbaugh and or with Lamar.
Isn't that wild?
It is wild, but Lamar has been the biggest wild card superstar the league has seen in a long time because he represents himself as his own agent.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what made the whole first extension so difficult and dramatic and drawn out. And many people, myself included, said, hey, dummy, get a professional representative. It's the way business is done in this league, and you'll get a better deal in the end. Well, it turns out he's got a deal that's got a full no trade clause, and a massive cap number next year they've got to turn the heat on
Something
that down
has to happen.
somehow, and he's got massive leverage. So I might have been wrong about that, but he's just an interesting dude. Not everybody's kind of guy, but obviously super talented, and this is the biggest game of the season right now. So what's going to happen?
We'll do that in the 3 o'clock hour. 4 o'clock, Beltway Blitz, as we normally do. One of our buddies has a column that kind of leads me to an ownership conversation I want to have in the 4 o'clock hour. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, the People's running back. Bill will join us fresh off his 2 touchdowns on Christmas Day, which seems like a month and a half ago.
Yeah.
He will join us at 5. And I feel bad subjecting you to this.
Oh, boy.
You've seen the rundown. This is a very look-at-me type situation, and I'm very aware of that. So annual, every Christmas Eve, I usually do the show by myself. I couldn't this year. Family was traveling. We were doing like 7 different Christmas things, etc. So usually that's reserved for me by myself. I don't have another chance to do it, so I want to keep the tradition alive if you're okay with it.
Yes.
This is the all-request impression line.
Nice.
So get your impression, ideas out there. If I can do it, I will try to do it. You give me the voice, and if I can do it, I will. And you give me the topic. So examples in the past have included President Trump talking about the Battle of Helm's Deep in Lord of the Rings. It's been Stephen A. Smith talking about the plot line of Stranger Things. It's been
Nice.
Stone Cold Steve Austin ordering a Frosty from Wendy's and finding out that the original flavor isn't available. All sorts of things. If I can do it, I will. We will do that.
I love it.
Much later on in the program. So you're going to have to sit there.
I'll cook up 1 or 2
There
as
you
well.
go. That's what I'm hoping.
I need to have the full menu of your characters.
I know. Here's what happens a lot, by the way, Zabe, before we really start.
By the way, your
digging the meat.
Barkley is so good. I would probably just have a roll of quarters only for Barkley.
You could just
And
Barkley it.
I would have like 5 or 6 different Barkley things.
People have done that. That people go, I want that one, and that's flattering. It's great. You know what happens to me? Just as a quick side, I'm going to sound like a horse's ass here for a second, but I do a lot of impressions. I have a bunch. There's also a bunch that I can't do, which is normal. That's a regular impressionist.
Are those
curse.
ones you have tried
Yes.
and you've workshopped
Yes.
quietly at home, and you're like, it's not hitting?
I'll give you an example. I should be able to do Denzel Washington. The guys that do Denzel have similar sort of voice ranges, vocal ranges than I do. They have similar, sort
tonality.
of tonality. It should be right square in the center of what I do. I should be able to knock that one out of the park. Zabe, I can't do it. And it drives me up the bleeping wall.
So you really want to have a Denzel?
Yeah.
Does Denzel have that many
Yes.
great iconic lines?
Yes. And
Give me some of the lines. I just mentioned the "My Man," which is one of my favorite memes. My Man.
You're thinking about King Kong ain't got nothing on me.
That's a good one.
You can put cases on all your asses. I mean, a lot of it's training day, but like you can have the it's real alpaca. You got to blot that bleep. You know what I'm talking about from American Gangster. There's a million things you can do, and it's such a fun impression, and it
So that's
kills
the
every
one
time.
you wanted. Is there
It's a
another
white whale.
one that you've been actively seeking? Like, I
Yeah.
gotta nail this thing and I can't get it.
There's a million. I never got a good Joe Biden, which is very weird to have a president that's around for a while. It's been a pretty public figure for many, many years. I can't come close.
Yeah, well, if you had spent a lot of time perfecting it, that you'd be like, oh, now there's really no use for it. Sadly.
I know, now it's over.
Out of office and battling cancer, so we wish him well.
Indeed. But so we'll do that in around 5:30. But here's where I want to start the program. We'll do a little Monday Night Football last night. As you said at the very top of this radio program, good luck predicting this league, man.
Yeah.
Good luck. The Falcons taking on water look like they can't do anything right here as they've kind of limped down the stretch. The occasional good flare-up type win. But last night against maybe the best team in football, at times they had been, certainly the Rams are in that conversation. They were the better team for 90% of that game. A couple bad breaks for the Rams at the end.
Sure.
Where, Nakua, the ball's super slow-mo juggled. That's a catch for 100 years. Now it's not. I kind of lament that. A drop from Atwell. Another, I think it was Xavier Smith, either runs the wrong route or Stafford doesn't hit him where he should be. I don't know the deal.
Right.
But that's a winnable game that the Rams can come back. But still, behind Bijan Robinson, the Falcons were unbelievable, and that was kind of the draft pick bowl behind the scenes, where if the Rams win that game, they have the Falcons draft pick, knocking the Falcons, in this case, up the ladder for a potentially better pick for them. There's a lot
Yes.
on the line in that ball game.
But the Rams really wanted to climb to the 5 seed
Yes.
because the 5 seed is the cherry spot other than the 6,
Mhm.
because you're talking about a potential win difference of your first round opponent of maybe 5 wins.
Yeah.
Could be an 8-win opponent versus a 13-win opponent.
Very different.
On the road. And Joe Buck tried to delicately tiptoe up to that last night, saying, I would never disparage a team in the NFL. And I go, Joe, just
You can say it. We all
just
know.
say it. The Panthers and the Bucks are weak coffee. Everyone knows it.
Yeah, they're weaker sauce. So, I mean, the Eagles are 11-5 as the current 3 seed. You got a chance to
And
be
their
the 2.
fans hate them.
Yeah,
by the
so
way.
there's no good spot there to be either the 2 or the 3. You're going to have to play a really good team that's coming on the road, either Green Bay or the Rams, right? If you're the 2 seed, the 5. So I'll be curious to see what the Eagles do this weekend. They're on the we need to get right train, I think. So you might see them try to do what Sean McVay said the Rams are going to do, which is, I don't care what we got locked up. We got to play good football at some point. That offense has not hummed, has not been good. What a great way to get right than to play this Washington defense in a meaningless football game.
Right.
So maybe that's your confidence builder. But the strangest 11-5 team there ever was, this Eagles group.
Somebody said about the Falcons, they're like, whenever the Falcons really, really are totally out of it and irrelevant, they're the best team in football. And they did look like that at times last night.
Yeah, they did.
And Bijan is one of those small handful of running backs that you really just yearn for if you are a team. Like, I want that guy. You know, there's like 4 guys that are probably difference-making running backs. Derrick Henry still, even though he's getting way up there in age. McCaffrey, even though he's had the lowest yards per carry of his career this year, because he's kind of hurt all over the place. Bijan, who's young and frisky, and Saquon. Like, that would be my list of 4 guys that are above everyone else.
No,
Am I
Jonathan-
missing anybody?
Jonathan Taylor?
No. Jonathan Taylor's a nice productive
I'm actually
back.
with you on that, by
He's
the
a
way.
nice productive back in a good system. He is not exceptional. Bijan is a freak. And the call, by the way, was so good with Buck and Aikman because Buck is so elite and he just knows how to punch it at just the right time. He's got a very efficient use of his play-by-play words and verbiage. And he's like, Bijan, and he is gone. Who's going to get him? Can anyone get him? And then Aikman says, not tonight. And then he goes all the way down and almost got nipped on the heel at the end, but makes it in. It was good stuff.
So, Zabe, I agree with you, and this is the power of this radio format that you and I have. Let's hear what it sounded like.
Draft, and he's a promising player. Here's Robinson, right side. Nice cutback. He's gone. Can anybody catch him? Not tonight. McCreary chasing. Won't get there. Touchdown, Atlanta. 93 yards.
I mean, that's perfection
That's
right
really
there.
good.
Because he gave it the acceleration vocally needed at the right moments when he burst through, and then saying he's gone. Can anyone get him? Because it was like, whoa, wait a minute, maybe. And then Aikman pot committed at the 40-yard line. Not tonight.
Because actually, it looked like the defense, I think it was McCreary, was gaining a step.
Yes. Yeah. Like when I heard Aikman, I go, oh boy, this
You might
could
be right.
This could be on one of those awful announcing, cold takes exposed.
Yeah, we were right. We're warming up the frozen takes.
But I also like that Buck let the pictures tell it because after he said, can anyone get him? And Aikman says, not tonight. He just lays out. He doesn't feel the need to go 30, 25, 20, 15, 10. Like he didn't need that. It's like you're watching on TV. And then he punched it with touchdown Falcons. It was good stuff. And it sounded like the old Mercedes-Benz Dome was lit. And now they're going to have an interesting Kirk discussion in the offseason. And I will have to recuse myself, Danny, because much like your partner, I am an unabashed Kirk jerk, as I call myself, a guy who will annoyingly tout the virtues of the overachiever from Michigan State, Kirk Cousins. And so, therefore, I'm not objective. But there's a strong argument of, why weren't we playing him the whole time this year? Why were we so committed to Penix?
Well, it was so interesting is a couple times last night you heard Aikman talking about this, and it's very strange because he was the quintessential pocket passer.
Yeah.
Talking about Troy Aikman. I give him credit for actually acknowledging that the world has changed, where the expectations for the quarterback are, well, obviously that guy broke through and there's pressure. You must avoid that now. It's no longer the I want to be delivering the ball from the pocket, and that's where you win, et cetera. There's still plenty to be done from the pocket, but the new world order is you must be athletic enough.
Yeah, you got to turn negative 9-yard plays into plus 3s.
And so you remember that one sequence where he's talking about if Cousins was athletic.
Yeah.
I mean, if I was 6'5" or whatever. But like he could have escaped that way, but can't do that now. Almost throws a pick because of it, et cetera. And it was just interesting to hear somebody that I don't think of as new school in Aikman sort of espouse the virtues of the modern quarterback.
Is Cousins less athletic than, say, Sam Darnold?
Yes, at this stage, because of the Achilles.
Okay.
He doesn't step in. He doesn't step into throws the same way.
Yeah.
There's more of that spin-off, back foot, kind of like lollipop stuff, whereas Darnold's still a big, strong cat. Now,
Kirk's
I'm not talking about
arm,
a race, Zay, but you know what I mean.
Kirk's arm was always average at best, and he had some injury, I think, last year or the year before that took a little bit more out of it. I think he's still a viable quarterback. He's like the best number 2 in the league for sure, but he's very expensive. And they're going to have to figure out a way to either eat the rest of or burn whatever is left on that contract and then figure out what they're doing. They have to really believe in Penix, which I don't know if I do, but they're the ones who watch him every day.
Well, I was a Penix fan coming out, and my reservations why I had him lower than Williams, lower than May, lower than Daniels, and maybe sort of top of that next tier. He's already had ACLs. It just scared the hell out of me. And he's got another one.
He had 2 of them, right?
He had 2,
and this is now his 3rd. Is it all in the same knee?
I think it's both knees, but doesn't make it better.
They're getting better at fixing them.
Yeah.
But it still doesn't mean that it's cost-free.
No.
It takes something out of them. And this is what I'm curious about when Mahomes comes back and how quick he comes back. What is he as a player on the other side of this ACL?
Because think of Brady, it was never about mobility.
No.
It was about that sliding around in the pocket.
He went from slow to really slow.
Yeah.
And who cares?
But again, the Mahomes magic isn't winning sprints. It's that just enough escapability, just enough burst, and he runs like he's got a egg in his butt that he can't crack. But like just enough escape to make that play, to make that throw that nobody else should make, to do that magical thing to make something out of nothing.
So
is that still there?
Yeah, good question. So the Puka catch or non-catch, as I believe I saw it last night, they called it no catch on the field. So technically replay did not reverse it.
Right.
Now I'm extremely anti-replay. I am a complete fundamentalist, Taliban level of death to replay. But I won't get into that here. It's the notion of there is so many specifics now in catches because he fulfilled 4 of the 5 requirements to make it a catch. He got both feet down.
Yes.
He possessed it with his one big left sticky gloved hand, and he survived the ground. That's 4 of the 5 things. The one thing that didn't happen was the ball popped out for a split second because
we only saw on slow-mo
A.J.
from one
Terrell
angle.
pulled his arm, and the ball hovered for a second, then he quickly got it again. And by the time he got it again, he was already out of bounds, so that negated all the other things that he had to do prior to the ball coming out.
Right.
It was just so specific. It was just kind of dumb. You said you would like that to be a catch in your NFL.
It's so hard to explain my view on this because I am not a totally anti-replay person.
Okay.
Because to me, it's to fix the Don Deckinger moment.
Sure.
I'm reaching back to the 80s, of course.
Yes.
But it's to fix so you don't take the perfect game away from Armando Galarraga.
Right.
Right? It's we can
or in
fix that
football
one.
sense, the T.O. fumble in San Fran or the Vinny Testaverde helmet being
There you
a
go.
yard short kind of a thing.
Right.
Yeah.
So let's fix those things. But especially for me in baseball, where for 100 and however many years, the guy beats the throw, he beats the tag, he slides in safely, and now because we can freeze it to a millimeter, or no, whatever, it's a microsecond, a thousandth of a second, where the tag stays on and he slightly loses contact with the base, we now know that guy's out. I don't like that. That to me is the fundamental change of the sport because like beating the throw.
I agree.
Right?
I also don't like it, but here's what's fascinating is that because the camera angles have gotten so good and so many and the frame rates have gone so high, we're at the point of we can now get to a play that's super important, like the World Series last year with Toronto. Who was it for Toronto that slid into home plate and it was super close and they ruled him out and it was probably the right call, but you couldn't quite tell because there was a little cloud of dirt that had come up on the slide. We're at the point now, Danny, where we can't discern exactly what happened, despite the precision of all the cameras. That was a hell of a play this past October.
It was incredible.
And I'm just watching going, oh, my God, are they going to declare the World Series over on a challenge? Would they allow that? Would that even be possible? And they kind of defaulted to, well, he was called out on the field, so we're not going to step in and play the hand of God.
There's nothing we can do. Yeah, I mean, to me, it was to fix the egregious things. And now to your point, where if we didn't have the micro slowdown
Yeah.
Everyone, if you're playing in the schoolyard, if you're playing in high school, if you're playing on the flag football travel circuit, if you're doing anything, everyone knew that was a catch. He got his feet down. Now, if the referee misses it because he didn't think his right foot was down, that's human error. That's normal. But it's a catch to everybody the whole time until it's correct. But I kind of lament that there is something lost. And I know I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth because I despise the baseball purists like our own Ryan Clary who just go, I want human error.
Clary's a purist.
And I go,
death to replay, Clary? Let's go. We ride at midnight.
You want terrible
Get
mistakes?
your torches. No, I don't want them, but I will
shrug your shoulders, yeah.
Well, I just will accept them, that's all. I think that there's so many. Now, baseball is a whole different discussion because there's far more black and white in baseball. Football is a sea of gray. What's holding? What's a catch? What's PI? It's so
left foot spot, right foot spot.
It's so subjective.
Mm-hmm.
Baseball's a little different. I actually had this conversation with somebody, a family member over Christmas about replay and baseball. I said, well, you know where they started with replay in baseball, what it was only allowed to look at. And they're like, I don't know what. And I go, just home runs, foul, fair foul. That was it. They're like, let's just look at the foul pole. And then it crept and it crept and it crept. And now we've got what we've got.
Yeah, let's prevent Derek Jeter flying out to right, turning it into a home run and changing a season.
Right, which was a good idea, but they couldn't stop it from creeping. The one last thing, though, about that catch from Puka, and he is about to get paid all the money.
He's so special.
Because he is ridiculous. Absorb the fact it was a 43-yard screaming out from Stafford and that cannon of his that he one-handed while getting hung on by Terrell and then double toe dragged and survived the ground. Like, that is sick athleticism.
He's behind Terrell for 97% of that sequence.
Yes.
And somehow works his way in front with the 2 feet and everything else that you said. We didn't set up the first topic, and that's my fault. I was having fun bantering with my friend Steve Zabin. Here's what I want to talk about when we come back. 800-636-1067. Let this percolate for a moment. There's some odds out there that Cliff Kingsbury might be a head coach somewhere else. Simple question. Do you want Cliff back? We'll do that next on The Fan. G&D on the Fan. Zabe sitting in for GP. Reminder, Grant and I will be back, fully armed and operational, at Caddy's on Cordell. Cordell? That's Friday. Caddy's on Cordell, right in the heart of Bethesda. The quintessential sports bar, the house that Jim Riggleman built. We'll be eating appies, eating burgers, drinking drinks, hanging out with you guys this Friday, talking about some meaningful football.
Elite Seinfeld reference by you right there.
The Cordell bit?
Yes.
So I was going actually.
That's not from the Chinese restaurant?
That's Cartwright. Cartwright. So I was going Hannibal, the Mason Verger character, right? Whose butler, Major Domo, is Cordell, and he's being pushed in after Hannibal Lecter says, "You can always say it was me," and he pushes him in, and he's going, "Cordell, Cordell." Right? You're involved is what you are.
I can't quote that movie nearly as well as you, but that's some deep stuff right there. Good play by you.
You know who can?
Cartwright? I do remember that.
Cartwright 4? I said it. You know who does go in depth on all things Red Dragon, Hannibal, and Silence of the Lambs is Joe Beninati.
Get out.
He is
The
an
dapper,
aficionado.
Effective Joe Beninati?
The Sultan of Sartorial.
He
Joe
really
Beninati, the best dressed man I know, is way more schooled in that than I am.
He's so good at play-by-play, and when he was not getting the postseason assignments at the network level, once the Caps were out over that drip Mike Forsland, I'm like, there's something wrong in the world.
You and I tend to agree on that matter. So Cliff Kingsbury is being mentioned as a head coaching candidate again. So despite some of the struggles this year, he's been given a bit of a pass, I think, according to the general public and kind of people that do these odds-making bits here, Zabe, in so much as, yeah, you don't have Jaden Daniels, you're without Terry McLaurin, you got injured, this was a bad build. The struggles here aren't necessarily your fault, which, by the way, is a very reasonable position. Whether you agree with it or not, a reasonable person could assess the situation and go, well, yeah, I get it. You don't have your horses. You're not going to be as good. So he's a favorite for the Giants job. There's a couple college gigs that have him as one of the favorites.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know if he's the favorite, but a favorite. One of the guys that's a leader there.
Are you not rooting for the Belichick footsie with the Giants? Come on now.
I'm rooting against it.
Or the Jets.
The
if they
Jets
fire
would be
Aaron
hilarious.
Glenn,
That
would
would
be so
hilarious.
funny.
Yeah, the full circle world right there. But a couple numbers that I wanted to throw your way. And then ask the simple question at 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Do you want Cliff Kingsbury back? Do you want him to go get another job? The way I feel about it, just to let the cat out of the bag, it'd be one of those things where I'm not rooting for it. But if it happened, I'd go, oh. Anyway, and I'd move on very quickly.
Moving right along.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, I want the disgraced former head coach that's not at risk of getting a new head coaching job over a couple years tier. The Josh McDaniels tier.
Ooh.
That's what I want. Now, he's in New England. I guess he can't get along with Mike Vrabel. But I want that. I want the Brian Dabolls of the world. I don't want the hot shot. I don't want the next Ben Johnson. I don't want the pencil-pushing nerd that's got a great offensive mind that's going to be one and done for me. I want a guy that's going to be here for a couple years. And that's my thought, is the guy that got kicked out of the head coaching club down to OC, but no one's excited about him anymore.
I got a guy for you
do you
on
got?
that who I think would be great, but the timing is not going to work out, I don't think. And that guy is LaFleur. LaFleur, to me, has proven himself to be a coordinator plus. That the biggest chair and actually running games and making the decisions to win those big games is beyond his personality. And there's nothing to be ashamed of in that regard. Many coaches have
a lot of guys failed that way, yeah.
have ended up in that niche. And so when the time comes that Green Bay does move on, and maybe if this game against the Vikings doesn't matter, they're going to probably start Clayton Tune against Max Brosmer, so you can't take anything from that. But it would be, if they lose it, their fifth loss of the year, fifth loss in a row to end the year. And then if they lose the wild card game for the third straight year, then maybe the guy who used to be with the Niners, who are looking at the Niners who had as much injuries as the Packers, yet are still contending for the one seed,
yeah,
might say, we can do better than LaFleur, as magnificent as his hair and his eyebrows may be. And I think the day that he goes back to being a coordinator, he's going to take off again, because that's, to me, who he is. Timing's not going to work out. As far as Kingsbury, as you know, Danny, I've not borne down on the nuances of this whole season like you guys have, so I don't have a firm opinion about what he does or doesn't do that I either like or don't like. I know last year when everything was cooking, a lot of the narrative was, isn't this great? What a revival for the former head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. He's meshing so well with Jaden Daniels. Can you get back to that with him?
I think that's the essential question. Now, the Cliff, which the people that misunderstood it last year like to dunk and say, it wasn't real. It absolutely was. It was a thing, and I'll go into that in a second. But let me give you these numbers. They're 12th in yards per play. And despite not having Jaden Daniels, despite not having a single deep threat that scared anybody at any time, everybody's, no one's on their heels. Nobody's flat-footed on defense against you. Bad defenses at the time, Dallas, Chicago, you go down the line, shoved it on these guys. They couldn't run the ball. They couldn't throw the ball. There's no threat. He's creative enough to find the 12th best yards per play with an extremely limited, weaponless at times offense. That's to the good. You go, wow, that's pretty decent given this year. They're 24th in points, though. That matters to me a lot. I know some of that can be fluky, but not over 17 weeks.
Yeah.
You're down in the company of Atlanta, Minnesota, who's starting, as you said, a guy named Brosmer. I'm sure he is. You're down there. You're behind the Giants. You're behind the Chiefs. You're behind the Dolphins. You're behind the Cardinals. 13 straight games, the third longest streak in the NFL of not having 30 points. That's what winning teams do. You score 30 points in wins. A lot of times you don't, and you don't win the game.
Yeah.
You're counting on fluky things to happen defensively, special teams-wise, a bunch of fortuitous bounces. They got them all last year, didn't this year. That matters to me a lot. You're in the company of the Jets, the Saints, the Titans, the Falcons, the Panthers, who have had a pretty dismal offensive season. You've scored 150 points less than the Seahawks, the Lions, the Rams, the Cowboys, the Patriots, the Bills. That's a huge number to me. That matters an awful lot.
Yeah.
So initially, I'm kind of going, he's making chicken salad out of what? But the more I look at it, the more I go, are we sure? Are we sure that they're quick enough to adjust? Are we sure that he's getting the playmakers the ball as often as they should? Their best guy with the football most weeks was probably Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt, Deebo Samuel notwithstanding. When Deebo Samuel's healthy and right, you could see the yards after the catch. You see the explosion. They were running stuff through him. When he's banged up, as he always is, that's why I'm not excited to give him $20 million a year or whatever. It was Bill, and it's a lot less Bill. He's getting dropped in fantasy leagues until kind of the very end when Chris Rodriguez gets a stomach bug. It's puzzling to me. I don't think I would cry any tears if Cliff Kingsbury moves on.
Those are great points, great questions, good numbers to reference. Here's what I would want to know. So JP said to me last week or yesterday, or the days are all melting now together, about how year one of Jaden, on every third and short or medium, they ran a specific play, a sort of an option play that would just work almost all the time. Do you know what he was talking about in that regard? Because I can't remember exactly what it was called. I know with RG3 and Garcon and not Albert Connell, but the running back.
Alfred Morris.
Alfred Morris. Cooley told me that play was called drift.
The drift play.
And that it was almost like the Tecmo Bowl play you couldn't stop.
Bo Jackson run one with the Raiders.
Yes, exactly. And so that play last year that bailed out the Commanders on third and medium or short, and I did see it a lot as I'm watching the games going, yeah, you can't really stop him. He's too quick, he's too slippery, and he can throw and da-da-da-da. I would want to know, okay, I'd say to Cliff, has the league caught up to that fastball, and is Jaden going to have to evolve to a new plateau, and where do you see that? Like, what are you going to run with him next year? Based on the whole, okay, there's been an adjustment because the league adjusted to drift, it adjusted to the zone read.
Adjust everything.
Right. And so now in year 3 of Jaden Daniels, I just would want to know what's Cliff Kingsbury's vision per se. So all good questions. I don't have a firm answer as to would it be better to go or not. But to me, that's the essential question that I believe the coaches and Quinn are going to have to wrestle with.
800-636-1067. Your call's on this next. Simple question. Do you want Cliff back? Do you hope he gets a head coaching job? Do you think you can do better? Or are you a Cliff guy? And I'm being unfair just by cherry picking a couple numbers. Your call's on this next. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We got a Lamar Jackson conversation coming your way at 3, and the People's running back, Bill Ja'Cory Krosky-Mara, joins us at 5 p.m. Steve Zabin sitting in for GP. Welcome back to the radio program. Grant and Danny here on The Fan with you guys. Remember, GP and I will be back fully armed and operational this Friday at Caddy's on Cordell in Bethesda. Topic of the moment, I gave you a couple numbers, ran through them. The offense under Cliff Kingsbury is probably not getting as much flack as maybe it could or should because the F student is right across the hall. The defense is horrendous. It didn't do anything right this year. They can't tackle. They can't stop the pass. They can't stop the run. Other than that, how was the play, Mrs. Lincoln, right? It's a terrible defense. Everybody knows it. It's the second straight regime where you've had a defensive-minded guy with his buddy who's also a defensive-minded guy, handpicked on his staff, and the defense has been horrendous. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. That was their offseason, too, by the way, was to beef it up, and it didn't work. Whatever. I digress. Looking at some of the numbers, Abe, I don't think I would be that upset if Cliff Kingsbury went. I don't think I'm rooting for it, but it wouldn't hurt my feelings either.
Yeah. I think I'm in that category as well. Sign me up for that. I'm just interested to see how interested other teams are in him. Obviously, if he wanted to jump, last year would have been the year. This year, he's cooled off by circumstance and injury.
Because he was still double dipping. He still was getting Arizona head coaching money plus the OC money. Now I think that
should have tried to triple dip.
I know. Let's go to Carlos in Maryland. Would you be upset if Cliff Kingsbury leaves?
No, not upset. Honestly, it's like how you feel. Wouldn't be upset. I'd be like, well, it is what it is. He's going to be a head coach of the Tennessee Titans. And listen, I'm looking long term here. The Ravens are going to fire their whole entire coaching staff. Todd Monken's going to come to D.C., and the rest is history. That's my take on it. And my other complaint about it is his use of running backs. I hate the fact that we have 4 running backs. If one's on fire, he's probably like, well, it's this guy's turn. I don't care.
Rotation.
Yeah.
Rotation.
Thanks, buddy. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. It is I understand there's certain things, and you want to, if you don't have a Derrick Henry, which is sort of the modern era, we're now kind of getting back to that bell cow back situation.
Yeah.
But for the most part, there's enough data now where you don't want to just, slam a guy's head against the wall 25 times. I don't think that's who Ja'Cory Krosky-Mara is.
No.
I don't want him to have 20, 25 touches. There may be a game where that makes sense. But for the most part, I wouldn't want to major in that. So I do give some benefit of the doubt there. But to Carlos's point, I keep going back to this Bill thing where I go, I like Chris Rodriguez fine. Jeremy McNichols has done nothing wrong. But I feel like there's just better ways. I don't know them. I'm not smart enough just to pudgy it on the radio. But there's got to be better ways to get ahead of steam for the most explosive guys with the ball in their hands. It doesn't happen enough. It doesn't happen enough for my taste, especially when the offense is scuffling. If you're scoring 35 points a week, I don't give a hot buttered damn how you do it. Just I'll tune in and clap like a seal. But that wasn't what was happening.
I don't know what roles the current guys on the team are going to end up filling out. I think they're still sorting that out as to what each guy can do. But they have kind of a committee of non-expensive, non-deemed special running backs. It's not an Isaiah Love, in other words, who will be available when the Commanders are picking, most likely this coming spring. I would not endorse that, oh, by the way, because I don't think that's what they need. My whole thing is triage the defense. Defense. Tell the offense you're going to have to live off the land for a year.
I don't hate that angle. Anthony in Maryland, would you be upset if Cliff Kingsbury goes somewhere else?
I wouldn't say upset, but I'd like to have him back. I kind of value the continuity. And if you don't mind, just give me a little runway here because I got something at the end. But, the difference from last year to this year, in my opinion, is the big play. We didn't do great on offense until Cincinnati. Got a couple of big plays, opened the game up. The rest of the year, we were hitting big plays, and we were making plays from goal line to goal line. This year, we struggled definitely inside the 20. So I think that's part of the problem. And then last thing I wanted to say was I probably won't be on the air at 5:30. So if you're able to fit it in, I would love to hear Charles Barkley talk about a Guthridge Residence Hall Danny Rouillet scouting report.
Oh, nice. I'm going to write that down. I'm going to write down the pre-orders for Danny's end-of-year holiday impression show.
So that's someone from the George Washington University. Clearly knows about what went down in 804 Guthridge Hall. Shenanigans there at Guthridge. So we were.
Who was Guthridge, by the way?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I don't know if it was Bill, the former UNC head coach.
That's the first and only Guthridge. And also, I need to mop up this error. It was not Isaiah Love. It's Jeremiah Love. Jeremiah Love. Isaiah Love is a former Washington State player, defensive back. I don't know him. And there's an Isaiah Love, according to the internet, that's on Love Island, reality star. I meant to say Jeremiah.
Is that what's on your feed right now? Are you getting a lot of Love Island action?
No, I Googled Isaiah Love, Notre Dame, and it said, well, you're probably thinking about Jeremiah Love. By the way, there's an Isaiah Love on Love Island. I'm like, okay, don't watch the show.
They both have Aya last names. I keep conflating that.
Anyway, so Guthridge. I'm going to look up Guthridge Hall.
Guthridge Hall. A lot of shenanigans. I will say we did one plastic tub full of jungle juice.
Freshman year only?
No, this was
freshman, sophomore. We were in on campus dorm.
Yeah, really nice. So the housing at GW was outstanding. That was one way they tried to attract students. They basically former apartment buildings, a lot of cool things.
You?
We were in Newhall and we got kicked out of there because a bunch of jackasses down the hall were making a bunch of noise. So they wrote up the entire floor. Next thing you know, they kicked us out over Christmas break. The old AD, Jack Vance, wouldn't do anything to help us, and I will never forgive him for it. So screw him. But the point is, Lamar Jackson and the Ravens are a little bit at odds right now. I wasn't really aware of the depths of the dramatics until my guy Zabe turned me on to it. We'll break it down a little bit next, and we'll wonder if this smoke is real. That's at 3 o'clock next on The Fan. we're going to play How Much Weight Did Danny Gain for our double play at 345.
Oh, yeah.
There was weight gained by me. So the last time I saw you, gents, was Thursday of last week? No, that was Christmas. So before then, whatever it was.
So 5 days?
Yeah.
About a week.
So really a week
of
plus.
lethargy and eating.
Yes. Various places, delicious
Steering
food.
your mouth onto any loose cracker, cookie, piece of cheese, leftover food.
The finest foods that you can eat. Awesome. Great time.
Holiday grazing.
And I have paid mightily. The number on the scale is bigger. We'll play How Much Weight Did Danny Gain? All the contestants will be able to guess and ask questions. And closer to the pin, of course, wins. The real loser, though, in all of it, of course, is me and my terrible metabolism. That is 3:45. 4 o'clock, we Beltway Blitz. 5 o'clock, the People's running back, Bill, joins the program for his weekly spot. Grant Paulson is out. Steve Zabin is in. And I am Fannie Mouye, a.k.a. Randy Douye, hanging out with you guys until 6:30 tonight. So, Zabe, you turned me on to this. I generally don't have a very good filter for it. And this is me, I guess, kind of explaining myself for a second, then I'll tag you in.
You have Commander's myopia?
To a degree, I generally have some Baltimore association. My in-laws are from Baltimore. My brother and sister-in-law are big Ravens fans.
Mm-hmm.
I have I don't know if it's a soft spot. I don't have the venom that some Washington fans have for the Ravens specifically.
Yeah.
But I will say, so I'm on the periphery kind of not fandom for that, whether they win or lose, whatever. But I have a respect generally for the organization where I feel like they're pretty smart, pretty well run. They do a thing that I'm always envious of. It's my Terrell Suggs corollary, where everybody goes, he only runs a 4.7. I don't think so. Last in the first round, they go, we'll take him.
Yeah.
We'll figure out what he does well.
Yeah.
And I feel like they do that as good or better than anybody.
Well, that's why I would always check any sort of smack talk towards the Ravens, because they were so much better run than anything. Even the best Dan Snyder year,
yeah,
you really had no room to talk.
Without a doubt.
But I know a nice smattering of half dozen or so true Raven fans. And I've played golf with them a number of times, and I'm always fascinated to put quarters in their jukebox to get their opinions while playing golf about Lamar and about Harbaugh. So in a way, I'm more attuned to what's going on. And I just saw this week somebody had tweeted that, well, they still don't know if Lamar is going to play on Sunday, and that it could be a coming together, a coming at the heads between him and Harbaugh. Harbaugh is very much on the hot seat, really for the first time in a while now. There's always been rumblings, but now it's really gotten hot. And so I just saw that. I go, this could be interesting to talk about. On the one hand, a guy like him, two-time MVP, should be tearing the locker room apart saying, of course I'm going to play, right? Why is this even a thing? He left the game when we last saw him with an ouchie on his lower back. And I know it can be bad. But you've had a full week off. This is now coming to it. Aren't you going to at least give it a try? But he's got so much leverage, Danny, because of this deal, that he may be using this as a way to kind of leverage Harbaugh out if they don't win and if they miss the playoffs. He's got a cap hit of $74 million next year,
which is untenable. And that was always
cannot be eaten.
Yeah, that was always kind of the whatever you want to call it, the poison pill, or sort of the everyone understood something else was going to happen at that point.
It's an exit ramp, but it's only an exit ramp if the player cooperates with you. Otherwise, it is a cement barrier that you're going to run into head first as a team, because all he has to do is fold his arms and say no if he doesn't want to renegotiate. And as far as trades goes, he has a full no trade clause.
In 2 years, it's $74.5 million is the cap hit for 2026 and 2027.
So that's split in two, so it's 36,
No.
74 plus 74?
Yeah, 74 plus 74. Right? And so, but just to finish my qualifier, I always feel like there's always kind of something where if you're paying attention to it loosely, this Wednesday, he's on the injury report. I'm not talking about right now, but in general, this Wednesday, he's missing practice because he's sick. And it happens way more to him than anybody else. And there's always kind of little something, and there's always a little bit of annoyance. But as you said, plays at an MVP level. Should have won the MVP last year, in my opinion. Shouldn't have won it 2 years ago when he did, so we ended up at a good place. Point is, he's excellent. He's in that elite group of 3 or 4 where he plays, they win 65-70% of the time.
With
he's amazing.
One very crucial caveat, and that is when the mountain gets steepest near the peak, he turns into a pumpkin.
That's postseason, yep.
That his biggest game stakes moments, you're like, bro, what are you doing? Like the pick he threw, his game was still viable last year in the playoffs, and he threw into like triple coverage, easily picked off. And you look at that play and go, okay, something is not making sense here. Doesn't help that his coach is also not the best when it comes to big game spots. So while I think it might make sense to move on from Harbaugh, if I'm the Ravens, I still want to keep Lamar, but I got to know what his deal is. And he's been so hard to get a handle on because he's just different. Very few guys are doing their own deals. In fact, nobody's doing their own deals but him and his mom. And yet he's also not really into being a celebrity. Do you ever see him on social media? Do you ever see him in the typical circles, celebrity circles, as other stars of his nature would be? No. He's just like a guy that likes to play football, chill, play video games, maybe too much video games, and doesn't want to pay for an agent. So how do you then scope that guy up?
Well, so in doing a little bit of reading here on this, because again, I generally tune it out as the standard noise when the season isn't going great. This has happened before, and my Ravens family, Ravens friends, kind of to your point, or it's sort of like this is the background noise associated. The same way there's a standard operating procedure amount of noise in Philadelphia.
Yes.
For an 11-win team, everybody sure is miserable. Right now, last year, I can't believe this is a disgrace. The coach is yelling at fans, and they're this and that. Super Bowl, they're great, no problem, right? They're a really well-run organization, but there's a requisite amount of noise and distraction. I just sort of tuned it out.
Yeah.
I wasn't really focused on this. And again, now doing some reading. There's a growing frustration. There's a sentiment now, whether that's leaked from the organization, whether that's great, boots on the ground journalism, digging up sources and finding what you can find. I don't know which, I don't really care. But you got a story now that says there's more frustration with a multi-time MVP, a guy, again, that when he plays, they win more than 70% of their games.
Yeah.
He hasn't won a Super Bowl yet. Right. Neither have a lot of guys.
He's gone as far as Josh Allen.
Yeah, a lot of guys haven't because Pat Mahomes is in the AFC. Mm-hmm. Now, not this year. This would be a crime to not be in the postseason in a year that he won't be there, and neither will Joe Burrow for that matter.
By the way, sidebar, who are you rooting for Sunday night to close the season? The Steelers and Rodgers or the Ravens and Lamar? Can you not root for either one?
Yeah, I don't need to see the Steelers win.
They're a hard watch.
That's kind of where I'm at on that. Yeah. I'm good on them.
I'll probably be a UN observer of that game because I really, really can't pull for either one.
Yeah, I won't be disappointed in either direction. I'm one of those, I'd like to be right, just in general, and that's just kind of my general philosophy. I have said, are you a Breaking Bad fan?
Oh, yeah.
So when Jesse screams about Walt, he can't keep getting away with this?
Keep getting away with this, yeah.
I overuse that analogy, but that's my view on the Ravens. The Steelers, I mean. You can't just keep having a terrible offense. You can't just win a game because you blocked another field goal or somebody did something weird and you win 12-6.
Yeah.
Like, you can't just keep doing that in today's NFL. And there they are, over 500 every year, going to the playoffs, losing in the first round. But they keep doing it. And eventually they need that 4-13 season, but they just won't do it. They won't rebuild. They won't ever just get their teeth kicked in. They're always this, and I'm sick of it. I want the other shoe to drop. So I want to be right about that. And yet here's Mike Tomlin just, keeping it on cruise control at 54 miles an hour in a 55, 9-8, losing the first round.
People I run into, guys especially that have not watched Breaking Bad, I have such contempt for them. I look at them and I say, well, why not?
It's so available.
I'm like, it's so good. Now, I admit, here's a fun fact. I didn't start watching it till the series had ended on TV. I resisted.
Oh, so you could go so you could never wait?
No, not out of strategy. But when Breaking Bad was so big and shows like Family Guy were mocking it with Peter saying, you must watch Breaking Bad. It's the greatest show ever. Like he's hypnotized, I resisted. Then I started watching, and 3 episodes in, I'm so hooked. But what's crazy is I was watching it, and I got to the point after he blew up Gus Fring, spoiler alert,
Whoa!
Too late.
Say it. I guess it's been out long enough that you can say it.
I don't know.
Ryan, is that a violation there?
Dump it, quick. Dump it, as if I said a bad word.
Darius, you never watched it, right?
Oh, Darius, come on.
No, I've never watched it.
Shame on you.
Shame. So this is kind of his point, is that you need to watch it. But, what is it now, 7-8 years since that happened?
So when that important moment happened,
with the bell,
and he had the iconic line, "What happened? I won." I thought the series was over. You know why? Because I had gotten mixed up on my iPad downloads of the episodes. And then I realized, oh, wait, because I went to Wikipedia and I looked at the episode list and I was like, oh, crap, there's like two more seasons.
Yeah.
And once I was on Wikipedia, Danny, I couldn't help but peek at some of the plot lines. And so I self-spoiled some of the plot lines for the most wild, unhinged parts of that show in the final 2 seasons, which is the dumbest thing I've ever done. But I still enjoyed the show immensely, even though I kind of knew, like, okay, I think I know what's going to happen here. But it's such an amazing show on so many levels. But yeah, he can't keep getting away with it is one of the great all-time recurring memes and thoughts about this of guys that shouldn't be able to get away with it, yet they do.
100%. So the discussion at hand here with Lamar.
Would you get in the Lamar business? Like, the word is Miami would be perfect.
Yeah, I
Back
would.
to his hometown of South Florida. You're going to have to give up multiple ones, easily multiple ones. Is it more than 2 ones? Given that you have to pay him a lot of money.
That's got to be torn up at first. I don't care who you are. I can't do 74.5 twice.
You're right. Well, that's the thing. You're still going to have to pay him a lot of money. You have to give up minimum 2 ones. Beyond that would be really twisting my arm a lot if I'm the Dolphins. And remember, you're buying a car that's been in the shop a lot. This has got multiple multiple Carfax reports on it. And then you got to wonder, okay, is he going to be super excited and motivated, like, I'm going to bring glory to the Dolphins? Or is it like, cool, no more socks. I'm in Miami.
It is a buyer. It's a risk, obviously, no matter what you do. The reports now that are troubling isn't the right word. I don't know if you're full Kyler Murray, where they're going to have to put a clause in his deal that says, please study. I don't know that you're there.
I don't know who's going to get in the Kyler Murray business. I don't know who's going to get in the Tua business. There are some real wild. Does anyone want to get into the Deshaun Watson business?
I think that ship has sailed, as poorly as he played.
I think so, too.
Right?
But I've thought a lot of things over the years, Danny, where I said, well, I guess I was wrong about that.
Yeah.
Someone wants to get into it. The Jets thought Justin Fields was a viable QB1. Idiots.
Well, I have been the last, like, the building is burning, and I'm going, no, it's not. I'm the last person to acknowledge it.
You're like, it's going to peter out. This part of the building I'm standing in is not in flames.
I hear the alarm, but we'll be fine.
It's like, come on.
Like, I'm the dude that said there's no way Tom Brady leaves New England. And then he left New England and won a Super Bowl somewhere else.
Yeah.
So I'm still of the, I don't think Lamar's going anywhere. I just, like, it's not like he's 40. He's 28 years old, multiple-time MVP. If you look at last year, it's all bold ink, Zabe. Nothing but bold ink leading the league in everything you could do. We are not that far removed from should have been the MVP level excellence.
I think you're right, but they got to win on Sunday, and then they probably got to win or at least be relevant in their playoff game to keep both him and Harbaugh there.
And that's where I want to go.
If either one of those two happens, then they're not running it back with both Lamar and Harbaugh. I'd be convinced of that.
Let's say they don't. Let's say this back injury, because here's what I'd want to hear if I'm a Ravens fan. Right now, today, I'd want to hear he, whoever's speaking from an official standpoint, he's doing everything he can to get back on the field this weekend. We don't know. If I heard that, I would be assuaged to a degree.
Okay.
Right? Now,
words are cheap, though, and NFL teams lie habitually. You
100%.
know that. Yeah.
But that's all I want to hear at this point is we understand this is a big one. We get the previous deposits that he's put in where he played 17 games, 16 games, an MVP caliber performance the last couple years. We understand that, but this one's the latest one. This is a big one because who would want to see us in the postseason? How dangerous are we if we got a fully armed and operational Lamar Jackson with the defense that was garbage in the first half, but now is kind of rounded into form a little bit? We're sneaky. We can bother some people. All I'd want to hear is that he's trying. It doesn't seem to be coming out.
It's not
right
the
now.
vibe.
It seems to be more discord.
There doesn't seem to be that urgency. It was like when Burrows said about 4 weeks ago, if this is not fun meeting pro football, I don't know what's the point of doing it. You can't say that. Like the rest of the team has to know that the QB1 is fully pot committed to the whole effort because everyone's livelihoods rides on it. In today's NFL, once that quarterback that can actually do it for you goes down, you are screwed. We saw that acutely right here
We
this
certainly
year.
did. I mean, there's clearly something that's amiss with Lamar Jackson. And I'll point to just one simple number, and that's the rushing total. 63 attempts for 340 yards in 12 games played.
He didn't have a run over 20 yards this year.
That's to me the way to tell.
Jared Goff has a run over 20 yards this year. That's in the realm of pro. Are you even trying? So, yeah, that's something weird going on.
Something's clearly amiss. So this is a guy that routinely, when he plays, the full season, has been a 1,000-yard rusher 2 different times, was a 915-yard rusher just last year, again, with a whole bunch of rushing touchdowns to boot. And it's not the Josh Allen goal line rushing stuff. This is long distance, back-breaking, 3rd and 15s converted. This is hero-type stuff. This is he should have been sacked for loss of 12 but gained 44. He's incredible. That's not happening this year. That total dynamic has been taken away from his game. Whether it's something nagging, whether it's something else, I don't know, but
or
it doesn't
maybe
seem
he's
right.
just not that into being that guy, or a slight combination of 50% this, 50% that. But that's what you're paying him for. That's what you're expecting. I think the best point from this Florio piece on Pro Football Talk is the absence of an agent creates another practical impediment to the broader relationship, because sometimes the team has difficult topics that needs to be addressed, and it's one thing to have a buffer in an agent who could take the message from the organization, hey, man, lighten up on the call of duty until 2 a.m., and then present that to your client as an agent in a softer, more constructive kind of a way without pissing them off. So, in other words, there's no buffer between the most important player and the head coach in the organization, and when they're not seeing eye to eye, it can get dicey.
This is, to me, a rough patch. It's bad. The season has not gone according to plan. That's obvious. That's clear. That's pretty. I don't know what else to say about that. They got a chance to go to the postseason by beating a very flawed Pittsburgh team this weekend. Maybe all's forgiven, all's forgotten. Let's say they don't. Let's say if they do, and then they get sandblasted in the postseason. Do you really think they could divorce? Do you really think that the Baltimore Ravens start next year with a different quarterback by design?
Yes. I think they could.
How real is this to you?
On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being it is a metaphysical certitude it's going to happen, I think it's only a 5, but it's with an asterisk because it all hinges on Sunday. It's very hard to fire a coach who's been successful and a quarterback who's a 2-time MVP if you are in the playoffs and you have the hats and the T-shirts that say division champs, even with a modest record, even with what your expectations are. So I think it all hinges, but it could absolutely happen. In fact, I would argue that if they look bad and the Steelers own them on Sunday, fire Harbaugh and trade Lamar if you can for a couple number ones, and you hit that plunger, that reset plunger, kaboosh, real hard.
So we don't normally do call topics on
You're not going to take calls
on Baltimore sports.
I mean, you'll get a full bank, I guarantee you, because the purple tide has receded all the way down here to where we sit. But are you sure? Because I'm afraid CK will come home from vacation, drive in here, fire you on the spot, and snap my key card in two and say, we are not talking Ravens on this station.
This, I suppose,
but that's your call.
I suppose
this is your
it's
show.
Ravens. Listen, it is Ravens, but it's this. It's a star quarterback who's disgruntled.
Yeah.
Or something. Something's going on. A, do you buy that there's any smoke? So I want to know that. B, the second part of it is, here's my attitude, having been in this wasteland before. Never go to the wasteland. You are inside. You have shelter. You don't risk that there's better shelter somewhere else.
Yeah.
This is the trust me, Baltimore, I know quarterbacks place. From Brian Billick.
I agree with you. You don't want to take the long walk in the woods, as I like to say, when it comes to looking for a quarterback. However, if you're in that warm cabin, if there's a lunatic with a knife trying to kill you inside the cabin, you might have to go outside. If Lamar is so difficult and so much of a pain in the ass and cannot be reconciled with, and he's going to force you to fire the coach, do you want to give the power to Lamar Jackson to say, what's that? Oh, you don't like Harbaugh? You want him fired? Okay. All right. He's fired. You happy now? Like, can you imagine that dynamic? I would never, ever want to give a player that much juice, that much power. That's a recipe for you're going to have more headaches sooner than you know.
Well, I want to.
But it's their team. It's their team. Good luck.
I want to dip into your Aaron Rodgers experience in that regard here when we come back. 800-636-1067. Do you buy that there's smoke, Or do you buy the smoke here that this could lead to a divorce?
And how much catering to the elite star quarterback should be done? And can you not ignore the fact that in the biggest moments, in the highest stages, the guy chokes big time?
I think that's part of the conversation, too.
You got to consider it all.
That's part of the conversation. 800-636-1067. Talking about them reindeer on Lamar Jackson. Just something about Lamar. You know, you got to figure it out. You got to figure it out as you go. I don't know about Harbaugh, though. 800-636-1067, Erwan.
Commanders get set for final game of their regular season, and season as a whole, Sunday at 4:25 against the Eagles. Playoff seeding on the line for Philadelphia. It's just draft positioning for the Commanders. Final couple of spots in the NFC still up for grabs, though, after the Falcons win last night. So it's complicated, but Tampa's got to beat the Panthers and also have New Orleans beat the Falcons Week 18. There's also a scenario where the Panthers, Bucks, and Falcons all finish 8-8, and it would actually give the Panthers the NFC South as a tiebreaker. If the Falcons beat the Saints and Panthers, they'd be division champions regardless of whether or not they beat Tampa. That's how the last week of the regular season tends to go, right? Wizards and Caps are both off. Wiz at Milwaukee tomorrow, 7:45 coverage here on The Fan. Caps are also at the Senators, 12:45 puck drop, New Year's Day. Nikola Jokic, also diagnosed with a hyperextended left knee. He's going to need about 4 weeks of evaluation, the three-time MVP, though dodging a much more serious injury. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Nick Ashew on The Fan.
It seems funny in retrospect, Darius, how big a deal this song was and this like collaboration between Rob Thomas and Carlos Santana. It now seems so laughable and eye-rolling. Rob Thomas from Matchbox 20.
They came together for one beautiful moment in time and produced this wonderful earworm of a song.
Yeah, but now
you look back and go, why?
Yeah,
why? How did you guys get hooked up?
Really?
On this one?
And do we
need this?
Do we need it as bad as I thought?
Well, but it's here. It's a good radio bumper, and
it is.
We're back. I got to close 2 tabs.
Yeah, do your bit here.
I got to close these 2 tabs before we go any further. One, I told you off the air about how awful the Rams' bone white jerseys
That's,
are.
by the way, that's what they're called?
Yeah.
Can't we not do that?
The Rams.
That's my editorial. Back to you.
The Rams used to have the most simple, beautiful, iconic jerseys ever, and they have way overthought it on multiple fronts. They have like sort of on the numbers, they have like sort of a glue gun 3D puff paint on the edges of the numbers. The font is weird. They got multiple iterations, but they have these white jerseys that are not white. So if you're watching the game last night, and you're like,
it's on right now in the studio.
If you're watching, going, what is that? And people were making jokes about they had like a tub of dirty dishwater, and they're like, this is the Rams jersey color. Yeah. The bone white color inspiration, off-white, slightly grayish tone meant to evoke the natural keratin color of a ram's horn, and the sandy L.A. coastline tying to the team's identity and location. Shut up! Just get a white jersey.
Yeah.
This is what happens when the design nerds get in there, and they're like, well, we could do this. It's an homage to a ram's horn. Does it look dirty? Yes. Get a better white. Second thing is Guthridge Hall.
Yeah.
Certainly not the luxury accommodations as the Potomac House or Thurston Hall or Philip Amsterdam Hall.
Thurston is a house of inequity. That's where every freshman lives, and there is some shenanigans.
Guthridge Hall, know your halls at GW, named after the Guthridge Apartments, the former name of the building before GW purchased it.
Yeah,
so in other words, no famous guy, no benefactor, no donor, no war hero, no congressman.
Steve Guthridge.
Not even that. Yeah. It was just the Guthridge Apartments. So I can now close that tab, and we are
Mike Guthridge right down the hallway. Yeah, I hate whatever that is with the Rams unis. Like, I'm not a uniform guy. Grant makes fun of me all the time because I don't really care generally.
That's
Uniforms
right.
are fine.
Yeah.
But whatever that is, I don't like it.
It ain't it.
Where in other words, like in English class in high school, you read the story and like there's this tree that dropped a leaf. Like, what does that mean? I have no idea. Nobody does. You sit there with all your authority telling me that the leaf symbolizes change and the death of it. You don't know that.
Symbolizes. Yeah.
Unless you sat down with the actual author who was like, yeah, man, that leaf meant this, that, and the other thing. You don't know. And you speak with such, like in math class, when the teacher goes, that plus that equals that, yep, that checks out. Your thing, it's vagary. It evokes a ram horn. My hairy talent, it does.
Rebrand firms get millions of dollars for major NFL rebrands. Do you think they're just going to go, make it white? No, they're going to create a BS backstory of fluff.
Who's that for?
It reads like the J. Peterman catalog, to be honest with you. It's the Rams horn. Shut up. Just make a white uniform. I will say that the Rams throwback cherry red helmets pop. Oh, so good looking.
The very pair of pants I was returning.
That's
I love it. Double play comes up at 3:45. Zabe in for GP. I'm Danny Rouillet. Welcome back to G&D. I want to go into give me the years that you were fully in Green Bay.
2019 through just October.
So you've got some Aaron Rodgers
6
data
years.
points here.
Oh, yeah, very much so. And just to tell you straight off the jump, I was saying back in 19 and 20 when they finally drafted Love and it pissed off Rodgers, I was a Rodgers today, Rodgers tomorrow, Rodgers forever. I was like, ride him until the wheels fall off and then start over. Don't get cute layering in, well, we need a replacement, so we might as well draft him now and develop. I was also unpopular for saying for 3 years, I was saying, you got a number one pick who's giving you zeros for 3 years. This is not the way to do it. You really can't afford to have number one picks.
I agree with that.
And he's learning behind Rodgers, and he's going to be good someday. I'm like, 0, 0, 0. This is not – I'm like, who else is doing this? The only other example was Mahomes, but he only sat for one year.
Season.
So, and nobody's tried to do what they did with Love since for a variety of reasons. You can't take a first-round quarterback and sit him for 3 years.
So 2 of the years you were there, he was the MVP.
He was. One, the first year was because he was super pissed off and they had a good team. And he really bore down and he applied his talents. The second one was the COVID year where the stadiums were either empty or half full. And offenses had about a 15% spike because clearly not having crowd noise for quarterbacks that know what they're doing, calling audibles and protections, benefit from quiet stadiums.
Yeah, working hard counts.
His numbers went up. Other good quarterbacks' numbers went up. And I'm not taking away from him. He had 2 great years. But I was always like, hey, Rodgers today, Rodgers tomorrow, Rodgers forever. But then I really started to see just the problems with who he became as just a guy who has to be smarter than everybody and craftier than everybody. And I didn't mind the fact that he refused to take the vaccine. That's fine. But he then played around by going, I'm immunized.
Immunized, that whole weirdness.
A little hard count to the media, and the media didn't follow up. The media was embarrassingly bad by not following up. Oh, immunized? Well, I'll take that as a yes. And they just let it roll. So he became more of a problem up there, and it ended badly. I mean, it ended with him pretty much doing what he wanted to do, which was throwing a lot of fade back shoulder stuff, YOLO balls. The game against the Niners in the playoffs in 4 degrees and snow, and I was there in the stands, and it was a great experience. I'll never forget it, but I almost died that night. It was so freaking cold, Danny. And I'm watching him come out, and you're looking at him in the stands, and you see a skinny, older dude with his hands in his hand warmers. And in your mind, you're like, this guy can do it. This guy can really get it done. I just got to go down the field, get a field goal, tie the game, where everything's fine. And it was like it was not a 3 and out, but it was like a 5 and out.
Yeah, I remember being stunned that it didn't happen.
It was like a 5 and out because he just kept saying, all right, Devontae, go out and I'll hit you with it. And he does that ding. And that's kind of what he did in the final minute of the game against this week against the Browns.
Yep.
It was the same guy. But I understand now dynamically why you can't give even Hall of Famers like Rodgers.
This is where I was going to go.
You can't give them too much power. Rodgers bitched about them getting out of the Jordy Nelson business. Well, he got out of Jordy Nelson just at the right time. He played 1 more year for the Raiders, wasn't very good, and then done. Off to his tractor in Kansas. And the great players, and Favre was this way with Chimura. He loved his boy Chewy. But the players want to keep their buddies around. Just like anyone who is given the choice, do you want to work with your buddies or some other guy who might be younger and better? They'll choose their buddies every time. So I wouldn't give any more power to a guy like Lamar Jackson because it's not going to end well. Let me put it that way.
And that's where I wanted to get to is that comparison. We are not in late stage Rodgers here. It's probably not even fair to compare the two 1-to-1, but
I think it's getting.
Here's what's valid about it. Huge contract, all the leverage, a premium position at a guy that's won the MVP a couple different times. These guys are starting to wake up to a degree about how much leverage and power they truly have at the quarterback spot. In so much as in the NBA, it's like if you've had a double-double, you're entitled to $30 million a year.
Yeah.
Right? Basically, right? That's the way the contracts go. And they've longingly looked across at all the leverage that the Kawhi Leonards, LeBron Jameses, rightfully so, by the way, have in terms of contracts, negotiations, and the like. And the only people that could really do that in the NFL are the quarterbacks, because there's any given year 6, 7, maybe 8 that are good enough to give you a real chance.
Yeah.
Everything else is a gimmick. Everything else is, that was nice, Sam Darnold. Good for you. You turned it over 11 times in our final week, though. You have an offseason, right? And we'll move on. So they understand that. And he can sign a deal where no one blinked. Of course, you have $74.5 million cap hit for 2 straight years. No problem. We'll deal with that when we get there, because it was all
That's a problem for future us.
Yeah.
That's not current us.
We love the
dumbest thing
situation.
ever. As if this year was not going to come. As if you weren't going to have to reckon with this. That's wishful contract writing of things will be going so great. We'll have already won a Super Bowl with him by then, and we'll just kumbaya, get a new deal that lowers the cap number and extends our wonderful honeymoon long into the future. Maybe.
So
Turned out the other way now.
Yeah, the point.
So now what do you do?
Yeah, so the point would have been, and again, this is not apples to apples, because Rodgers was 39 years old, I think, when the divorce finally happened, or somewhere close to it.
By the way, here's another analogy or another point on this. The Packers waited 1 year too long on Rodgers, because his last year they finished 7-9, couldn't beat the Lions in the final week of the season, missed the playoffs. And then it was crap 7, clear the line. If they had traded him the year before, Denver was ready to just pile all kinds of picks to get him. They ended up overspending for Russell Wilson, which they've already dug out from in pretty quick fashion. But what they would have gotten from Rodgers if they had gone 1 year earlier, the thing is they couldn't do it, though, because they were
won the MVP.
Well, they won the
13-3.
MVP. They won the MVP, and they were a playoff team, even though they lost in 4 degrees against the Niners, who had basically nobody still healthy at the time. So I would say if you're the Ravens, get out of Lamar while he's still got 2 first-round pick potential.
But I think that would be true for another handful of years, wouldn't it?
It can change quickly.
At 28? I know there's injury.
Did Kyler Murray and Tua have 2 number 1 pick potential?
No.
Maybe they never did. But now
you got 2 MVPs in the bank, and a guy that should have won a third.
I know, but I'm just saying that they paid Tua and Kyler like, yes, they've arrived. They're QB1s. We are set. And now they're going, please, somebody take them.
Will someone come and take these guys away?
Please, God help us. And then the Deshaun Watson thing. Forget the Deshaun Watson off the field stuff, which is bad enough. It's the on the field play that was absolutely horrific when he was out there.
Of course.
You're like, well, what is he doing? Don't do the stuff you did in Houston. That's what we bought you for. Can you not still do that?
It looks like he can't, by the way, at this point. And
terrible.
And listen, this is, well, there's a lot of baggage that goes with that, understandably, and what he's accused of, and whatever, however you want to quantify that, it's of course horrendous and ungood. But the league ultimately said he's allowed to play. So once time is served, whether you agreed with the suspension or not, at the end of the day, once he's allowed to play. So that's where I come in now. Here's me not weighing on anything else, not dismissing it, but saying from the time he's allowed to play, the league said it's fine, so the team's employing him, et cetera. That's going to go down as maybe the worst contract in sports history.
Yeah, everyone's like, yeah, absolutely the worst. Yeah, and it also set a precedent. And part of the holdout with Lamar was that he didn't get fully guaranteed money, nor did Kyler Murray, after Deshaun Watson got it, because the league freaked out, and they pretty much said, without putting it in writing,
we ain't doing that again.
No. Nobody gets the fully guaranteed deals. Nobody. And that was even before it went south. They just didn't like the concept or the principle of that. And if you're an owner, I understand why.
I certainly do. And Cleveland still, by the way, desperate for a quarterback.
Yeah.
That position remains unsolved.
And for the Commanders, I went through the list of the other teams that are swimming in the 3-win pool right now with the Commanders' 3-4-win pool. We're in the best shape of all of them because we don't have to worry about the coach or the quarterback. Not yet.
Yeah, not yet. Although we spent a lot of time yesterday.
I know. Every other team, though, has a real either question at coach, or they know they're shopping like the Giants are, and they're not fully sure their quarterback.
Coach-wise, I was a lot more sure last year than I was.
Oh, really?
This year.
You are not at all close to the let's change Quinn out this offseason.
No. But the topic we actually had yesterday, Kendrick Olson was sitting in, and my point was people that just kind of go, it's injuries, and they don't want to hear about anything else. I'm going, no, hold on so fast. We got a lot of data points here that say it's not just that this is bad enough. This year, to me, was such a negative withdrawal or deposit in the bad bank, however you want to quantify it, that it's fair to have the conversation. I'm not doing it.
Right.
but it's not off the table.
No, there's a reason why you can't just say injuries to excuse things in the NFL, because there's always going to be injuries. And there'll always be excuses. This guy got hurt. We got screwed by the refs on replay in week 5. The league knows if you're going to be an excuse team, you're never going to take accountability for, are we winning? And there are teams like the Niners this year who have plowed through unbelievable injuries.
No
Bosa,
Warner, no
Warner,
Bosa, no Ayuk with it.
Kittle in and out. Ayuk went crazy off the reservation. They had to put Mac Jones in for 4 or 5 weeks. So they've powered through it. And they were in cap hell to begin the year after last year ended. So it's not an excuse league. And there's been other examples of really decimated teams injury-wise that were right there to do something. Lions were that team decimated by injuries 2 years ago, and they didn't get it done.
And even last year.
Last year they had some injuries, not as many as the year before. It's not a league for excuses.
And I understand you're not going to be as good. I understand the schedule was tougher. You can't be 4-12 bad, getting outscored by 100 points over the course of a month. That's Steve Zabin. I'm Danny Rouillet. This is Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Coming up, our double play. We will find out over the Christmas break how much weight did Danny gain. Grant Danny here on The Fan. It is double play time. Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. Darius, get that game show music ready. It's time to play How Much Weight Did Danny Gain? So it goes like this. If you're familiar with the program, Zabe, I will generally try to be less fat. I work very hard at it. I have the metabolism of a sloth in a headwind going uphill in molasses. I am disgusting.
I disagree with that. I disagree with you on that. You're a former Division I baseball player.
Exceptionally former, though. Very former.
Doesn't
it's decades
matter.
now.
Doesn't matter. You got the frame of an athlete, and you're in not terrible shape.
You are kind to say that.
And you were once Mr. EMP 180 with old Grant.
One time.
Which he called Empty 180.
That's how you
You're
felt.
empty the whole time.
Man,
running on empty, baby.
You know who's hungry is us. But so what happens is I operate on the straight and narrow like 99% of the time, right? And I do really, really well, and then something will happen. Like we go to Pupatella, and they're like, hey, here's all the pizza, and here's dough covered in Nutella, and here's appetizers that's fried cheese. And I gain 1 million pounds, and it's gross.
Pupatella is outrageously good.
Fantastically good. When I go on vacation, the governors come off, and it gets bad. I have all sorts of highlights. I gained over 18 pounds in 4 days in New Orleans once.
No.
Yeah.
That's not possible.
That's what you would think.
To channel my inner Steve Buckhands. No! Not possible!
Shout out Michael Ruff.
Not possible!
As a quick side story to that, if you haven't heard this before, weeks later, after I'd gotten back from New Orleans, and our buddy Christian, who runs Brennan's down there, it made sure, fattened me up like a hog for show. We were doing a show at Nats Youth Academy, right, for their annual Academy Day where the players come over there. And our buddy Ryan Zimmerman, who we got to know really well over the years, does the interview, says, fairly well, have a good one, pauses by the door, and he goes, by the way, did you really gain 18 pounds in 4 days?
That was actually a note that stuck in his head.
And
That's
I
so
said,
funny.
yes. And he said, that's bleeping disgusting, and slammed the door.
So what was it? Okay, I know because I was down there last year, as I believe you guys were as well, and I discovered beignets.
Beignets will do it to you.
Yeah, there was a
It's still in
Benny's.
powdered sugar.
Yes, there was a Benny's Beignets little pop-up shop right at the foot of our hotel that I would get every morning after we were done doing the show, and I'm like, this is outrageous. They are pretty much thick biscuits doused in powdered sugar.
Pretty much, yeah.
A
If a
whole
funnel cake,
bag
a
of them.
biscuit, and a croissant had a tryst.
Yes, but so hot and so delicious and so amazing and so bad for you. So that was one of your go-tos. The jambalaya, I assume, was one of your go-tos.
All things buttercream.
Did you get out jambalaya? Did you exhaust yourself on that down there?
Yeah, everything that you could have.
I had it 4 days in a row, jambalaya, and I was like, oh, I can't have this anymore.
And then someone puts a bowl in front of you, go, okay.
All right, just one more wafer thin. Come on.
I had a serving of bread pudding meant for 5 people, and I did it 3 times. Actually, the chef stopped preparing food, and they came out because they wanted to see the oddity. That was the never-ending story. That was my eating.
Somebody said to me when we were down there last year in New Orleans, after dinner, they just shook his head and he said, boy, Zion never stood a chance down here.
Worst place he could have gone. Worst place you could have gone.
I'm like, yeah, pretty much.
Seriously.
Poor guy. All right, so 18 pounds in 4 days.
That's one of the records. I've had a 2-week vacation where I gained over 20 pounds at the beach, etc.
How much have you lost in a week? Do you have a record for shedding?
Yeah, I'm a fluctuator, but it's more of a chip away than it is the insta gain.
Well, you shouldn't be losing or gaining a lot in a rapid amount of time anyway.
My best weight loss week is like 5.4 pounds.
Okay, may I ask what you weigh yourself on? What kind of scale?
I forget what it's called, but it's a fancy scale. It's like glass. It's got that clear thing.
Many years ago, I bought one of those doctor's scales with the sliders on it.
Yeah.
And the funniest thing is, they seem so crude and primitive, but whatever it is, the mechanism on it does not fail. Like,
No,
it's
it's
the
better.
most accurate scale you can have. So it is the scale of truth. So when you're trying to lose a few pounds, if you see it slide down by 1.5 pounds, you're like, yeah, that's real. This is a real doctor's scale that I got many, many years ago. And then if you gain 2 or 3 pounds, you can complain about the call to the referees all you want. But they're moving on. They're like, no, you're up 3 pounds. It
That's
is
right.
what it
Or
is.
the digital ones, it's like, I was wearing my watch, so the gravitational pulls off.
Right. Or I was on the edge of the digital scale, so it therefore recorded differently. No, you can't get away with it on the full scale.
All right, so let me involve.
So you have a digital scale.
Yeah, so let me.
Fancy digital?
It's fancy pants.
Does it do the body composition? Because they're
supposed to.
selling those now.
Yeah, it does. And I don't know how accurate it is, but over time, you have a pretty good feel.
You are 12% beignets. Pull back.
Yeah, you're ragu now, fatty. So I had a week where I ate whatever was put in front of me. I didn't exercise much. I took the baby for a 1.7 mile walk and a 1 mile walk over the course of the week. That's about it. It got too cold, too miserable. Anybody have any questions before we enter the guesses for how much weight I gained over the course of the week?
Was there a large family dinner?
Yes, multiple.
Oof.
Multiple family
What
dinners.
was served? What style of food? Italian?
We did a beef tenderloin with some what was that one? That was the mashed potato situation, which was unbelievable. A lot of butter, a lot of rolls, some sourdough bread was involved.
Okay.
We had ham multiple times. Christmas hams, the honey baked ham situation.
What is the cookie content?
Chocolate and chip, and many.
So lots of holiday cookies around.
Yep.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Questions, boys?
Sarah, what do you got for me?
I've got my first
Ryan,
question
please,
here. Danny.
Yep.
By your standards, would you say that you pigged out?
This is a great question. Yes is the answer. Yes
Wow.
is the answer.
Wow.
I went ham, no pun intended. I went nuts. And I've done so. That's a fair question, Zabe, because in the past I've kind of tried to just I've veered a little bit and I've still gained weight.
I feel like,
This
Danny,
is
you
to let
should
people
do
know.
this in coach press conference style, where the question is asked and then you give the coach answer. Well, look, we have certain eating situations that we're always going to have in our system, but, we just kind of go by the flow of the holiday. We don't really say ahead of time what we're going to do. It might have gotten away from us early, but we feel like we did a pretty good job. Next question. That guy.
How many cookies did you have? Well, it's more than we wanted. Obviously, it wasn't the game plan. Yeah.
Yes, that's it.
There's what he got.
Just other dessert content that you took. I would say?
Funfetti cake. There was a piece of funfetti cake at my brother and sister.
Sounds incredible.
And there were also pumpkin squares, which were like pound cake but with pumpkin involved in a way, and they also had chocolate chips in them.
My God.
Yeah, these are different nights, not just one sitting. Wesley Financial, any questions about getting out of timeshares or?
Nah, more of a observer.
Okay.
So I already have my guest.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
I-
What's your observation?
10.
Wait, you're just guessing?
10 pounds.
Oh, you just jumped right in. Just guess 10 pounds. All right. Anybody have any other questions before we get to the guesses?
They were good.
We're good? All right. Very well. So, Jose, guess for you.
I'll go 7.
7
A
pounds.
reasonable 7 pounds.
In 1 week. All right.
A little low.
Christian Darrisaw, what are you in for?
I'm going to go 9.5 pounds. 9.5 pounds.
Darius knows his guy. That's 9.5 pounds. Wesley gained, guessed 10 even. Ryan, what's your guess?
I'm going to go with 8.6.
8.6. 8.6 for Ryan. Ryan is in at 8.6. And we don't have anybody else on the show today, right? That's everyone. All right, here we go. And here are your totals. I was at a place that's not great, to be honest with you, before this whole thing started. I weighed in before whatever day we went somewhere and we had food. Right? So I think this was a pre-Pupatella situation because I was going to be off. I can't remember exactly what it was. A little higher than I wanted to start. All right? 216.8 to start. That's a 216.8 starting place. That's not good. It's not where I want to be. It's certainly better, though, than the 233.3 pounds I ended up at.
For a grand total of, who can't do math,
16.5 pounds, boys.
Oh, my God, the humanity! 16 pounds for Christmas! That's unbelievable!
The onesies didn't fit. The nice pants I had for Christmas dinner didn't fit anymore.
You absolute hog, you.
You big back, disgusting wildebeest.
You guys should bring in like a blue ribbon and just stick it on him and then go, what are you doing this for? Oh, we're taking you to State Fair.
I know we've got a break, but listen to me. Let me tell you this one thing. You mentioned the digital scale and if it's not accurate. I go, oh, that can't be right.
There's got to be a glitch.
I changed the batteries.
You're like, I want a new battery.
And it read 233.3.
That
16 and a
is
half
something
pounds.
else. So what's the plan now? You got one more. You got one more day to eat, and then Thursday it's on.
No, I fasted last night, and then my kids made monkey bread. Ryan and I worked out earlier, so I'm sure that'll do it. Beltway Blitz is next on the Fan.
Quiet night for the Caps and Wizards. Wizards are going to be in Milwaukee tomorrow, 7:45 coverage here on The Fan. Caps and Senators, early puck drop. New Year's Day at 12:45, so that's when you'll see both of those teams again. Cowboys not going to see Trayvon Diggs in a Dallas uniform anymore. He got released. Two-time Pro Bowler, just signed a 5-year, $97 million extension back in 2023, but since then played in just 21 games over the last 2 seasons, dealing with knee injuries. And one of the sources in this report says the decision to move on from Diggs was due to, quote, a culmination of events, including performance. Well, you play in 21 games, that's what that's going to get you. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address, 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Nick Ashew on The Fan.
It is Beltway Blitz time here on Grant and Danny. We'll tell you what's going on in the world of DC sports and a little bit beyond as well, all in one segment. It's how we do it every day at 4 p.m. Steve Zabin sitting in for GP. I'm Danny Rouillet. This is Grant and Danny. Let's start in the world, please, Darius, of college football. Pat Humans, VSiN College Football, joins us to break down some of these college foosball games. Get us going with tomorrow night's matchup. What do you see and how's it going to go?
You're talking about Miami, Ohio State, I assume.
I am indeed.
Right. Well, I'll tell you, the Cotton Bowl. Ohio State's hanging around 9.5-point favorite right now. 10 has been out there. I'm going to play Miami plus 10 in this game. Ohio State's defense, number 1 in the nation in scoring, 8.2 points a game. And this is probably going to be a really low-scoring game. I don't think it's going to be highly entertaining like Bears 49ers on Sunday night or anything like that. Total's 41.5. Might want to look under. Miami defense forced 3 turnovers, held Texas A&M to 89 yards rushing in that 10-3 road win in the first round. Mark Fletcher ran for 172 yards in that game for the Hurricanes, and I think he'll probably get a bit neutralized by this Ohio State defense. So it's probably going to be a tight, low-scoring game. I think the Canes are going to have a shot to pull the upset here. I felt like Ohio State's been a bit overrated in the betting market the entire season, so I'm playing Miami plus 10.
How non-awful does Carson Beck need to be to pull off the upset?
Yeah, Carson Beck did not do much in the game at Texas A&M. I think he had 103 yards passing. That was a very limited game plan there. I would say if Beck does not make big mistakes here, that's basically what the Hurricanes need from him. So I think you phrased that question the right way. Just don't make the big mistakes. You don't have to make many big plays against this Ohio State defense. Just don't screw it up.
So let's start with New Year's Day, Oregon, Texas Tech. How do you see that matchup?
I see it as a coin flip, to be honest. I bet Oregon at 8-1 to win the college football playoff. I'm a little bit concerned about the Ducks' defense. So some holes you could see in that James Madison game in the first round. But I do like Dante Moore, the quarterback for the Ducks, and I want to see him play like a superstar, like a top 5 NFL draft pick, like he's being touted. And he's got the ability to do that. And I think the Ducks, more dynamic on offense. They definitely have more big play capability. Texas Tech's stronger on the offensive and defensive lines, and that defense is nasty. It's legit. I don't have a bet on this game. I just have Oregon to win the whole thing at 8-1. I think this is genuinely a coin flip type of game, and I'm not going to play it. But I can tell you the sharper money in the betting market is on Oregon.
Indiana, Alabama. Imagine waking up from a long coma to see this matchup and scratch your head seeing that Indiana is the 1 seed and they're favored by 7. How much of Alabama's stumbling start would spook you if you believe that the Tide have it in them to knock off the top seed?
I don't think the Tide have it in them to knock off the top seed. I think this is a pedestrian Alabama team, and the Tide's inability to run the ball is going to get exposed big time here, like it did against Georgia in that 28-7 loss in the SEC championship game. Oklahoma imploded for the most part and allowed Alabama to make the comeback and win that game in the first round of the college football playoff. Indiana's not going to do that. Indiana's tied for the best turnover differential in college football this season because Curt Cignetti has a disciplined team, forces turnovers and doesn't make mistakes. Indiana's also got some big-time playmakers. It's just that people don't know about their wide receivers, Cooper and Surratt, and the running back Hemby. They're not hyped up like Ohio State's playmakers. It's ask how many people who follow college football if they can name any Indiana players aside from Fernando Mendoza, and if they know anybody else on the team aside from Mendoza and Curt Cignetti. And the answer is probably no. But this Indiana team is legit, and it's got the number 2 scoring defense in college football, 10.8 points a game. You're right about that. I think a lot of people look at this and say, man, considering the history and reputation of these programs, it's odd seeing Indiana as a 7-point favorite. But I think the number here is legit. Hey, the Hoosiers held Ohio State to 58 rushing yards, pitched a scoreless second half in the Big Ten title game, won that 13-10. I believe in Curt Cignetti. I think he's a Nick Saban clone. He was obviously on Nick Saban's original staff at Alabama in 2007. The way he coaches, the way he talks, he reminds me so much of Saban. And like I said, Ty Simpson, the Alabama quarterback, is going to have to carry a heavy burden in this game because the Tide can't run the ball. And that's going to make this offense one-dimensional. It's supposed to be a rare rainy day in Pasadena. I know we're used to tuning in, seeing the sun and the San Gabriel Mountains in that picturesque setting, but it's going to be a dismal, rainy day. And I think that also helps Indiana. I'm playing Indiana here as a 7-point favorite, and I think the Hoosiers are going to win by double digits.
Matt, thank you, buddy. Enjoy these games and have a Happy New Year.
Okay, you bet. You too.
Appreciate
Thanks.
you. There you go. Hit that NFL sounder, Dares. Our pal, Mike Jones, the Athletic, joins us to talk about the National Football League. Mike, how much smoke, how real is this LeVar Ravens spat? Is it just kind of the normal noise when a season isn't going that great, or is there maybe more to it in your view?
It feels like there's something more to it. It's odd because, we didn't hear any of these problems. There was no complaints of any of this stuff when they were winning games, even when they were on their 5-game win streak after they started 1-5. It wasn't an issue, but now as the season is on the ropes, it came out. And then there's also some, things about Harbaugh too. So I guess it's just kind of stuff that goes on when a season's going south, but this is normally one of the more stable franchises, and they don't have this type of stuff. If it was the old Redskins, yeah, it'd be like par for the course, but this isn't normal Ravens type of stuff. So I kind of feel like maybe there's a little more smoke to this than just, something to shrug off.
Let's say Seattle wins and they're the 1 seed. Pick your poison of the next 3 in the NFC. The Rams, the Bears, and then the Eagles. How would you rank them in terms of these are the toughest outs? Of those 3, who's the toughest out and who's the easiest out?
I think the Rams are probably the toughest. I mean, they can come at you. I mean, they hurt themselves last night.
Yes.
That was, I don't know if it was looking past an opponent or what, but, Matthew Stafford, even during warm-ups, he had some throws he didn't quite look right. He was a little off. So I guess that was an off day. But they are a tough team. They can beat you running the ball, throwing the ball. I mean, it's just whatever way they want to attack you. So they're the number 1 toughest out after that. I got to go with the Eagles just because of their experience and their potential to do well, even though the Eagles kind of can't get out of their own way. The fact that the Bears have not been there before and everything really ratchets up in intensity, I think that, experience seems to help teams, and so that's why I put the Bears as the number 3.
I feel like in the AFC, the Texans, Chargers, and Bills, if I, using Zabe's coma analogy, if I go into a coma and wake up in a month, I could absolutely see one of those 3 teams in the AFC Championship game or even representing the AFC in the Super Bowl. I think anybody could make a run here among those lower seeds. A, is that crazy? But B, how likely do you think that is that one of these teams at the back end upsets some of these neophytes that haven't really done this, thinking of a Denver, New England, et cetera?
Texans and Bills, yes. Chargers, I don't think so. I think that they're too banged up. Along their offensive line, Justin Herbert's banged up. I just don't think they have enough in them to be able to go on a deep run. But the Texans, with that defense, and also the potential they have to be pretty electrical on offense as well. But the defense for sure is a championship caliber defense. And the Bills have Josh Allen, and so he can put a team on his back, and he can score 48 points to compensate for his defense giving up 42 points. And so I think that anything's possible for the Bills.
A massive Stephon Diggs wild card got thrown on the table this afternoon. He has been charged with felony strangulation and a misdemeanor assault in an incident that occurred on December 2nd. He denies categorically the charges. The team says they're aware of it, but as of right now, Mike Jones, I've not seen anything that says he has been put in the once vaunted NFL parking lot of suspension. Will that happen? And if not, has the league changed their sort of thinking on this?
Well, I mean, I think that it's something that they're still getting information on. They are trying to avoid a snap judgment and punishing him, for something that could be unfounded.
Sure.
So they have tried to start being more patient before they hand out these punishments.
Does it mean that he may play through the playoffs while they, quote, gather information?
Yeah, it's definitely very possible that they could go through the playoffs. It just depends on how quickly it takes for this investigation and all the information to come out.
Mike, thank you as always, buddy. Appreciate you and have a great New Year.
All right, see you guys.
See you, my friend. Hit that local 53 sounder, please. About Nikki Javala, also the Athletic, who covers the Washington foosball, gentlemen. Nikki, what's on the line this weekend? I mean, it's kind of nebulous, it's open-ended, but Philadelphia's got maybe something to play for if they want the 2-seed or not. They probably could use playing some good football. Kind of what's on the line from Washington's side?
Yeah, proving that they can play decently, play competitively for guys that are sort of on the bubble or, really trying to prove themselves for next year. This is one of the last tryouts, so to speak. It's honestly a little like preseason.
As far as the quarterback goes, is it Mariota? Do we know yet?
I would kind of be surprised if it's Mariota. He did have 7 stitches in his right hand, his throwing hand. I would expect to see Josh Johnson out there, but we'll see how the week goes.
My frustration, and these are small little things, and a bunch of them add up, and then you get a 4-12 season on the borderline of 4-13, Nikki. But I really like Corey Jakrowski. Jeez, I can't say his name. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt.
Bill.
There we go. I talk for a living.
Bill is so much easier.
It is. Thank you for saying that. Bill with the football in his hands. You could see that explosion. He was bottled up most of the day, but then a 75-yarder kind of changes it. They don't seem interested or able to get him the ball in the passing game in space. It's just not part of their offense, and I wish it was. Your thoughts there?
Yeah, I think it is part of their offense. I just don't know if they have the right personnel to do it. I mean, I've been wondering the same thing. Why can't you get him on space more? Why can't you, get more Debo out there? But I think that's what they ultimately would like to do. We'll see if they get them more involved this week, but yeah, I'm with you on that. I wish we had seen more of that. I wish we could see more of that.
Nikki, do you know how many pounds Danny gained over Christmas week?
Why?
Just
You're
felt like
supposed
she
to
needed
gain
to
weight
know.
on Christmas. Isn't that a rite of passage?
Do you know how many pounds though specifically?
I don't.
You care
Is
to
it
tell
like double digits?
Care to
Nick,
tell her?
it's not good. Over 9 days, he's indulging in this a little too much. He's
I
having a little
just
too much
feel
fun with
like
this.
you should disclose this.
Well, it's
That's
fair. Well, Nikki, I think she's going to think a little less of me, but
I doubt it.
There's more of me to think about. Nikki, I gained 16.5 pounds in 9 days.
That's fantastic. Good for you. I would love to do that. Actually, I kind of do that. I do that every season, and then I got to lose it in the off season so I can regain it during the season.
There you go.
I must be in season year round. I can't stop.
Elite
food is
gastro
so
athlete,
good, and
Danny
it's
Rouillet.
undefeated every single time.
That's fantastic. Good for you. I'm happy for you.
That's
You
like
and food are one.
I love that. That's
Certainly, they're all the portions were mine. One more couple sets of roster questions here for Ben Sinnott. I always ask because I care so much about it. I know most people think kind of the ship has sailed, etc. Just his future, his role. What can we see maybe
You
this
want
last couple of
Sinnott
weeks?
targets.
I want a handful of targets. I would just like to see. I think they've kind of made their decision, it seems like, and we might have to go a different direction there. But I'm still curious because I don't have the data that maybe they already do because they see him every day in practice, etc.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we've kind of all been wondering too. Sorry, I've been sick all week, so I have a cough constantly.
Oh, good.
That's all right. Oh, mercy.
But we they keep saying we want to get him the ball more, and for the longest time it was because Zach Ertz was out there and he's getting the lion's share of, the targets as a tight end. But we've still only seen like maybe 1 or 2 catches from him, that 52-yarder I think it was. But that's been about it. So, I'm kind of with you. I feel like that says more than what they're actually saying.
Vicky, you're the best. Really appreciate it. Feel better. Have a great New Year.
Thank you, guys.
Awesome. There she goes. That is Nikki Jabala. And that, folks, is how we do the Beltway Blitz. Coming up, our friend and colleague, Tom Lavera, wrote a column that kind of got me into a bit of a thought process. Dan Quinn always talks about getting into that space. I'm in a space. I'll ask you guys in a moment something we haven't really thought about or talked about much because the season has been going on, the business of football, the week-to-week kind of rhythms of it. As we wind down a terrible football season, win, lose, or draw this weekend, I'm wondering, what do we think about the owners? Has the honeymoon period ended?
Oh, boy.
Is the bloom off the old rose?
Oh, my God.
Want to ask you guys that when we come back next on G&D. What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. You've heard me talk about my partnership with Fanatic Sportsbook and their one-of-a-kind fair play injury protection covering all first-half injuries, not just in pro football, but in pro basketball, too. That's right. And that's why there's no better place to bet than Fanatic Sportsbook. Monday night in the association continues to prove my point. Denver at Miami. Denver's 3-time MVP big man went down with seconds to go in the second quarter, and did not return in the second half. So Fanatics Fair Play steps right in, voids all pro player prop bets across straights, parlays, and same-game parlays instantly. Some books protect your bet for just the first quarter, some do nothing. But not at Fanatic Sportsbook, where they flip losing bets into winning bets for the whole pro basketball season. I got the numbers right here. Fanatic Sportsbook's Fair Play saved 51% of same-game parlays. 51%. Don't wait for that bad beat with other books. Bet with the book that always has your back. It's Fanatic Sportsbook. I'm telling you guys, winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-522-4700. MD visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
Brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. Commanders getting set for that final game of the season, Sunday against the Eagles, 4:25 kick. Of course, it's playoff seeding on the line for Philly, but, draft positioning for the Commanders, it's still that there. A little bit still up for grabs in the NFC when it comes to the playoffs. Tampa's got to beat the Panthers. They also then have to have the Saints beat the Falcons in Week 18 for them to be in. There's also a scenario where the Panthers, Bucks, and Falcons all finish 8-8, and that would actually give the Panthers the NFC South crown in a tiebreaker. So certainly a lot on the line there, and that's what you get this last game of the regular season. Wizards and Caps are both off. Wizards at Milwaukee tomorrow, 7:45 coverage right here on the Fan. Caps and Senators with a 12:45 puck drop coming up on New Year's Day. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete with 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland. Stop by one near you today for more or visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Nick Ashew on the Fan.
So, he gets people out of timeshares as Wesley Financial. He's not a lawyer. He doesn't want people to think he's a lawyer, but he hates your timeshare and wants you to get out of it. But none of these guys have any clue. Welcome back. It's Genie on the Fan. Zabe in.
Do you want to
for
give him an
GP.
education while we're here on the song?
No, it'll take too long.
It'll take too long. It's hard to describe. It's hard to even explain why it was such a mind-blowing thing.
Yeah.
Culturally, musically.
Well, he'll be bewildered that you can hear and understand the words.
Right.
So what do you mean? That no one's going, yeah, for the first minute and a half of the song. That's like on a Casio keyboard with a tambourine kit.
They didn't even have auto-tune back in the day. You had to actually hit the notes.
That's bizarre.
Yes.
Don't get weird on me. Our friend and colleague, Tom, and by the way, Bill joins the show at 5, 30 minutes from right now. We will speak to the People's running back. Here is the summary of Tom Lavero's column from his Twitter account. Shout out JP Finley. His tweet was, "The Commanders' party is over. A fractured fan base hates your stadium, your name, and now, with an unfortunately familiar lost season, your product. Happy holidays." Old Tommy, a little bit of, there was blood on the pen from the column.
Yeah, they hate the name. They hate the stadium. It's terrible.
And he's right about it on all counts, by the way.
I love Tommy, worked with him for many a year. Nobody digs into ownership in this town of sports franchises quite like Tom. He has been at war with all of them.
Everybody, at least once, right?
And over some of the most incredible things. Like, he was going full-blown World War III with Ted over lack of a parking pass at Wizards games. And I'm just like, really, Tom? And, he had his reasons for it. He's not wrong in this column. He hits on all the right notes. Now, I know I'm speaking to a guy like you who hates this new name.
I've been very open about that.
Thank you for that, by the way. I hate it as well. I also think that the current half rebrand and the potential of the Super Bowl era jerseys becoming a more regular kit next year, I'm in the minority. I think that's a mistake. I don't like it. I think that if you're going to go in a direction, go in that direction. This swimming back and trying to borrow a little bit from the past, and it's almost like it was, but it's not.
Right.
You can't get over the taco holder on the helmet with the satin finish helmet that doesn't match the actual burgundy of your throwbacks. It's an aesthetic mess, if you ask me. But that's one man's opinion, who still yearns and pines for the old name and the old logo, which I've been told angrily is never coming back. And I say, really? You sure? Never? I mean, stranger things have happened. I just don't know if the owners really wanted to commit the kind of PR capital to go, you know what?
I don't think they do.
But I'm just play it out.
Right.
Let's say they were like, you know what? Times have changed. It's coming back. What are you going to do about it? What would the league do about it? What would sponsors do about it? How much would the media want to keep up for that? Oh, my God, I can't believe you're doing it. Mike Wise is no longer on planet Earth or in the media in this town to take this up as his cause celeb. He was had a big position, columnist for the Washington Post, and was on this station. And was on our station at times as well. And he was huge on this issue.
Mm-hmm.
So he gone. Times have changed. What would happen? Would the league just shut it down? Would they just say, no, you can't? Would the sponsors flee?
I think so.
Would the media lose their minds?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then it's not coming back.
I think all three of those.
Okay,
The triumphant there, the Triforce.
So then, I'm sorry to say, but you better lead into the new reality. You better lean into the name and the new logo, and these half throwbacks are not doing anyone any good.
So last year, we talked about this to a degree, and you can weigh in as well before we get to kind of the meat and potatoes of Lovero's column and where I want to get into with it. Their success closed the door in a lot of ways. If Jaden Daniels doesn't
On
have
a
the number,
swim back to the old?
Well, not to the old, but something else.
Oh, right,
So
okay.
people like me, I am not a Redskins or nothing person.
Got it.
What I'd prefer is irrelevant, just sort of saying in general.
For the record, what names finished second and third on the podium to Commanders?
Yeah, it wasn't Sea Dogs like what the stupid Wizards rebrand.
I know.
there, right?
That's historically one of the dumbest things ever. Do we know if there was a runner-up or a third-place finisher?
They were so vague about this with their entire saga. So remember, the name that was the leader in the clubhouse that everybody seemed to be getting, not everybody, but a huge percentage of people were
Red
excited about
Wolves?
was Red Wolves.
Yeah.
They actually stopped.
Smoot was big on that.
Well, they actually stopped the entire process to go, the Timberwolves are mean. It might cost some money. And that, to me, gave away that this was A, predetermined, B, a farce, and C, just another Snyder poo in the punch bowl.
I thought there was another team that was also going to block. Like, was Warriors considered seriously?
I think that was on one of the lists. Yeah,
Okay.
but there was there was some saying, hey, that may not work. But Red Wolves versus Timberwolves, that's not the same thing. I understand there's wolves involved in both, but something I feel like we're, as an NFL team with all the billions, we could probably make that happen if we wanted to. There was no desire to do so. They were going to do this. We're going to hide behind sort of something generally military related so no one can make fun of us. And we want all the associations without any of the work. And this was just the laziest, stupidest thing. And everybody that's responsible for it has moved on and worked somewhere else.
That rollout that morning on the Today Show was so bad.
What's up, Craig Melvin? Hey, buddy.
Was so cringe.
We are the Commanders.
Just horrendous. And I like Doug Williams a lot. Put Doug in a bad spot there.
It really did.
Poor John Allen's just sitting there for some reason also. We sleep on that.
So I think it's also going to be dangerous to then try to swim to a new rebrand lily pad of, okay, forget Commanders. We're now the Red Hawks.
Or something.
Or the Red Tails.
And that ship, I think, sailed last year
because they had success.
A couple different times. So Harris wasn't always saying Commanders.
He wasn't.
He sort
so
of.
you guys were keen on listening, going, did he say
And he
it?
wasn't wearing that Block W gear all the time. It was always something else, but eventually at the end of the year when they go 12-5, NFC title game, he's now going, well, that actually the name means something now. We have the Commander tag on people, and that's something we look for is the Commander tag. And people like me throw up in our mouths, but I think that was the gavel. That was the slam. That was the end of it.
They are I believe they're the lowest selling merchandise team in the league. I think I saw a list of that.
I haven't seen that. So if you find that, let me know.
Let me look it up. I
at
think
one
it
point,
is.
Jaden Daniels was selling like hotcakes. That black Commanders Jaden Daniels jersey was doing very well.
Of course, yeah.
And again, to me,
I just think, overall quarter zips, hats, the other paraphernalia, it cannot be out of the bottom five. It's got to be down there. It's just I don't see a lot of people with it just around town or in the stands.
I do now.
You're seeing more and more.
I see more and more.
Well, that's good.
Because or is it? I mean, it is what it is. I think people are begrudgingly going, all right, I guess. Right? I what else can I do? If Christmas happens,
if Dad's gone and he's never coming back, you should stop sitting by the front door waiting for that doorbell to ring and for him to walk back in. They just need to press ahead. We talked a lot about the Ravens today. I mean, they of course would have loved to have been the Colts again, but they couldn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
So they are, they're now the big dumb purple black birds up there.
They're what they are. But to what Loverio wrote.
So Loverio makes a good point about both the rebrand, the state of the franchise, the stadium that's going to be a long way away. And at the end of his column, I'm like, all right, love you. So what are you saying? Like, what did you get from the column at the end of it? Other than just, yes, acknowledged. The name is not that popular. The stadium is going to be a long way away. And
Here's my summary. So here he says, I'll read a couple passages here. What may have gotten lost in all the attention of a Christmas Day 30-23 loss to the Dallas Cowboys at Northwest Stadium was that it was the Washington Commanders Fan Appreciation Day. There were holiday decorations, entertainment, and a meet and greet with the big man himself, Santa Claus. We're a long way away from former Redskins owner George Preston Marshall used to have Santa arrive in a helicopter at midfield of Griffith Stadium during halftime. The basic gist is, you wouldn't have known it was Fan Appreciation Day. The owners didn't do anything wrong in that regard because it was filled with Cowboy fans. Everybody's disgusted. Everybody's pissed off. It's acknowledging, look over there, there's an elephant in the room. And he said the following: the party's over. The anger over the lost name remains raw. A fractured fan base hates your stadium, your name, and now, with an unfortunately familiar lost season, your product. Happy holidays. Basically, this was the risk you had when you bought this thing for an unbelievable amount of money. Good luck climbing out of it. Because another part of the column mentions to me, those are all factual statements.
Right, but does Lovey prescribe what he thinks is the best course of action in his column? I didn't see it.
Not here. This is all I've done is I'm the fire spotter. I'm just putting at the fire. Someone should come in and do something about that. Anyway, you guys have a good one, and I'm not faulting him for that.
But they're like the things with the Cowboy fans invading. You're not going to fix that anytime soon, if ever. Cowboy fans are indigenous to our area, and that's because of the team's long ago, very racist policy of being the last team to integrate in the NFL.
George Preston Marshall, yeah.
Right, and so therefore that allowed Cowboy fans, the dirty, stinking Blue Stars, as the team of the 70s to metastasize throughout our area. And I know many Cowboy fans. I keep my friends close and my Cowboy frenemies even closer, Danny.
So to add to this...
So you're never going to prevent them from invading, especially when your team is not good.
Totally. You can never do 100%, but you can try.
And you're never going to fix that disfigured hulk of a rusting stadium out there. Whereas I look at the carved-out upper deck, I just shake my head thinking, as bad as they were under Snyder in the aughts, they sold all those seats. All of the seats that are now gone.
The extra layer to it is, and he points this out in case you forgot, many Commanders fans paid an average of 11% more for this 4-12 debacle of the season, and they're going to pay more next season, nearly 10% more.
Rent's too damn high. Prices going up.
To put the lipstick on the pig and then eventually move into new and better digs, which we're all looking forward to. Yes. So the point is, the state of the state ain't great. We all know that football-wise. We're sort of in the fog of that.
Right.
My question for you guys at 800-636-1067. We'll tackle this next before Bill comes on at 5. Give me your state of the ownership. How are we feeling about ownership at this point? Last year, it was like...
honeymoon.
Yeah, I'm going to throw petals at your feet like the Prince of Zamunda so you can walk around. Now, disaster of a season, you got charged more. How much better are things? Is the honeymoon over? Is the bloom off the rose? That's what I want to ask. 800-636-1067. It's Grant and Danny Zabin for GP here on The Fan. My name is Danny Rouillet, and I'm a Ted Britt guy. Right now, during their year-end sales event, I would say, my personal assessment, it's a great time to buy a Ted Britt Ford. Would you like some examples? I'm sure you would. How about this? 0% APR, $0 down payment, plus 0 payments for 90 days on a feast of new Ford vehicles. Here's some examples. How about $26,000 off a new 2025 F-150 from Ted Britt Ford? Plus, 0% APR for 60 months, and, as I said, no payments for 90 days. You get a Mustang Mach-E just like your boys, 2024 Mustang Mach-E to be exact. How about $10,500 off the MSRP? And again, 0% APR for 60 months, and no payments for 90 days. It's silent, it's smooth, and it's stuffed with savings. Gotta love it. Family football and road trips. How about a new 2025 Explorer from Ted Britt Ford? It's built for all those. $6,300 off, plus again, 0% APR for 60 months, and no payments for 90 days. I love Ted Britt Ford. It's the best buying experience I've ever had. Go see him, Fairfax and Chantilly. Just click away at tedbritt.com. And when you go, please tell them Danny sent you. Bill, 14 minutes away here on Grant and Danny. Zabe in for GP. Got a lot of calls. Let's get to them. 800-636-1067. The Lavero column kind of got me into this mind frame, Steve, of wondering how people are feeling about ownership. We're so week to week thinking about the quarterback and who's playing and Dan Quinn and Adam Peters. I wonder if the bloom is off the rose a little bit. 800-636-1067. Lance in Woodbridge, how you feeling about ownership? Kind of give me a grade. Just give me a feeling.
Maybe 75%. The last year was like 99 because Snyder's out. By the way, Zabe, love to hear your voice on FM.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Now, I did want to share about their nice guys. I had a client that ran into the whole group of them at Ebbett Grill just over the holidays, and they got up and sang happy birthday to her 101-year-old mom.
Oh, cool.
All right. But, as far as ownership goes, you hear on the radio, on television, they always say managing partner. So I'm like, who is really in charge? What is and on the radio station you guys talk about, what is the identity of this team? I don't really know what the identity of our Washington team is, and I would take anything over Commanders. Really.
Listen.
Be careful, Lance.
Be careful.
Let's go to Joe in Arlington. Where you at on ownership?
Yeah, hey, I'm one of those people that's become totally dissociated with the team and really at the NFL. Notwithstanding, I was a 20-year season ticket holder because I've just lost interest. I believe Harris has been really disingenuous, Snyder-like, really, on the branding. I mean, if you recall, in their press conference, it's Redskins this, Redskins that. They let the fan base believe for years that something was going to be done.
They said the word Redskins prior to taking ownership? The Harris group said the word Redskins prior to?
They used to say it all the time.
Really?
Their initial press conference, they kept saying. Anyway, to my knowledge, the only statement he has really made on the name was when he was walking away from some reporter and he said, it's important in the building that we keep it.
So, Joe, I appreciate you, buddy. Have a happy holiday. Happy New Year. That's not actually true. So there have been many more statements. He's actually been more definitive talking about Josh Harris and others.
Didn't sound true to me. That's why I was asking.
Right. So, no, and we've heard from Joe before, and I'm not ripping him at all. He has said, I don't pay as much attention because he's been dissatisfied with the name and the direction and everything else. I don't begrudge that, by the way. It's your fandom. Do what you want. I used to care a lot more and had to police everything about fans. Like, a true fan does X. It's your opt-in. It's your fandom. I'm not here to lecture anybody anymore. So if you're not as into it, I don't begrudge that. I know a lot of people feel that way.
The new ownership group is going to have to do the most dangerous thing that you have to do as an owner, which is to do something. They've had a vacation so far coming into this. They didn't have to do anything other than draft Daniels, which they hit a home run on. So that's great.
Indeed.
But now you're coming up on the point you're going to have to do something. What that is, I'm sure it varies by people's opinions.
And I fully acknowledge this. I talked about this years ago where it now seems funny to say in retrospect. I gave Tommy Shepard more of a benefit of the doubt than a lot of people because my view was he was cleaning up a clogged toilet from Ernie Grunfeld. All those years of giving up first-round picks for middling veterans and salary cap hell and not having a real direction and fighting for the 8th seed, and that's our goal. I said, we need to give him some leeway. Now, it turns out he was raised in that environment.
Yes.
He was Bane Part 2 from Bane's Prison. Like he that's all he talked about.
I was born in the dark.
And a wonderful guy, super nice dude, but his philosophies were the same, and I go, okay, enough of that. But my point is, this ownership group inherited, people don't realize how disastrous a situation this was.
Absolutely.
An eroded fan base with a smaller tent, the fracturing over the name is something that nobody else has to deal with, a whole bunch of factors that were working against them.
And a billionaire running for his life to try to save his franchise, his supposed boyhood love, the Redskins, which is something that has also been debated about. Did he really love the team? I mean, do we know that, or did he just love owning the team? I think it was the latter more than he loved the team.
Yeah, and the thing that used to drive me nuts, by the way, as a quick side, is people that were close to him or that were drinking the Kool-Aid would always say, well, he wants to win.
Doesn't matter.
I'd like to win, too. What am I doing about it? Like, I'd like to have a six-pack. What have I done? I ate cake.
The want to win can be dangerous if you don't know how to do it. You start doing really counterproductive things.
Yeah, if you wanted
And
to
he-
win bad enough, you'd hire a GM once.
You might even sign a guy named Albert Hainsworth, one of the biggest, laziest bags ever to wear the uniform.
Eli in D.C., give me a temperature check on ownership.
What's going on, fellas? Thanks for taking my call. For me, it feels like there's a difference between what could be and what is. And I think after the first year, if they would have came out and was like, this is an example of what could be, and they did, if they would have had this season, I don't know if the stadium would have, shaken loose.
In year one, you mean, Eli?
In year one,
Yeah.
if it was reversed, I don't know if all of the things that happened down to, metro buses in D.C. donning the W, I don't know if that would have gone down and how they got the city to be on board with this type of season. Now, what we do have to do is give them some room, because you just alluded to, you can't make up 30 years of not caring in one, but somehow it seemingly felt like they did. But that still wasn't a sustainable thing. So for me, I'm not in a bad place, but it feels like they are moving in two different ways, like a fork in a road, almost like, and we can't go in two different directions. And it feels like they're putting eggs into, like, this is who we are right now. We're going in and with the Tunsil deal, we're ready now. But also it feels like, nah, dude, we should have been like, we went 12-5. This is, everybody, this is what we could be. However, this is what we need to do to sustain that. And I don't know if they really did that correctly. That's the one knock. And I'm curious to see if they can get back that.
Appreciate you, buddy. Thanks so much for the call. Sorry we're up against a number of calls. Like, I one thing he said, Zabe, reminded me of this. I used to live right by what's now Cap One Arena. It's changed names many times. My buddy and I, a couple buddies actually, we split Wizard season tickets. It was good value. Yeah.
How old were you?
Didn't have any kids yet, so it was early
20s?
30s.
Early 30s.
Yeah, so
You were the-
2010, 2011, somewhere in there.
And the tickets were not exorbitant.
No, so splitting them was fine. Easy to walk over.
That's great.
I had great
What a
seats.
life.
Seats were awesome. You go in, sit in the last row of the lower bowl.
Oh, yeah.
Easy to get to the bathroom, easy food. I went to 20 games a year, right? I loved it. I had no problem. They were terrible. They thought they were going to be better the following year. I'm not kidding you. They doubled the cost of our season tickets.
Yeah.
And I opted out.
Yeah.
And there was something about that. Had they just kind of done the normal increase,
Right.
I'd have kept paying forever.
Boil the frog slowly.
Precisely.
Don't just hit him with a huge increase. I don't know if 11% last year and 10% this coming year, which is what Lavero cited in his column. I don't know if that's on the egregious side of things. I know this. Some of these new stadium teams coming up, this is amazing to me. Apparently, Bills fans who have PSLs are going to see their PSLs wiped out. Same thing in Denver. PSL wiped out.
How about that?
Your personal seat license. In other words, you paid thousands of dollars on top of
For the right to
the
pay.
cost of the
Yeah.
tickets. And it's like Darth Vader saying, I've altered the deal. Pray I don't alter it further.
Good Star Wars reference.
Outrageous that teams do it.
And so my point was that was such an indignity to me, and my buddies were saying, we're not doing that anymore.
Because it was insulting. A 7% increase you might not have noticed.
That's what I wonder about. And there's nothing that fans hate more in general, I think, than when it goes bad and then the bill goes up. That's not anybody's fault. Ownership-wise, that's the business. That's part of the risk. It just always stinks. The timing when it's renewal time is, all right, we're coming down the stretch. Do you want your season tickets again? They lose by 30. Pay 10% more for the same thing. Sorry. Like, that's always tough. That's a no-win situation.
Did fans get anything for Fan Appreciation Day? Did they get a free hot dog at least or something?
I don't know. I couldn't say to it. I couldn't speak to it.
I mean, that's what you got to do. You got to give fans something that they can viscerally go, hey, you know what? That was nice. Arthur Blank in Atlanta has the cheapest concession prices in the league.
Something we talk about all the time.
They're glorious. It's the smartest policy possible.
Just make people feel like it's good value. I want to sneak in. Kevin in Arlington, what's up, man? Give me a sort of an ownership temperature check here.
Hey, guys, and welcome back, Dave. It's awesome to have you.
Thank you, sir.
I think they're in trouble. I think the bloom is off the rose. They had to leverage themselves so much to just get the team in the first place. I mean, as the prior caller said, they're so very fortunate that they had the year they did a season ago. That was critical, I'm certain, in getting the RFK situation to where it is now, where we're going to see the team come back to Washington. But they couldn't have done worse damage to themselves than everything that unfolded after the stadium deal in 2025. I mean, it has been, you can't make it up. You know, and now you've got people saying, oh, we got basketball people running this team. You know, what the hell? Why isn't Daniels playing? Or you know, and then you go back to, oh, and remember the reason his elbow's banged up and he's not playing is because they were terrible in their decision-making in the Seattle game. I mean, you could just go error after error after error. I keep bringing this point up. Why is it that the college scouting department run by Tim Gribble and his 6 area scouts, why are they all pre-Adam Peters people? Is it because of money? Because let's face it, in the Allen and Rivera regimes, they didn't do squat. We have not been known as a team that drafts well. Peters comes in January 24, wants to say, we want to be a draft and develop team. Well, if you do, put your money where your mouth is and go get some real top-of-the-line scouts, because it doesn't appear as you've done so. I mean, there's so many things you can pick away at.
Well, for a draft and developed guy, he went out and made 3 trades that cost draft picks. So
yeah, they're going to draft and develop at some point, but they went veteran win now in the interim.
Yeah, they'll be for future me. Right now, me wants to win now.
Speaking of right now, 5 minutes from right now, Ja'Cory Croskett-Merritt, the People's running back, joins us for his weekly spot here on G&D.
Brought to you by Paisanos, not just pizza, but something for everyone. Paisanospizza.com. Caps and Wizards, quiet night tonight. They're both off. The Wizards are at Milwaukee tomorrow. Got your coverage at 7:45 here on The Fan. Caps and Senators, nothing till New Year's Day, 12:45 puck drop there. Cowboys releasing two-time Pro Bowler Trayvon Diggs. There's a game left of the regular season. Wasn't that long ago we signed a 5-year, $97 million contract extension in 2023, but since then, just 21 total games played. He's dealt with a bunch of knee injuries. And, of course, people got to get the narrative out, right? One source in this whole release said, quote, Diggs was released due to a culmination of events, including performance. No one appreciates fan listeners more than Paisanos. Now score 30% off any order of $30 or more with promo code FAN30. Pizza, wings, pasta, salads, and more. Add it all to the cart and use promo code FAN30. Order now at paisanospizza.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Nick Ashew on The Fan.
Under 5 minutes to go. Handoff. Kroski Merritt. There you go. And he stays on his feet for the touchdown. 10 yards for the Commanders. And Kroski Merritt gets there. First.
You heard that Bill highlight. That means it's Bill time. We do it every week. Tuesdays at 5 p.m. That's not one. One of 2 touchdowns for our pal, Bill. Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Zabe in for GP. I'm Danny Rouillet. Let's jump right now, this minute, to the guest hotline, the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, for our weekly spot with Bill. Bill, what's up, buddy? Merry Christmas. Happy New Year to you. How you feeling?
What's going on? What's going on? How you doing?
We're great, man. So walk us through that first touchdown you scored. The second one was really fun, but that first touchdown you scored, it felt like they were doing a really good job in the run game and in run defense, and that was just kind of a, I see the goal line and I'm going. We're going to go through a bunch of contact. Walk me through that play.
Yeah, so I mean, it was tough. Like to start, you're gonna get a couple yards here and there, but I mean, I seen the crease and I was like, okay, like somebody we need to make a play. And we really got to score. So I was like, okay, I'm really trying to get in there. So I mean, it was cool.
It was a great one, and then we'll get to the highlight here in a second. But one other thing I noticed, Bill, in this one from you, I feel like you were asked to do a lot in pass pro. I saw you picking up a lot of blitzes, a lot of rushers. Just where is that in terms of how comfortable you are, kind of where you're at in your development there? It looked pretty darn good to me, but I'm just a pudgy idiot watching football at home.
Yeah, it's just trying to just be the best in everything I can be, and I mean I felt comfortable just doing it. So I mean that was something that I had on my list that I want to be better at during games. I mean you can run, but you got to be great in all the other things. So it was good to go out there and like just execute without having the ball in my hand.
All right, I got some running back 101s for you. All right, Bill. The first one is the Jumbotron rear view mirror trick. Have you ever used it before? Because last night when Bijan was going for his home run, he was looking over his left shoulder, and after the game he told Van Pelt, he's like, well, it's because the Jumbotron here is inside this circle. Yeah. He's like, I didn't have the Jumbotron rear view. Have you used it? And is it hard or easy to get accustomed to?
I mean, I only think I used that in college maybe once.
Okay.
But, I mean, I think that's kind of like it just got to catch your eye, and then you just end up looking up. But I only used that one once in college, and it really helped though. Like you get to see what kind of angle they got, and I mean it's just next level stuff. Like only a few people can do that.
I mean, the bottom line is when you're out in the clear, just run.
That's the best practice.
I don't even try to look back. I try to just look at the end zone.
Okay, what happens when you forget? This is also a running back 101 question. You forget the snap count. You're like, damn it, forgot. Now I'm sitting back here behind the quarterback. Everyone's watching me. What do I do?
All right, so in that situation, you might have to be a little bit slow when everybody moves if you don't know it.
So you don't try to jog your memory. You don't try to remember it. You just accept the fact. You accept the fact, snap, I forgot. Yeah. We're going to be a little slow off the ball. I hope the film doesn't show it.
Yeah, you just got to be a little slow in that situation.
Usually, I'm just being patient. I'm a patient running back. That's how I operate. Jacory Cross-Merritt with us here on G&D, a.k.a. Bill, the people's running back. All right, let's go to the 72-yarder. That was a thing of beauty. Walk me through the play call. Walk me through what you saw, and then when did you know this might be a house call?
It was an outside zone play to the right, and we ended up calling it. And I mean, I got beautiful blocks by everybody that played. And like once I seen daylight, I was like, okay, like this finally my chance. I can get in open field. And I was like, I'm not getting tackled. And it was good just to be able to take it all the way to the house for 72 yards.
As you break through right there, because I think you had to break a tackle or two if memory serves, right? As you're going through, when does it go from this is a nice run to, oh my God, I'm going? Like 70 yards is a long way. I'd be really tired, but you're a professional athlete. When does it go from, oh, this is fun, nice play, good for me, to
are we there yet?
To this is a highlight. Like when do you know on a run like that?
Oh, I kind of knew once I got past the second level and I seen nobody in front of me, or I didn't have to try to make a safety miss. I was like, okay, like the end zone is far, but you can't get caught. So like that was the main thing going to my head. Like just run fast, like you already there. You don't gotta worry about making nobody miss and just run.
I love that. Did you hear from fantasy football champions and fans who said that you won them something?
I guarantee.
Like I guarantee you're on rosters, man. Did you hear from folks?
Yeah, for sure. That's all people be talking about is fantasy football.
You were the talk of August. You know that, right? Everyone's like, oh, look, we got a sleeper here. This guy Bill in Washington. Looking like he's going to get a lot of carries. And, it's tough to tell once the season begins how the carries are going to sort out. But for those that stuck with you, they were rewarded in the end.
Yeah, it was good to be able to reward the people who ended up drafting me and getting me in fantasy. So it felt good.
All right, so Sunday is a meaningless game, according to us couch dwellers, which is, I'm sure, laughable to you as an NFL player and as a athlete. Tell me how you prepare for a quote-unquote meaningless game, so to speak. And have you played in many of these games in which you're like, yeah, technically this is not for much?
I mean, no, I feel like it's an NFL game for me. I get a chance to go out there. I know people going to be watching, still getting evaluated. So I mean, I'm gonna treat it like any other week. Just wanna finish strong. That's the main thing. So I mean, I'm definitely ready for this game, and I get another chance to play.
Yeah.
Yeah. How strange is it? You played these guys 2 weeks ago. The NFL's doing this new thing with the
that's
schedules.
Definitely strange.
Yeah. What's that like? I mean, you just saw these guys.
I definitely didn't. I never seen nothing like it until this year. But I mean, it's just okay. You played them a couple of days ago, and like you know how they play, and you know what you did wrong. So I think it's just that taking that approach to the game and just going out there and trying to execute.
Do you feel like, and it's so hard to tell, obviously, the Eagles are really good. They're 11-5. That defense is awesome. Mm-hmm. The challenges that they brought, do you feel like, okay, we know what they're going to do? Or is this the kind of defense where you go, they could do something totally different, simply just based on what they saw from us? Like, how do you prepare knowing that you just saw them a couple of weeks ago in terms of what they might do to you guys?
I mean, we just got to we know the players that they got, they can do different things. Like, all of them can make plays, and we just got to go out there and execute and just try to play our best football. So.
How is their? Well, you wouldn't know. You haven't played there yet. Their field is interesting. It's natural grass, but it's got some of the synthetic woven into it. It's kind of like Green Bay's. You've played in Green Bay. How do you go about figuring out what you're running on when you're playing somewhere for the first time? Like, how much can you test in warm-ups or take the advice of other guys to say, you know what, you need this size cleats or whatever?
Yeah, it's basically just seeing how you feel out there pregame.
So it's a feel thing.
Like you making full speed cuts and like saying, do I need longer spikes or like can I just play with my regular shoes? So it's basically just you just seeing how you feel out there pregame.
How many sets of shoes do you have?
I try to bring at least 3.
At least 3. And they go from what?
Well,
the turf?
3 is too many. 3 is too many, but I got it. Well, it'll be like 3 of them in my locker.
Well, you say it's too many, but you got 3. So what is it?
It's just like I might want to switch it up. Like,
right.
It
I might
is
wanna
too.
switch it up. It depends on what we wearing or like whichever cleat feel the best.
All right, so you're admitting it's too many, but you're a shoe diva, which is cool, which is fine. I'm with you on that. So you got 3. So you got what? The turf nubs, 1/4 inch, and then what after that?
Now all of them be the regular size.
Okay.
It just be for different looks.
Oh,
It's
really?
about looks.
Yeah,
So
but
wait.
you can go to a trainer and be like, I need bigger studs, and they'll just
Oh, they swap. Okay, all right.
yeah,
So what are the
it's
heights?
just-
What are the heights on the cleats? Are they 1/4 inch, 1/8 inch, 1/2 inch? What do we got?
I think 1/4 inch.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I usually only play in one type of spikes.
All right.
All right, Bill. So this is the important question that everybody always asks us about each and every week. And this is kind of where, this is where the rubber meets the road here for you. I know you guys dropped a close game, the Dallas 1-score game, but you had over 100 yards and 2 touchdowns. What was Cousins' reaction to you when you guys got home?
Cause he was happy. It was Christmas, so he kind of gave me a pass. He was just,
Did he get Christmas presents? What did he get?
He got some treats. He got what else did he get? He got treats and he got a couple toys.
There you go.
Love it.
Yeah.
Bill, you are the best, dude. Enjoy this last week. Happy New Year to you and everything. It's been a pleasure having you on all season long, man. Let's do it again next week after hopefully you guys beat the Eagles on Sunday.
Beat these savages.
We
They're actually
we got you.
Yeah, they're actually playing for something. And yeah.
Be nice to ruin that.
There is a great disdain for these green pukes in this area, as I'm sure you're learning. And as I'm sure you learned the first time you hooked up with these punks. So I called them punks. By the way,
Yeah,
Bill did not call
Bill didn't
That's
do it.
not me. Let that be noted. I'm just saying right there. All right, have a good game and stay healthy, my
Talk to you
friend.
next week, bud.
I got you. Happy New Year.
See you, Bill. Happy New Year to you. There he goes. That is Ja'Cory Cross-Merrick, the People's running back.
You think he's getting a sense for just how much this city and this fan base hates the Eagles?
How crazy and
I
real we all
hope
are?
so.
Yeah.
Like, I hope that first game with all the fights and stuff really cemented that, yeah, these
It's
guys.
still early in the week, and we're not the schedules. Do you think it's going to be like that again after Dan Quinn's presser about this is how they want to get down? Or
Yeah, you
want to
get down?
About?
Yeah.
Do you think it's going to be chippy?
Yes. 1,000% I do, and I'm here for it. Although I don't want guys to spend any money they don't have to spend on fines for doing so. To me, the hatred of the Eagles it went past the Cowboys, I want to say 15 years ago. I actually hate the Eagles more.
Well, they've been
Maybe
more
it's
successful.
the proximity.
Yeah.
They've been more successful. They're less stooges than the Cowboys are. And, yeah, their fans are absolute savages. They're filthy, horse manure eating at victory parade savages. So beating them is
That's
quite
not based
satisfying.
on a real thing. Yeah, that happened.
That actually happened.
That's an occurrence you're referencing.
And I would hate the Giants, Danny, except I just hate the Mara family going back to when they tattled on us
Oh,
about
the cap thing, yeah.
the cap thing. Just the worst. But now I'm enjoying the hell that they are perpetually in. And they think they got a quarterback in Jackson Dart, and I'm not so sure. So I hope that blows up in their face.
By the way, keep running quarterback power. I'd love to see more of that to make sure Jackson Dart stays upright. I love it. They should visit the Blue Tent more. Here's what I want to get into real quick. Before we do the Danny Rouhier holiday impression all request line, we're going to start that at 5:45, close the show with it, okay? I want to know from you guys next at 800-636-1067. I want Wesley Financial to weigh in. I want corporate Ryan Clary to leave his corporate Zoom meetings to weigh in. Christian Dameron, who's got to play tackle for both the Minnesota Vikings and run the board for us, okay? Want him to weigh in. Steve Zabin will weigh in as well. I will weigh in. My name is Fannie Mouillet. What's the sneaky thing that has pissed you off the most about this Washington season?
Ooh.
So the big thing, they lose a bunch of games, lose the Cowboys, lose the Eagles, whatever. They're 4-12. They lost a million games in a row, 11 out of 12. The month long where they lost by 25 points a game, whatever. What's the sneaky little hidden thing that you can't get over?
Sort of this probably only tilts me, but I've got to get it off my chest.
This is small potatoes. There are so many bigger fish to fry.
Yes.
But this little thing has pissed me off and grinded my gears.
Grinded my
Griffin
gears,
style.
yeah.
What has bothered you that I bring it up every week and everyone's like, shh, shut up. They can't throw it, they can't run it, they can't stop anybody. There's a thing that has pissed me off, and I can't get over it. I'll share that with you guys next. But I want to hear from you guys as well. 800-636-1067 G&D with you on the Fan.
Quiet night for the Caps and Wizards. Wizards are going to be in Milwaukee tomorrow, 7:45 coverage here on The Fan. Caps and Senators, early puck drop. New Year's Day at 12:45, so that's when you'll see both of those teams again. Cowboys not going to see Trayvon Diggs in a Dallas uniform anymore. He got released. Two-time Pro Bowler, just signed a 5-year, $97 million extension back in 2023, but since then played in just 21 games over the last 2 seasons, dealing with knee injuries. And one of the sources in this report says the decision to move on from Diggs was due to, quote, a culmination of events, including performance. Well, you're playing 21 games, that's what that's going to get you. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address, 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Nick Ashew on The Fan.
So years ago, Family Guy did kind of a movie. It wasn't a theater release, but it was just a longer 2-part episode that eventually they packaged as a DVD of the Family Guy movie. It's where Stewie visits his future self. He lives in San Francisco with my partner Stewart. So he goes and visits him, and there's all several plot lines that take place. One of them, though, is Peter Griffin gets on the nightly news with a segment where Lois loves it because she's very excited because he has a catchphrase. And the catchphrase that Peter uses is, I wonder what grinds my gears. Like, Lindsay Lohan's over there. I'm just here with my beer, and she's dancing. What am I supposed to do? And it's a great bit, and it's really, really funny. I bring it to you now. What grinds your gears? What has bothered you about this season that isn't really that important? Welcome back to the show. It's Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Zabe in for GP. Reminder, GP and I will be at Caddy's on Cordell Friday for a live appearance. We'll be eating appetizers. We'll be engaging in high fives and merriment. And it'll be jovial. It'll be fun.
I'm glad the high fives need to make a comeback. The knuckle dap is way too widespread.
Well, especially
Let's
now,
bring back the good old hard smack.
Well, especially now that everything is chapped and chafed. I mean, I got the
Right.
my knuckles are in pain. They're bleeding almost, right?
Sure.
They're so dried out. So what bothers you that's hidden and small, that's underneath the surface? This is not why they're losing games. It's way bigger fish to fry.
This is Commander season specific.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll give you mine to set the tone. Then we'll go to Wesley Financial. We'll go to Zabe. We'll talk.
Don't go to me.
Harris.
Let me get out of the way
a feel.
first. I am still under a probationary period as a fan, so I have not delved into enough nitty-gritty to really have anything that grinds my gears as I'm catching back up to full speed. I'm sure at some point along the way
You'll see it.
I'll get there. The one thing, generally speaking, about NFL broadcasts that grind my gears is when an announcer says, and they're forced to take a timeout. No, sir, you are never forced to take a timeout. You are always choosing to take a timeout. You may choose one instead of a 5-yard penalty, usually dumb in the second half of a close game, but stop saying forced. It's not forced. Nobody's forcing anything. Okay.
So mine's related to that. Every single week without fail. It's 1.5 times per week. Sometimes the first half, sometimes the second half. But it's going to happen.
Bulging.
It is that wasted,
Veins
squandered,
throbbing.
we're disorganized, whoopsie daisy timeout.
Yes.
You play hurry up all the time on offense. Yeah. The referee comes up and goes, I'm the letter T. And everyone has plenty of time to figure it out, and they run out of time all the bleeping time. They can't get the substitution
Has
right.
Quinn been bad at that this year, especially on second half timeouts?
It has been. It's not. They haven't lost a single game because of it.
As bad as Rivera was?
Yes.
That's not possible.
It's hidden. It happens. It's not. And there's not. And the only exception is when it doesn't happen. They average 1.5 of these per game.
Wow.
And it gets glossed over. Good. And then we go to commercial break. Cowboys are up 22 on this giant pile of turd. Black eye blue. We're always doing that crap. And no one cares and no one listens. It drives me insane. It's controllable. I understand if a guy gets beat and he holds. I understand if you're competing for the football and there's pass interference. You get a good call, a bad call. Football happens. You tackle a guy, you don't. That other guy gets paid to play too. I can live with a bad performance. I don't like it. I don't have to just sit there and clap like a seal that everything's fine, but I understand it. That's the highest level of the sport.
Get the plays in.
The high school coach has to get it right.
There's a lot of stuff going on, Danny. You don't know. There's a lot of confusion. I mean, come on.
There is a lot going on, and you're highly compensated to be on top of it. If you're not calling the plays, Rivera, Quinn, whomever, what is it you'd say you do here?
If it's in the first half, fine. First half timeouts to me, they're like Mardi Gras beads, whatever. Second half, those timeouts are 40-second time coupons that you can't get back. So if you don't have all three in your pocket at the 3-minute mark in the fourth quarter, I maintain you're doing it wrong.
100%.
I maintain there is nothing that merits using a 40-second time coupon meant to bend reality in the final 2 minutes of a game in the regular run of the second half. Nothing. Not a decision on fourth and whatever, not a challenge, not a 5-yard penalty, nothing.
The first half ones happen where it's like defensively, whoops, we can't get organized.
They literally don't matter because there's a whole half of football left.
I hear you. It matters to me, though, because you don't know about what end of half's going to be like. You don't know.
You're right. They could matter at the end of the half.
You can't
Fair enough.
squander them.
It's the second half ones that drive me bonkers.
Of course they're insane.
Yeah.
And one day someone's going to realize a 5-yard penalty isn't as valuable as you said as stopping time. But these are the whatever happened. And also the compounding factor. This is the hallmark of a crappy team. I've lived through plenty of these here in this marketplace. And you know this, man. When you call that timeout, watch what happens out of this timeout. It's a worse play. It's a false start.
How about a penalty?
Yeah, it's a penalty. It's a give up
The
of 20
penalty
yards
out
on
of
defense.
a timeout is the second worst play in football to the crumble, as I call it, the kick return fumble. Crumble number 1, penalty out of a timeout is number 2 of the dumb things.
Let's go around the room. Give me the thing that grinds your gears. Who wants to go first in there? Ryan, you're looking like you're antsy in the pantsy.
Yeah, I gotcha. All off season long, we spent a lot of time raving about Brandon Coleman, and I think that even before we traded for Laramie Tunsil, a lot of people were like, this could be our franchise left tackle, and this is someone who is a building block. And Brandon Coleman started at left guard. He traded for Laramie Tunsil. I get that. I understand that. He played for the first 2 games, and then he was a healthy scratch for nearly a month and a half. And what are we doing? This is the time to develop this said person. And, of course, now he is because Laramie Tunsil's hurt. But what was that whole thing about? It was so stupid. Like, what are you doing? Like, you just give up on him after 2 games? Like, plenty of players sucked after 2 games. But you didn't give up on them. Why Brandon Coleman, someone who was young and who was promising, and now all of a sudden he's playing a little bit better now. So that drove me insane in the moment.
I love that. That little thing. It's not why they won, not why they lost, but it's a little deal that ground your gears. Wesley Financial Group.
Yeah, what's really driving me up a wall, and I feel like this every single week, is that linebacker position. And I point my fingers at Frankie Louvu and Bobby Wagner specifically. When I watch them, it looks like they're in slow motion. And you watch guys in college, and it seems like it's sped up compared to them. So I'm looking for the Commanders to look at that position and possibly draft in that, because I can't with this. They have had so many opportunities to make a tackle, and they simply they miss it, their opportunities.
So if Bobby Wagner can reach you, you go down, right? If he's got his hands on you, you go to the ground.
I agree.
It's that if, though, is such a huge part of that sentence. If he can get there, he makes the tackle. And by the way, Gold Jacket, Hall of Famer, superstar, whenever he's ready, whatever he wants to run, he can. I don't know if he's going to be the commissioner. I don't know what he's going to do, but he'll be successful at it.
But not fast.
An example of what people should aspire to be.
Yeah.
Now we got the next paragraph. He can't run with people anymore.
No.
I know the feeling, by the way. I can't keep up either.
You can't leg out a ground ball anymore.
No, sir.
Deep in the hole, like you once did.
No, sir.
When you were once a spry colonial with a gleam in your eye and a spring in your step.
Yeah. And so many Miller Lights passing through. Darius, what grinds your gears?
This one's from the Danny Rouillet school of hatred
of
things that the Commanders do. And I hate to beat up on this guy as he's injured and tore his ACL. Speedy recovery to Zach Ertz. The weekly Zach Ertz false start.
Oh, my God.
The veteran tight end who's been in the league for 10-plus years.
Rest days for everyone.
False starting every week.
God, guys,
Sometimes
my
multiple
bad,
times.
My bad. Sorry about
that. It just can't happen. It cannot happen from the veteran tight end. If John Bates does it, if Ben Sinnott does it, if Colson Yankoff does it, it's like, okay, cool, young player. Sometimes they make mistakes. Not Zach Ertz. You can't do it every week, Zach Ertz. No.
I'm 100% with you. And as awesome a dude as he is, you saw it on the Hard Knocks in season. You saw the value. You saw the guy, he can't bend his leg. He's in some kind of super turbo air cast or whatever, sitting there watching film of practice with Ben Sinnott. Yes. Yes to Zach Ertz, the dude. Yes to Zach Ertz, again, the Hall of Fame player. Unbelievable career. Just got surpassed, in fact, by single-season tight end catch record by Trey
McBride, yeah.
Buck 16. Of that 116, I think I got this number right. 81 was against Washington that year. But that false start every week. Seriously, dude? Like, seriously? Again, this used to drive me nuts. It drives me nuts in general about sports or whatever. When coaches that I played for, high school coaches, would not tolerate it. And then at the highest levels, I could not jump off sides. I could. I can't do anything else they can do. I can't run or jump or throw or catch or block or tackle or do anything these guys can do. I can do that part. That is so controllable, and it's so insane to me that it's tolerated.
So apparently Grok.com claims Ertz had 0 false starts for the Commanders in 2025. I've found that AI and Grok for sports stats and research is very unreliable.
Yeah, that's wrong. They were 2 a week.
I know
for a while.
I know. It's just so for those that think that AI is still, is great and it's flawless. Not on sports stats. It gets a lot of things wrong. It's funny. I'm reading this going, oh man, Danny's going to lose his mind when I say that Grok claims he had no false starts.
Yeah, Grok just false started. 800-636-1067. We'll do this quick. JB and Waldorf. Little thing that grinds your gears about this season.
Man, what's going on, fellas? Good afternoon. Good afternoon, man. Hey, like I was telling Durs when he picked up, man, it's the constant third and short, 3rd and 1, and we're always throwing off the back foot, throwing 10, 15-yard passes down the field when we need 1 stinking yard. I mean, just line them up, beat the man in front of you, and get the yard. And then they always cut to Kingsbury, and he's looking wide-eyed like he just smelled a whole pile of smelling salts. Like, I just don't know what's going on, man. We were one of the best teams on 3rd down last season, and now we're the worst this season. I don't know what happened.
Something's rotten there. Appreciate you, dude.
The coordinator jump cut on TV is always so harsh. Like, something bad just happened. Here's the man responsible for the bad.
Yeah, so it was always doubly infuriating with Rivera because he'd have the speaker up. You know what I'm talking about? Like the headset
the mic
part, the mic up.
Yeah, I would often say, what is it you do around here?
Who are you talking to anybody?
Like, if you have a headset, then just give it up if you're not talking.
Yeah, are you having a running conversation with no one? Are you just listening because you're curious? Like, what are you even doing here? So Quinn at least has his arms folded and is emoting, and is like clearly pissed off and he's talking to somebody about something. But those moments where it's 3rd and 1 and somebody gets real cute and doesn't do the right thing, et cetera, and it cuts to Kingsbury or any offensive coordinator, it's a lose-lose situation. But yeah, to the caller's point, by the way, they were a juggernaut on 3rd and 4th down last year.
Yeah.
This
Unstoppable.
year, 25th in the league at 3rd down conversions. Now, a lot goes into that. Could be, you're worse on 1st down. I mean, last year, remember, they were so good on 1st down. They're getting 7-8 yards a pop.
They were always ahead of the chains last year.
Not the case this year, obviously. But down to 36%, again, down in the dregs with the Jets, the Raiders, the Browns, not places that
a lot goes into it, but guess what? You are where you are. And so you can't just hide from that number and pretend like, no, it's not our fault because this, that, or the other.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams with offenses that weren't particularly good that are way ahead of you, like the Giants, the Steelers, the Colts, especially down the stretch. All right, let's do this thing together. 800-636-1067. You could tweet me at Funny Danny. If you're in the YouTube chat, go ahead and put your requests there. However you want to get to me, we'll try to do it. All right, here's the deal. Here's how it works. If I can do the impression, I will try to do it. You request the voice, and you request the topic. The voice and the topic. It's the usual Christmas Eve holiday special, but we're doing it a week after. Does that make sense? It's the out-of-town preview, but it's in town. 800-636-1067. All request holiday impression line for me. Fannie Mouye will do that next on The Fan. What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here from my pals at Ted Britt Ford. Best buying experience I've ever had at Ted Britt Ford. When you buy from Ted Britt, you get Ted Britt for life. That's lifetime vehicle coverage with every new and pre-owned vehicle with less than 100,000 miles. Think about that. You buy a car with 86,481 miles. You get treated the same as the 0.0, folks. It's awesome. I love Ted Britt Ford. You guys will too. That Ted Britt for life, it means peace of mind for life. Powertrain coverage, battery replacement, complimentary service loaners, Virginia State inspections, and so much more. They've been in business for more than 65 million, I'm sure. That's like Mesozoic. 65 years, and they've been in the business of treating you like family. Same way they did for us. We went and bought from Ted Britt Ford a little over 10 years ago now, and I said to my wife on the way home, this is where we go for cars now. It was the best experience, bar none, in the D.C. metro area. I'm just like you. I bought, sold, I've leased, and everything in between. This was the easiest, the simplest, best deal we got. I said, this is it. This is where we go. We're Ted Britt people now. I suggest you go see them in Fairfax, Chantilly. Click away at tedbritt.com. And do me a favor. When you go see my friends at Ted Britt Ford, tell them Danny sent you. All right, I got a cough drop in. You can hear it. Listen. Rattling around a little bit. Side of my mouth. Got to lubricate the system, right? You got to get the mechanism working. Well, WD-40 for the throat. It's Grant and Danny here on the Fan. Zabe in for GP. I feel bad just sort of forcing Zabe to sit here and sit through this.
Are you kidding me? I'm looking forward to seeing this from the front row.
You do have a good seat.
And I got one for you, too.
Oh, you do? Okay, so let me explain what we're doing super quick. All request holiday impression line. Okay? 800-636-1067. You can tweet me at Funny Danny. YouTube comment section. You give me the voice and the topic, and I will try to do it for you. Now, oftentimes people will say, can you do this, doing this? And I can't. So that's kind of, you're wasting your shot there. But if I can do it, I will try to do it. So, for example, nobody asked me this, but you could say, could you have Lou Holtz discussing Skittles? Coach Lou Holtz discussing Skittles. Well, the thing about the Skittles, if you get a purple Skittle, it's going to taste like purple. That's the thing about the Skittles, it tastes like the color of the Skittle that it is. The orange tastes like orange. Even though the Skittles are the same, it's going to taste like the colors. I don't know how they put the colors in the taste, but that's what they do. That's Lou Holtz talking about Skittles.
Well, you really needed a lozenge for that one to go deep. That's a taxing impersonation.
That is a tough one. Thank you for noticing that.
Yes.
So let's see. This is.
I don't get to fire mine in first. Come on, I'm sitting right here.
You are sitting right there, Zabe. I turn it over to you.
All right. So I have been on Al Michaels' crusty ass for a while now because he's terrible, and he won't give up the seat. And he likes his steak delivered at halftime with no vegetables, which is the only thing I like about Al Michaels at this point. He has the same palate as I do, but I'm desperate for him, especially after Buck and Aikman were so good last night. I'm desperate for him to just, please retire once and for all and let somebody else step in there. So I was hoping you could do Stewie asking Al Michaels when he thought it might be time for him to retire.
Hey, so Al, you go to second. Hey, man, sipping them over. So I was just wondering, oh, God, it's awkward. Have you noticed you lost your fastball? Yes. So I'm Al Michaels. Do you believe in miracles? You know what a miracle would be if you step aside. I'm having a very tough time understanding how unexcited you are to talk about football. You should get paid more millions to stand there and say, okay, here comes the game winner, and it's good. See you tomorrow night. My God, man. Do you even have a pulse left? Here's your steak.
Yes. Perfect.
Stewie Griffin talking Al Michaels. And that's how we do it.
Yeah.
All right, I'll go to Perry in Olney. Perry, you're up first. All request holiday line. I never know what the name of it is. What do you got, buddy?
Yeah, well, thanks, Danny. First of all, I want to say I enjoyed the show.
You're kind.
I love your comedy, and I missed you a couple of months ago at the Give a Hoot Comedy Club. I was ill, but I got my tickets for the 22nd of January. I'm going to see you there again in Gaithersburg.
I'm
looking forward to that.
I love it.
Do you do impressions during your comedy act?
There's some impressions that come through in there. Yeah, you'll see some of that.
Okay, great. I was going to ask you to do Donald Trump presenting the Nobel Peace Prize to Barack Obama.
Sure, we're going to talk about it. So called Nobel Peace Prize. It's a very big prize. Many people have won it. I've won it 10 times. Believe me. I invented the prize. I gave it away. I invented two things. Number one, 6'7". I was the first person to do that. Second thing, we're going to give the Nobel Peace Prize to Barack Hussein Obama, okay, because he was president once for 2 years, and it was a big deal. I've been president for 41 years. Many people don't know that. I invented the presidency. It was me, G-Dub, and Thomas Jefferson. We were rowing across the Delaware River, which I now own. It's a very, very nice river, and we're going to give it to Barack Hussein Obama. Believe me. I don't know. I mean, I guess, right? I mean, I don't know the content. It was fun. Let's go to the Twitterverse here. Let me see. Please do your Ernie Grunfeld impression on what the Wizards are thankful for going into the new year. Well, we're not thankful that we still have all of our first-round picks. We'd like to trade them to Phoenix for the 10th straight year for maybe Marcin Gortat, Trevor Ariza. These are things that happen. And I called Memphis, and I tried to get somebody named Brooks, and it was the wrong Brooks. And we still did the deal anyway, even though it was a worse deal for us. But I'm very thankful that we've only won 7 games. And if we had won more during my time, I would still not be the general manager because I was terrible at the job for 15 years. Thank you. And scene, let's see. Let me do a couple more here. From Crash. I would love to hear robust and ready Charles Barkley giving his season-ending commentary on the Commanders.
All right.
Well, first of all, Ernie, like I say, the what's the name? The comment? The Commas, they didn't play so good, Ernie. They lost most of their games. They lost, like, imagine if Anthony Davis couldn't play because he was hurt. And then Dallas had to play in a way. That's what it was like. They lost every game by 20 point, 30 point, 22 point, 17, different number of points, Ernie. And when they lost the game, Jaden Daniel, he didn't play. And the many time, Terry McLaurin, he didn't play neither. But he would sometimes play, and then he played one time, then he got hurt against Kansas City, Kenny, and he was out for 2 months. And Noah Brown still can't play because he hurt all the time, too. So overall, they finished 15-2. It's a good season. They're going to win the Super Bowl next year. Back to you, Ernie. And maybe that's how that would go. 800-636-1067. This is from Ryan. Would like Stone Cold Steve Austin sending back pasta. Again, I love these requests. This is why we do it.
Why would he be sending it back?
I don't know.
For what reason? Undercooked? Overcooked? Not enough butter? Not enough. Sorry, I'm stealing.
No, I don't. I have no idea. Until it hits. It's not me. It's the character.
I hear you.
First of all, you think this is al dente, you got to take the wax out your damn ears. What? That means to the teeth in Italian. I looked it up on Google Chrome. What? I asked for cream sauce. I don't know what the hell this is. I don't know if it's the cream of some. Probably an appropriate word. I'm going to stop myself because I'm on television. What? Let me tell you something. Take this bow tie pasta with this horseradish nonsense back to the kitchen. Bring me some pescetti with some ragu on top of it. Get the Parmesan cheese out here and grate the son of a bitch over my meal. What? I guess, Ryan, if that's what you were looking for, I hope I did it. Oh, the audience liked that one? 800-636-1067. Let's see.
By the way, I'm a casual wrestling fan, but getting to see Stone Cold at Backlash at the Cap Center. Forget what year it was. It was me, Galdi, a couple other guys. We got the great PR seats up close. Stone Cold wasn't even wrestling then because his neck was all messed up, but he drove in
Neck
on the
and
Coors,
back, yeah.
drove in on the Coors truck, got up on the turnbuckle, and caught the 3 beers.